Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Beginning. The Ninja Academy runs on a 3-semester system each year. The first semester goes from April 1st to around mid-July, the second from early September to the end of December, and the third from early January until late March. April 1st, year 54 in the village of Konoha. It's the start of a brand new school year at the Ninja Academy. By the end of March, all the 6th-year students have already wrapped up their graduation requirements. Some have officially become genin, some have stuck around to repeat a year, some got fast-tracked by special departments, and others decided to leave the ninja path behind. Everyone else has just moved up to the next grade. The former first-year classroom has been cleared out, ready to welcome a new class of students who've passed the entrance exam. Izayoi is one of those new faces. Unlike the other kids, who mostly show up with parents or older siblings in tow, Izayoi's all by himself. And unlike those newcomers who look on with envy at classmates arriving with family, Izayoi doesn't seem jealous at all, he's just observing them. But what he's paying attention to isn't their appearance. It's something only he can see. Ninja aptitude, white. Chakra control, green. Chunin aptitude, green. Whenever Izayoi focuses on someone, these little bubbles pop up around them, some colors repeat, some differ, and each bubble has text that matches its color. Of course, there are also people who don't have any bubbles at all, either because they have no talent in the system's view or because their abilities don't meet even the lowest threshold. Talents tied to everyday life aren't tracked here. That's Izayoi's special ability, his cheat, so to speak. Izayoi has no last name, just a first name. According to the orphanage director, he got the name Izayoi because he was born on the night of June 16th. He stayed in the orphanage until he was 3, learning basic reading, speaking, and a few survival skills. After that, the director sent him back to his family home, then took him to the cemetery to see his parents' graves. Turns out, Izayoi comes from a ninja family, both parents were orphans without family names. His father had been a Chunin in the village but got killed during a mission that wiped out his entire squad, including their Jonin captain. His mother died from complications giving birth, and with her final breath, she asked the doctor to put Izayoi in the care of the orphanage rather than entrust him to her husband or friends. Because the orphanage is backed by the village, no one ever tried to take advantage of Izayoi's inheritance. And indeed, they never did. He also wasn't surprised that he had to live on his own starting at 3. Once he realized what kind of world he'd ended up in, Izayoi knew that aside from himself, the so-called child of destiny of this world had also been living alone since the age of 3, and was even gutsy enough to wander around in the middle of a snowy night. This is the world of Naruto, jokingly nicknamed the 5 Villages Showdown of Legendary Eyes, or Black Zetsu's Mom Hunt. A story that basically revolves around the internal feuds of the Ōtsutsuki clan, where bloodline is everything. But Izayoi isn't scared. He's also not too bothered that he's an orphan without a surname or a Kekkei. Why not? Because he's got his own cheat, the talent entry system. It awakened when he turned 1 year old. Not only does it let him see those talent bubbles around other people, but he also has this special screen in his mind, visible only to him and impossible to reflect in a mirror. That screen shows Izayoi's personal data, and it came with a Newbie gift pack. By the time he was 3, he'd already used that gift pack, and now his profile looks way more impressive. Walking into the Ninja Academy, Izayoi pulls up that mental display. Host, Izayoi. Talent entries, Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, red, Superkage aptitude, gold, Kekkei, Byakugan, purple, all attribute constitution, purple, medical genius, blue, chakra control, blue. Points, 25. Most people only have 1 or 2 talent bubbles, if any. But Izayoi's rocking a whopping 6. Of course, when he first got the system, he only had Chunin aptitude, green. At 3 years old, though, he managed to change his fate, shooting up to become the biggest prodigy of his generation. Talent-wise, it's basically impossible to top him, someone might match him, but nobody's strictly better. He categorizes talent entries by color, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red, based on his own research. He's sure there's something beyond red, but as of now, he has no idea what color that might be. The system's main feature is letting him acquire other people's talent entries. So far, he's figured out 2 methods. 1. Defeat your opponent. In a fair fight, there's a good chance of getting a lower level entry and a small chance of a higher level one. If you defeat someone stronger, you're very likely to gain a higher level entry, and guaranteed at least a lower level one. If you totally overpower someone weaker, there's only a tiny chance of getting anything at all. 2. Use the Newbie gift pack. It offers a one-time freebie, copying a single talent entry from another person. When Izayoi first realized he'd been reborn into Naruto's world, Konoha year 48, June 16, same age as the future, Konoha 9 or Rookie 9, he was dead set on using that freebie on Uzumaki Naruto. After all, Naruto is the main character of this era, the reincarnation of Asura, inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths body, and a dormant Uzumaki bloodline. Plus, he's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. With 2 nuclear reactors worth of chakra inside him, Naruto's reserves climb day by day, whether he knows how to actually harness them or not. If there's a sage body talent or something similar, Izayoi could copy it and instantly tap into that massive potential. And if not Naruto, then Uchiha Sasuke is just as appealing. He inherited the sage's eyes and is the reincarnation of Indra. But while Izayoi was searching for those two, he happened to bump into a Hyuga in the street and had a sudden revelation that made him drop his plan, at least for the time being. Yes, in this era, Naruto and Sasuke are basically the biggest geniuses, like Hashirama and Madara in the past. Both are sages' reincarnations, both are destined to hit Superkage level if they fully awaken, and with the sage's direct support, they could even break past all previous limits and hit 6 paths level power. That's on this Earth, though. What if you look beyond Earth entirely? Chapter 2, Ōtsutsuki Toneri. As a transmigrant from another world, Izayoi views everything from a higher narrative level, definitely above anyone else on this planet. 1,000 years have passed. Many people now believe that the Sage of Six Paths and the Ninja Creed are just myths and legends. But Izayoi knows they're real. He also knows the Sage of Six Paths had a mother, as well as a younger brother. After the two brothers joined forces to seal their mother away, the Sage of Six Paths became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and embarked on a journey of atonement, while Ōtsutsuki Himura married, had children, and built up his family line. Once the Sage of Six Paths was no longer the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he left the husk of the Ten-Tails, the ghetto statue, on the moon. To guard it, Ōtsutsuki Himura took part of the Ōtsutsuki clan to live on the moon. The branch that stayed on Earth eventually became the Hyuga clan. Just like how the Sage of Six Paths had the ultimate eye technique, the Rinnegan, and how his two sons, if their polar opposites combined, could awaken the Rinnegan, Ōtsutsuki Himura had his own ultimate eye technique, the Tenseigan, which holds both the power to destroy and the power to create. His descendants have a chance to awaken the Tenseigan under conditions similar to those, two opposites becoming one. Unlike the Rinnegan, there's also a secret method to merge large numbers of Byakugan and artificially produce a Tenseigan. This is how the Ōtsutsuki branch on the moon ended up getting wiped out, except for Toneri Ōtsutsuki, who's basically the only survivor up there now. Back when Izayoi was 3, it occurred to him that he shouldn't rush to copy Uzumaki Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke's talent entries. He suddenly thought of Toneri Ōtsutsuki. As a descendant of the moon's branch family, Toneri carries a purely Ōtsutsuki bloodline, on par with ancient figures like Asura and Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki. Because of that pure lineage, Toneri naturally has the sort of sage body talent. When Uchiha Madara merged Senju Hashirama's cells into himself, he only awakened the Rinnegan at the end of his life. But Toneri only needed a few days to evolve his Byakugan into the Tenseigan. The moment it awakened, he could enter Tenseigan chakra mode, form chakra orbs, and unleash both Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion and the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion that sliced the moon apart. His natural gifts and chakra reserves are downright extreme, way above even Naruto and Sasuke. If Toneri ever moved down to Earth, he would be the most broken character of his era. If he brought the giant Tenseigan with him, then unless Madara and Hashirama both came back to life, or the Sage of Six Paths personally stepped in, the ninja world would have to do things his way. If he were especially ruthless and stole Hinata's or Hanabi's Byakugan early on, there wouldn't be any Shippuden, just Toneri's legend. Unfortunately for him, or maybe fortunately for everyone else, Toneri is basically a naive shut-in with grand delusions. Unless he's sure the ninja world is beyond saving, or until he's old enough, he won't leave the moon. Still, Izayoi knows that Toneri did visit Earth and Konoha once in childhood, back when his father was still alive. Using the giant Tenseigan as a remote medium, he secretly saw Hinata. He fell in love with her at first sight, yet never disturbed her life, planning to propose once he was grown. Little did he know his fiancée already had someone else she liked. It was all just his own wishful thinking. Izayoi doesn't really have much to say about that clueless, overdramatic shut-in. But he does guess that Toneri's visit happened when Hinata was 3, because right after she turned 3, her uncle Hisashi died in Hayashi's place, causing a slight shift in her status. From that point on, her personality changed, and Hayashi basically lost all hope in her. Her biggest birthday party ever was when she turned 3. So Izayoi decided to gamble everything on that moment. He intended to use his one-time only copy talent entry on Toneri Ōtsutsuki. There would be plenty of chances to pick up Naruto's or Sasuke's talents, but only one shot for Toneri's. Missing it would mean waiting until at least 2 years after Shippuden ended. Looking at the info displayed on his mental interface now, it's clear Izayoi's gamble paid off. He didn't just hang around outside the Huga compound on Hinata's 3rd birthday, he spent a whole year prowling around Konoha. Appearances can fool you, but those floating talent bubbles never lie. As long as someone wasn't a puppet or invisible, Izayoi's gift would catch them. Sure enough, during Hinata's 3rd birthday, when the Kumo envoy also visited Konoha, Izayoi spotted a blind Toneri and his father in the crowd. It's worth noting, the Kumo delegation got lucky. If Toneri and his father had stayed until nightfall and tried to kidnap Hinata themselves, they'd have ended the story right then and there. But father and son only used the giant Tenseigan from afar to get a glimpse of Hinata, who hadn't joined the festivities but was celebrating inside the Huga compound, and then left Konoha. Toneri, who was born without eyes, didn't have a Kekkeigenkai, Byakugan, talent entry, or any lower-tier entries for that matter. The only thing showing up on him was a grand, red-colored bubble labeled Ōtsutsuki bloodline. Izayoi had seen Ōtsutsuki bloodline on various Huga clan members before, but theirs only went as high as blue. Even Toneri's father had a purple-tier Ōtsutsuki bloodline, not even gold. But Toneri's version was a tier above gold, that is, red, the highest Izayoi had discovered so far. He didn't hesitate for a second and copied that entry on the spot. Over the following 3 years, Izayoi started rewriting his fate. As soon as he successfully extracted chakra for the first time, his original Chunin aptitude, green, talent upgraded straight to Superkage aptitude, gold, meaning that, barring an untimely death, he was guaranteed to reach the same level as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. And if he ever transplanted a Byakugan from Hinata or Hanabi and formed truth-seeking orbs, he'd reach the 6 paths tier. A few months later, Izayoi unlocked a new talent, all-attribute constitution, purple. Turns out he's just like Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, and Kakashi Hatake, able to handle all 5 basic chakra natures. At 5, Izayoi triggered yet another new entry, and it really gave him a scare. Because, he activated the Byakugan. Yep, activated it, not transformed his eyes into Byakugan. Under the influence of his Ōtsutsuki bloodline, Izayoi's eyes are normally just like anyone else's, only when he turns on the Byakugan do the veins pop at his temples and his pupils go white, much like Himawari Uzumaki's. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. If his eyes had become permanently white, he'd be stuck wearing sunglasses 24/7 or pulling a Kakashi and disguising himself under colored contacts. Chapter 3, Meeting the Main Cast. Unlike Naruto, whose potential got downgraded to dead last due to the Ninetales chakra interference, Izayoi has become insanely powerful ever since obtaining the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. Not only does he have staggering potential, but his foundations are unbelievably solid. Thanks to the Byakugan's ability to see chakra pathways, the Huga clan naturally excels at chakra control. After Izayoi awakened the Byakugan, he unlocked the chakra control entry as well. And before even starting at the academy, he'd already learned to walk up trees and run on water. Forget the basic 3 academy jutsu, he could already handle his parents' B-rank shadow clone jutsu and a few basic elemental ninjutsu. He was just like Uchiha Itachi, who mastered graduation-level skills well before even entering the academy. So, no surprise, Izayoi aced the academy entrance exam and got first place. Because of that, he was assigned to Class 1A, right alongside the Konoha 9. When he arrived in the classroom, a bunch of students were already inside. Izayoi glanced around and locked eyes with a certain girl who spotted him too. She looked thrilled. Smiling slightly, he headed straight for her. The desks were long, each seat meant for 3 people. The girl was in the middle, with empty seats on both sides. "Yo, we meet again," Izayoi said, sitting down next to her. Then, teasingly, "I see the runaway princess had no trouble with the entrance exam." Izayoi-kun. Hinata trips a bit over his name. She didn't dare make eye contact and kept her head down, poking her fingers together. Even so, she was obviously happy and excited. It turned out she'd guessed right, that Izayoi on the enrollment list was the same Izayoi who'd once helped her. "Looks like we're seatmates now. I look forward to learning with you, Huga, no, Hinata." Izayoi smiled at the girl, whose cheeks and ears were bright red. Hinata gave Izayoi a quick sideways glance, but the moment their eyes met, she looked down again. I look forward to it, Izayoi-kun, she mumbled. She didn't notice the hint of intensity in Izayoi's eyes. In Izayoi's view, 5 colored bubbles were floating around her. Among them, the biggest and brightest was a red bubble. Princess of the Byakugan, red. Kekkeigenkai, Byakugan, purple. Jonin aptitude, blue. Ōtsutsuki bloodline, blue. Chakra control, blue. Princess of the Byakugan, that was the main reason Izayoi had approached Hinata. It was why he waited outside on that snowy night after Hisashi's funeral, anticipating she'd run away from home, and ultimately earned her trust. The moment Izayoi saw the talent entry, he decided to hijack both Naruto's Chosen One role and Toneri's ambitions. Just like how Azura and Indra's reincarnations can combine forces to awaken the Rinnegan, Toneri Ōtsutsuki and Hinata only need each other's power to awaken the Tenseigan. Because both of them have a bloodline and Byakugan purity that's off the charts, it's basically guaranteed they could awaken the Tenseigan. In the original timeline, Hinata could have overturned her destiny if she'd managed to get chakra from Toneri Ōtsutsuki, but that's nearly impossible. So as she was then, princess of the Byakugan, with only a blue-tier Ōtsutsuki bloodline, Hinata's max potential was around elite Jonin. But now her fate was changing. Thanks to Izayoi's red-tier Ōtsutsuki bloodline, his chakra might just help Hinata rewrite her destiny. And Hinata's red-tier talent would let Izayoi gain Tenseigan power. They were literally a perfect match. Izayoi just said a quick hello to Hinata and then fell quiet. This was only his second time ever meeting her. Hinata was already learning the gentle fist at 6, getting overshadowed by Niji and slowly disappointing Hayashi, which caused her to become shy and withdrawn. 3 years ago, she was also shy, but she'd still been willing to look Izayoi in the eyes when talking. At least Hanabi wasn't old enough yet for Hayashi to give up on Hinata entirely and focus on the younger daughter. A little encouragement could really help Hinata's confidence. But that's another challenge. As the Huga heiress, Hinata rarely leaves the clan compound except for classes, and even when she does go out, she's accompanied by green-vested Huga guardians. Being alone with her is practically impossible. Izayoi would have to come up with a plan. He propped his chin on one hand and tapped the desk lightly with the other. Meanwhile, Hinata was peeking over at his thoughtful expression. The admiration she felt for him surged up all over again. She looked up to Izayoi. She was the type to get lost as soon as she left home, while he could wander around in the dead of a snowy night with no problem. He acted so grown-up, and his entrance exam score was top of the class. If she were that capable, maybe her father wouldn't be so disappointed in her. Plus, aside from Niji, Izayoi was the only other kid around her age she'd ever really known. Even after 3 years, she hadn't forgotten the black-haired, blue-eyed boy with his chubby baby cheeks, Izayoi. Hinata really wanted to chat with him, but she was too nervous to even open her mouth. She couldn't help it, she just wasn't that confident yet. Izayoi, on the other hand, had snapped out of his thoughts. He'd spotted his next targets, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Bubbles floated around them, too, each containing a red bubble like Hinata's. Naruto's talent entries were Sage Body, red. Superkage Aptitude, gold. Uzumaki Bloodline, purple. Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, blue. Izayoi didn't see anything labeled Azura or Ninetales, but the red-level Sage Body in the Uzumaki Bloodline showed that Naruto's Sage Body was on par with the pure Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, no surprise, given it originally came from Hagoromo and his son, Azura. And on top of those 4, Naruto also had half of the Ninetales sealed inside him. Compared to that, Sasuke's entries looked a bit weaker. Sage Eyes, red. Kage-level Aptitude, purple. Uchiha Bloodline, purple. Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, blue. Princess of the Byakugan is unimpressive if she never evolves. By the same token, Sage Eyes isn't worth much if it doesn't awaken. Without Itachi's eyes or a boosted Indra chakra, Sasuke would be stuck at mid-level Kage at best, ultimately going blind from overusing the Mangekyo. Only when he obtains the eternal Mangekyo or activates the real power of Indra's chakra, thus gaining virtually unlimited eye power without swapping eyes, would his aptitude hit Superkage. Just like how Madara was always smacked down by Hashirama, Naruto might seem weak right now, but once he starts ramping up, he'll surpass Sasuke, who's been grinding the entire time, in a heartbeat. That's how it was for all 6 years at the academy, and the same dynamic carried on during Shippuden. That's simply the difference natural talent, and a few cheats, can make. Chapter 4, Evaluation and Training. Hello, everyone. My name is Irika Yumino. I'll be your homeroom teacher from now on. When the bell rang signaling the start of class, a young man in a green flak jacket walked into the classroom, stepped up to the lectern, and introduced himself to Izayoi and the others. Then he smiled and said, "Before we officially begin, let's all introduce ourselves, starting from the front row on the left. Hi, everyone. I'm Ino Yamanaka. Looking forward to studying with you. My name's Shino Aburame. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I'm the great Naruto Uzumaki. Remember this name, cause I'm gonna be Hokage one day." Everyone introduced themselves in their own way, each person's personality shining through. The one who stood out the most was Naruto, whom Irika still disliked at this early point. He'd just met the class, so no one jeered at his cocky self-introduction yet. When it was Hinata's turn, she spoke softly and stammered, My name is Hinata Huga. PL, please take care of me." Her shy demeanor was a sharp contrast to Ino's lively, outgoing vibe. Luckily, this isn't a normal world, otherwise, such a timid heiress might easily end up isolated or bullied. "Hey, everyone, my name's Izayoi. Izayoi stood up and said his name. It was a simple introduction, but his face, adorable in the same way Sasuke's was, drew the attention of quite a few girls. He already knew the girls in this world matured quickly, but still, feeling all those intense gazes made him click his tongue silently in amazement. Kids here start living independently at 3, pick up on romance by 5 or 6, fight in wars at 12, and become saviors by 15 or 16, that's just how outrageous this world can be. Because of that, the title of genius carries a lot of weight in the Naruto universe. Once everyone finished their intros, the next step was something Izayoi was very familiar with, handing out textbooks. But when he received them, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. National language and math, sure, those made sense. But biology, medical studies, and chemistry? Seriously? It made him realize why kids in this world gain emotional awareness so early. Apparently, it's not unusual. Along with those textbooks, Irika gave each student a scroll detailing how to extract chakra. Chakra is a special energy you create by blending the physical energy from all 130 trillion cells in your body with your spiritual energy in the right proportions. It's the key to becoming a ninja, Irika explained. Our entrance exam simply screened for those who meet the minimum standards in both mental and physical energy. If you don't have chakra yet, you can boost these two energies by studying and working out. But if you can't do it by the end of the probationary period, you'll still be asked to withdraw. Some kids from civilian families, who had yet to manifest any chakra, immediately looked anxious. They'd likely become Irika's favorite, model students, in no time. Izayoi kept quiet, knowing full well the students in Class 1A were already the cream of the crop. If you weren't a ninja clan kid, you were a civilian with especially good aptitude. Just by glancing around, Izayoi could see that every classmate at least had a white tier talent entry, and many had a green tier, Chunin aptitude. That meant that even if they didn't pass their graduation exam, they could still develop into genin-level ninjas one day. And those with a green tier entry, assuming nothing terrible happens, could become actual Chunin in the future. As for the ninja clan kids like Ino Yamanaka, each of them had blue, Jonin aptitude. But what really caught Izayoi's eye was Sakura Haruno's ninja potential, green, Chunin aptitude. In contrast, her chakra control entry was surprisingly high level at purple, as if it were on par with the Kekkei Genkai. With such stellar chakra control, you'd think she'd achieve more than Chunin. But just like how Hinata's, Princess of the Byakugan, was red while her actual aptitude was only Jonin level, Sakura could only reach the rank of Chunin if things continued as is. If she managed to rewrite her fate, she'd grow into one of the new, legendary Sannin. After distributing the textbooks and scrolls, Irika didn't give them any downtime. Classes began right away. The morning was for academic subjects, and the afternoon for physical education, including basic workouts and throwing practice with small stones. There was no sign of lessons on the 3 basic techniques, the body flicker technique, invisibility, or even kunai and shuriken skills. They also skipped taijutsu sparring. Apparently, this first semester of first grade was all about building a strong academic and physical foundation. At first, Izayoi took part in those sessions. But once he realized they weren't going to teach actual taijutsu matches yet, he decided his real body didn't need to be there at the academy. Ever since acquiring the Ōtsutsuki bloodline at age 3, Izayoi's chakra reserves were absurd. Even Kakashi Hatake in the original storyline, who could perform multi-shadow clone jutsu by 5 or 6, didn't come close to him. In terms of shadow clone duration and toughness, Izayoi's clones were even more impressive than Itachi Uchiha's. So, he left a shadow clone at the school while his real self used the transformation technique to appear as an older boy and headed out to an abandoned training field to practice ninjutsu. Wind release, gale palm. Standing in the clearing, Izayoi went through the motions of forming hand seals, compressing his wind chakra into a vortex in his palm, then thrusting it forward, unleashing a violent gust that kicked up a wave of dust. Yes, he was only pretending to form seals, since he could actually cast these jutsu without them. To be precise, aside from purely supportive jutsu like the 3 basic techniques or shadow clone jutsu, he could perform any elemental ninjutsu without using hand seals at all. There's no doubt that a red tier entry can still differ in power, and the Ōtsutsuki bloodline at red tier surpassed not only the sage body and sage eyes but also the princess of the Byakugan. It gave him not just insane chakra capacity but also an over-the-top knack for ninjutsu. Much like members of the Ōtsutsuki clan in the distant past, before Indra invented hand signs, Izayoi could cast 5-element releases with no seals required. Even Hashirama Senju needed to clap his hands together to summon his jutsu. Izayoi didn't need anything of the sort. This wasn't just prodigious talent, it was a trump card. After all, if an enemy thought he still needed to form seals, Izayoi could suddenly launch a jutsu out of nowhere and catch them totally off guard. Chapter 5, Sneak Up Plan. Before anyone realized it, the first semester was nearly over. Throughout these past months, the first-year students only had academic and PE classes, studying or training every day, then trying to extract chakra. In every first-year class except Class 1A, some students were asked to leave. That's how rare it is to become a ninja. The entrance exam is already tough, but the graduation exam is on another level. And even if you graduate, if a jonin doesn't sign off on your skill, you'll still have to repeat the year. The elimination rate is ridiculously high. And that's just for promoting an academy student to a genin. Above genin are chunin, then special jonin, and finally the all-rounder jonin. But none of this has much to do with Izayoi or the 9 rookie students of Class 1A. Other than the first couple of weeks, Izayoi hadn't used his real body to attend class at all. He wasn't going to bother coming in person until there were taijutsu sparring sessions. After all, the main reason he enrolled was for Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke to watch for their red-tier talent entries. Izayoi wants to unlock those entries before graduation, at least 1 or 2. Otherwise, after graduation, it'll be a lot harder to obtain them, not because of power gaps, but because chances to meet or fight them will drop drastically. In the original timeline, once the Konoha 9 graduated, they didn't all see each other again until the Chunin exams. Graduation happens at the end of March, and the Chunin exams begin on July 1st, key dates every year, with an entire season in between. The afternoon bell rang, signaling the end of another day. The students, who'd spent the entire afternoon on PE, were still full of energy. Izayoi-kun, wanna play ninja with us? Izayoi, heading home together. Some left school right away, others stayed, forming little groups to hang out. Izayoi received plenty of invites, being one of the most popular kids in class. Even though he came just as a shadow clone, solely focused on Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke, he still treated everyone else politely. Even when he turned people down, he did it gently. Today was no different. Facing his classmates' invitations, Izayoi's clone put his palms together in a slight bow and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I've already made plans with someone else. Maybe next time, promise. Oh, Izayoi-kun's already booked. No surprise. See you later, then. Alright, next time, let's all play ninja games together. No one forced the issue, though they were disappointed. Once out of sight, Izayoi's clone slipped into an alleyway and dismissed itself. All its memories and fatigue flowed back to Izayoi's real body. Already finished training, the real Izayoi was resting at home, waiting to absorb the strain of the dispelled clone's experiences. As he processed the new memories, he muttered, there are only a few days left until vacation. Guess it's time to make my move. July 20th. Classes ended for the morning, and it was lunchtime. Some kids who lived close headed home to eat, while others brought packed lunches and stayed at school, some staying in the classroom, others going outside to eat. Usually, because Izayoi attended school via a shadow clone, he'd have it go home for lunch. But today, his real body came to class in person, and he'd brought his own bento. He and Hinata were eating together in the classroom. Over the past 3 months, they'd become friends, not close enough to tell each other absolutely everything, but they knew each other's hobbies and a few secrets, like how Hinata enjoyed pressing flowers. And she'd also discovered the Izayoi who came to class was just a shadow clone. Upon learning that, she'd been speechless for a moment, eyes wide, stunned. Afterward, her admiration for him only grew. After all, the academy hadn't even started teaching the 3 basic techniques, yet he'd already mastered the shadow clone jutsu. Pretty amazing. While they were eating, Izayoi suddenly asked, Hinata, tomorrow starts our summer break. Got any plans? I'll probably stay home and train. She replied softly. How about training with me? Izayoi offered. See, could I really? Hinata looked at him in surprise, then her face fell. She shook her head sadly. No. Father won't let me go out freely. Ever since the attempted kidnapping, Hinata had needed escorts just to leave the house, and she couldn't go out too often. Now that she was enrolled at the academy, and there was an Uchiha in her class, she was expected to train hard for the sake of the Hyuga's pride. Hey, don't worry about it, Izayoi said, flashing a grin. I'm just asking if you want to go out tomorrow and train with me. Yeah. Hinata replied in a near whisper, eyes lowered. Great. I'll help you out. So here's what we'll do. Izayoi leaned in close to Hinata's ear and spoke in a low tone about his plan. The warm breath against her ear made her cheeks and ears go bright red, and she shook slightly, chopsticks trembling in her hand. This was the first time she'd been so close to Izayoi, and the resistance she'd built up over the last 3 months vanished in an instant. She nearly blanked out, forgetting half of what he just said. Remember, you have to take the initiative tomorrow, or my plan's gonna get exposed, Izayoi warned. Aha. Hinata nodded, dazed and adorable. Then she looked back up at him. Izayoi-kun, what did you say again? Izayoi. Without mercy, he flicked her forehead with a little pop. Under Hinata's plaintive gaze, he repeated his plan one more time. Hinata held her forehead, eyes bright. The next day marked the start of the academy's 40-day summer break. Izayoi left his house and headed for a small side street. With a bang like air escaping a balloon, a figure appeared, a blonde girl wearing a hat, though her hair color was still visible. She darted out of the alley, heading straight for the Huga compound. If any of her Class 1A classmates had been around, they'd have instantly recognized her as Ino Yamanaka. Hello there. I'm Ino Yamanaka. I'm here to see Hinata, she and I made plans yesterday. Standing at the Huga gates, Izayoi in disguise, using the transformation technique to look like Ino, put on a sweet smile. The two guards exchanged glances. Please wait a moment, said one. He gave the disguised Izayoi a close look, bowed politely, and went inside. A few minutes later, he returned, accompanied by a little girl in a white overcoat, Hinata. Hinata jogged forward, and she and the faux Ino shared a knowing look. Everything was going according to plan. The heiress was free to leave. Chapter 6, Izayoi's plan. Izayoi-kun, this is great, we pulled it off. Once they'd left the Huga grounds, Hinata could no longer hold back her excitement, her voice trembling slightly. Stay calm. Be careful not to let your father's guards, if they're secretly following us, overhear that, Izayoi reminded her with a playful smile. At his words, Hinata instantly clamped a hand over her mouth and glanced around cautiously, looking pretty adorable. All right, let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Izayoi wasn't entirely sure if there might be guards in stealth mode, so he kept his transformation jutsu active. Leading Hinata away from the busy central streets, they headed toward an old, unused training ground on the outskirts. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Once they were in the forest, Izayoi created a shadow clone. The clone vanished with a swift body flicker, and moments later, Izayoi released his transformation. Seeing this, Hinata's eyes lit up. Izayoi-kun, so, nobody's following us. Yup, it's confirmed. No one's trailing us. Izayoi nodded. Grinning, he said, soon, I'll teach you a little trick. If you practice it at home and your father sees, maybe he'll stop forbidding you from going out. Hinata's expression grew even brighter when she heard this. Disguising himself as Ino Yamanaka to invite Hinata out had been Izayoi's plan from the start. If he'd tried asking her himself, she likely never would have been allowed out. Best case scenario, he'd have wasted a trip, worst case, Niji might have shown up with a warning, or the elders would have forced Hinata to switch seats or even move her to another class. Other kids might not get it, but Izayoi knew exactly what was up. This world has nobles and feudal lords, so social hierarchies are even more rigid than in his old life. Hinata's the heiress of a prestigious ninja clan, Izayoi is just a clanless orphan. There's a huge divide between them. If Izayoi were a girl, befriending Hinata might be okay. But since he's a boy, the Huga, especially Hayashi or the main clan elders, would never want him getting too close. They'd worry about Hinata falling for him or leaking their Kekkei Genkai. Unless, Izayoi proves himself massively valuable. If he's a top-tier civilian prodigy worth roping in, he might be allowed to marry in. Or if, like Naruto, he becomes the hero of Konoha and savior of the ninja world, then he could marry the Huga heiress. But before proving his worth, he has to rely on little tricks. Ino Yamanaka, however, is the daughter of the Yamanaka clan, part of the future Ino Shikacho formation. Even if she's not super strong, she'll be a big deal in the intelligence department thanks to her family's mind-based secret jutsu. Ino Shikacho is also a tightly knit alliance. If any of the Konoha 9 is qualified to hang out with Hinata, it's definitely Ino. So transforming into Ino was the perfect way to invite Hinata out, and stand a good chance of not being followed. If Izayoi wasn't worried that his power-ups would widen the gap between him and Hinata, making it even harder to unlock her red-tier talent, he wouldn't have dared try something so risky. Once the upcoming big exam rolls around, if he can snag the title of top student, he'll have at least a little credibility. But honestly, he's more interested in snagging Hinata's red-tier entry than Naruto or Sasuke's. If Izayoi can awaken the Tenseigan, he won't have to worry about much else. That's why he doesn't want to waste this vacation. Reaching the old training ground, Izayoi turned to Hinata. Hinata, have you learned the 3 basic techniques yet? No, she answered, shaking her head. Father wants me to focus on the gentle fist. He said I can only learn other ninjutsu once the academy starts teaching them. In that case, I won't bother teaching you the 3 basics. Izayoi smiled. I'll teach you something else instead, something that'll boost your chakra control. It'll help you get better at the gentle fist, or even learn the shadow clone jutsu faster. Eyes going wide, Hinata blurted, Izayoi-kun, are you going to teach me the shadow clone jutsu? Yup. Izayoi nodded. From now on, I'll rarely come to school in person. You can come find me here anytime, or just learn the shadow clone jutsu and send a clone to class, like I do, while your real body trains with me. Hinata was obviously tempted. Ever since she'd learned Izayoi was only sending a clone to school, she'd wanted to learn that jutsu herself, mainly so she wouldn't get left too far behind. But, as she said, Hayashi was forcing her to focus solely on the gentle fist style. He wouldn't teach her anything else. She couldn't even do the 3 basics, let alone the shadow clone jutsu. Now Izayoi was offering to teach it, meaning she could come here and train with him in secret every day, getting both friendship and the freedom she longed for. Of course she was dying to say yes. Seeing her face, Izayoi knew exactly what she was thinking. Come here, I'll show you how to work on your chakra control. He smiled and led Hinata over to a massive tree that would take a few people to circle with their arms. Forming a single ram seal, he said, gather chakra in the soles of your feet and fight your fear of falling. Do it like this. Under Hinata's astonished gaze, Izayoi planted his right foot on the tree trunk, then lifted his left foot so both were on the trunk. His body was now parallel to the ground, in front of Hinata's wide eyes. Step by step, he walked straight up the tree, as if strolling on flat land, until he reached the top. Turning to look down at her, Izayoi stood there at a right angle, smiling. Climbing a tree with your feet, that's the trick I'm teaching you. That's amazing. Hinata was frozen in wonder as she watched him seemingly defy gravity. Walking back down the trunk, Izayoi added, but walking on trees is just the first step. After that comes water walking. If you master both, it'll make learning any technique, whether the 3 basics, shadow clone, or even body flicker, way easier. Do you really think I can learn this? Hinata asked uncertainly. Don't sell yourself short. You're the Huga heiress, after all. Izayoi patted her shoulder encouragingly. Go ahead and try. Don't be afraid of falling, I'll catch you. But if you let me get too far ahead, I won't wait up for you. The playful tone of that last sentence made it sound a bit like teasing, but it was enough to firm Hinata's resolve. She nodded hard. Right. She might have already disappointed her father, but she absolutely couldn't disappoint Izayoi too. Nor did she want to lose the only friend she had. Chapter 7, Praise can change a lot. Hinata stood at the base of the tree, forming the ram seal with both hands. Following Izayoi's instructions, she channeled chakra into the soles of her feet. She lifted her right foot and placed it on the trunk. Immediately, it felt like her foot was glued to the bark. Feeling that stability, Hinata relaxed a little, then brought her left foot up as well. Just like Izayoi had done a moment ago, she was now standing horizontally against the tree trunk. Holding her breath, Hinata took a 3rd step. Ah! The next instant, her expression changed drastically, she let out a small cry. The feet that had just been sticking to the bark suddenly lost their grip, and she began to fall toward the ground. But before she could hit the ground, a pair of arms caught her and helped her back to her feet. Izayoi chuckled lightly. No need to be scared. I told you I'd catch you. Sorry, Izayoi-kun. Hinata lowered her head apologetically, as though she'd let him down. What are you apologizing for? Izayoi patted her on the shoulder again, offering encouragement. It's totally normal to fail. The fact that you managed to get both feet to stick on your very first try is already really impressive. Back when I practiced this for the first time, I had to try like a dozen times. That was a lie, of course. Izayoi had nailed it on his first go and walked several steps up. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke possessed a chakra control talent entry in their systems. By contrast, Izayoi and Hinata both had it at blue rank. At that level, whether it was walking up trees or walking on water, or even learning medical ninjutsu, sensory jutsu, sealing, or barrier techniques, everything came much more easily than it would for people without a chakra control talent. After all, the Huga gentle fist involves guiding chakra into the opponent's body, which is itself a demonstration of fine chakra control. As long as Hinata had sufficient chakra and a guide by her side, she should be able to master tree climbing quite fast. Keep at it. I'm sure you'll make it to the top in no time. Buoyed by his words, Hinata's confidence soared. She formed the seal again, concentrated her chakra into her feet, then stepped onto the bark. Once again, her body was suspended in midair. This time, perhaps thanks to feeling secure with Izayoi around, she didn't hold her breath but took her 3rd step more naturally. Whereas before she'd lost her balance on the 3rd step, now she managed her chakra just fine. Her shoes remained firmly stuck to the bark, taking her through the 4th, 5th, 6th steps. She got all the way to her 8th. Then on the 9th step, her balance slipped once more, and she began to tumble downward. Strangely enough, Hinata wasn't afraid and didn't cry out. In fact, she felt a faint glimmer of anticipation. Sure enough, she didn't slam into the hard ground. Instead, she landed in a warm embrace. Catching her in a princess carry, Izayoi looked down and praised her without hesitation. Nice going, Hinata. Getting that far on just your 2nd try. You really are a natural. Hee hee. She didn't get bashful this time, she actually looked happy. She'd received more compliments today than she had in all the past few years combined. So that's what it feels like to be acknowledged. Since her personality wasn't as timid as it would later become in the original storyline, Hinata felt even more motivated and confident. Her eyes shining, she said eagerly, "Izayoi-kun, put me down. I want to try again." "Sure." Izayoi watched the changes in Hinata and smiled to himself. He was genuinely happy to see her become more self-assured. For a noble heiress from such a prestigious clan, it was almost tragic how in the original timeline, she ended up so shy and insecure, implying just how much pressure she had grown up under. Now that Izayoi was in this world, and planning to intercept what would otherwise go to Naruto and Toneri, he intended to change this girl's fate. Even if she didn't turn into the delinquent queen version shown in the Infinite Tsukimi dream, she shouldn't waste her precious Ōtsutsuki genes like she did in the original. First, he'd help her shift her outlook. He wanted her to grow into the person he envisioned. Hinata really did have plenty of potential. Of the 4 main girls among the Konoha 12, she was the only one who came from a major clan and possessed one of the 3 great dojutsu. All she lacked was confidence. If she rediscovered that, she'd shine brilliantly. Tree climbing and water walking don't require huge amounts of chakra, just strong control. You can either grind away at it, or rely on pure talent. In the original storyline, Naruto and Sasuke were more of the hard work type, while Sakura was natural talent. Izayoi and Hinata fell into the latter group as well. On her second attempt, Hinata had made it to the 8th step. The third time, she got even farther, 10+ steps, before falling. Izayoi still caught her steadily. By her 4th try, Hinata didn't fall at all and actually made it to the top of the tree. "Izayoi-kun, I did it." Standing on the highest branch, Hinata ignored the view and immediately looked down at Izayoi, wanting to share her excitement. "Amazing. Reaching the top on your 4th try, that's way faster than I managed," Izayoi said, giving her a big thumbs up without holding back his praise. Hee hee. Hinata beamed again. Even though she'd been trained at home, the atmosphere there was completely different. Whenever she practiced the gentle fist with her father, all she felt was tension. Even if she completed his assignments, she'd get no compliments, often just more criticism because she didn't do it as flawlessly as her cousin Neji. But here with Izayoi, she finally got the positive feedback she'd always craved. Instead of feeling anxious, she felt relaxed and overjoyed, as if her spirit had been washed clean, and she was starting to like training. Walking down the tree as easily as if it were flat ground, Hinata looked at Izayoi eagerly. "Izayoi-kun, is water walking the same kind of thing?" "Yeah, but a bit harder," he answered with a nod and a smile. "When you climb a tree, you just stick to the bark, but water is constantly moving. Keeping yourself from sinking is way trickier, you'll need a lot more control. For now, I won't teach you that part. But you can practice at home in a bathtub or a big basin. Once you have a bit more chakra, I'll teach you the proper water walking technique and the shadow clone jutsu." "Okay." Hinata agreed quickly. Seeing her so well behaved, Izayoi finally let his true colors show. Grinning, he said, "Next, let's work on some taijutsu. I also want to check out the Huga clan's gentle fist firsthand." "Alright." Hinata, who was still quite innocent, had no idea of his real intentions. She'd already sparred plenty with her cousin at home, so she didn't see any problem with practicing a style the academy hadn't even taught them yet. Chapter 8, The Use of Points. Throughout the summer break, Izayoi spent his days training with Hinata. Every day, he would first locate Ino Yamanaka, transform into her, then go to the Huga compound to invite Hinata out. They would head to an abandoned training field, practicing either tree walking or taijutsu sparring. Having gained a real friend and discovered her own confidence, Hinata's progress over the summer was astonishing, not only in ability, but also in her overall demeanor. Hayashi Hyuga was the first to notice his eldest daughter's change. When he learned she was already working on water walking, he realized she wasn't just going out to hang out or play around. Izayoi also picked up on the fact that someone was monitoring him and Hinata in secret. But he didn't bother hiding, instead, he decided to test Hayashi's attitude. On one particular day, Izayoi found a reason for Hinata to watch how he did water walking. He also showed off the shadow clone jutsu, basic wind release, and then thrashed Hinata in a taijutsu match. The very next day, he once again disguised himself as Ino Yamanaka to invite Hinata out. When he saw Hinata freely emerge from the Hyuga compound, he knew Hayashi's response. The Hyuga head was okay with his daughter training alongside Izayoi. For these established ninja families, Izayoi's background wasn't any big secret, an orphan from a ninja family with no surname, but by the end of the first year, barely through its 3 semesters, he could already do tree walking and water walking, which aren't even taught at the academy, plus the shadow clone jutsu and low-level wind release. Given that kind of talent and chakra reserves, he was clearly a civilian prodigy of this era. Training with someone like him gave Hinata extra motivation, as evidenced by the way she pushed herself on water walking and how her demeanor changed. Though Hayashi had been somewhat disappointed in his eldest, he still hadn't discovered Hanabi's potential, so he hadn't fully given up on Hinata in favor of her younger sister. Seeing how just one friend could spark such a transformation in Hinata probably only pleased him more. As for busting up their puppy love, Hayashi didn't appear to consider it for two reasons. 1. They were just kids. To him, this was just innocent friendship. 2. In his eyes, a future between them was impossible. The Hyuga Byakugan would never be permitted to leave the clan. Izayoi was, to him, merely a tool for helping Hinata grow. The moment anything changed in their relationship, Hayashi would step in and lay down the harsh reality, unless Izayoi somehow became super elite, like the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, in which case that might open some other doors. Izayoi and Hinata, of course, had no clue about any of that. Seeing that Hayashi wasn't stopping them from hanging out, Izayoi completely relaxed. He taught Hinata the 3 basic techniques and more chakra control tricks, while using their taijutsu sparring to try and pop her red-tier talent. Both made major gains that summer. Hinata managed to master tree walking and water walking, and she even picked up the 3 basics. But possibly due to insufficient chakra, she hadn't yet learned the shadow clone jutsu. Meanwhile, her gentle fist, particularly the tenketsu needle, improved drastically. Izayoi, who had that medical genius entry in his profile, his mother in this life was a medical nin who left behind scrolls of basic medical ninjutsu, used his knowledge for a unique training approach. To trigger Hinata's red-tier entry, he initially held back for a few days so she could adjust, but afterward he absolutely beat her down during their sparring, showing zero mercy. Then he'd heal her up after each session. By contrast, even though Niji despised Hinata, he never actually hurt her. Hayashi was right there, after all. But Izayoi didn't hold back at all. He just pummeled her, then cheered her up once the match was over. Getting knocked around constantly made Hinata's combat instincts skyrocket, and she began striking back with real determination, channeling chakra directly into Izayoi's body. She got so used to train then heal that she definitely wouldn't show the same timid mercy she did in the original timeline, where she held back against her younger sister Hanabi, ultimately losing to someone 5 years her age. This marked change solidified Hayashi's acceptance of their secret training sessions. Izayoi never did manage to acquire the Princess of the Byakugan red-tier entry from Hinata by summer's end, but he still leveled up considerably. By sparring with her, he'd managed to steal the Hyuga clan's style of precise chakra strikes. After gauging Hayashi's response, Izayoi asked Hinata, for study purposes, to sneak out a copy of the acupuncture point diagram and the scroll detailing those strikes. He soon grasped both the human chakra point layout and the method for shutting down an opponent's chakra flow. He wasn't really interested in the 8 trigrams palm style itself, but the idea of sealing an enemy's chakra mid-fight definitely appealed to him. Even though he didn't pop any red-tier entry, Izayoi still picked up 2 new entries from Hinata. One was the blue-tier, chakra control, which he already had. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding! You have acquired the chakra control, blue, talent entry. It overlaps with your existing entry. Would you like to merge or dismantle? Izayoi chose to merge. Unfortunately, it did not upgrade to purple, it stayed blue. However, Izayoi could clearly sense his control had improved. That's when he finally understood how Sakura, with her purple-tier chakra control, could surpass not only a Hinata who'd been training in gentle fist from childhood, but also Shizune, who'd studied under Tsunade. She mastered advanced medical ninjutsu, the Senju's chakra boosting, and even S-rank complexity jutsu like the In Seal and Byakugan in just 3 years. It's the same as having 2 lines of Ōtsutsuki blood, even if they're both Ōtsutsuki bloodline. The Hyuga version was leagues below the Pura branch on the moon. Blue and purple are worlds apart, and even merging 2 blues still doesn't make a purple. Izayoi's other snag was a purple-tier, Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan. But a Kekkei Genkai is just that, it gives you the Byakugan, not the special Byakugan purity that Hinata herself possessed. If Izayoi hadn't already had Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan, purple, getting this new one would only give him a basic Byakugan rather than matching Hinata's pure Ōtsutsuki lineage. So he chose to dismantle this duplicate entry. While merging it might slightly improve his own Byakugan's purity, it wouldn't help him awaken the Tenseigan. It's no different than merging 2 blue chakra control entries and expecting it to become purple. It won't happen. The moon's Ōtsutsuki needed to sacrifice the entire branch family's Byakugan, and maybe some from the main family, too, to forge the giant Tenseigan. Their Byakugan purity was far beyond that of the Hyuga. No telling how many purple-tier Byakugan merges it'd take to evolve a Tenseigan. Merging just 2 was obviously a waste. Dismantling the purple-tier Byakugan netted Izayoi a large number of points, enough to change his system's status display. Host, Izayoi. Talent entries, Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red, Superkage aptitude, gold, Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan, purple, all attribute constitution, purple, medical genius, blue, plus, chakra control, blue, plus. Points, 1791. He now saw plus signs next to medical genius and chakra control, indicating both were available for upgrades. That was the purpose of the point system. Chapter 9, still not snobbish. Points in this system are only obtained by dismantling, breaking down, talent entries. Izayoi had already known this since he was 3. Back then, in order to hang around the Hyuga clan without looking suspicious, he'd made some friends his own age and played ninja games with them. Because he was so popular, some kids got jealous and picked fights with him. Among those kids were a few who had white-tier, ninja aptitude, talent entries. After defeating them and obtaining these entries, the system prompt also offered merge or dismantle as options. When Izayoi dismantled those entries, he ended up with 25 points total. Dismantling a white-tier entry yielded a random single-digit number of points each. Now, dismantling a purple-tier entry suddenly netted him 4 figures worth of points. And now his blue-tier entries had become upgradable. So how many points does it take to upgrade a blue-tier entry? Curious, Izayoi tapped the plus sign next to chakra control. Immediately, his system interface changed. Host, Izayoi. Talent entries, Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red, Superkage aptitude, gold, Kekeigenkai, Byakugan, purple, all attribute constitution, purple, chakra control, purple, medical genius, blue. Points, 793. His chakra control entry had upgraded from blue to purple. The plus sign next to medical genius was gone, and his total points had dropped by 999. The tiers are white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Dismantling a white entry gives you a random single-digit number of points. Dismantling a purple entry gives you 4-digit points. Upgrading a blue entry seems to cost 3 digits, likely 999. Is that fixed or random? Izayoi mused to himself. If it's consistently at these so-called extreme numbers, maybe that means 9 points to go from white to green, 99 from green to blue, 999 from blue to purple, 9999 for purple to gold, 99999 for gold to red, and 999999 to go beyond red. He wasn't sure. Right now, he didn't have any entries below blue or a mountain of points to experiment with. And even if he did have spare points, he wouldn't bother upgrading low-tier entries. Aside from something special like Byakugan or chakra control, he had no intention of pumping points into subred entries. So long as he awakened the Tenseigan, he'd have more than enough dimension-crushing techniques at his disposal. If he perfected them, he could easily reach a 6 paths level of power. Just those eyes alone would be enough to carry him to the final battle of Shippuden. Rather than sink points into throwaway talent entries, it'd be better to use them to upgrade Ōtsutsuki bloodline itself. Once that jumped another tier, he'd likely match the purity of the Ōtsutsuki clan out in space. Who knows, maybe he'd evolve into some new color of Rinnegan, or even unlock marks and divine abilities. Of course, that was all speculation, and still a long way off for him. September 1st arrived. The Ninja Academy's second semester began. For this term, Izayoi finally decided to show up in person to classes, but only for the afternoon sessions. While the morning lessons were still academic, the afternoons now included taijutsu sparring in addition to PE and shuriken throwing. Unfortunately, the taijutsu matchups were assigned randomly by Irika, so Izayoi didn't get matched with Naruto, Sasuke, or even Hinata. Irika-sensei, can I request a match against Sasuke? When Izayoi heard it was random, he actually approached Irika and tried asking for a fight with Sasuke. Irika hesitated, then shook his head. There aren't any special accommodations in taijutsu training. The point is to remind you that your enemy might be equally matched, weaker, or even stronger than you. You have to get used to all of those scenarios, and even fight, crushing someone, or being crushed yourself. You learn from tough battles, gain a sense of accomplishment from victories, and taste bitter defeat. And keep on growing. Got it, Irika-sensei. Seeing Irika's refusal, Izayoi let it go. He decided he'd challenge Sasuke himself after school. But Sasuke's response left Izayoi mildly exasperated. Sasuke, want to have a match? Sorry, not interested. I need to get home and train. This Sasuke, who wasn't yet a bitter avenger, wasn't that cold, but he still turned Izayoi down outright, dashing off with a hint of excitement. After all, following the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had been suspected of orchestrating the attack, so they'd been forced to relocate from the central district to near the Naka River. Getting home from the academy required a decent walk, and Sasuke, who hadn't learned the body flicker yet, didn't want to waste time. He was eager to train alongside his older brother. Izayoi didn't even get the chance to provoke him or use some Uchiha pride taunt. Sasuke was gone in seconds. Feeling helpless, Izayoi considered pivoting to challenge Naruto, but decided against it. Even though the official, year-end exam to determine top student hadn't happened yet, Naruto's overall first semester performance had been dead last. At least the other struggling students could pronounce chakra correctly. Naruto would still get it wrong after graduation, so his academic record was basically near zero. And he was a bit undernourished, so his PE scores weren't impressive, either. If an elite student like Izayoi suddenly challenged the academy's bottom dweller, it might catch the attention of the Umbu, or even Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, who kept an eye on Naruto. Hiruzen might not be a big problem, but Danzo would suspect Izayoi knew something secret or think he was a pawn sent by some unknown party to get close to Naruto. They might take measures to handle the situation, putting Izayoi in a bad spot. He wanted no part of that. So Izayoi's immediate targets remained Hinata and Sasuke. Since Sasuke had refused, Izayoi didn't push him. It was already September of Konoha year 54, in a few more months, the year would end. Next year would bring that tragic clan annihilation. At that point, when Sasuke became a full-fledged Avenger, he definitely wouldn't turn down a chance to fight Izayoi. On the second day, Izayoi still came to school in person but didn't ask for another match with Sasuke or corner him after class. Yes, it would be fantastic if random matching put him against Sasuke or Naruto. But the other students weren't useless either. This year's batch included the new generation of Ino Shikacho and the Censor team. Even the worst among them at least had a white tier, ninja aptitude, entry. Each one had some sort of entry, and even a mere white tier dismantle would earn single-digit points. Meanwhile, the Konoha 9 collectively had blue, purple, even gold and red tier entries. Claiming any of those was a massive windfall. Since Izayoi wasn't sure if a shadow clone could trigger talent drops, he wasn't about to skip the afternoon classes. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 10, Gentle but Tough. December 21st, Konoha year 54. Before anyone realized it, the second semester had come to an end. During these months, the first-year students all underwent a huge transformation. In the first semester, they'd only had academic subjects and PE, with no real combat experience, hardly any different from kids who hadn't enrolled yet. But in the second semester, with the introduction of Taijutsu sparring, they got their first taste of pain and began shedding some of their childishness. That said, there was a side effect: certain students learned to use violence to solve their problems. Fights, brawls, and bullying became pretty common. Even more noteworthy was that the teachers and the school wouldn't intervene, apparently believing that the weak have no place becoming ninjas. Better they quit now and go back to being ordinary civilians rather than risk being killed on missions after graduation. Hence, it wasn't unusual for underachievers to try bullying top students. Think about Itachi Uchiha or Niji Hyuga, or Sasuke Uchiha in later years. There was a pattern. They were all good-looking geniuses with a cool, distant attitude and had a big fan base, especially among girls. But precisely because they were so popular and showed little interest in joining any group, treating both girls and boys with apparent indifference, some of the other boys just couldn't stand them and tried to teach them a lesson. Unfortunately for those bullies, they never succeeded. Usually, they wound up getting beaten badly themselves. As if that wasn't bad enough, being overpowered by one person in front of so many onlookers was embarrassing, and they'd then get targeted by the geniuses fan club. The girls in class, or sometimes even older girls, would ostracize these bullies, turning the tables and leaving them humiliated. This only made them resent those popular stars all the more, and sometimes they'd take it out on the geniuses clan as well. On this particular day, snow was falling heavily. Once the snow finally let up, Hinata, who now enjoyed the freedom to go out on her own, ran out of the Huga compound, eager to meet Izayoi at their usual place. She wore a puffy white snowman suit and a red scarf around her neck, making her look super cute and round. Over the past half year, at Izayoi's suggestion, she'd been growing out her hair, and it now hung to her shoulders. She'd even tied it into two little pigtails, planning to style it differently once it reached her waist. Her cheeks still had baby fat and had turned a little pink in the cold, tempting anyone watching to pinch them. Naturally, Hinata didn't go directly to Izayoi's house. She didn't want to draw attention, so she stood in the open space near the ninja academy, waiting for him as usual. Suddenly, she heard a few boys' voices behind her. "Isn't that Niji's clanmate? She's got those white eyes, no doubt about it. Come on, let's teach her a lesson." Hinata turned to see three boys who looked a year or two older than her jogging over. They wore unfriendly grins. Can I help you?" Hinata asked politely. Her tone was gentle, but if you looked closer, you'd notice she wasn't bowing her head in fear, she just seemed puzzled by these three. "Those eyes, they're as annoying as Niji's," one of the boys spat, apparently recalling some unpleasant memory. He yelled, "What are you looking at, you white-eyed freak? Don't you know that's rude?" Hinata tilted her head, confused. She did recognize the mention of her cousin's name, so she asked, "You guys are friends with Niji and Ai-san?" "Friends with that jerk," another boy retorted loudly. "We're his enemies." Now hurry up, yell out that you're sorry, and apologize on Niji's behalf, or we'll beat you up. A third boy reached out to grab Hinata's shoulder, presumably to force her to the ground so they could mock her. But as soon as his hand drew near, Hinata's expression changed. With two gloved fingers, her index and middle, she struck him in the chest faster than he could react. Ah! Even through thick winter clothing, her gentle fist attack felt like a needle piercing his chest. The boy shrieked, dropping to the ground. Hinata then swiftly jabbed the other two, who each let out pained cries before collapsing as well. It hurts, wah. They clutched at their chests, trying to rub away the pain that radiated outward from the impact. But that ache wasn't going anywhere. Looking up at Hinata, they saw the same intimidating aura that Niji had, powerful and proud. They froze, then burst into terrified sobs and ran away, crawling and stumbling in the snow. Hinata, who just reacted instinctively, tilted her head again, mystified. She hadn't even channeled much chakra into them, so why were they crying so loudly? Could they really call themselves Niji and Ai-san's enemies after that? Just then, someone started clapping. Hinata turned and immediately beamed. Izayoi-kun, you're here. Hinata, that was pretty cool, Izayoi called out, also wearing a white snowman suit. He gave her a thumbs up. That's exactly how you handle people with bad intentions, hit them fast and hard. Otherwise, they just get worse, and bullying becomes a habit. MHM. Hinata nodded with a bright, obedient look. Izayoi felt a surge of pride welling up in his chest. In the original story, Hinata got bullied by kids her own age, an utterly bizarre situation for the eldest daughter of a major clan, especially since she'd already been practicing gentle fist. Her getting bullied to the point of tears was purely a personality issue. But now, she was the one beating up bullies. It showed how Izayoi's retraining had succeeded. After repeatedly taking hits in their sparring sessions, Hinata's personality was no longer so timid, she was stronger and more decisive, refusing to give up easily. She was still kind, but she'd learned not to sacrifice herself just to spare someone else's feelings. If she had to retaliate, she'd do it on instinct. She wasn't the punkish bad girl from that alternate, limited Tsukumi story, but she had an inner toughness. Izayoi was proud he'd managed to bring about so much change in just half a year. Had he waited until Hayashi and Niji had broken Hinata's spirit, turning her into the self-doubting girl from canon, it would have been much harder to fix. Hayashi was surely grateful. Granting her permission to go out on her own was the best reward. All right, let's go train. Yeah. The two kids in their matching white suits headed off toward the old training field. Chapter 11, Making Progress. Tap, tap, tap. In a snowy clearing of the forest, the rapid sound of blows landing echoed through the crisp air. Two small figures wearing puffy white snowman suits were sparring atop the thick layer of snow, their feet somehow not sinking in. A black-haired, white-eyed girl wearing white gloves thrust her fingers, surrounded by a faint blue glow, at the black-haired, blue-eyed boy across from her. With what looked like almost precognitive timing, the boy would knock aside the girl's attacking wrist before her chakra-infused strike could pierce his suit and enter his body. Then, taking advantage of that opening, he would land a palm strike, or a straight punch, or even a kick, sending the girl flying backward into a snowbank. Each time she was hit, the girl would let out a muffled grunt, her face showing obvious pain. But she always crawled back up from the snow and attacked again. No matter how much her body ached or how severely she was injured, sometimes to the point where blood trickled from her mouth, she refused to stop. These two were Izayoi and Hinata. Okay, that's enough. After who knows how long, Izayoi finally signaled an end to the match. Hinata then plopped down into the snow, panting heavily. Sweat beaded on her face, and blood had stained her torn snowman suit, revealing the normal clothes beneath. On the other side, Izayoi's suit was just as shredded, showing his regular outfit underneath too. The snowman suits clearly weren't just for show, they were to help Hinata practice striking through layers of material and develop the ability to channel chakra into a target, even through thick clothing. Once she could push her chakra through the suit and cause serious damage to Izayoi's body, it would prove her finger strength and chakra control had truly become formidable. Hence, every few times he sent Hinata flying, Izayoi would deliberately leave an opening, letting her land a direct hit on him. If the fight became one-sided, she might lose all her confidence, which would be counterproductive to helping her grow. If he wanted Hinata to become more self-assured, he needed her to experience success as well. Taking off his shredded snowman suit, Izayoi walked over, crouched by Hinata, and used a basic healing jutsu on her. He wasn't sure if such a low-level medical technique could fully fix any hidden injuries, and at his current skill, he couldn't even check if Hinata had any. But Izayoi was certain Hayashi Hyuga would have already noticed his constant, rough, training methods. If Hinata's father still let them keep at it, he probably had other ways of making sure Hinata got proper checkups. Surely the Hyuga clan boasted some capable medical nin who could detect and heal any lingering damage. And if Hayashi really wasn't aware, well, it was still no big deal. Her young body would recover on its own, and once Izayoi awakened the Tenseigan, he'd gain yin-yang release just like the Rinnegan. He could then help Hinata heal any ailments. That peace of mind was part of why Izayoi felt free to be so rough. After healing Hinata, Izayoi grinned. How about we do some ice fishing in a bit? We can roast our catch for dinner. Hinata's eyes lit up at the idea, and she nodded, Izayoi's familiarity with the Naruto world mostly came from the TV anime. He'd never read the manga or played the games. He only knew a few extra details from short online clips. He wasn't sure if there was anything in the manga about Hinata having a big appetite, but in the TV version, there was an episode where she absolutely dominated everyone in a ramen eating contest. That scene gave rise to the fandom's notion of her as a bottomless eater, a talent that many joked was wasted. In all those discussions, though, it was clear that such a foodie talent didn't appear as a system entry, just like non-combat professions weren't listed. Izayoi wasn't sure if Hinata truly had such a monstrous appetite, so one day he took her out to grill fish, secretly observing how much she ate. Turned out her appetite was indeed enormous, twice or even 3 times as much as his. Izayoi was thrilled. A big appetite means strong digestion, which translates to better absorption of nutrients and thus more physical and mental energy for chakra production. The stronger Hinata's chakra grew, the greater her chances of unlocking her red tier entry. Knowing she was a big eater, Izayoi made sure not to let her talent go to waste. After each training session, he'd take her fishing or hunting so she could eat her fill. Today was no exception. At first, Hinata was a bit shy about eating too much around him. She wanted to act ladylike. But it didn't take long to notice Izayoi purposely preparing large amounts of food, obviously aware of her secret, and worried she wouldn't get enough. Realizing that, Hinata dropped any reservations and ate to her heart's content. From that point on, she was actually excited to train with Izayoi because, compared to home, he was the only one who knew her appetite was so big. Of course, she didn't realize that at home, her meals had subtly shifted away from the usual, individual servings style and that the Huga household was cooking in larger portions. She just assumed it was because of her new baby sister. If Izayoi knew about the clan's changes, he'd be pretty pleased. Clearly, this Hinata's fate was changing. With his support, along with Hayashi's quiet care, her power and temperament wouldn't be anything like in the original story. Once she finished building her foundation and combined it with Izayoi's chakra, maybe she would even awaken the Tenseigan one day. That would make her a true princess of the Byakugan. When you're busy studying, time goes by slowly. On vacation, time flies. All students share that sentiment. Soon, winter break ended, and the calendar flipped to Konoha year 55. With the new semester starting, the first-year students moved on to their 3rd semester, while the 6th years approached graduation season. After 2 semesters of intense practice, the new first-years had thoroughly shed their inexperience, grown accustomed to chakra, and adapted to both academic and practical classes. As a result, in this 3rd semester, the academy officially began teaching them the 3 basic techniques, plus the Konoha body flicker and invisibility technique. Their practical class also introduced survival exercises, meant to train their intelligence-gathering abilities and their ability to creatively use the 3 basics, body flicker, invisibility, and so on. Aside from the 3 basic techniques, everything else is pretty simple. Remember how, when the original story started, Naruto couldn't even perform the clone jutsu but could still use the body flicker and invisibility to mess with a few Chunin in green flak jackets. That's how basic those skills are. But none of it was even remotely challenging for Izayoi. Observing that the practical session still only featured taijutsu sparring, no kunai or blade work, no free-form battles, he decided that, aside from days with taijutsu in the afternoon, he didn't need to attend in person. Chapter 12, finally matching with Naruto. By the time March arrived, the 3rd semester was nearly finished. Starting this month, Izayoi began attending class in person more and more often, not just in the afternoons, but the morning academic lessons as well. There were 2 reasons for that. First, March is not only when 6th years graduate, but also when the year-end exams happen for every other grade. Before the semester ends, there's a major exam that factors into a student's overall score, along with any smaller tests and pop quizzes from the 3 semesters. The school then uses these final scores to select a single top student for the entire year group, sometimes called the chief of the grade. Standing out as the top student among potentially dozens or even over 100 classmates, including many from established ninja families, is a major deal. If the winner is from a known clan, that marks them as their family's new rising star. If they're from a civilian background, it means they outdid all the shinobi clan heirs, a true civilian genius. These top performers become big names at the academy. Izayoi had no intention of letting anyone else claim that title. This year's class was especially noteworthy. All the major ninja clans had their successors enrolled. Beating them all for the #1 spot would carry more weight than it would in any other year. Once Izayoi proved his abilities by taking first place, he'd have even fewer obstacles in his way when it came to hanging out with Hinata. Given Izayoi's current level, winning the top spot wasn't really a challenge. Even if he had only shown up via Shadow Clone, he'd have stomped everyone else. Still, he decided to be there in person, because he knew Konoha's undercurrents were growing turbulent. In Konoha Year 55, the Konoha 9 were all 7 years old. It was also the year of a shocking incident that shook the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha clan, by then arguably the #1 ninja clan in the world, would be wiped out by a single 13-year-old. That boy was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the clan leader's son and the older brother of Sasuke. Through that terrifying feat, Itachi became the youngest ever S-rank rogue ninja. However, only a few people knew the truth. The Uchiha clan hadn't been annihilated by Itachi alone. Konoha's upper echelons were involved, as well as an outside collaborator. Izayoi happened to be one of the few who knew that secret. Around this time, the world's biggest apologist could drop into Konoha via Kamui at any moment. Not wanting to catch that person's attention, Izayoi planned to slow down his training and, until the Uchiha downfall was over, refrain from taking Hinata to practice at the old training ground. Better safe than sorry. As the Hyuga heiress who didn't bear the caged bird seal, Hinata's Byakugan would be incredibly valuable if sold, but borderline unattainable, on the black market. Even a single Byakugan had turned Ao of the Hidden Mist into an elite jonin who landed on Konoha's most wanted list. Who knew if Tobi, Obito, or Zetsu, black and white, might suddenly decide to target Hinata's eyes? Izayoi wasn't about to test a villain's conscience. March 20th, grades 1 to 5 took their year-end exams before the 6th years began their graduation tests. Izayoi arrived early at the academy, only to find Hinata had beaten him to the classroom. After a quick exchange of secret signals to confirm this was the real Izayoi, Hinata smiled softly and said, "Izayoi-kun, good luck. Let's both do our best." Izayoi grinned and whispered, "Let's shoot for first and second place." Right. Hinata's eyes sparkled as she imagined seeing their names posted on the board, Izayoi first, Hinata second. In the past, she hadn't cared about grades. But now, she didn't want to lose to anyone except Izayoi. She felt she had the strength to compete for that second-place spot. Finally, exam time arrived. The morning portion tested academic subjects. Even though the 3 basic techniques had been introduced this semester, the school wasn't testing them yet. After all, many 6th years didn't fully master the 3 basics before graduation. Some graduation exams would only randomly pick one of the 3 basics to test. Newly minted genin capable of using a single C-rank elemental jutsu could already shock their supervising jonin, showing how the Naruto world prioritizes combat ability over book smarts. Case in point, Naruto himself. Hence, the morning academic test posed no trouble at all for Izayoi and Hinata. The afternoon exam covered shuriken throwing, taijutsu sparring, and a newly added survival exercise. None of this was especially difficult either. As long as Hinata's taijutsu matchup wasn't Izayoi, she'd be sure to get a perfect score, even if she fought Sasuke. In terms of taijutsu, Hinata was basically untouchable among first years. Her decisive gentle fist was every kid's worst nightmare. However, if she ended up facing Izayoi, there'd be Northwest second place for her this time. Why not Northwest first place, instead of second? Simple. Over the 3 semesters, Hinata had already been matched with Izayoi once or twice. The outcome was always the same, she lost. Her overall record wasn't on par with Izayoi's. Even if she somehow got full marks on every test, she still couldn't snatch the top spot. Likewise, even if Izayoi happened to make a careless mistake on the academic portion, say, losing out to Sakura, Sakura couldn't claim first place either, thanks to her overall cumulative scores. Currently, in first year, only Izayoi, Sasuke, and Shino had never lost a fight in the official curriculum. But Sasuke and Shino's academic results still lagged behind Izayoi and Hinata, so no matter how well they did on the year-end test, they couldn't surpass Izayoi overall. If Hinata scored perfectly in the practical portion, she could lock in second place, unless there was someone in another class with even better cumulative scores, which was pretty unlikely. Izayoi easily hit a perfect score in the shuriken throwing test. Then came the taijutsu sparring, where he found himself paired with an unexpected opponent. Next match, Izayoi vs Uzumaki Naruto. The entire Class 1A stood in a circle around the open space. Irika, holding a clipboard, loudly announced the matchup from the center. What? Naruto clutched his head in despair. Why'd it have to be Izayoi of all people? I'm doomed. For Naruto, academic tests and shuriken throwing were already nightmares. Taijutsu was the only area where he had a slight chance of doing okay. Now that chance was gone, Izayoi was someone Hinata, the taijutsu demon, couldn't even beat. Unlike Naruto's despair, Izayoi's eyes lit up. Finally, he was matched with this child of the prophecy. Chapter 13, Purple Drop. Yes, this was the very first time Izayoi had been matched against Naruto Uzumaki. In Taijutsu sparring, it seemed like there was some mysterious fate at play between Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. About half the time, those two ended up matched with each other. As a result, Izayoi never got a chance to face Naruto. Thankfully, Izayoi's red-tier Ōtsutsuki bloodline boasted enormous chakra reserves, on par with the sage body. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how to go about forcing Naruto's sage body to drop, so to speak. Now that he'd finally been matched against Naruto, Izayoi was thrilled. This meant his luck was excellent today. If fortune smiled on him, maybe he could snag a precious talent entry. He kept his excitement in check and headed to stand on Irika's right. Opposite him was Naruto, biting his lip yet refusing to give up. Izayoi raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, and smiled. Naruto, let's do our best. Naruto, taken aback for a moment, felt his tense mood suddenly lighten. Looking at Izayoi's eyes, he felt a comforting warmth. This guy wasn't looking at him with contempt or rejection, just the same respectful attitude he'd show anyone else. Besides Irika, who'd started to acknowledge Naruto the previous semester, Izayoi was the second person to treat him this way. That realization almost made Naruto want to cry. But he held it in, nodded hard, and answered with a big grin, yeah. Let's do it. He, too, raised his index and middle fingers. His blue eyes, the same color as Izayoi's, became resolute. Irika, taking in the scene, smiled in relief. Then he stepped back a few paces and shouted, "Round 7, begin." The second Irika's words ended, Izayoi and Naruto charged at each other. Naruto's attacks were straightforward and repetitive. He didn't know how to mix things up at all. As soon as he got close, he threw a punch at Izayoi. Izayoi might not have the Sharingan, but with his honed perception, he could see from Naruto's shoulder movement what was coming. Before Naruto's punch connected, Izayoi raised his left arm, striking Naruto's wrist with the back of his hand to knock the blow aside. Then he landed a right punch of his own. Bam! Naruto took it square in the left cheek. The force knocked him to the ground, leaving his face bruised and swollen. Ow, that really hurts. He gasped, but he wasn't taken out by a single blow. He sprang back up and continued attacking. Unfortunately, no matter what he tried, punch or kick, Izayoi easily read them, either blocking or evading and countering. Even Hinata's swift gentle fist, with every strike enhanced by visible chakra flares, was something Izayoi could handle. Naruto's uncoordinated lunges, riddled with openings, were even less threatening. Punch after punch pounded into Naruto, leaving his clothes filthy and his face covered in bruises. He was thoroughly outclassed. Yet despite this one-sided beating, Naruto didn't surrender. Initially he'd flinched with every blow, but now he stayed quiet even when struck. His determination was evident, and little by little, his random attacks grew a bit more focused. He was learning in the midst of battle, even if, by the next fight, he'd forget much of what he learned. Still, for the moment, he was visibly improving. Izayoi caught sight of a decisive opening and resolved to end it. Ducking low to evade Naruto's latest punch, he swept Naruto's legs with a quick spinning kick. As Naruto toppled onto his back, Izayoi followed up with a fist aimed at his face, but stopped just short of connecting. Seeing this, Irika immediately declared, "Naruto Uzumaki is unable to continue. The winner is Izayoi." Smack. Almost at the exact moment Irika finished speaking, one of the bubbles around Naruto that only Izayoi could see, a purple bubble, suddenly burst. A burst of purple light shot toward Izayoi, sinking into his body. Right after, a tiny transparent bubble formed around Naruto. This miniature bubble wasn't any color from white to red, and it showed no text, it was just empty. Izayoi had seen this many times before. He knew that bubble was in a cooldown state. Once it finished cooling down, it'd revert to that purple bubble with the text restored, giving Izayoi a chance to claim it again. Yes, a talent can drop multiple times. Izayoi just hadn't yet gotten the same talent more than once from the same person. Spotting the label on that burst purple bubble, Izayoi grew excited, but he didn't open his status screen right away. Instead, he offered Naruto his hand with a smile. "You were awesome, Naruto. Let's do this again sometime." Naruto, who'd felt nothing but frustration a moment ago, suddenly relaxed upon seeing Izayoi's genuine respect. Usually he only felt this sense of bitter regret around Sasuke. Now, he just took Izayoi's hand and stood up, grinning back. "You're seriously strong, Izayoi, but next time, I won't lose. You've improved a lot already. I'm looking forward to our next match." Izayoi flashed the index and middle finger sign again, and Naruto responded in kind, hooking his two fingers around Izayoi's. This was the seal of reconciliation, the counterpart to the seal of confrontation they'd used at the start, symbolizing that no matter how deep the grudge, two ninja could still make peace. In the original storyline, Naruto and Sasuke ended the millennium-long battle of Azura and Indra through a final handshake like this. Without it, the reincarnation cycle of the sage's sons would have continued indefinitely. But none of that mattered much to Izayoi right now. After completing the seal, he returned to his place in line, half-heartedly acknowledging his classmates. Quietly, he summoned the mental interface only he could see, and responded to the system prompt that had appeared in his mind when the purple light sank into him. Ding! You've obtained the talent entry, Uzumaki Bloodline, Purple. Merge or dismantle. Merge. A moment later, his list of entries now included Uzumaki Bloodline, Purple. Chapter 14, Top Spot. Though Izayoi didn't get Sage Body from Naruto, he still felt thrilled to have extracted the Uzumaki Bloodline. That was already quite lucky. After all, just like the Senju, Uchiha, and Kagaya clans, the Uzumaki are another branch of the Ōtsutsuki. As descendants of the Sage Body, the Uzumaki and Senju each possess formidable vitality and massive chakra reserves. Moreover, on top of their sealing expertise, the Uzumaki clan has 3 unique abilities. 1. Mind's Eye of the Kagura, Kagura Shingen, one of the greatest sensory jutsu in the shinobi world. 2. Adamantine Sealing Chains, Kongo Fusa, a versatile technique that can function for both offense and defense, as well as to form barriers or perform sealing techniques. Even a tailed beast would struggle to break free once bound by these chains. 3. Physical Healing, the ability to consume one's own chakra to heal wounds, whether on oneself or others, boasting remarkably strong recovery effects. All 3 are top-tier support skills. Of course, not every member of the Uzumaki clan awakens them, just like not every Uchiha unlocks the Sharingan. In the original story, Naruto never awakened any of these powers until Kurama acknowledged him, at which point he gained an ability similar to Mito Uzumaki's good and evil perception. He never unlocked the other abilities, perhaps because his sage body was already strong enough, or the author simply didn't want to overload him with more advantages. Even so, there's no denying that Naruto not only has Uzumaki blood but also carries a high level of purity as Azura's reincarnation. Now that Izayoi has obtained Uzumaki bloodline from him, there's a possibility he might awaken at least one of those 3 unique abilities. If he's as lucky as Karen and somehow unlocks all 3, he'll become top tier in sensing, sealing, and medical support. And even if none of those abilities manifest, the powerful life force inherited from the sage body is still a huge gain. Izayoi happily closed his interface and continued watching the rest of the fights. One round of Taijutsu matches followed another until the session wrapped up. The last part of the exam was a survival exercise. Before starting that, Irika took everyone to the infirmary for treatment and then led them to the equipment room, where they could pick out tools essential for using the invisibility technique. Unlike the Genin Bell tests, the Academy survival exercise was basically hide and seek, testing students' mastery of the invisibility technique, body flicker, and the 3 basic techniques. Those who did well would receive high or perfect marks. Those who struggled might get a second chance, as in the Chunin exams, but if they still couldn't cut it, they'd be dragged out of the exercise. This sort of test posed no difficulty for Izayoi, who had long since mastered all the necessary techniques. Unsurprisingly, he sailed through it and got another perfect score. Official results wouldn't be posted until the new semester in April, but Izayoi was sure to be the top student for his year. Hinata, see you tomorrow at our usual spot. After class let out, Izayoi and Hinata parted ways at an intersection, arranging to meet as they often did. Even though Izayoi wasn't taking her to the old training ground before the Uchiha incident concluded, they still planned to train together, just switching the location to the schoolyard or the small courtyard of Izayoi's house. During the Nine-Tails attack, Izayoi's home hadn't been destroyed. Among the inheritance left by his ninja parents was a 2-story house with a small yard. Compared to Naruto, whose inheritance was seized and even Kushina's scarf was tossed into some storage room, Izayoi's conditions were vastly better. Luckily, both of his parents had only been ordinary ninja, so the village didn't see any need to confiscate his property. At the academy, there are 3 semesters a year. Aside from summer break being fairly long, the other vacations are very short. Soon enough, it was April 1st, marking the start of a new school year. The 6th years had graduated. Those recognized by a Jonin were already taking on missions as genin. Anyone not recognized either returned for another year, got scouted by some special department, or realized after multiple attempts that the ninja path wasn't for them and dropped out to live as ordinary citizens. Grades 1 to 5 all advanced to the next level and relocated to new classrooms. The empty first-year classes welcomed freshly admitted students. That day, a huge crowd stood around the announcement board. New first-years were checking which classroom they were in. Students from other grades were checking their final exam results. Hey, Izayoi-kun, have you seen the results on the board yet? Wow. Izayoi, you became the top of our entire year. Not even Sasuke can compete, just as expected of Izayoi. You took first place, and Hinata second. You two seatmates are dominating the top spots. Izayoi had barely entered the new classroom when a bunch of classmates, both boys and girls, surrounded him. He wasn't annoyed, though. He stood there smiling and chatting for a while. From what they said, he'd indeed ranked first, and second place went to Hinata, not Sasuke. This didn't surprise Izayoi at all. Hinata's academic performance had always been near the top. Recall how in the original Chunin exams, among the 4 female members of the Konoha 12, only she and Sakura didn't need to cheat on the written test. And with Izayoi's help, learning tree, and water walking in first year, shedding her shyness, striking decisively without worrying about others, it would have been ridiculous if Hinata still lost to Sasuke. In fact, Sasuke should be relieved he didn't run into Hinata during Taijutsu sparring, or he might not have even gotten third place. Shino wouldn't let him off easy, either. They chatted right up until class time. Izayoi then made his way to his seat. Izayoi-kun, good morning. Morning, Hinata. As usual, she'd arrived before him. After exchanging greetings, they fell into a casual conversation. Congrats on becoming top student, Izayoi-kun. Hinata had clearly seen the posted rankings too. Izayoi smiled back, congrats on taking second place. Now your dad definitely won't stop you from going out. She nodded and smiled happily. It was clear to her that their mentor-student plans had long since been noticed by Hayashi, yet she hadn't been grounded. She was still free to leave home. This could only mean that her continued association with Izayoi had Hayashi's tacit approval. Thinking about how he'd once caught her practicing water walking at home multiple times and hadn't questioned her, Hinata figured he was pleased by how much she'd progressed. Now that she'd secured second place, and the person who taught her had become first place, she was sure her father would only respect Izayoi more. The thought filled her with excitement. Chapter 15, The Uchiha Downfall. Second-year studies aren't much different from first year. The academic subjects are the same, just at a higher difficulty. And in the afternoons, there's no more basic PE, since by now everyone who hasn't been asked to leave has successfully extracted chakra. As long as they keep their heads down and finish the 6-year curriculum, they'll either gain recognition from a jonin and become important new genin for the village, or they'll join some other department. The chance of spending 6 years only to go back to being an ordinary civilian is slim. Over the next 5 years, they'll be taught skills in information gathering and assassination. None of that poses the slightest challenge for Izayoi. In fact, he finds it boring. After just a few days, he couldn't stick to his initial plan, which was to attend classes in person, and sent a shadow clone to school instead. Meanwhile, the real Izayoi stayed at home to train. Though he can't practice the standard 5-element ninjutsu at home, he can work on developing new jutsu. Normally, crafting a jutsu requires a strong foundation in nature transformation or shape transformation, but Izayoi, as a transmigrant, knows there's one technique that doesn't need either, only a hefty dose of chakra, the reborn. The 4th Hokage got the idea from the tailed beast bomb and spent several years creating this A-rank, no element, no hand seal technique. It's also Naruto Uzumaki's signature move, used throughout the original story in all kinds of variations. It's the only jutsu in canon whose entire training process was explicitly shown. Anyone who watched Naruto closely would remember that training arc. Izayoi, of course, still has it fresh in his mind. However, Izayoi isn't learning the reborn to use it as his ace in the hole. Rather, he wants to do exactly what he described, develop a new jutsu. Reborn is a no-hand sign jutsu invented by the 4th Hokage. In Konoha, it carries special significance. Other than the 4th, only his teacher and his students have mastered it. If Izayoi suddenly started using reborn one day, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of the village's higher-ups. Without a good explanation, a lot of suspicion could arise, something he doesn't want. Hence, he hopes to use the reborn as a base to create a different no-hand sign technique, Super Typhoon Serial Spheres. This technique, also called multiple giant reborn, appeared in the TV anime, where Azura Ōtsutsuki used it against Indra Ōtsutsuki. It works similarly to Naruto's planetary reborn. First, you generate an energy sphere slightly smaller than the giant reborn, then add 5 smaller Rasengan-like spheres inside it, each one spinning independently. Like the Rasen Shuriken, you can throw or launch it. Once it detonates, you get 6 consecutive explosions. If the main orb is destroyed prematurely, the 5 smaller ones scatter out to attack. As with Naruto's habit of mixing different chakra natures into his reborn, you could potentially inject 5 elemental chakra into this jutsu, or even combine all 5 at once, similar to the 3rd Hokage's 5-release great combo technique, creating a cataclysmic level of destructive power. Without his red-tier Ōtsutsuki bloodline and purple-tier all-attribute constitution, Izayoi wouldn't dare attempt this. Mastering the standard reborn alone would be enough for most. But thanks to his no-seal casting gift from the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, along with purple-tier chakra control, Izayoi has the foundation to turn this anime original jutsu into reality. His strong chakra control let him learn the reborn in just a week. Next, he needs to keep injecting chakra, growing the Raiznon to roughly basketball size without letting it blow up, and then try to form smaller energy spheres inside. Obviously, that's too dangerous to practice at home. If it blew up, the consequences would be unthinkable. So, he decided to bide his time, waiting for the Uchiha clan's downfall. May 15th arrived, and the fated day finally came. Typically, there were only 2 or 3 afternoon classes, followed by survival training every few weeks to check student progress. Even then, classes ended around 5 p.m. But today, second year, Class A unexpectedly had 4 afternoon periods. Their final survival exercise lasted until dusk. The Uchiha district, near the Naka River, is basically on the outskirts of the village. If you don't use the body flicker to travel, it's almost nightfall by the time Sasuke gets home. Indeed, night had already fallen, and the moon was out, round and tinted red by the evening glow, looking almost like blood. Izayoi's shadow clone watched Sasuke leave the academy gates and jog home. He knew that after tonight, the somewhat mild-tempered, unconcerned about grades version of Sasuke would vanish completely. In his place would be a cold avenger, obsessed with proving himself and easily triggered by the slightest provocation. Izayoi, in spite of the tragedy, found himself anticipating this transformation. It was what he'd waited a whole year for. The next day, a piece of news shook Konoha to its core and quickly spread beyond. Through clandestine spy networks, it was soon all over the ninja world. After the Senju's decline, the Uchiha clan had become the most prominent family in Konoha, arguably the top ninja clan worldwide, owners of a Kekki famed for its prowess in one-on-one combat, copying jutsu, and powerful illusions. Yet it had been wiped out. And the culprit wasn't the Hyuga clan or Konoha's leadership or even some rival village. It was Itachi Uchiha, the clan leader's 13-year-old eldest son. Overnight, he annihilated the Uchiha. Within days, Itachi became known throughout the shinobi world as Konoha's youngest ever S-rank missing nin. When Izayoi left home that morning, practically everyone in the village was talking about it. It was a massive event, on par with the Nine-Tails attack 7 years earlier. In such a short span, Konoha had lost its 4th Hokage couple, a number of other powerful shinobi, and now its foremost ninja clan. Clearly, it had entered the weakest phase since the village was founded. In the past, Konoha's legion of Kage-level fighters could challenge 4 enemy villages at once. Now only the aging 3rd Hokage remained. After the Nine-Tails attack, Kumogakure had already tried to exploit Konoha's situation. In theory, losing the top clan should only invite more outside aggression. Yet, for the next few years, Konoha remained unexpectedly calm. Clearly, the other villages sensed something was off. Chapter 16, The Avenger is here. No major shinobi village is run by fools. They're all very aware that the Uchiha clan was a millennium-old powerhouse, with the Sharingan recognized as the world's mightiest Kekki ever since would release vanished. Countless people dream of obtaining even a single 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, Kakashi Hatake, armed with just one 3-tomo eye, became known as the Copy Ninja, and Konoha's first technician, having reportedly copied over 1,000 jutsu. And the ability to copy jutsu is only linked to the 2-tomo stage. At 3-tomo, the Sharingan unlocks the infamous Genjutsu eye. Even so, outsiders can never use a Sharingan to its full potential. Only the Uchiha themselves, wielding the true might of a 3-tomo Sharingan, are deemed unbeatable one-on-one, each an elite jonin in their own right. Such a large clan had multiple such elites, plus many more who had awakened 1 or 2-tomo Sharingan, and even more who couldn't activate it at all, yet they were all wiped out in one night. Even if Itachi Uchiha held the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, doing that alone was considered impossible. And if it was possible, there should at least have been some noticeable commotion. Instead, the Uchiha clan perished overnight, and Itachi actually escaped the village. Clearly, deep forces were at play, almost certainly involving Konoha's higher-ups. The power and ruthlessness needed to quietly obliterate the top clan in a single night, without regard for the consequences, shocked the other villages. Most contented themselves with sending spies to collect intel, and if those spies failed, they'd just back off. The Third Great Ninja War had left every village heavily damaged, and none had fully recovered yet. Even Kumogakure, famous for taking advantage of Konoha's crises, wasn't jumping at this chance to cause trouble. They all seemed inclined to preserve the fragile balance while preparing for the next great war. Izayoi didn't know the full details, but he could guess at some of it. Having read the original story, he knew the next few years would be relatively calm, perfect for building up his strength. Sasuke Uchiha, after a week-long coma courtesy of the Mangekyo Sharingan's illusions, finally woke up. By the time he reappeared in class, he was a drastically changed person. Before, when the girls crowded around him, he'd be annoyed but never said anything truly harsh, and certainly never used violence. His aloof attitude only made the girls more relentless. But now that he was back, the girls who'd normally rush over to greet him didn't dare approach. His glare and overall aura were just too intimidating for any of his peers to handle, none even wanted to make eye contact. But Izayoi could see right through this new Sasuke. Beyond the cold hostility, there was still a fragile, hurting kid who desperately needed genuine warmth and healing. His pride, however, wouldn't allow pity from anyone. Only someone who shared a similarly grim fate, Naruto Uzumaki, another child of the prophecy, could possibly reach Sasuke's heart and earn his acknowledgement. That afternoon, after class, Izayoi finally got the moment he'd been waiting for. Once Taijutsu practice ended, everyone broke into their usual little groups, some staying at the academy, some heading home alone. Sasuke used to be in the go home alone category. But today, he didn't leave on his own. Instead, he stepped toward Izayoi and echoed the words Izayoi himself had once said. Izayoi, want to have a match? Hearing this, Izayoi, who had purposely come to school in person and had not gone home with Hinata, precisely in hopes of this confrontation, smiled inwardly. He put on a show of mild surprise, glanced at the still-recovering Sasuke, whose eyes brimmed with shadows, and teased, I challenged you before, but you weren't interested. What changed? Cut the crap. Don't tell me you're scared. Sasuke retorted with scorn. In the past, the only person he cared to train with was his brother, Itachi, so he saw no point wasting time on others. Now, with his clan gone, his only reasons to live are to kill Itachi and restore the Uchiha name. To do that, he needs overwhelming power, and he must prove the clan's honor remains unbroken by surpassing all his peers. Right now, Izayoi stands as the highest bar to beat. Izayoi didn't know exactly what Sasuke was thinking, but he understood Sasuke was using provocation to hide his own stubborn pride. So he calmly agreed. All right, let's do it. Good. Let's go to the school training ground, Sasuke said, eyes burning with fighting spirit. No need for that, Izayoi replied with a shake of his head. I'll take you somewhere else. With that, he headed toward the deserted training ground he'd been using with Hinata. Sasuke followed at once. It had been a week since the Uchiha clan's destruction, so Obito, aside from visiting Rin's grave each year, probably wouldn't be skulking around Konoha. And Izayoi had already noted Rin's death anniversary to avoid training outdoors on that specific day in the future, so he'd resumed practicing in the wilderness a few days ago. Before long, the two arrived at the rundown training ground where Izayoi and Hinata usually trained. The ground and trees bore numerous scars of past sparring sessions and jutsu tests. Noticing these traces, Sasuke tensed, his eyes revealing a flicker of surprise. If all this was Izayoi's handiwork, didn't that imply Izayoi had also mastered multiple elemental releases? Sasuke recalled that Izayoi was an orphan, lacking a clan or teacher. Sasuke, meanwhile, had grown up with a father and brother guiding him. It dawned on Sasuke that Izayoi wasn't just gifted, he worked harder, too. That only increased Sasuke's determination. A fight with such an opponent would force him to grow stronger. Defeating this rival would prove his own power. How do you want to do this? Izayoi asked, eyeing Sasuke. Just taijutsu, or do you want no holds barred? In other words, anything goes, the three basic techniques, invisibility, body flicker, gear of any kind, and even ninjutsu not taught at the academy, like elemental releases, were fair game. Such unregulated matches also carried far greater risks. Though the academy did include such fights in the 6th year, they required not only a referee but a dedicated medic on standby because it was all too easy for someone to get seriously hurt or worse. If Iruka were here, he'd be horrified by the suggestion, immediately stepping in to stop them. But Sasuke didn't hesitate, no holds barred. Chapter 17, finally a fight with Sasuke. Got guts. Izayoi wasn't at all surprised by Sasuke's choice, but still gave him a thumbs up. To Izayoi, this was actually advantageous, taijutsu-only battles never let either side go all out, so even if Izayoi won, the drop rate for talent entries would be low. He'd proven that through experience. For example, when Hinata didn't use her gentle fist, injecting chakra directly into Izayoi's body, he never got any drops from beating her. Their power gap was too big. Sure, if you completely crush your opponent, there's still a tiny chance for a drop, but Izayoi never saw that happen the entire year. However, once Hinata started using her gentle fist at full strength, Izayoi managed to obtain 2 entries from her, one purple and one blue, Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan, purple, and Chakra Control, blue. It wasn't that he was looking down on Sasuke, but Izayoi knew how the storyline went and also had a massive head start. He'd basically been taking shortcuts since he was 3, so he was 3 or 4 years ahead of Sasuke, who was only a prodigy in training. If Sasuke hadn't already learned the Great Fireball technique, he would pose zero threat to Izayoi. That fire-style jutsu at least made him worth fighting in a no-holds-barred match, which boosts the drop rate. Let's get started, then. Izayoi stepped back a few paces, putting some distance between him and Sasuke, and raised his index and middle fingers. Sasuke responded by forming the seal of confrontation. Then they both dashed forward. As soon as Sasuke got in range, he threw a punch. Izayoi sidestepped, spun 180 degrees, and lashed out a kick to Sasuke's face with impressive flexibility. Sasuke couldn't dodge in time. He raised an arm to block, but still got knocked back several steps. By the time he regained his footing, he was in trouble. Izayoi had already closed the gap, launching a flurry of punches from left and right at Sasuke's head and chest. Although these strikes weren't super powerful, they were so fast Sasuke couldn't keep up. He blocked the first punch but left himself open to the second, which slammed into his face. Taking that first hit broke his rhythm. He was reduced to a punching bag, arms constantly pulled or locked to disrupt his balance. Meanwhile, Izayoi's combos, though initially a bit uncoordinated, quickly gained a smooth, precise flow, much like the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm. Without channeling chakra inside, the raw damage wasn't huge, but the continuous blows left Sasuke unable to put up a fight. After pounding Sasuke with who knows how many hits, Izayoi finally ended the barrage with a 360-degree spin, then fired off a powerful kick that sent Sasuke flying. This last strike was far heavier than the earlier rapid hits, making Sasuke gasp for air. But when Izayoi lowered his leg, Sasuke's mind flashed to images of Itachi. The memory of his brother's dismissive words echoed inside him, "You're too weak right now. Survive in your pitiful way, eke out a life of shame." Sasuke's expression contorted with rage. "Itachi Uchiha, I'll definitely kill you." Fire style, great fireball technique. He pictured Izayoi as Itachi, quickly forming hand seals, spitting out a small flame that immediately grew into a large, scorching fireball aimed straight at Izayoi. Perfect timing. Wind style, wind cutter. Rather than being alarmed, Izayoi was actually pleased. Feigning hand seals, he exhaled a breath that turned from invisible air to a tangible scythe-like wind blade. It collided with Sasuke's fireball, slicing it diagonally. The fireball split, then fizzled, and the weakened wind blade continued on, slamming into Sasuke. Rip. Fabric tore, and blood spurted from Sasuke's body. He hit the ground with a thud, lying motionless. Izayoi didn't panic, he strolled over slowly. At this point, anyone might die, but Sasuke and Naruto simply can't. The moment the Geto statue was summoned from the moon, the Sage of Six Paths must have been alerted. He'd never let the reincarnations of Indra and Azura die prematurely, not before they reached their full potential and prevented Kagaya's early revival. If Sasuke could be killed by a weakened C-rank wind cutter, he wouldn't be much of a main character. Sure enough, once Izayoi got a closer look, Sasuke was still breathing. The wind blade had only sliced open his clothes and left a shallow wound, no bone visible. Izayoi crouched down and used a basic medical ninjutsu to start healing him. Suddenly. Pop. Izayoi heard a crisp noise, sharper than a bursting balloon. Only he could see the bubbles around Sasuke, and right then, one of those bubbles had just broken. A red beam of light shot out, zooming straight into Izayoi. Wah. Izayoi went momentarily slack-jawed. Red. Did Sasuke even have any red tier talents? Red was supposed to be the highest known tier, or was purple the highest? But the voice ringing in Izayoi's mind confirmed it wasn't a hallucination. He'd just hit the jackpot. Ding. You have obtained the talent entry, Sage Eyes, Red. Merge or dismantle? Merge. Izayoi shouted inwardly, trying not to betray any emotion on his face. He couldn't help wanting to grin ear to ear, but who knew if someone might be watching from the shadows. Restraining himself, only the corners of his mouth twitched in a slightly comical way. Words couldn't describe how he felt at that moment. Judging from his experiences with Hinata, he figured it would take ages to extract Sasuke's red tier entry. He'd planned on spending the next 5 years challenging Sasuke whenever possible. If he still couldn't get it by the end of their time at the academy, he was ready to slow his own growth to stay on par with them both. But fate proved kinder. On their very first no-holds-barred fight, Sasuke's Sage Eyes, Red, dropped. He'd beaten the astronomical odds. Now Izayoi finally understood what it felt like to be blessed by ultimate luck. Chapter 18, Sage Eyes. Izayoi didn't immediately check out the power of his newly acquired Sage Eyes. First, he composed himself and focused on healing Sasuke's injuries. Glancing at the boy's dark-circled eyes, Izayoi felt a pang of sympathy. Sasuke clearly hadn't slept well in quite some time. The Naruto world is full of orphans with tragic fates. But when someone starts out with a happy home and then loses everything, Izayoi could only recall two, Nagato and Sasuke Uchiha. Compared to Nagato, who at least had Yuhiko, Konan, and Jiraiya, Sasuke was arranged by Itachi to walk a far harsher path. From start to finish, he was either hellbent on revenge or, upon finally learning the truth and contemplating revolution, got instantly shut down by the one friend he'd come to respect. Afterward, he roamed the ninja world, gathering information on the Ōtsutsuki clan, rarely returning home. If Izayoi didn't step in, Sasuke might have an even bleaker life than in the original storyline. In canon, Sasuke was the most popular student at the academy before graduation, #1 in class, yet now he could only realistically fight for third place behind Izayoi, the current top student, and Hinata, the runner-up. And he would keep getting upstaged, all while watching dead-last Naruto outpace him at crazy speed. Should I give him a hand? Izayoi wondered. At that moment, Sasuke, who had passed out after crashing to the ground, began to come around. Izayoi looked into Sasuke's bloodshot eyes and made up his mind. You're not in good shape right now. Go home and take some time to recover. Come back to me when you're in top form, Izayoi said. Sasuke didn't reply. He pulled himself up to a seated position, touching the newly healed, but faintly scarred, wound on his chest. Memories of the fight flashed through his mind. Whether taijutsu or ninjutsu, he hadn't come close to matching Izayoi. The fluidity of Izayoi's assault, and the solid stance powering that rapid-fire speed, were simply on another level. Then he noticed the scar and the faint glow of the healing jutsu that had faded. Izayoi could also do medical ninjutsu. These realizations made Sasuke's sense of defeat even stronger. I lost, he muttered. Sasuke wasn't the type to deny a clear defeat. It reminded Izayoi of Naruto's attitude, neither harbored any grudge against him. Besides, Sasuke had to admit he'd suddenly hurled a dangerous jutsu mid-fight, so he had no one but himself to blame for things going south. It was just luck, Izayoi said, patting Sasuke's shoulder and honestly praising him. You're damn good. I always figured I was the only one in class with elemental ninjutsu, but here you are, using fire release. You really live up to the name, Uchiha Prodigy. After that, Izayoi stood and offered Sasuke a hand. Today, I had the advantage. Let's do this again sometime. Looking at Izayoi, who didn't show a scrap of arrogance and even offered him praise, Sasuke felt a small surge of warmth. A smile finally touched his face for the first time since he woke up. Taking Izayoi's hand, he grinned. I won't lose next time. Izayoi pulled him up, then held out his index and middle fingers. Well, you'd better train hard. I'm no pushover. Just you wait. Sasuke's eyes burned with renewed determination. He locked fingers with Izayoi, performing the seal of reconciliation. That sight was being reflected in a clear, glassy crystal ball at that very moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in hand, exhaled a puff of smoke and gave a gratified smile. The new leaves have begun to sprout. At this fragile stage in Sasuke's life, the third Hokage had no intention of abandoning him. After all, he promised Itachi to take care of Sasuke and wanted to give Itachi the peace of mind to continue as a double agent. Hidden Umbu had been tailing Sasuke discreetly ever since the clan's downfall. The moment Sasuke and Izayoi left the academy for that deserted training ground, Hiruzen was informed. Luckily, Izayoi hadn't been muttering to himself or acting in any bizarre way. Otherwise, the Yamanaka clan's mind-reading might have been used on him. Hiruzen was no stranger to Izayoi. This year's new crop of students was exceptional: Naruto, several clan heirs, and this civilian who had outperformed them all. Izayoi had already caught Hiruzen's eye by mastering the Shadow Clone Jutsu and a low-level wind release, and for training out in that abandoned ground with the Hyuga heiress. Each era has its civilian prodigies: Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, the obscure Yakushi Kabuto. Even Kakashi Hatake can be considered one, as he technically had no bloodline limit. Compared to them, Izayoi might not rank first in legendary potential, but he was enough of a genius to warrant special attention. With proper guidance, he'd at least reach all-round Jonin, or even rise to elite Jonin, if he acquired a forbidden technique. After parting ways with Sasuke, Izayoi began walking home, all the while calling up his personal interface, visible only to him. At the very top of his talent list, Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, Red, was no longer followed by Superkage Aptitude, Gold, but by Sage Eyes, Red, instead. So far, Izayoi felt no immediate change, but he was sure something unseen was happening within him. Sage Eyes, in this sense, aren't the genuine Rinnegan, it's the unique power belonging to Indra Ōtsutsuki, inherited from the Yin release chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, representing the ultimate manifestation of Yin power. Moreover, this entry isn't Indra's own chakra. That means Izayoi's newly acquired, pure Yin power, comes directly from Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki, not containing Indra's will. Normally, a reincarnation would need Hagoromo's approval or have to develop this power through growth and innate talent. But Izayoi doesn't need such steps, he can become as strong as Indra far more quickly. Over the next few years, his spiritual energy and Yin release chakra would likely explode in growth. So I've basically become a second Indra Ōtsutsuki, huh? Izayoi mused with a hidden smile. If he could see Indra's talent entries, he was sure Indra wouldn't have something like Uchiha bloodline, but rather a higher-level Ōtsutsuki bloodline. That's what gave Indra nearly limitless eye power without ever having to transplant eyes. Given that Izayoi, too, can cast 5-element ninjutsu without any hand seals, it's likely Indra's own Ōtsutsuki blood was also red tier. It certainly wasn't higher than that, or else he wouldn't have needed both yin and yang from Asura to awaken the Rinnegan. In other words, Izayoi has become a second Indra. Only when he upgrades his Ōtsutsuki bloodline to an even higher level would he become another Hagoromo or Hamura Ōtsutsuki. Chapter 19, Cute Hanabi. July 23, Konoha Year 57. In the Huga compound in Konoha, loud, crisp impact sounds echoed in the dojo attached to the clan head's estate. Inside, a boy and a girl, both young, were locked in a taijutsu sparring match. Each strike produced a resounding clash, coming from their hands. Hinata and Niji both had the veins around their temples bulging, their hands moving so fast they appeared as blurs. Their fingertips glowed with blue chakra flares, aimed at each other's tenketsu, chakra points. Yet each attempt was blocked or forced to stop midway by the other, forcing a shift from offense to defense. Continual chakra collisions caused waves of pressure to whip around the dojo. The pace of this duel heavily tested both fighters' willpower. Drop your guard for even a moment and your opponent would seize the opening, ending the match. Sure enough, after dozens of exchanges, a sharp thrust broke the deadlock. Pop. As Niji's eyes widened in shock, Hinata, her expression serious, landed a finger on his torso, injecting chakra into him without hesitation. Instantly, Niji's chakra vanished from his hands. Then a storm of blows rained down on him, each strike forcing chakra into his body, sealing his chakra flow and inflicting intense pain. Still, Niji gritted his teeth to keep from crying out. When the combo finished, Hinata withdrew her hands, and the bulging veins at her temples subsided. She looked down at Niji, who had slumped to the floor, and spoke softly. "Thank you for going easy on me, Niji and I-san." Observing from a distance, Hayashi Hyuga felt a surge of satisfaction. But the moment Hinata turned her gaze away, he returned to his stern mask and said flatly to Niji, "Niji, go get yourself treated." "Yes, Lord Hayashi." Niji lowered his head to hide the bitterness and hatred within, then stood and bowed slightly to Hinata. "Thank you, Lady Hinata, for your mercy." After that, he left. Hinata didn't notice Niji's mood at all. Having finished this monthly clan test, she immediately approached Hayashi with a hopeful look. "Father, may I take Hanabi out to play?" Go," Hayashi nodded. "Thank you, father." Hinata flashed him a small smile, then jogged out of the dojo to bring her 3-year-old sister, Hanabi, outside the compound to find Izayoi for some fun. It had been exactly 3 years since Hinata began going out to train with Izayoi. How drastically she'd changed in that time was obvious from the fact she could now defeat Niji, and from Hayashi's very different attitude. She'd beaten Niji numerous times since the start of the year. In recent months, the matches had been close to one-sided. Gentle Fist, Juken, depends on both Byakugan's clarity and precise chakra control. Among her peers, only Izayoi's chakra control surpassed Hinata's. Even Sakura, who had a purple tier, chakra control, entry, couldn't match Hinata's proficiency, as Hinata practiced Gentle Fist diligently every single day. Conquering her once intimidating cousin led to Hinata's complete transformation into a confident, self-assured young lady. Hayashi and the other main branch elders were now unanimous. Hinata was the future leader of the main family. Several elders even pushed for Hanabi to receive the caged bird seal. But Hayashi, citing the loss of his wife and wanting Hanabi to have a happier childhood, declared he wouldn't decide on that until she turned 12. Meanwhile, Hayashi no longer stopped Hinata from interacting with Izayoi. He didn't even mind that their relationship was slowly shifting. He even allowed her to bring Hanabi along to spend time with Izayoi. Whatever his deeper reasons, no one else knew. Perhaps he was playing a larger game, trying to ensure neither daughter ended up with the caged bird mark. Izayoi, of course, had no idea about Hayashi's hidden motives. He simply assumed that since Hinata's performance proved she was worthy of inheriting the Hyuga clan, the family had relaxed. He also never considered that Hinata keeping her top spot might end up expediting the mark for Hanabi. And even if it crossed his mind, he probably wouldn't worry too much. After all, the caged bird seal is just a curse mark, arguably less potent than Orochimaru's earth or heaven seals. Even if no one in the Hyuga clan knew how to remove it, Izayoi would be able to dispel it with yin-yang release once he fully mastered it. So even if Hanabi did get branded, it'd just be a temporary discomfort. She was nowhere near graduating from the academy by the end of Shippuden anyway, so she'd hardly be hindered. Knock, knock, knock. Oni-chan. Let us in. We want to play with you. High-pitched knocks and a childish voice echoed through Izayoi's house. When he opened the door, he found two figures, one taller, one shorter. The smaller one dashed right over, hugging Izayoi around his waist and shouting, "Oni-chan, let's go play." 3-year-old Hanabi was dressed in a tailored pink kimono, well on her way to making it a habit. Her short black hair hung around ear length, parted at the forehead. She had a round face still full of baby fat, utterly adorable, practically begging to be pinched. And Izayoi obliged. He gently pinched her cheeks and smiled. Sure thing, Hanabi. What do you want to do today? From Izayoi's perspective, several colored bubbles floated around Hanabi. 1. Princess of the Byakugan, gold. 2. Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan, purple. 3. Ōtsutsuki bloodline, blue. 4. Jonin aptitude, blue. 5. Chakra control, blue. Compared to civilian kids and average clan members, Hanabi's set of talents was downright luxurious. The only area where she lagged behind Hinata was her Byakugan princess status being gold instead of red. Still, her eyes had nearly as much hidden potential. She'd proven it in the movie, where Toneri Ōtsutsuki stole Hanabi's eyes and evolved them into the Tenseigan within days. Like Hinata, she had the capacity to dramatically alter her fate. Izayoi had a special fondness for this little sister-in-law, who was both adorable and full of promise. I want mochi dumplings, and I want to ride on your shoulders. Hanabi said, going on tiptoe and trying to climb him. Sure, whatever you say. Izayoi ruffled her hair, then squatted down so she could straddle his shoulders. Holding her tiny hands, he straightened up and turned to Hinata, who was standing there smiling. Hinata, shut the door, he said. Okay. Once she shut the door, Izayoi took the Huga sisters to the bustling shopping district. Ever since Hinata's mother passed away, what was originally Izayoi plus Hinata, time had gradually become a trio. He still remembered that day. Hinata cried her heart out, devastated at losing the mother who'd provided the warmth and affection she needed, affection only matched by Izayoi. Losing her mother deepened Hinata's reliance on him, and that dependence slowly turned into something more over time. Wanting to spare Hanabi from going through what she did, Hinata poured all her effort into training, aiming to ensure her sister had a happier childhood. Whenever she could, she'd bring Hanabi along to hang out with Izayoi, feeling he was better at caring for kids than their father. After all, Hayashi's intimidating aura and strict parenting would have crushed Hinata long ago if it weren't for her mother's gentle love. With that love now gone, Hinata was determined to keep Hanabi from going through the same loneliness. And as she watched Hanabi laugh while riding Izayoi's shoulders, Hinata felt her choice had definitely been the right one. Chapter 20, Training for Super Typhoon Serial Spheres. While Izayoi and Hinata were out shopping with Hanabi. By the Naka River near the old Uchiha district, beneath a gigantic waterfall, something was going on. If a member of the Huga clan happened to be there and used the Byakugan, they'd discover a cave behind the curtain of water. Inside that cave, loud noises echoed, but the roar of the waterfall drowned them out. Touching the rock face around the falls, you'd feel periodic vibrations. A blue-tinged glow tore through the cave's darkness. In the faint light, a blue-white sphere about the size of a basketball ballooned, then zoomed deeper into the darkness. Boom. An explosion thundered, wind howled, and gravel scattered. Dust was prevented from billowing out of the cave, dispersing quickly in the blowback. Once the air settled, yet another energy sphere formed and hurtled into the dark depths, triggering another massive blast. Clearly, the cave itself was gradually being blasted out by these energy spheres. The core part's finally done. Next step is to form the smaller spheres inside. At the lit entrance to the cave stood an Izayoi shadow clone, reviewing the day's progress. He was working on the original Super Typhoon serial spheres from the TV anime, an advanced variation of the Raisnon. Izayoi had already mastered the basics, i.e., inflating a Raisnon to a size just short of the giant Raisnon. It had taken him 2 years to get here. Only now did Izayoi truly understand why Naruto, after 3 years of training, still needed a shadow clone's help for giant Raisnon. Someone who can't even do a one-handed Raisnon would find it almost impossible to keep such a large spinning mass of chakra stable without it exploding. Even for Izayoi, it took 2 solid years of meticulous practice to push his chakra control to this level. Simply gathering enough chakra to form a big sphere wasn't all that tough, but spinning that much chakra at high speed without it blowing up was a nightmare. After all, even the standard Raisnon is an A-rank technique at the pinnacle of shape transformation. Giant Raisnon skates between A-rank and S-rank. It's no wonder S-rank jutsu are labeled as secret arts that cannot be learned by raw talent or effort alone. And that's just forming a sphere the size of a basketball. The next step is creating 5 additional smaller spheres inside it, an effort at least as tough as Naruto perfecting the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Beyond that, if you try mixing all 5 elemental natures into those 5 sub-spheres, you can imagine the headache. Achieving that might put it above even S-rank, basically SS rank. Not even Azura Ōtsutsuki ever accomplished that. But that's precisely Izayoi's goal. His potential now surpasses Azura's, who had to rely on power from Hagoromo. If his purple-tier chakra control isn't enough, he'll just upgrade it to gold. Once he perfects this Super Typhoon serial spheres, he'll have his own signature jutsu, like Naruto spamming Raisnon variants, against practically all enemies. Sitting cross-legged in front of the waterfall, Izayoi's shadow clone once again gathered chakra in both hands, shaping a basketball-sized orb. This time, he didn't throw it, he just kept it stable until he drained his chakra. Then the clone dispersed in a puff of white smoke. All of the exhaustion and training memories shot back to Izayoi's real body, who was currently feeding mochi dumplings to Hanabi. He only paused to raise an eyebrow before returning to normal, so subtle that even Hinata, who'd been quietly watching him, didn't notice a thing. Ever since learning Raisonnon and trying to create the Super Typhoon cereal spheres, Izayoi rarely trained with his real body anymore. His shadow clone handled it in the hidden cave, while the real Izayoi only sparred with Hinata at their old practice ground. He was sure Hiruzen Sarutobi had used the crystal ball jutsu to spy on him at some point. Over the past 2 years, Izayoi had scheduled no-holds-barred matches with Sasuke every week or two. He knew that had to have caught Hiruzen's attention. Itachi himself reported to the Hokage before leaving the village, and even threatened Danzo. If not for fear of alerting the Byakugan, Izayoi would have used his own Byakugan to check for any hidden umbu. By constantly limiting the chakra his shadow clone used, he kept the post-dispel fatigue manageable. After Hanabi finished her mochi, Izayoi took her around town, let her ride on his shoulders using body flickers, or made a quick climb up trees and walked on water. While Hanabi hadn't started formal training yet, she'd already watched Niji vs Hinata, as well as Hinata and Izayoi sessions. Just like the original storyline, she aspired to become as kind and strong as her sister. Apart from having a sweet tooth, Hanabi disliked playing with other kids her age. She preferred zipping around rooftops with Izayoi and experiencing that roller coaster thrill. Once she was old enough to extract her own chakra and start real training, she'd be even clingier. See you later, Oniai-chan. Bye-bye. After hanging out with Hanabi until sundown, Izayoi waved goodbye to his adorable little sister-in-law. Then, instead of going straight home, he headed to the market to pick up groceries and used body flicker to reach the deserted Uchiha district, now inhabited only by Sasuke. You're here, Sasuke greeted him from the courtyard, eyes full of fighting spirit as he noticed the 2 shopping bags Izayoi was carrying. Let's eat first, then rest a bit before we spar, Izayoi said with a grin. Fine, Sasuke agreed. When night fell, the 2 of them sat on a veranda, sharing a hot pot. Then, under the cover of darkness, 2 small silhouettes darted through the empty streets of the clan compound and into a nearby forest. Smack, swoosh. Echoes of collisions, heavy landings, and thrown objects cutting the air reverberated in the nighttime woods. Boom. Before long, an explosion lit the area in red flames that were quickly extinguished. About half an hour later, the pair emerged from the forest. Bathed in moonlight, Izayoi and Sasuke made a sharp contrast. Izayoi's clothes were neat and spotless, Sasuke's were torn and scorched, bare skin showing shallow burn marks. He was exhausted, but his eyes gleamed. He'd clearly gained something from this training. I won again, Izayoi remarked with a smile. As we agreed, I get to check out your family's jutsu library. Knock yourself out, it's not like there's much left, Sasuke said, indifferent. After the Uchiha clan was massacred, the village handled the burials, and in return took most of the clan's scrolls. Even the family's inheritance was whittled down to just a few low-level elemental scrolls. Sasuke once asked the 3rd Hokage about the advanced jutsu scrolls. He was told Konoha hadn't touched them, which likely meant Itachi had taken them. Sasuke didn't really mind that the clan's scrolls were confiscated, as Hiruzen had promised him that once he became a full-fledged ninja and was ready to manage the clan, he could request the property deeds and scrolls back. Right now, he just lacks the strength to oversee them. Izayoi believed Hiruzen was telling the truth. Apart from restricted arts like Izanagi and Izanami, the village had no reason to covet the Uchiha's normal ninjutsu. Just like the small inheritance Izayoi's own parents had left, there wasn't much worth stealing. Even so, Sasuke's jutsu library was a huge boon for Izayoi, whose shape transformation skills were refined, but whose nature transformations were nearly non-existent. Practicing elemental jutsu is one way to deepen your understanding of nature transformation. And if Izayoi wants to perfect the Super Typhoon cereal spheres, he'll need mastery of all 5 elements, proficient enough to fuse them into that giant swirling chakra ball. For wind release, he can follow Naruto's example from canon. But the other 4 attributes will require painstaking study of jutsu or waiting until after graduation for a Jonin sensei. Of course, there's a shortcut that grants you top-tier nature transformations without any training at all, awakening the Rinnegan or the Tenseigan. Chapter 21, Konoha Year. Time flew by, and childhood came to its close in a flash. Late March, Konoha Year 60. The most exceptional generation of academy students was finally facing graduation. Wake up, Izayoi-kun. It's graduation exam day. Izayoi had slept in unusually late. Immersed in a dream, he was pulled back to reality by a gentle female voice, someone standing right beside him, yet who hadn't startled him awake. Evidently, he trusted her so much that he didn't keep his guard up at all. His eyes blinked open. Through the haze of drowsiness, the silhouette of a girl gradually came into focus. Her delicate face had shed the last vestiges of childishness, now looking beautifully refined. Her long, raven black hair, grown out intentionally over the past 6 years, hung like silk down to her waist. The patches of fair skin exposed beyond her white coat and black mesh undershirt gleamed as pale as snow. Unlike most members of the Huga clan, her white pupils were tinged with a faint lavender sheen, turning her eyes into something like flawless gems, clear and bright. Pink lips curved in a faint, welcoming smile. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned in toward Izayoi, who had just woken up. He locked eyes with Hinata for a few seconds, feeling a bit dazed, as though her round, baby-fat cheeks from back then had only been yesterday. But soon his gaze shifted downward, and a teasing grin spread across his face. "Hinata, you've grown again, haven't you?" "Eek." She let out a startled cry, abruptly realizing how awkward her leaning posture was. She hurriedly zipped up her coat all the way, her cheeks reddening as she turned around. Her voice trembled slightly. I brought you breakfast, so, please get ready." With that, she hurried out of the room. Used to teasing his childhood friend, Izayoi stood up, stretched, and headed into the ensuite bathroom for his morning routine. As he brushed his teeth, he examined his reflection in the mirror. 6 years had passed since that black-haired, blue-eyed boy with chubby cheeks. Gone was his childish roundness, replaced by sharp, sculpted features, handsome and refined. His short black hair, just long enough to cover his ears, stood a bit messy from having just woken up. Those blue eyes of his, deeper in shade than Naruto's, glimmered like the ocean under the bathroom light. And then, in an instant, the blue irises shifted to white, just like Hinata's. Under the light, they too bore that faint purple sheen. Yet there were no bulging veins at his temples. Up until the start of this year, every time he activated the Byakugan, his temples would stand out with veins. Not anymore. With his eyes narrowed, Izayoi summoned an interface only he could see, one that no mirror could ever reflect. It appeared before him, floating in midair. Host, Izayoi. Talent entries, Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, red, Sage Eyes, red, Prince of the Byakugan, red, 6 Paths Aptitude, red, Kekkei-genkai, Byakugan, gold, Chakra Control, gold, Uzumaki Bloodline, purple, plus, All Attribute Constitution, purple, plus, Medical Genius, blue, plus. Points, 12,391. After 6 years at the academy, Izayoi's profile looked more impressive than ever. Besides the original Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, he'd gained 3 new red-tier entries, Sage Eyes, red, from Sasuke, Prince of the Byakugan, red, an automatic name change after fusing a red-tier drop from Hinata 2 years ago, and finally 6 Paths Aptitude, red, which he'd cultivated himself. While most of his classmates might have just a single ninja aptitude or, at worst, none at all, Izayoi now held 4 red-tier talents, the highest rank he currently knew of. Even Naruto, the child of prophecy, carrying Azura's chakra, half of the 9 tails, and the Uzumaki bloodline, couldn't compare. But a closer look at the panel showed that 5 whole years had passed since he'd fused Sage Eyes, red, and yet there was no sign of Kekkei-genkai, Sharingan, purple, or Uchiha bloodline, purple. Why? Because of his Kekkei-genkai, Byakugan, gold. Back around late June of Konoha year 58, Izayoi received a delayed, birthday present, a red tier drop from Hinata. After fusing it, the entry's name changed, and for nearly 2 years since, Izayoi's chakra volume had skyrocketed month by month. He didn't know how the raw reserves of a genuine sage body compared, but he was sure that if Naruto didn't have half the 9 tails and suffer from malnourishment, Naruto's own sage body chakra would still be less than his. Such vast chakra reserves naturally included In release, In style, chakra. If you translated Izayoi's In chakra into numbers, it would be enough to awaken the Sharingan, and even evolve it to the Mangekyo, several times over. But none of that power materialized in his eyes. It was all being consumed by the Byakugan, preventing any new dojutsu from emerging. Yet thanks to absorbing that In chakra, his Byakugan quietly upgraded from purple to gold in Konoha year 59. Ever since fusing Prince of the Byakugan, red, his Byakugan's range steadily improved every so often. Nowadays, Izayoi could see a full 360 degrees across an unbelievable 80-kilometer radius. That level of all-around vision easily surpassed even the Uzumaki's mind's eye of the Kagura in raw scope. Undoubtedly, his sensory abilities were among the strongest of this generation. Nearly a year had passed since his Byakugan evolved. Almost there. Rinsing out his mouth and wiping his face with a towel, Izayoi gently touched the outer corner of his right eye. Staring at the faintly purple-tinted white pupil in the mirror, he murmured, "I've got a feeling that my first fetal movement is going to happen soon." As of now, Izayoi's potential overshadowed even Toneri Ōtsutsuki. At age 19, Toneri's Ōtsutsuki bloodline and inherited power had peaked, letting him awaken the ultimate Tenseigan in just a few days. But at present, neither Izayoi nor Toneri had realized the full extent of their potential. Even if they transplanted Hinata or Hanabi's Byakugan right now, neither could replicate Toneri's quick Tenseigan evolution from the movie. Still, if they both had the same eye transplanted, Izayoi would definitely awaken the Tenseigan faster. It was Sage Eyes, Red, that gave him that confidence. Possessing both Sage Eyes and Prince of the Byakugan was like running 2 accelerators at once. By age 12, there was every chance he could unlock an ultimate dojutsu, which was even more mind-blowing than Itachi awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan at 11. Please add this to your library, thank you. Chapter 22, Graduation Exam. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Today's exam won't take long, so you didn't have to bring me any food. Izayoi deactivated his Byakugan and walked out of the room. At a glance, he spotted Hinata seated at the table with a few bento boxes in front of her. Despite what he'd just said, he sat down without hesitation and began digging into the breakfast sheet carefully prepared. Well, I actually hadn't planned to cook anything, Hinata explained with a light laugh, hands folded on the table. But I forgot to remind Hanabi yesterday. She woke up even earlier than I did today, especially to make a lunch for your exam. Ah, I see. That's thoughtful of Hanabi, Izayoi remarked, eyes lighting up at the seaweed and radish creation spelling out, exam success, inside one of the bento boxes. Clearly his little sister-in-law's care was paying off. You should eat some, too. I can't finish all this by myself, Izayoi added between bites. I already ate at home, Hinata replied with a small shake of her head. Then she stood up to open the fridge, taking out a carton of milk and pouring a glass each for Izayoi and herself. From the moment she woke him up to the moment she poured milk, Hinata's actions felt perfectly natural, as if this were her own home. And really, for quite a few years now, that was the truth. Izayoi and Hinata no longer met at their old spot. Although Izayoi had never visited the Huga compound himself, Hinata and Hanabi had come to treat his house like a second home. They both had their own keys, and whenever they were free, they'd head over to hang out. They even took care of the grocery shopping and housekeeping, sometimes with Izayoi's help. Both he and Hinata had gotten used to this arrangement. After breakfast, they washed the dishes and headed toward the ninja academy. They cut quite a striking figure together, a handsome young man and a beautiful girl. 6 years had passed since they started school. Izayoi, no longer a chubby-cheeked boy but a handsome teen of about 163 centimeters, 5 feet 4 inches tall, stood out. In Kumo, where people tend to be big, it wouldn't mean much, but in Konoha, where the average kid's height at this age was around 150 centimeters, 4 feet 11 inches, Izayoi towered over most of his classmates and yearmates. Hinata, too, had changed drastically from her original timeline. She now stood at 155 centimeters, 5 feet 1 inch, easily 6 to 7 centimeters taller than most girls her age. Her growth was fueled by her healthy appetite, she had a big eater's metabolism and trained intensively every day. She was already reaching the height she had in the Shippuden era of the original story. As a result, let's just say, her figure had also developed more significantly than the canon version, and her usual loose white coat couldn't fully disguise her shape. If she were to unzip it to reveal the snug black mesh inside and lean forward, well, that would be quite the view. No wonder Izayoi couldn't help staring a bit when she woke him up. This was the charm of a shonen anime world, where some kids matured unusually fast. Morning, Izayoi-kun, Hinata. Good morning. Morning, Minako. Still sticking together all the time, I see. You two sure you're not dating? It was March 21st. The students from grades 1 to 5 had taken their final exams the previous day. The 6th years had theirs a day later, today. As they arrived at the academy, it felt quieter than usual. The only ones around were the 6th years taking the graduation test. Some parents, mostly from civilian backgrounds, were waiting outside, anxiously hoping their kids could pass. After all, 6 years of hard work led up to this moment. If their child passed, they'd walk the path of a ninja, if not, they'd stay ordinary. By contrast, the heir-apparent kids of major ninja clans had no parents there. Graduation was a mere formality for them. If they somehow failed, they could still use clan privileges to join some department as a special ninja. On their way to the classroom, Izayoi and Hinata greeted several classmates, both boys and girls, who enthusiastically called out to them. Some joked about the couple's closeness, but Izayoi just smiled back without answering, and Hinata, face slightly flushed, would look down shyly. Despite also being a star student, Izayoi wasn't as popular with the girls as Sasuke Uchiha, chiefly because Hinata was always by his side. Back in the first year, many girls tried flocking around Izayoi, but they were consistently turned down, eventually realizing that Izayoi clearly treated Hinata differently. If Hinata had been just some average girl, the other girls might have gotten jealous or even tried bullying her. But Hinata was the heiress of a powerful clan, and she consistently ranked near the top academically, and she was an absolute monster in Taijutsu. Nobody wanted to get their tenketsu poked and endure that searing, numbing pain. Practically everyone in class, boy or girl, had experienced her gentle fist at least once. They definitely didn't want a repeat. Add that to the presence of Sasuke as a second crush option, and Izayoi ended up with fewer admirers pestering him. Entering the classroom, they found many of their classmates already there. Some were whispering to each other about who knew what, while others sat rigidly at their desks, fists clenched and faces tense, clearly on edge. Even Naruto Uzumaki, who the day before had vandalized the Hokage faces, leading the whole class to get a pop quiz on the transformation technique, was sitting quietly for once. Taking their seats, Izayoi and Hinata started chatting in low tones. Watching the top student and the runner-up whisper so casually, a girl beside Hinata couldn't help feeling envious. Those two are so confident, how nice it must be not to worry about the test. She, on the other hand, had been a bundle of nerves since yesterday and hadn't slept well at all. Chapter 23, Farmed. Rying. Izayoi and Hinata had barely begun whispering to each other when the bell rang. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, a rare scene under normal circumstances. The graduation exam is the clone technique. The testing room is at the end of the right corridor. When I call your name, step outside. As soon as the bell finished ringing, Irika appeared at the classroom door. He didn't even enter, just stood in the doorway, gave brief instructions, and left. Before long, a Chunin in a green flak jacket showed up at the door, holding a roster. He started calling out names. Minako. Every minute or two, another name was read aloud. Those called either stood up with tense looks or confident smiles and left the classroom, never to return. Hinata was one of them. Izayoi. Hinata had been gone only a few minutes when Izayoi heard his name. He rose from his seat, exited the classroom, and walked to the testing room at the far end of the corridor. Upon pushing the door open, he saw Irika and Mizuki, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, sitting behind a long table. The moment they saw Izayoi, Irika's face lit up with a warm smile. Izayoi, you may begin, Irika said. Yes, sir. Izayoi nodded, swiftly forming a sequence of hand seals, and quietly uttered, clone technique. Poof. Two bursts like punctured balloons went off in quick succession. Two clouds of white smoke materialized on Izayoi's left and right. As they cleared, two phantom clones identical to Izayoi in appearance, height, clothing, and all the little details emerged at his sides. Irika and Mizuki exchanged glances, then Irika stood up with a broad grin, holding out a Konoha forehead protector. That was an excellent clone technique. Congratulations on passing the graduation exam. From this moment on, you are officially a genin. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Mizuki-sensei. Izayoi stepped forward, received the headband from Irika with both hands, and bowed to the two teachers. Irika added, you don't need to return to the classroom. But don't leave the school yet. Go wait on our class's training ground. After everyone's done with the graduation exam, I'll take you to get your ID photos taken. Understood. Izayoi nodded and left the testing room. The moment he stepped out of the school building, he spotted Hinata waiting for him outside. They shared a smile and headed to the training ground, where a dozen or so classmates had already gathered. Hey, Izayoi, Hinata. You guys are here too. As expected, the exam was probably no trouble at all for you two. Once the photos are done, should we celebrate a bit? Maybe not. I want to celebrate with my family, and they're already waiting outside. Right, let's hang out some other time then. Hey, how many do you think in our class will pass? At least 20, I guess. We are Class 1A. Anyway, Naruto's definitely a goner. Izayoi and Hinata had barely arrived, and their classmates already flocked to them, chatting away enthusiastically. Izayoi joined in with friendly banter. Right then, another figure approached. Izayoi, you want to spar a bit after this? There was no greeting, it was straight to the point. That was Sasuke Uchiha. Seeing the third place in the grade, who sometimes managed to snatch second, stroll over, everyone else stepped aside. Facing Sasuke's determined gaze, Izayoi shook his head with a small smile. Not now. Based on the intel I gathered, new genin will be grouped into squads of 3, each led by a jonin instructor. You and I already know each other's abilities, and no matter how many times we fight right now, the result would be the same. Let's both train with our soon-to-be sensei for a while, then see how much we've grown. Sasuke recalled all the times he'd been pummeled by Izayoi. His fighting spirit fizzled out, and he nodded. Fine, we'll do it some other time then. Sure thing, Izayoi agreed, smiling. Over these years, Izayoi had amassed over 10,000 points, largely thanks to Sasuke. For 2 years, Izayoi had sparred with Sasuke almost every week, sometimes twice a week. While Sasuke only ever dropped the Sage Eyes, red, once, he dropped, Kage level aptitude, purple, Uchiha bloodline, purple, Ōtsutsuki bloodline, blue, and more, multiple times. Izayoi dismantled all these duplicates for points. Sasuke was the main source of Izayoi's 10,000 plus stash. Hinata and other classmates contributed the rest, Hinata providing the lion's share, as next to Izayoi in ability were only Sasuke and Hinata. The other clan kids were a tier below them, and civilians even lower. Starting in their third year, aside from Sasuke and Hinata, it became almost impossible for anyone else to drop valuable entries. They might occasionally drop lower tier ones, but that was it. And if raw chakra volume had been factored into the system, then only Naruto among the entire class, or even the whole school, could have produced high-tier entries. After all this time, Izayoi had fully farmed Sasuke. Not just the talent entries on him, but even the scrolls in his clan's jutsu library, Izayoi had gleaned everything there. Over countless battles, the two had become friends. Sparring every so often was their routine. With Izayoi's constant pressure, Sasuke's strength far surpassed what it was in the original storyline. Floating around Sasuke now was one bubble that had changed. His Uchiha bloodline, purple, had evolved into Kekkei Sharingan, purple, meaning Sasuke could now fully activate the Sharingan at will. In truth, he'd awakened his eyes on the night of the clan massacre, but only recently could he turn them on freely. Having the Sharingan's power and a huge chakra boost, plus extra ninjutsu learned from Izayoi, Sasuke viewed nobody but Izayoi and Hinata as rivals. He considered Hinata worthy since she sometimes stole second place from him in academics, and she could outdo him in pure taijutsu. But in a no-holds-barred fight, with his newly unlocked Sharingan, he didn't see Hinata as a threat at all. If by chance Izayoi, Sasuke, and Hinata ended up on the same team, they'd undoubtedly be the strongest trio of genin, hands down, stronger even than the new Ino Shikacho or the Sand siblings, Gaara's group. But obviously, that wasn't going to happen. Naruto and Sasuke's destinies guaranteed they'd be put together, and there was no better mentor for them than Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 24, The Tacit Understanding. Before long, just as Izayoi had told Hinata, the graduation exam didn't take much time at all. They'd only been chatting in the schoolyard for a short while when the other successful examinees trickled in. Not long after, Irika showed up, which meant anyone who hadn't come here must have failed the exam. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, of the familiar faces not present, Naruto Uzumaki was the only one missing. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Irika called, holding a clipboard. "Everyone, please put on your forehead protectors. We're going to take your ID photos now." "Irika-sensei, where should we wear the forehead protector?" asked one student. "Anywhere on your upper body is fine," Irika replied. So everyone fastened their protectors in different spots, some across their foreheads, some around an arm, some wore it around the neck, some used it as a hairband, and so on. Hinata hung hers around her neck. Izayoi strapped his to his left arm. When they'd finished, Irika led them up to the rooftop of the main school building, where a photographer with a standing camera had been waiting. They took turns posing for their profile pictures. After that, the newly graduated genin wasted no time leaving, either strolling casually or dashing straight for the school gates. A crowd of parents was waiting just outside, some consoling children who'd been eliminated, others gazing hopefully at the entrance. They knew anyone still inside must have passed. As the successful students appeared, excitement broke out at the gate. That cheerful scene, however, felt hurtful to some of the orphans with no family. Some looked on enviously, others turned away and ran. Sasuke Uchiha was both. He gave it a quick glance, then vanished in a burst of speed. Izayoi didn't fall into either category, because... "Oni-chan, Wani-san, over here." Standing at the gate was Hanabi, wearing a yellow-brown kimono with flame-patterned trim, waving her little hand excitedly at Izayoi and Hinata. Izayoi smiled, Hinata too. Before they reached the gate, Izayoi knelt down to catch Hanabi as she rushed into his arms. "Oni-chan, Wani-san, I came to pick you up," she exclaimed, hugging Izayoi's neck and eyeing the protector on his arm curiously. "Oni-chan, is this a genin forehead protector?" "Yup. It's yours to play with." Izayoi nodded, handing over his protector. Lifting Hanabi in his arms, he and Hinata exchanged a glance. The three of them set off from the school. In the few years that had passed, 7-year-old Hanabi had changed a lot too. In the original story, she was about this age and still had shoulder-length hair, but once she saw her sister growing hers out, she did the same. Now it reached her waist, just like in the movie version, and her bangs were tied into 2 little braids. During training, she'd wear it straight or in a single ponytail. Her serious eyes and focused expression gave her a certain dignified look, reminiscent of how she'd appear in Boruto. Perhaps she was just precocious. Hanabi was already growing faster than Hinata had at that age. She'd eventually reach about 170 centimeters, 5 feet 7 inches, in adulthood, but at 7, she was already 132 centimeters, 4 feet 4 inches, just a head shorter than Izayoi. Unlike Hinata at this age, who'd still had a baby-faced softness, Hanabi's cheeks had already thinned out, giving her more of a pointed chin. She hung the protector around her neck, mimicking Hinata, then grinned up at Izayoi. Oni-chan, to celebrate you and Wani-san becoming genin, can we have hot pot tonight? You just want an excuse to eat hot pot, Hinata teased, gently poking Hanabi's forehead with a delicate finger. Hee hee. Hanabi stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Father won't let us eat that kind of stuff, but I really want to have hot pot today. Izayoi, charmed by her earnest pleading, said right away, sure thing. Hot pot it is. Yay. Hanabi cheered. Buoyed by her success, she pushed for more. Oni-chan, can I ride on your shoulders? No, Hinata replied, pouting. Hanabi, you're already so tall now, you can't keep doing that. But I'm only 7. Hanabi stuck out her tongue at her sister and promptly turned to Izayoi with a sweet smile. Oni-chan, please? Fine by me, Izayoi answered brightly, striking a mock strongman pose. Doesn't matter if you're 7 or as tall as me, I'll still give you shoulder rides if you want. You're the best, Oni-chan. Hanabi said, eyes sparkling with admiration. She slid down from his arms, hopped up behind him, and perched on his shoulders. Seriously. Hinata sighed, then watched the two of them head off toward the market. She let out a fond smile, then followed after them. Whoosh. They hadn't gone far when a figure appeared out of nowhere in the spot they'd just left. On closer look, it was a Huga clansman in a green flak jacket, eyes similar to Hinata and Hanabi's. He was one of Hanabi's bodyguards. Like Hinata, Hanabi always had a guardian, but apparently he was hanging back, watching them from a distance. Only Hanabi seemed unaware of his presence. Both Izayoi and Hinata knew he was there. Over the years, though Izayoi still hadn't met Hayashi face to face, the two had developed a sort of unspoken understanding. Izayoi gave the sisters warmth and indulgence in place of the mother they'd lost, while Hayashi gave them strict discipline and the weight of the family name. Naturally, the girls were extra attached to Izayoi. Around him, Hanabi acted like the playful 7-year-old she was. In front of Hayashi, she slipped back into the composed, way too mature for her age version fans remembered from the original story. Same with Hinata. Soon, the three of them bought everything they needed for the hot pot, plus Hanabi's favorite mochi dumplings and bananas, some milk, and Hinata's beloved cinnamon rolls. Returning home, they feasted. When everyone was stuffed, the trio plopped on the long sofa to digest and chat. Hinata, who had eased up now that they were alone, rested her head on Izayoi's shoulder. Hanabi dozed in his lap, eyes half closed. After a while, Hinata spoke up, Izayoi-kun, it looks like Naruto-kun was the only one in our class who didn't graduate. Izayoi, absently stroking Hanabi's braided bangs, nodded. Yeah, I noticed him sitting on the swing by the gate when we left. If Naruto-kun has such huge chakra reserves, why can't he manage even the basic clone technique? Hinata wondered aloud. Guess his chakra control's just poor, Izayoi answered in a casual, dismissive tone. His academics are a disaster, his shuriken throwing hasn't improved much, and he's always the first to get knocked out in survival exercises. He only stands out in Taijutsu, so maybe not graduating is best for him. Hinata recalled Naruto's performance over the past 6 years and couldn't help but agree. Neither she nor the half-asleep Hanabi noticed the slight smirk tugging at the corner of Izayoi's lips as he gave that answer. Chapter 25, The Cheat of Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki sat on the swing, looking lonely and forlorn. But Izayoi didn't pity him at all, because only Izayoi knew that Naruto was about to unlock a major cheat. Naruto and Sasuke were destined rivals, their reincarnated chakras symbolizing the extremes of yin and yang, and just like that, their fates ran in opposite directions. For the 6 years at the academy, Sasuke was one of the school's stars. Without Izayoi there, he would have been number 1. In the original storyline, those years were Sasuke's prime in terms of popularity. But after graduating, he kept running into setbacks. Meanwhile, Naruto, who'd been at the bottom of the class, would start his underdog comeback. In just a few months, he'd surpass the top student. Right now, Naruto looked pitiful, but come nightfall, he'd officially activate his cheat and acquire one of the best techniques for someone with a sage body and the 9 tails sealed inside him. That technique was the multi-shadow clone jutsu, something even Izayoi envied, especially the more his chakra grew. He was well aware of how useful it could be. In the original manga's 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto could conjure an army of shadow clones, each armed with a Raiznan, strong enough to hold off Madara Uchihas would release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Even the lowest level elemental jutsu, multiplied 1,000-fold via shadow clones, could unleash disaster-like devastation. If during the Chunin exams Naruto had known a simple wind release, great breakthrough instead of having to rely on that fart trick to beat Kiba, he could have crushed most other contestants with a multi-shadow clone plus wind release combo. Naruto was bound to be nerfed here and there, but Izayoi didn't need to worry about that. If he got his hands on multi-shadow clone jutsu, his strength would make a quantum leap. With that in mind, Izayoi paused for a second as he gently toyed with Hanabi's hair. He'd just gotten a bold idea. He might be able to get that forbidden technique for himself tonight. Had his Byakugan not advanced to gold tier, he wouldn't even dare think about it. Because only he knew that this was the technique Hiruzen Sarutobi had practically put front and center for Naruto to steal. Opening the scroll of seals and finding it right on the first page, placed in the most eye-catching spot, there was obviously something fishy about that. If Izayoi tried to stalk Naruto or appear in that same forest at night, he'd be stepping into Sarutobi's trap. Then the Yamanaka clan's mind reading would be his next stop. But Izayoi didn't have to go anywhere near Naruto or that forest to get the multi-shadow clone jutsu. His Byakugan range now extended up to 80 kilometers in every direction, covering all of Konoha. With the right prep, he could just transcribe the multi-shadow clone's training details the moment Naruto opened the scroll of seals, all from a safe vantage. That made Izayoi's decision right then and there. Izayoi-kun, do you think we'll end up on the same team after the day after tomorrow's team assignments? Over half an hour had passed. Hanabi had dozed off in Izayoi's arms. Izayoi carried her to a bedroom to let her sleep on the bed, then returned to the sofa, where he slipped his arm around Hinata's shoulders. Hinata leaned into him, eyes full of hope as she posed her question. The odds are slim, but it's not impossible, Izayoi said, idly twirling a lock of Hinata's hair in his fingers. They'll try to balance team strength, and we've both been in the top 3 for years, so the chance we'll end up together is low. But with how we're always together, everyone, even the teachers, must have noticed. If it's entirely up to the staff, maybe they'll factor in our teamwork and group us. Hands clasped in a quiet prayer, Hinata murmured, I hope I get put on the same team as you, Izayoi-kun. Izayoi stifled a laugh, toying with Hinata's hair. He couldn't help pinching her chin, then giving her cheek a playful squeeze. He didn't want to discourage her, but he figured the actual likelihood of them ending up in the same squad was practically zero. The one deciding squads was Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the original story, only Sakura, fancied by Naruto, luckily slipped into the clan heirs group. The other 8 rookies formed teams by clan tradition, Naruto and Sasuke together, Ino, Shika, Cho together, and Kiba, Hinata, Shino together. None of these were random mixes of clan kids and civilians. And obviously, those clan-based teams got immediate acceptance from their jonin instructors. The other squads, typically made up of civilians, had much higher washout rates. Unless tradition was thrown out the window, Izayoi, who was first in the class, could theoretically replace Sakura in Team 7. But Sarutobi certainly wouldn't break tradition. Plus, Izayoi and Sasuke were friends, they might end up isolating Naruto. 2 guys on a team can collide hard, leaving 1 girl to mediate. 3 guys all at odds is asking for chaos. Plus, the next generation's Ino, Shika, Cho team was definitely locked in. Team 7, for story reasons, wouldn't change from the original. That left only Team 8. But bumping out Kiba Inuzuka or Shino Aburame, both clan heirs, would ruffle those clans' feathers, as they'd have to settle for a standard Jonin sensei, raising concerns over mission safety. Sarutobi might not want that kind of political hassle. What Izayoi didn't know, however, was that not only did Hinata hope for them to be assigned together, Hayashi, her father, wished for the same. The future father-in-law was quietly pulling strings. When dusk came, Hiruzen Sarutobi placed a special scroll of seals on his desk in the Hokage's office and then headed home. Not long after, a tall, long-haired man in white robes and Byakugan eyes, none other than Hayashi Hyuga, arrived for a personal visit. Meanwhile, Mizuki sought out Naruto Uzumaki. Night fell, and a certain blonde boy in an orange tracksuit and green goggles boldly slipped into the Hokage's office, stealing the scroll from right off the desk. In short order, a bunch of flak-jacketed shinobi were dashing across the rooftops of the central district. Chapter 26, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All throughout Konoha's main district, shapes darted across rooftops, the rush of their passing echoing in the sky. Seeing this sudden flurry of movement, both ninja and civilians alike realized something major was going down. Still, no alarms were sounding, nor were people being herded into shelters. That meant there was no immediate danger, and the villagers relaxed, it had nothing to do with them. Izayoi sat out on his balcony, sipping juice and gazing up at the stars. He barely glanced at the shinobi zipping over his own rooftop. He stayed out there for quite some time, until the movement above the central streets died out, the throngs below grew thinner, and the rooftops returned to calm. Finally, like someone who'd had his fill of the view, Izayoi stood and headed back inside. Soon, the living room lights clicked off. Having showered and thrown on pajamas, Izayoi wore a faintly satisfied grin. He'd just scored a major new technique, the multi-shadow clone jutsu, and nobody had a clue. Somewhere else, hidden behind a waterfall in a man-made cave, a few figures cloaked in invisibility jutsu stood merged with the cave walls. Thanks to a Byakugan range of nearly 50 miles, they'd been keeping watch on Naruto, ever since he left the Hokage's office in his orange jumpsuit. Neither the Nine Tails inside Naruto nor Hiruzen Sarutobi's watchful crystal ball jutsu noticed a thing. When Naruto unrolled the scroll of seals, these invisible watchers immediately opened blank scrolls of their own, splitting up the work to write down the details of the multi-shadow clone. They then hid what they'd copied, erased any trace of their presence, and dismissed themselves. Izayoi felt the clone memories flow back but didn't bother retrieving the jutsu right away. He already knew how to do it, no rush. Curling up in bed, he found himself thinking about the upcoming team assignments. He was sure Sarutobi had been spying on him for ages, him and Hinata training, him brawling with Sasuke, all under that crystal ball jutsu. Izayoi had shown off tree walking and water walking, plus some basic wind and fire release, well before the academy ever taught them. He'd even mastered the B-rank shadow clone jutsu. In Taijutsu and free-for-all sparring, he dominated both the Huga heiress and the last Uchiha with an awakened Sharingan. That's the level of a next-gen, civilian genius, maybe still a step behind legends like Minato or Kakashi in their war-torn youth, but definitely enough to stand out in peacetime. There was no way Sarutobi would just dump him in some random squad with a no-name Jonin teacher, unless, of course, the Hokage didn't want to invest in him. In that case, Izayoi would slip off the radar and have a lot more freedom. Once he'd thought it through, he decided it didn't really matter where he got placed. Then he conked out for the night. Next morning, with no sign of Hinata or Hanabi dropping by, Izayoi went off to collect the copied multi-shadow clone notes. Knowing Sarutobi's vantage was basically overhead, Izayoi literally stretched out on the floor and read the scroll that way. Even if he couldn't sense the surveillance, at least he wouldn't look shady. The multi-shadow clone's hand seals and chakra flow were different from regular shadow clones. Ironically, it had fewer signs but required a huge amount of chakra. Anyone without big reserves risked serious harm, or worse, just trying to use it, hence why it's forbidden. Kakashi's often used as the gold standard, Izayoi mused, but the guy could do multi-shadow clones at 5 or 6. After losing so much chakra for 15 years to that Sharingan, he's still at elite Jonin stamina. Without that handicap, he might be on par with Kisame by now. In this entire era, only a handful of people had enough chakra to manage multi-shadow clone jutsu. Izayoi was definitely one of them. He was downright relieved he never wasted his newbie gift pack on Naruto. Otherwise, he'd only have ended up with huge chakra reserves and maybe Sasuke's sage eyes, still a long slog to the Rinnegan. But his current setup, Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red, plus sage eyes, red, plus Prince of the Byakugan, red, was about to pay off big time. He could practically feel the final evolution coming soon. It took Izayoi less than 5 minutes to memorize the entire scroll. With his chakra output, all he had to do was apply the instructions, and he could spawn hundreds, maybe even thousands, of shadow clones. Not wanting Hanabi to find the scroll and try messing around, he destroyed it on the spot. By midday, still no Hinata or Hanabi, so Izayoi guessed they weren't coming today. He headed out to buy ninja tools, remembering they'd need to face a real test before going on missions. On the way, he glimpsed Naruto in his new headband, trailing behind Konohamaru, who was in turn being tailed by Ebisu. Apparently, Naruto had just finished retaking his profile photos. He didn't spot Izayoi, and Izayoi, for his part, didn't say hello, just kept walking toward the ninja equipment store. Returning home, he noticed 2 extra pairs of shoes by the door. Downstairs, in what used to be a large room but had been converted into a small dojo, he heard the crack of repeated impacts, somewhere between clapping and the thud of body blows. Opening the door, he saw Hinata and Hanabi in matching white training gear, Byakugan active, veins bulging at their temples. Their hands were a flurry of motion, each thrust wreathed in blue chakra flares. On closer look, Hinata was only half trying, basically feeding Hanabi combos. If she went all out, Hanabi would have been wiped out ages ago. Compared to Hinata and Izayoi's well-tuned gentle fist, Hanabi's was riddled with openings. Izayoi figured he should teach Hanabi tree and water walking soon. Aside from slightly less pure eyes than Hinata, she really wasn't lagging that far behind. Oni-chan, take this. Her shout yanked Izayoi out of his thoughts. Dashing straight at him, Hanabi's fingertips crackled with chakra, Byakugan blazing. Most kids her age would freak, but Izayoi just smirked. Without even setting down his shopping bags, he shifted into a blur, practically teleporting beside her. The top of his bare foot pressed lightly on her stomach, flipping her through the air and sending her flying toward Hinata. Hinata easily caught her sister. All right, both of you, come at me. Izayoi tossed his bags into a corner and beckoned with a playful grin. The Huga sisters exchanged a glance, nodded gravely, and charged him from 2 directions. Oni-chan, you're so full of yourself, you're gonna regret this. Hanabi yelled. Hinata said nothing, but the lethal power behind her slender fingertips sliced the air like arrows. Louder cracks thundered in Izayoi's house. Occasionally there'd be a grunt or yelp. With less than perfect soundproofing, passers-by might have gotten the wrong idea. After half an hour, the loud collisions shifted into more playful rowdiness. Ow ow ow. That hurts so bad. Ag. Oni-chan, I hate you, I'm gonna bite you to death. Aren't you the one who said I'd regret it? Where'd that swagger go? Stop biting me, hey, watch it, your sister isn't even healed up yet. Nope, I'm biting. Wani-san, you take the other side. We'll make him scream. Haha, this'll leave teeth marks, but they'll fade, you know. Stop licking, it tickles. Hee hee, too bad, we're licking you for payback. Chapter 27, the infamous scene. Time to get up, Izayoi-kun. It's almost time for class assignments. The next morning, Izayoi once again woke to Hinata's gentle call. At some point, the once disciplined boy had developed a habit of sleeping in, insisting on his own personal, princess alarm clock, service. Hinata, for her part, was used to getting up early, bringing Izayoi breakfast, and waking him, so they both happily went along with it. Ugh, I can't move. You and Hanabi drained all my chakra last night. Izayoi didn't get out of bed right away. He stretched his arms toward Hinata and whined, Hinata, help me up. You liar. We didn't take anywhere near as much chakra as you recover overnight. She pouted but moved to grab Izayoi's hands, intending to pull him up. The moment Hinata's small hand touched the back of Izayoi's, he reversed his grip and yanked. Hinata lost her balance and fell right on top of him. Thanks to her, let's just say, above average, figure, she absorbed the impact without injury, landing with her body pressed against his. Ah. Though she wasn't hurt, the sudden motion made her yelp in surprise. Izayoi briefly savored the sensation, then flipped them over, pinning Hinata underneath. Hands braced on either side of her head, he stared down at her, feeling the heat radiating from her flushed face. Izayoi-kun. Although her resistance level had improved over the past few years, at that moment, Hinata reverted to a near-zero defense, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Izayoi's gaze. Seeing her helpless expression made Izayoi feel a sudden urge, but he reminded himself of her age and the fact that their relationship hadn't truly crossed any lines. Reluctantly, he pushed the impulse aside. Still, unable to resist, he dipped his head and planted a mischievous kiss on Hinata's forehead. Before she could react, he hopped out of bed. Hinata remained there, cheeks blazing, metaphorical steam rising from her head, eyes nearly spiraling as she struggled to collect herself. When Izayoi emerged from the en-suite bathroom, Hinata was gone from the room. Instead of following right away, he opened his wardrobe and retrieved the combat outfit he'd had custom-made at the start of the year but never worn. It was a long white robe, modeled after the style Indra Ōtsutsuki wore. The only difference was that Izayoi's robe had a simpler collar, no wide lapels or black tomo designs. After donning the robe and tying a black sash around his waist, he pulled out the tools he'd picked up the previous day, 2 white wristbands with a built-in storage seal. He loaded them with kunai and shuriken and slipped them on, concealing them within the robe's generously wide sleeves, so anyone without some sort of X-ray vision would never see what his hands were doing inside. All set, he left his room. Hinata, who had already opened up a bento on the dining table, lit up the moment she saw him. Her heart, which had only just calmed down after that incident, started pounding all over again. Because, well, Izayoi in that white robe was quite a sight. With his black hair and blue eyes, finely chiseled features, and tall frame, the long white robe lent him an air of regal elegance. Anyone seeing him would think he was some noble heir rather than a once-orphaned boy with no upbringing to speak of. Suddenly, Hinata regretted wearing her usual white coat and pants. She wished she'd gone full kimono, like her sister. That would have made them look like an even better match. Unaware of Hinata's thoughts, Izayoi sat down for breakfast. Afterward, they headed out toward the ninja academy. Hey, Izayoi, Hinata. Morning. Looking cozy as always. Here's hoping you two end up on the same team. On the way, some classmates walking together spotted them, exchanging the usual teasing remarks about how inseparable they were. As always, Izayoi just smiled. Hinata blushed and lowered her gaze, recalling the mornings. Close call. When they arrived in the classroom, most of the class was already there. Even Naruto, who had failed the initial exam, had evidently passed a retest, meaning Class 1A's entire 6th year had made the cut. No telling how many squads would get approved by their Jonin instructors, though. Since they had technically graduated, nobody stuck to their assigned seats, instead grouping with friends for a final chat. Izayoi and Hinata picked a random spot to sit. They'd barely started talking when someone else, an equally recognized face, settled next to them. Glancing at the newcomer, Izayoi grinned. Morning, Sasuke. Morning. Sasuke Uchiha gave a faint nod, then said expectantly, hope we land in the same squad. Aside from Naruto, who sometimes intrigued him, only Izayoi and Hinata earned Sasuke's respect. Training with them regularly would help him grow stronger. Izayoi shook his head with a wry smile. I'd love to be with you and Hinata too, but you know how it goes, you, me, and Hinata are always in the top 3. Putting us together would be total overkill. During the Chunin exams, other squads wouldn't stand a chance. You've got a point. Sasuke sighed, resting his chin on his hands. He was about to lapse back into silence when someone squatted directly in front of him. A flash of spiky blonde hair and whisker marks entered Sasuke's vision. Blue eyes, very much like Izayoi's, but thinner, stared right back. For no apparent reason, Sasuke felt annoyed, scowling at Naruto. Izayoi noticed this and smirked. He knew exactly what was about to happen. Man, Naruto is so rude. Totally. Sasuke-kun, you should put him in his place. Some of the nearby girls were itching to rush over and pound Naruto themselves, but since Izayoi and Hinata were sitting there too, they hesitated, not daring to cross that trio. Then, at that moment, a random boy in front of Sasuke, who had been chatting away, swung his elbow back without noticing that Naruto was crouched behind him. Naruto's butt got bumped, causing him to topple forward. Seeing Sasuke's face zoom in and their eyes meeting in surprise, both realized too late what was happening. Ah. In front of a classroom full of stunned girls, Sasuke and Naruto ended up kissing. For a split second, everything froze. Then the place exploded in uproar. Izayoi nearly let out a whistle, kicking himself for not buying a camera to immortalize the scene. Hinata covered her mouth, turning bright red at the shocking sight. Jiga. After a few seconds, Sasuke and Naruto broke apart, both gagging. An absolutely livid Sasuke growled, dead last. I'll kill you. But he didn't get the chance. Enraged fangirls, led by Sakura Haruno, shoved aside the boy who'd nudged Naruto and dragged Naruto down to the teacher's podium for a savage group beating. AF. Have mercy. Amid the dust clouds, Naruto's pained howls filled the air. Chapter 28, Team. All right, everyone back to your seats. We're about to start the team assignments. The legendary kiss was only a brief sideshow. Not long after, Iruka appeared at the classroom door and put an end to the commotion. The girls, who still hadn't quite let go of their anger, reluctantly returned to their seats. Naruto, sporting a swollen face from the beatdown, plopped down in the row behind Izayoi. Beside him was Sakura Haruno, who'd snatched that seat hoping to be near Sasuke but ended up with Naruto for a neighbor. Once Iruka strode up to the podium, the noisy classroom fell silent. Everyone watched him with anticipation. Glancing around, Iruka couldn't help but smile, relieved that not a single student from the 6 years he'd taught had flunked out. Then he collected himself and began, congratulations on graduating. As of today, you're full-fledged ninja. But you're only just starting out, like brand new recruits. Until you're capable of holding your own, you'll be placed in teams of 3 under an experienced Jonin sensei. He raised the clipboard in his hands. Now we'll begin the team assignments. Team 1. One by one, he read out names. With each announcement, sighs rippled through the classroom, mostly from girls. Although Hinata had clearly claimed Izayoi, many still harbored secret crushes on him, hoping they'd at least be on his team. Now not only could they not be with Sasuke, but they also hadn't landed with Izayoi. Talk about double bad luck. Meanwhile, other girls' hopes soared. Every time a girl's name was assigned elsewhere, the remaining few felt their odds of teaming with Sasuke or Izayoi inch higher. Team 6. When Iruka reached the Team 6, he read the names, Minako, Sawano Genichi, and Kiba Inuzuka. Hearing that last name, Izayoi's eyes sharpened, and a small grin tugged at his lips. So that was it. Hiruzen Sarutobi had indeed chosen to pass over Kiba, effectively investing in Izayoi. Clearly, Izayoi's consistent track record of beating out clan heirs for the top spot had shown Sarutobi he had the potential to become a major asset for the village. While the Inuzuka clan had impressive connections, their battle style relies heavily on ninja hounds, and producing true elite Jonin warriors is rare. The Abirain clan, with their bizarre and lethal insects, is far more threatening in one-on-one combat, nearly unbeatable, much like the Uchiha's 3-tomo Sharingan. Between those two, Sarutobi picked the Abirain, leaving Kiba aside. It was gutsy, but apparently he felt Izayoi was worth the risk. Little did Izayoi know how much of Hayashi's pressure was behind that. Sarutobi already felt he owed the Hyuga after Niji's father sacrificed himself. Now Hayashi had personally asked for his daughter to be placed with Izayoi, and Sarutobi had been leaning toward giving Izayoi a good team anyway, so it was easy to finalize that choice. Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki. Woohoo! Naruto cheered, hearing he'd be teamed with Sakura. She, on the other hand, slumped in despair, until Iruka read the next name. Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. Sakura bolted upright with both arms raised, her mood doing a 180 in an instant. She threw a victorious smirk at Ino Yamanaka, whose expression soured. Team 8, Hinata Huga, Shino Abirame, and Izayoi. On hearing she'd be in the same team as Izayoi, Hinata actually clung to his arm, her voice trembling with excitement. This is great, Izayoi-kun. We're on the same team. Yeah. Looks like luck's on our side today, Izayoi replied cheerfully, though he'd already seen it coming. After 6 years, he couldn't imagine life without Hinata around, and being assigned with her suited him perfectly. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. Finishing the last name, Irika set the clipboard aside and let his gaze wander across the students he'd taught for 6 years. If I just read your name, remember your team members. In a bit, your Jonin sensei will come find you, until then, please stay here in the classroom. He left, and nobody followed, all too excited about their new ninja careers to think of farewells. None of them realized there was one more hurdle before the real missions. Team 3, come with me. Barely a few minutes after Irika departed, a Chunin in a green flak jacket stepped in, his stern demeanor shutting the class up at once. The 3 students from Team 3, looking almost as nervous as they had their first day of school, hurried after him. Team 5, you're with me. Team 1, over here. Team 9. One by one, the teams were called, each whisked away by a different Jonin. Pretty soon, half the seats were empty. That's when a curvaceous woman with black wavy hair, dressed in normal clothes instead of a flak jacket, appeared at the door, her crimson eyes scanning the room. Her gaze lingered on Izayoi and Hinata, and she smiled. Team 8, you're up. I'm your Jonin sensei. She turned on her heel and left. Guess that's our cue, see you around, Izayoi said, waving to Sasuke and Naruto as he and Hinata walked out. As for Shino, the perpetually low-profile top student, he was already gone before they knew it. Chapter 29, Strategy. Kurenai Yuhi led Team 8 out of the school building, not toward the training ground on Academy, but to a different practice site in the wilderness outside the village. These sorts of training grounds could be found all around Konoha. Stopping by a wooden post, Kurenai turned to face the 3, Izayoi, Hinata, and Shino, and smiled. Until one of you rises to squad leader as a Chunin, I'll be supervising your missions for quite a while. So, let's get to know each other. She placed one hand on her hip and continued, I'll start, as an example. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, that's Yuhi Kurenai. You can call me Kurenai-sensei. My specialty is genjutsu, I can use lots of different types. My likes include wasabi octopus, shoshu, and vodka. My dream is to become a kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. Now it's your turn. Her gaze swept across all 3 but finally settled on Izayoi. Taking the cue, Izayoi spoke up, I'm Izayoi. No family name. My specialty is ninjutsu, mainly fire and wind release. I also know a bit of medical ninjutsu and sensing. I like training and fighting stronger opponents. I dislike a lot of things, and my goal is to become an outstanding ninja. Kurenai nodded, forming a rough impression of Izayoi's abilities and personality. Next, she turned to Hinata. I'm Hinata Huga. I specialize in sensing and my clan's gentle fist. I like training with Izayoi-kun and my sister. I also like red bean paste sweets and cinnamon rolls. I don't like shrimp or crabs. And my dream is to become an excellent ninja too. Her soft voice contrasted with her strong words. After listening, Kurenai gave Izayoi another look. Her eyes flicked between them until Hinata's cheeks flushed pink and she lowered her gaze. Kurenai's smile turned teasing. Ah, I see. Finally, she turned to Shino, whose figure was practically hidden under a hooded jacket, goggles covering his eyes, and the band of his forehead protector concealing everything else, leaving only a bit of skin visible. Shino spoke calmly, my name is Shino Abirame. Like Hinata, I specialize in sensing and my clan's secret techniques. I like exploring forests for insects. I enjoy salads and winter melon, and I dislike overly strong flavors. My dream is to discover a new insect species. Great. Now we have a basic idea of each other's skills. Kurenai gave a satisfied nod. But before we actually start taking missions, I need to test you. Tomorrow morning at 9, same place as now. We'll do a survival exercise. By the way, it's a capture game, your opponent is me. She pointed to herself, waved, and laughed. See you tomorrow. Don't be late. And just like that, she vanished in a blur, giving the 3 no chance to respond or ask questions. Izayoi, Hinata, and Shino exchanged glances. Izayoi, what's your take? Asked Shino, probing Izayoi's thoughts. Though Shino had been overshadowed throughout the academy by Izayoi and Hinata, he didn't believe himself lacking in any real skill. He just never had the chance to show it, since the only monthly freeform fights, from 6th grade onward, never matched him with them. Now he wanted to see how sharp Izayoi's insight was. If Izayoi's reasoning wasn't on point, Shino wouldn't hesitate to speak up. Izayoi, oblivious to Shino's internal test, calmly answered. We already know the outcome. None of us fresh genin can beat a jonin. Even if it's just a capture challenge, if the jonin wants to, we wouldn't stand a chance. You've seen how the Chunin instructors hold back in the school survival exercises, as long as you don't totally flop, they let you pass. Same logic here, if our performance tomorrow satisfies Kurenai-sensei, she'll go easy on us so we can actually succeed. So the question is, how do we make her happy? Leaning back against the post Kurenai had stood by, Izayoi went on, Kurenai-sensei basically spelled it out for us. She's not testing our raw power, but our skills in action. You know ninja battles revolve around intel. From the intros, we already know her deal, she's a genjutsu specialist. She could have started the survival test right now, yet she gave us a full day, plus the theme and location, clearly so we can plan and set traps. So if our strategy and teamwork look good, she'll likely let us snag the objective in the end. Hinata looked at him with shining eyes, openly showing her admiration. Shino, who remained hidden in his coat, kept his reaction to himself, but he silently admitted Izayoi surpassed him in tactical thinking. Not bad. The top student didn't earn that title for no reason, he thought. He continued out loud, so then, Izayoi, what's your strategy? Unlike before, Shino's question this time signified his acceptance of Izayoi as de facto leader. To make a plan, we need to know one another's abilities in detail, Izayoi replied. Come over here, you too, Hinata. Spill the beans on your best moves. Hinata and Shino immediately drew near. The three formed a tight circle, lowering their voices as they talked. A short distance away, Kurenai stood perched atop a tall tree. Seeing them already huddled and swapping intel, she smiled, even more pleased. She deliberately left them clues about the exercise, just to test how quickly they'd catch on. Little did she expect them to figure it out the moment she left, instantly grasping that the time and location hints were about strategic prep and teamwork. They really are good, Kurenai thought. Not impossible they'll manage to snag a win. I'll be sure to show them it's not that easy, though. Recalling a wager she'd made with Kakashi and Asuma earlier, both of whom doubted her, Kurenai grinned to herself. Then her form wavered like a mirage, vanishing from the tree in an instant. Chapter 30, Start the test. All right, that's the plan. Half an hour later, Izayoi glanced at Hinata and Shino, smiling. I'm counting on you two tomorrow, Hinata and Shino. I'll do my best. Hinata nodded vigorously. Will do. Shino also gave a faint nod. Underneath his calm exterior, though, waves of surprise were churning. His body, which he'd long converted into a hive for his insects, was feeding him data. Izayoi's chakra was enormous. The only classmate that compared was Naruto Uzumaki. No wonder Izayoi could use so many jutsu, even invent some on his own. Maybe his ancestry wasn't purely civilian after all, his chakra capacity was too crazy to be explained otherwise. Then let's head home. Pleased that Hinata and Shino agreed with his strategy, Izayoi nodded and was about to dismiss them. Aren't we going to set traps? Shino asked, snapping out of his thoughts. No need, Izayoi replied, shaking his head. Basic traps won't work on a jonin. Advanced traps require expensive, high-powered tools, and they still might fail. Worse, they could hurt us instead. If my analysis is right, this strategy is more than enough to pass Kurenai-sensei's test. Hinata and Shino exchanged a look. Izayoi's logic made sense. In that case, I'll be going. Shino shoved his hands back in his pockets and headed off. He'd known for years that Hinata and Izayoi were close, so he had no desire to be a third wheel. As quietly curious as he might be, maintaining the cool facade of the Aburame clan won out. Once Shino was out of sight, Izayoi grasped Hinata's hand with a smile. Hinata, it's been ages since we did any outdoor cooking. How about we have grilled fish for lunch? Sure. Hinata's eyes gleamed with excitement, remembering the outings they used to have after training, back when they'd grill their own fish or go hunting. Ever since her father started giving them more freedom, and especially with Hanabi joining in, she and Izayoi hadn't visited that abandoned practice ground in a while, and they hadn't cooked outdoors together in forever. Training usually happened at Izayoi's home these days, and all their meals were either brought from the Huga place or prepared at Izayoi's. Fond memories of roasting fish and spending cozy times with Izayoi made Hinata eager to revisit that feeling. So the two walked off hand in hand, heading for the familiar stream. Leaving the fish catching to a couple of shadow clones, the real Izayoi and Hinata sparred atop the flowing water, waves of chakra colliding, creating splashes and shockwaves that startled birds and beasts on both riverbanks. When things calmed down, white smoke rose and a delicious smell spread. They spent the whole midday outside, reliving childhood memories. Next day, 8:30 a.m. Izayoi and Hinata arrived at the training area. Sure enough, Shino was already there by the stump, looking like he'd been waiting a while. "Morning, Shino," Izayoi greeted with a slight wave. "Morning," Shino acknowledged with a nod. The mood lapsed into silence. From reading the original storyline, Izayoi knew Shino had a hidden, deadpan snarker side, but he still couldn't find much to talk about. Shino spent years with barely any presence in class, and his main hobby was bug hunting. They really had no overlap. Plus, considering Shino might have eavesdropping insects around, Izayoi wasn't about to whisper with Hinata right now, so he simply leaned on a tree stump and closed his eyes, waiting. Hinata stuffed her hands in her pockets and stood quietly next to him. Minutes ticked by until, whoosh, the sound of something slicing through the air reached their ears. Izayoi opened his eyes to find Kurenai standing before them. "Good morning, sensei." "Morning, Kurenai-sensei." "Morning. Sorry to keep you waiting." Kurenai smiled and gave them a polite nod. Taking out 3 small bells, she continued, "Your mission's simple. In the next hour, by any means necessary, even killing me if you have to, snatch these 3 bells from me." She looped the bells onto her belt, then produced a small alarm clock set to ring an hour from now. Placing it atop the stump, Kurenai turned to Izayoi's trio. "Starting, now." No sooner had she said it than all 3 of them vanished without a trace, leaving only the rustling of leaves. Kurenai surveyed the surrounding woods, her face confident and poised. She didn't chase them down for a quick victory, instead strolling to a clear area as though waiting for them to attack. That wasn't arrogance, just perspective. She remembered all too well what the academy taught and was sure that, no matter how talented these fresh genin were, they only had the basics. Even with clan inheritance, how strong could they be? Kurenai herself specialized in genjutsu but could also handle at least 2 elemental transformations. She was a well-rounded jonin. In her mind, even multiple genin squads combined wouldn't pose a threat. That was what she believed, until a second later, she felt a chill down her spine. 8 trigrams, air wall palm. A teenage girl's shout cut through the air, coming closer at frightening speed. A terrifying shockwave, like a giant invisible wall, hurtled toward Kurenai, kicking up a huge swirl of dust. Kurenai's pupils shrank. She had no time to gather chakra in her feet for a body flicker, so she leapt backward on reflex, just barely avoiding the brunt of the impact. Dust swallowed her whole. Boom, boom, boom. That shockwave plowed into the forest behind her, snapping several thick trees. The raw force left Kurenai reeling. She'd never expected that. Panning back to the origin of the shockwave beneath a large tree, you'd see 2 identical girls, backs pressed together and palms meeting. Both had bulging veins around their temples, Byakugan active. They were Hinata, and her shadow clone. Chapter 31, Past. What a powerful combo. Looks like these top 3 have all been hiding their true strength. Perched atop a tree, Shino Aburame watched dust billow over the clearing and into the forest, speaking quietly to himself. At the same time, he swiftly released a swarm of insects, using the dust as cover to sneak them toward Kurenai's belt and snatch the bells while she was distracted. Unfortunately, Hinata had already startled the prey. As the Jonin sensei of a sensing-type team, Kurenai's own sensory skills were quite high. After being spooked by Hinata's combo and swallowed by the dust cloud, she quickly expanded her awareness. She detected the trio's positions, along with Shino's insects approaching. With a loud pop, reminiscent of a burst balloon, the dust thinned to reveal only a block of wood circled by insects on the ground. Substitution jutsu. None of Team 8 looked surprised. Veins bulging at her temples, Hinata scanned the area with her Byakugan's black and white vision. She could see Shino concealed in a tree, Kurenai slipping into the woods beneath the cover of white smoke, and Izayoi already blurring toward Kurenai at high speed. Watching Izayoi confront Kurenai directly, Hinata's lips curled in a slight smile. She pulled out a small cloth and nodded toward Shino before disappearing. The hum of insects followed. Meanwhile, in another patch of forest, the sharp clang of colliding metal rang out. Zooming in, a boy and a girl, only a few centimeters difference in height, were locked in close combat with kunai in reverse grips. Izayoi aimed slash after slash at Kurenai's vital points with lightning-fast attacks. Even with her combat experience, Kurenai was stuck on the defensive. At first, her wealth of battle experience kept her calm. But soon, she seemed to notice something impossible. Her eyes flew wide, and her face went pale with shock. How is that possible? She even shouted aloud. Izayoi, knowing exactly what had rattled her, smirked. In the next second, poof, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Simultaneously, 3 voices echoed from the surrounding forest. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. An orange glow, like a fiery sunset, flooded the area around Kurenai. 3 4-meter-long fire dragons roared in from 3 sides. With no time for a body flicker, and her genjutsu useless, she formed rapid hand seals and yelled. Water style, water formation wall. Water spewed from her mouth like a waterfall, spinning around with her body and colliding with the oncoming dragons. Explosions crackled and hissed, unleashing a thick mist that spread everywhere. Cough, cough. The fog expanded even into the clearing. Kurenai emerged from it coughing, only to abruptly freeze as if realizing something. A second later, a familiar sound reached her. Jingle. Jingle. The pleasant chime of bells came closer, carried on the wind that dispersed the remaining haze. There stood Team 8, completely unharmed, stepping out from the forest. In the center, Izayoi gently swung the bells in his hand, smiling at Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, I guess we pass. Incredible. Even though I was on guard, you still managed to swipe these. Kurenai glanced from Team 8's pristine appearance to her own bedraggled state. Her cheeks tinged with awkwardness, but she was mostly proud. Flashing a grin, she said, you guys are seriously strong, and your strategy was perfect. Teacher admits defeat. No. In a ninja battle, intel is everything. Izayoi shook his head, smiling. We only got the bells so easily because you gave away your specialty and didn't really know our full capabilities. If this had been to the death, we'd never have pulled it off so cleanly. It's all thanks to you going easy on us, sensei. Hearing that, Hinata and Shino, standing half a step behind Izayoi, both gave him startled looks, each with their own thoughts. Izayoi-kun so good at talking. Whoa, you can spin it that way. Isn't that basically flattery? Kurenai also looked a bit taken aback. Then her smile grew brighter, warmth in her eyes. You sure know how to say the right thing. Her embarrassment dispelled, she patted Izayoi on the shoulder and slung an arm around Hinata. All right, to celebrate Team 8's formation, I'm treating you all to a feast. Walking along the path toward downtown, Kurenai glanced at Izayoi in curiosity. So, Izayoi, how did your shadow clone manage to break my genjutsu mid-fight? Schools teach that dispelling illusions requires disrupting your own chakra flow. Easy to say, but doing it in actual combat is extremely hard. It usually involves deliberately shifting your chakra, which takes focus and hand seals. What shocked her earlier wasn't that Izayoi was fighting as a clone or that his real body and clone were ambushing. It was that Izayoi's clone just flat-out ignored her genjutsu. It's classified, sensei. Izayoi raised his finger to his lips with a playful look. Ninja battles revolve around intel, and secrets make a man more intriguing. He winked mischievously at Hinata, making her blush and lower her head. Come on, you're hardly a man. Just a brat. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Wait till you're 20 and can share a drink with your teacher, then talk about being a man. Still, she didn't press further. Inwardly, her estimation of Izayoi soared even beyond that of Hinata and Shino. He boasted overwhelming chakra, solid fire release, a surprisingly mature personality, and a prime ninja mindset. Now she truly understood how he'd kept outperforming everyone for the #1 spot. Izayoi just kept smiling, offering no explanation. After all, the real reason he shrugged off her illusions wasn't just the sheer strength of his yin chakra, but also his ability to cast jutsu without hand seals. Other people needed seals to manipulate chakra, but Izayoi didn't need them at all. When it came to genjutsu, he was pretty much the worst-case opponent. Chapter 32, finally. Since it was still early in the day, Team 8 didn't disband immediately after the celebratory meal that Kurenai treated them to. Instead, they headed to the Hokage's office to officially begin their mission schedule. Naturally, Team 8's very first assignment was a D-rank mission. At first, Hinata and Shino showed interest. But after they saw Kurenai lead them to a foul-smelling drainage ditch and instruct them to figure out how to remove the trash floating on the water's surface, their enthusiasm vanished instantly. This task wasn't difficult at all for Hinata and Izayoi, who could already walk on water. The same went for Shino. He had, in fact, learned both tree climbing and water walking in his 3rd year. Those techniques, not taught at the academy, were basic skills most major ninja clans required their children to master. Even if Izayoi hadn't taught Hinata to climb trees and walk on water, her father, Hayashi, would have eventually done so, once her gentle fist reached a certain level. Being able to multitask with chakra control not only strengthened her gentle fist but also made learning the Hyuga's fighting style easier. Watching all 3 of them handle water walking with ease, Kurenai seemed briefly surprised. Then, recalling Hinata and Shino's family backgrounds, plus Izayoi's feats and connection to Hinata, she realized it made sense. For them, something like this was trivial. Soon, Kurenai found herself more troubled than pleased. She had intended to use this mission as a chance to teach them advanced chakra control methods. Since they already knew all that, what was left for her to teach? Izayoi, of course, had no idea about Kurenai's thoughts and worries. Otherwise he'd definitely be grateful. Although they addressed her as sensei, a jonin instructor was not necessarily a teacher of jutsu. The relationship was as much commander-subordinate as it was mentor-student. A jonin instructor's primary job was to guide fresh graduates on how to undertake missions and become reliable genin. If they happened to really like a particular student, they might teach them additional skills. Otherwise, once someone in the team got promoted to Chunin, team leader, the jonin might step back and only assemble the squad when the village assigned advanced missions. They weren't obligated to teach any ninjutsu at all. A teacher like Kurenai, who was already thinking about what to teach them on day 2, was basically a dream come true. If members of Team 7 saw this, they'd probably cry from envy. Their own sensei, Kakashi, used to lie around reading his favorite books, leaving them to do menial tasks with tools, and didn't bother teaching them tree or water walking for the longest time. Once they completed the first mission and received their pay, Team 8 broke up outside the Hokage's office. "Hinata, let's treat ourselves tonight," Izayoi said. "Sure." Hinata answered promptly. Clutching their first paycheck, Izayoi and Hinata headed to the market to buy ingredients, planning a proper feast. But upon returning to Izayoi's house, and intending to prep a meal before inviting Hanabi, they were interrupted. Ugh. Just as Izayoi stepped into the entryway to switch shoes, his eyes squeezed shut, and he sucked in a pained breath. The grocery bags tumbled from his hands. "Izayoi-kun, what's wrong?" Hinata asked anxiously. "Hinata, my Kekkei-genkai. It's awakening." Izayoi covered his eyes, leaning against the wall, wincing yet strangely excited. Hinata, rushing to support him, froze mid-step, her mouth open in surprise. "Really? Izayoi-kun, you also have a Kekkei-genkai." "Yeah, but you're the only one who knows," Izayoi said, resting a hand on her shoulder with a smile. "Help me upstairs, there's something I need you to do." "Got it," Hinata said, her face going serious. She forgot all about the groceries and helped him up the stairs. Once in his bedroom, Izayoi lay down, eyes closed. "Hinata, go grab a roll of bandages, please." "Sure." She left the room and returned with a first aid kit. She pulled out a roll of bandages and handed it to Izayoi, who then wrapped it around his eyes. "And now," he continued, "there's an eye patch in my nightstand. Bring it over." "Okay." Hinata nodded again, opened the drawer, found a black eye patch, and placed it in Izayoi's hand. After he slid it on, Izayoi formed a quick seal with both hands. A surge of intense sensing chakra spread outward over Konoha's center. A few seconds later, he released the seal, face grim. "Hinata, make sure no one hears about this, about my skip-a-generation Kekkei-genkai, not even Hanabi right now." "I understand, Izayoi-kun," she said with a grave expression. In truth, Hinata wouldn't have told anyone anyway. If word got out that Izayoi, a so-called orphan with no surname, possessed a Kekkei-genkai, a lot of people might take interest. If it turned out the Kekkei-genkai was from somewhere outside the land of fire, for instance, trust in him would drop, and his future in the village would be compromised. And if he fell from the village's favor, she and Izayoi would have no future together either. "I have a feeling my Kekkei-genkai will need a few days to fully awaken," Izayoi said. "During that time, if Team 8 gets any missions, send a shadow clone disguised as me. Remember you have to wear my clothes, otherwise, Shino might catch on. Also, the clone should tell them it's only a clone, my real body's busy perfecting some new jutsu." "Got it. And also, try to keep Hanabi from coming over too. If I can't see for a few days, you'll need to bring me my meals. But I might hide using the invisibility technique. If you don't see me, just call out, but don't activate your Byakugan." "Understood," Hinata said. "Thanks, Hinata." "Really, I owe you one," Izayoi murmured with a gentle smile. "MHM." Hinata nodded, cheeks flushing with a mix of worry and happiness. Izayoi had looked after her since childhood, now it was finally her turn to take care of him. Hinata felt a kind of excited anticipation, even wanting to go home and plan out a daily routine for these next few days. Chapter 33, Tenseigan. Whether because his potential wasn't fully sparked or because he didn't have enough chakra, Izayoi's first wave, or fetal stirring, ended up lasting not just a few days but a full 2 weeks. For those 2 weeks, he basically lived blind, with no light in his life. Under normal circumstances, going without vision would be depressing or frustrating. But Izayoi's days were filled with happiness thanks to the way Hinata took care of him, like the epitome of a gentle, traditional, Yamato Nadeshiko, a perfect mix of caring wife and loving mother. Each day, she either brought meals from home or bought fresh ingredients to cook at Izayoi's place. Worried that he'd get stiff from staying in bed, she frequently helped him up for walks around the room or living area. She showed infinite patience assisting him with washing up, even scrubbing his back or washing his hair. If Team 8 had any missions, she'd handle both her role and Izayoi's by disguising herself as him to go out on duty. On off days, she'd leave a shadow clone at home or send a clone to keep him company, afraid he might feel lonely. Izayoi basically got to sit back and do nothing, he just had to exist, while Hinata genuinely enjoyed looking after him. Having been on the receiving end of Izayoi's care since childhood, it was her first time looking after him in return, and each day filled her with energy. She even dreamed about how to care for him better and imagined him praising her for it. If Hayashi had seen such a scene, he'd probably be on the brink of punching something. Still, blissful times tend to fly by, and after half a month of blindness, feeling chakra constantly being secreted in his brain, his eyeballs seeming to wriggle with something inside, Izayoi finally sensed that all had quieted down. The first stage of his all-encompassing power had appeared. On that day, Hinata closed the curtains, locked the door, and carefully began unwrapping the bandages from Izayoi's eyes. Izayoi-kun, is your Kekkei Genkai some kind of dojutsu, too? Yeah. Izayoi nodded. Could it be the legendary Rinnegan, or some red eye that counters Byakugan? Hinata speculated eagerly. She might as well be asking if I awakened the Ketsuryugen. Izayoi thought wryly, but outwardly he just shook his head. No idea. If my brain hadn't started secreting chakra all of a sudden, I wouldn't have known I'd inherited a dormant Kekkei Genkai. We'll find out in a second. Oh okay. Hinata quickly stripped off the last layer of bandages, then stood in front of Izayoi, watching him closely as he kept his eyes shut. When he finally opened them, Hinata's own eyes went wide, her hand flying to her mouth in awe. What beautiful eyes. In the dimly lit room, Izayoi's gaze glowed with a cool blue-white light, almost like luminous pearls in the dark. The sclera was still there, of course, but his irises had turned sky blue. Even his pupils were tinted blue, emitting a white radiance that formed a pattern like a flower petal around them. The effect was unbelievably stunning. This pair of eyes might have returned to the world after a 1,000-year absence, or it could be their first time ever appearing on Earth. They didn't belong to any of the known 3 great dojutsu, nor were they a red eye that suppressed the Byakugan, nor some Ketsuryugen from the Chinoid clan. Instead, they were an ultimate eye technique said to rival even the most powerful of the 3 great dojutsu, the Tenseigan, famed for both destruction and creation. So much eye power. This is on a totally different level. Izayoi raised his hand to the corner of his right eye, visually focusing on Hinata in front of him. In truth, his line of sight had already penetrated the house, the street, the village, the forest, and the city beyond, like an invisible web covering the entire land of fire. Before, his gold-tier Byakugan could see up to 80 kilometers. That was already impressive, but compared to the Tenseigan's range, it felt like pitting a seasoned soldier against an infant. In this world's power scale, it was like the gap between Super Kage and Kage, absolutely incomparable. With just the first stage complete, Izayoi could see across all the land of fire. Once he reached the second wave, or the final evolution, just how insane would his range become? Retracting his gaze, Izayoi looked at Hinata leaning forward. He noticed her unzipped coat, the snug black mesh beneath hugging her upper body in an easily noticeable way. He couldn't help an awkward twitch at the corner of his mouth. Geez, it comes with some sort of family-friendly self-censorship. Turns out, when Izayoi tried out the Tenseigan's X-ray vision on human bodies, he didn't get anything fun. Instead, he saw colorful skeletons, organs, networks of chakra pathways, no actual fanservice visuals at all. Lame. But remembering there was a giant Tenseigan on the moon as well, he quickly felt better. Not seeing that stuff was probably a good thing. Seeing Izayoi's shifting expressions, Hinata asked curiously, Izayoi-kun, are you trying out the new Kekkei Genkai powers? Yeah. Izayoi nodded. My eyes aren't the Rinnegan or that red eye you mentioned. This is something brand new, or maybe something that's been lost for centuries. So what can it do? Hinata asked, clearly intrigued. It can do this. Rise. Izayoi lifted his hand toward Hinata. In the next instant, it was as if she'd slipped free from gravity, her body floating off the ground, drifting toward Izayoi. But then came the comedic twist. It was his first time using gravity like this, and he misjudged the power, not noticing how close she already was. Hinata, who was only about 8 centimeters shorter than him, rose above him with enough momentum to crash right into him, knocking him backwards. Ow wow. A pained yelp rang out as Izayoi toppled to the floor. Hinata herself took no damage, some mysterious force having cushioned her impact. Leaning over him without injury, she said in concern, Izayoi-kun, are you all right? Cough, yeah. I just overdid it a bit. Still cradling Hinata, Izayoi stood up with a laugh. That's basically how my eyes work. Hinata, going over the scene in her mind, asked hesitantly, was that wind release? No, it was gravity, and repulsion, Izayoi said, glancing around. His eyes landed on a decorative vase. Pointing a finger, he lightly flicked invisible energy. Crash, the vase shattered, not because anything struck it but because it suddenly slammed into the wall, breaking itself. Its shards then floated in midair, drifting neatly into the trash bin. Wow. Hinata's jaw dropped. Switching between gravity and repulsion, Izayoi allowed himself a small smile, thinking, finally, some real self-defense power. The Byakugan had evolved into the Tenseigan. Its initial stage brought him 2 fundamental boosts and 3 primary abilities. The 2 fundamental boosts were the ultra-long-range vision, much greater than 80 kilometers, and color-based X-ray sight. The 3 main abilities were gravity, repulsion, and unlimited puppetry. Or more accurately, a variant of the 6 paths technique, he could condense Tenseigan chakra into a core that functioned like a heart, bestowing life, chakra, and remote control over puppet-like constructs. Those constructs could even fire beams of chakra. If he had yin-yang release, he could create black rods to supply them with chakra from afar, but that would have to come later. Smiling in satisfaction, Izayoi mentally summoned his personal interface. Host, Izayoi. Talent entries, Kekaigenkai, Tenseigan, red, Ōtsutsuki bloodline, red, Sage Eyes, red, Prince of the Byakugan, red, 6 paths aptitude, red, chakra control, gold, Uzumaki bloodline, purple, plus, all attribute constitution, purple, plus, medical genius, blue, plus. Points, 12,391. Now that the Byakugan had evolved into the Tenseigan, its entry changed from Byakugan to Tenseigan at red tier, and it jumped to the very top of his list, surpassing even his Ōtsutsuki bloodline. The ultimate eye technique really is beyond red, Izayoi thought to himself. Chapter 34, First C-Rank Mission. Apparently, the Tenseigan awakened through Izayoi's own eyes was different from Toneri Ōtsutsuki's version, and its powers were incredibly stable from the start. Even if his body suffered serious injuries, the Tenseigan's power wouldn't vanish. Only when both his chakra and ocular energy were fully spent would his Tenseigan regress to the Byakugan. After the Byakugan evolved into the Tenseigan, his eyes continued absorbing chakra secreted by his brain, almost like stored energy. Once that energy topped off again, he'd reach the second, fetal stirring, the next breakthrough. Just like it took 2 years of building up power for his Byakugan to become Tenseigan, Izayoi had a hunch that the second awakening would also take a while. For now, though, he was more than satisfied simply to have awakened the Tenseigan already. After all, he was only 12, still just a kid, with his childhood only just ending. Real growth begins around age 15. By then, girls can't keep up with boys in power. Even if Izayoi did nothing else, as soon as he hit the prime growth spurt, like Toneri up on the moon, his potential would explode. By 19, even with 0 combat experience, so long as he transplanted a pair of super pure Byakugan, he'd command extra-dimensional powers. Toneri managed it with only 1 red-tier talent, so Izayoi, with several, could do even more. Awakening the Tenseigan at 12 was proof positive of his cheat mode. Hey, Izayoi, you're the real you this time. After safely riding out his first stirring, Izayoi finally rejoined the squad. As soon as he returned, Shino Aburame noticed how his insects were reacting and stared at Izayoi in shock. The bugs were afraid. In just half a month, Izayoi's presence had grown that much stronger. What on earth had he been working on? Yup, Izayoi answered with a grin. The jutsu I was perfecting is basically done, so I'm back. What jutsu were you working on? Because Shino wore sunglasses and kept his collar high, Kurenai, who was also standing there, hadn't caught Shino's expression. She only knew she was curious what Izayoi had been so busy refining. Men are more appealing when they have secrets. Izayoi flashed a playful smile, putting a finger to his lips. You'll see soon enough, Kurenai-sensei. I guarantee you'll be blown away. You know, Izayoi, has anyone told you how punchable you can be? A pulsating vein appeared on Kurenai's forehead. Izayoi turned to Hinata. Hinata, do I deserve a beating? No, not at all. Hinata shook her head earnestly. You two really aren't dating. Kurenai teased, echoing a question their academy classmates had asked countless times. Izayoi just smiled silently. Hinata flushed pink. That diversion settled, Team 8 went back to completing D-rank missions. Some days they only had 1, other days they did 2 or 3. Sometimes they got a few days off before picking up another. Whether it was cleaning trash, babysitting village kids, tending crops, Team 8 handled it all neatly, winning praise from every client. Meanwhile, Kurenai had wanted to teach them her genjutsu but was turned down by Hinata and Shino, who preferred focusing on clan techniques. Izayoi also refused. If he hadn't awakened his Tenseigan yet, he might have welcomed it. Sure, his status panel looked crazy, with multiple red-tier talents, but until he gained the Tenseigan, all those red-tier abilities hadn't actually translated into much combat power. Aside from the Super Typhoon serial spheres, he was still refining. His only offensive ninjutsu were the simple wind release left by his father and a few fire release jutsu from the Uchiha scrolls. With multi-shadow clone jutsu and those ninjutsu, Izayoi didn't fear any jonin. As soon as he perfected his secret technique, he'd be on par with an elite jonin capable of threatening Kaga-level foes, just like Kakashi once did. Formerly, he matched a standard jonin. Now that he had the Tenseigan's gravity and repulsion powers, though not quite to the point of casting Chibaka Tensei, he was basically at Kaga level. He already had enough offense, defense, and support abilities, so he didn't need Kurenai's genjutsu. Thus Kurenai, much like in the original series, merely guided them on how to be decent ninja rather than forcibly teaching them her jutsu. Time slipped by until May 1st. That morning, Team 8 gathered as usual at the same spot. You've all done well this past month. Not a single complaint from clients, Kurenai said upon arriving, bringing good news. As a reward, I'll be taking you to pick up a higher-level mission today. Hinata instantly brightened, and if Shino hadn't been wearing sunglasses, they might have seen his eyes light up a little, too. A C-rank mission? Izayoi asked, though he already knew the answer. Kurenai nodded. Genin typically only do D-rank assignments. Only more experienced genin, or genin under a jonin, get to do C-rank. Unlike D-rank busy work, C-rank missions often take you outside the village, maybe facing unknown enemies and real danger. Strictly speaking, you haven't been out of the academy more than a month, so you shouldn't be eligible. But given your record so far, we'll make an exception. Let's go, then, to the Hokage's office. Kurenai led the eager Team 8 to the Hokage's chamber in the Hokage residence. You're here for a C-rank mission? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, puffing on a pipe as he studied Izayoi and Hinata, both of whom stood taller than most kids their age. He felt a twinge of nostalgia. Those two used to be little kids with round, chubby cheeks. And recalling Izayoi's fights with Sasuke, even though Sasuke had awakened the Sharingan, Izayoi still completely suppressed him. Sarutobi nodded. All right. Though your team's only been around a month, every single assignment so far got top marks from the clients. If Kurenai believes you're ready, I'll give you a C-rank job. He rummaged under the desk, retrieving a large scroll. Unrolling it, he ran his finger along the parchment until he stopped. You three have solid sensing skills, so this quest might be a good match. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he explained, a mining caravan has been in Konoha on business, but they're afraid of bandits and rogue ninja on the way back. They want us to escort them to the land of rivers. This assignment goes to you. Any objections? He looked to Kurenai. No, Lord Hokage, Kurenai said politely. The other three kept quiet. Sarutobi's finger glowed faintly with chakra. Pressing it to the mission scroll, there was a small poof of smoke. A hand-sized scroll materialized in his palm. He tossed it to Kurenai. All the client's info is here. Go negotiate with them. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kurenai bowed once more, then ushered Team 8 out of the office. From beginning to end, Sarutobi hadn't spoken directly to Team 8, nor had any of them acted like Naruto might, blurting out something reckless. Exiting the Hokage building, Kurenai unrolled the document and led Team 8 to an inn. Wait here while I talk to the client. She walked up to a wagon parked outside, striking up a conversation with the person watching over it, who soon took her inside the inn. A closer look showed a banner on the wagon with a single character, Iron. Since they were heading to the land of rivers, that symbol clearly had nothing to do with the land of iron. It probably indicated the wagon was carrying iron ore. In one of the books they'd read, the land of rivers was described as having mountainous terrain, dense forests, and many villages located on or at the foot of mountains, thus often called mountain villages. Izayoi, Hinata, and Shino pondered that in silence. Chapter 35, The Shock Kurenai and Shino. It took Kurenai a few minutes inside the inn before she finally emerged. The client still has shopping to do in Konoha, she said to Team 8. So tomorrow at 8 a.m., be at the village gate on time. After I dismiss you today, go pack spare clothes, a tent and sleeping bag if you have one, and maybe some soldier pills. If you can't fit everything, you might want to buy a storage scroll. You've earned more than enough to afford it. Understood, Sensei, they all replied. Remember, 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Don't be late. Kurenai reminded them once more, then vanished in a body flicker. Izayoi and Hinata said their goodbyes to Shino. Izayoi-kun, you don't need to buy a storage scroll. I'll bring one tomorrow, Hinata said softly. Izayoi gave her cheek a playful pinch. Way to flaunt that Huga fortune, huh? Already trying to keep me as your boy toy. Be boy toy. Instantly, Hinata's face went crimson and her words started to tremble. I'm kidding. Izayoi gave her a gentle head pat, then took her hand, smiling. Actually, no need for a storage scroll. I'll bring a backpack. If we end up camping out, I'll stand watch and protect you. At that, Hinata's cheeks went an even deeper red. She unconsciously lowered her gaze to where their fingers were interlaced, and a sweet smile lit up her face. She felt as if her heart were brimming with honey. Though they hadn't openly declared themselves a couple, Izayoi and Hinata were already acting the part. If not for the worry that coming out might reach the Huga elders and cause trouble, Hinata would have confessed a long time ago. In her mind, once both she and Izayoi became elite jonin, vital to the village, no one could tear them apart. That day wouldn't be far off. Hinata suddenly squeezed Izayoi's hand, silently steeling herself. Izayoi, oblivious to these thoughts, would have been pleased if he knew. After all, this new Hinata already shone bright, and she'd only grow stronger with clear goals. A properly guided princess of the Byakugan could become absolutely dazzling. The next morning, 7:50 a.m. carrying backpacks, Izayoi and Hinata arrived at the village gate. Shino was already there, also with just a single backpack. Morning. Morning. Shino, you're not bringing a tent. I did, just stored it in a scroll. And if you need soldier pills, let me know. Thanks, but Hinata's already got me covered. They exchanged their usual small talk. This time, the conversation killer wasn't Shino's aloofness but Izayoi himself. Having to watch the two be all cutesy, and hearing the mention of Hinata helping Izayoi, felt like getting a faceful of romantic mush. Still, Shino wasn't the type to sulk or be snide, so he just fell quiet again. With Shino back to silence, Izayoi turned to chatting in whispers with Hinata, avoiding any sensitive talk that might let Shino's insects overhear. You guys didn't wait long, did you? Soon, Kurenai's voice drew their attention. A caravan of around a dozen people came into view, led by Kurenai and a nondescript middle-aged man. The men eyed Izayoi, Hinata, and Shino with a friendly smile. They all noticed how his gaze lingered on Hinata the longest, but not due to her figure. Izayoi's sensing picked up no malice. The man was probably excited to have a Huga in his escort group. After all, the Byakugan is famous for 360-degree vision and can see through most stealth, letting a caravan spot danger far in advance. Landing a Byakugan user for just the price of a C-rank mission was a huge coup. Realizing all that, Izayoi paid it no mind. Let me introduce you, Kurenai said to her three students. This is our client, Nishimura-san. Nishimura-san, Team 8 greeted politely. Hello there. I look forward to working with you. He showed no ego at all, keeping his posture modest. Seeing a client so easygoing was a relief to Team 8, who had previously dealt with a few weird or finicky D-rank patrons. All right, let's be on our way, said Kurenai. She and Nishimura handed over their exit permits at the village gate. For the first time in their lives, Izayoi, Hinata, and Shino stepped beyond the Konoha walls. Hinata and Shino, initially excited to see the outside world, soon lost interest after passing the first small town. True, the Land of Fire boasts some bustling spots like Tanzaka Town, but many others are plain, nowhere near as developed as Konoha. Add to that the era's technology, where noble travel was largely by carriage or litter, trains were still years or decades away. Without ninja traveling at full speed, it might normally take them 3 days to go from Konoha to the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, or a week or so to reach the farthest corners of the ninja world. But that's for shinobi alone. A caravan with everyday people is only as fast as the slowest among them. Here they had around a dozen people and 2 wagons, returning empty, so at least they weren't weighed down. It was faster than walking, but still with frequent pauses, taking 8 days just to exit the Land of Fire. Hinata, how are things looking out there? As soon as they left the Land of Fire, moving from forested paths into mountainous ones, Kurenai addressed Hinata, who had her Byakugan active, veins visible at her temples. Within a 20-kilometer radius, no threats. None any. Though her actual words indicated safety, Kurenai and Shino almost jumped in shock at the figure Hinata gave. They were simply stunned by that radius. Chapter 36, Ready-Made Puppet. Everyone knows that the Huga clan's Byakugan can see up to about 1 kilometer around the user. That range isn't the absolute limit, rather, it's what they can do by simply activating the Byakugan. With further training, they can extend their vision even farther. Still, no matter how much they refine it, a Huga's Byakugan usually only covers a few kilometers to maybe over 10 kilometers. These findings come from intelligence compiled by the various factions after the Third Great Ninja War. If Hayashi Huga had said it, Kurenai wouldn't have been surprised. As the head of the clan, surpassing that known limit wouldn't be strange. But Hinata's just a kid who's barely been a genin for over a month, and yet her Byakugan already sees up to 20 kilometers away. What is she, some kind of monster? She's totally broken the Hyuga clan's upper bound. Izayoi noticed Kurenai's and Shino's expressions and smirked quietly. Even Hayashi himself had been shocked by Hinata's progress. Izayoi, who possesses the red tier Ōtsutsuki bloodline, and Hinata, the red tier, princess of the Byakugan, were meant for each other. Izayoi obtaining Hinata's trait meant it was like he'd transplanted her eyes, and thanks to the red tier Sage Eyes accelerator, he'd already completed his first Tenseigan fetal stirring. Since Hinata's bloodline wasn't yet red tier, all she needed was to absorb Izayoi's chakra to unlock more potential and raise her limits. Starting around Konoha year 58, both Hinata and Hanabi began their path of overturning fate. That was when Izayoi awakened the Uzumaki bloodline's unique ability, physical healing. Every day after training, whether anyone was injured or not, Izayoi would let Hinata and Hanabi bite him to absorb his chakra. The chakra they drew not only healed their wounds but also stimulated their potential. Hinata's Byakugan purity was the highest, so she benefited the most. She'd only just graduated and could already see even farther than Hayashi. At this rate, once the Shippuden era starts, her Kekkei Byakugan might upgrade from purple tier to gold tier. What's wrong? Hinata asked, tilting her head cutely. She had no clue why Kurenai and Shino looked so astonished. Kurenai shook herself out of it and said sternly, Hinata, don't mention your maximum range to anyone else. If word gets out, a lot of people are going to target you. A main house Hyuga heiress with no caged bird seal who can already see 20 kilometers around her. Her value, and potential threat, would skyrocket if other ninja villages found out, and Hinata would end up on the black markets or major villages' hit lists. Yes, Hinata answered, not fully understanding Kurenai's reasoning but nodding seriously anyway. It's incredibly reassuring to have that sort of range. We'll be counting on you for the rest of the trip, Kurenai said, ruffling Hinata's hair with a smile. Shino quietly retracted his insects as well, no point in relying on their sense of smell when you have 20 kilometers of vision and X-ray perception to lean on. They continued traveling. Every so often, Hinata would activate her Byakugan and scan the 20-kilometer area for any signs of danger. 2 more days passed. During that time, Team 8 eliminated 2 groups of bandits while scaring off a third. The roads through the mountains were steep, so the travel route was basically fixed. Bandits and rogue nin liked to ambush at choke points. You either detoured around them or took them out. Most bandits wouldn't dare mess with a ninja-escorted caravan. But a few ignorant or foolhardy ones still tried their luck. The 2 groups that picked a fight with Team 8 got wiped out for their trouble. It was the first time killing for Team 8, so they felt a bit uneasy, but they recovered quickly. The academy had taught them how to break genjutsu, and at one point the teacher cast illusions on the whole class to show them brutal images. Plenty of students never got used to it, but these 3 had long been at the top of their year and overcame that level of fear ages ago. That day, after walking a few more kilometers, Hinata started up her Byakugan again, scanning the usual 20-kilometer radius. Suddenly her face froze in alarm, and she blurted, "Everyone, stop immediately." Hearing Hinata's warning on this narrow mountain path, the caravan, forced to walk beside their horses, halted at once. Kurenai's expression grew serious. "Hinata, what's happening?" Hinata nodded anxiously. She couldn't quite mask her shock or disbelief. Around 17 kilometers ahead, there are 2 unknown figures. Their chakra is huge, way stronger than yours, Kurenai-sensei. Much, much stronger. She couldn't think of how else to describe them except by underselling Kurenai's power. Kurenai didn't take offense. She quickly asked, "What do they look like?" "They're both wearing hooded cloaks and straw hats. One of them looks like a scorpion, and the other is standing on some bird, flying low as if searching for something," Hinata explained. Kurenai's face darkened. She turned to Nishimura and the others. "Turn around right now. We're changing routes. There are S-rank missing nin up ahead. Hurry up, turn around," Nishimura shouted. He clearly knew just how dangerous S-rank rogues could be. "Oh, so they're S-rank missing nin," Hinata mumbled, slightly taken aback. Izayoi said nothing, but a faint white flower petal pattern flickered across his blue eyes. Penetrating mountain after mountain, his gaze locked on those 2 figures about 17 kilometers away, one taller, one shorter, one in the sky, one on land. They matched Kurenai's description of S-rank criminals, and members of the Akatsuki, Sasori of the Red Sand and Daidara. What the heck were they doing here? Looking for something, presumably. Daidara, riding his clay bird, was scanning the area. Izayoi frowned. Then he turned his focus to Sasori, concealed in the puppet, Hirako, and suddenly had an epiphany. If Izayoi wants to use his Tenseigan 4 wireless puppet control, he first needs to know how to make puppets, and for that he needs materials and money. But, why not see some ready-made puppets? So, while the caravan was rerouting for a few minutes, Izayoi claimed he needed to step aside for the restroom. When he returned, what came back was actually just a powerful shadow clone. As for Izayoi's true body, he sped off at high velocity towards Sasori and Daidara. Seeing the clone rejoin them, Hinata glanced at it. The clone gently shook its head. She feigned ignorance. She wasn't worried about Izayoi heading straight for 2 S-rank missing Nin, because in her Byakugan view, he was flickering forward with instantaneous leaps, sometimes flying through obstacles. After experiencing Izayoi's gravity and repulsion powers firsthand, Hinata doubted Daidara's clay bird could stand a chance against that. If Izayoi wanted to bail out, no one could stop him. Chapter 37, Greetings. Brother Sasori, we've been looking around for 3 days now, and there's still no sign of this mining village. Could your intel be bogus? At that moment, the art duo had no idea someone was tracking them. Daidara circled through the sky a few more times without spotting anything and finally landed to vent his frustration. The intel came from Zetsu, so I doubt it's wrong. Word is that a Kurosuke family popped up recently in the Land of Rivers, selling off various minerals on the black market. Sasori's voice was low and gravelly, sounding more than a little heavy. They must have a big mineral source. If we can find them, we won't have to keep answering to Kakuzu or running around on missions. All right. Daidara sighed. Fine, I'll help you keep looking for a few more days. With that, he hopped onto his clay bird, and Sasori climbed aboard as it lifted into the air to head somewhere else. But as they flew, a small shadow suddenly fell across them, blocking out the sunlight. Another flying ninja. Daidara squinted upward and blurted, "Don't tell me that old men from the village sent someone to drag me back." In the shinobi world, the most famous flight-based ninjutsu is Iwagakure's earth release, lightweight rock technique. Meanwhile, Sasori, as though realizing something, urged, "That's no Iwa Nin, Daidara. Drop to the ground, now." At the same time, Sasori's mouth gaped wide in a rectangular shape, firing a barrage of hyperdense poison needles upward like a rain of bullets. The volley sped upward from below, threatening to engulf the airborne figure in an instant. Yet in the next second, it was as though those thousands of needles slammed into an invisible barrier, bouncing right back toward the ground. Seeing that, Daidara quickly maneuvered his white clay bird into a dive, flinging out several paper-sized white clay birds that flapped up toward the sky. "Detonate," he muttered, forming a ram seal with one hand. Boom. A series of overlapping explosions erupted, their dazzling firelight like daytime fireworks in the sky, though the effect was lost a bit in broad daylight. Once a gust of wind dispersed the smoke, Daidara and Sasori, now out from under that strange shadow, finally glimpsed the figure hovering above them. He was a man standing roughly 6 feet tall, dressed in a one-piece black cloak with a pure white mask over his face, no openings for eyes, matching the color of his hair. The aura around him was suffused with an air of mystery. Naturally, he was really Izayoi in disguise via the transformation jutsu. He looked down at Daidara and Sasori, then murmured, "Let's start with a little greeting." Raising his right hand, palm up, a wisp of chakra flickered into existence, only to fade moments later. Nah, that technique's not in its final form. Using it to say hello is too unimpressive, he mused aloud. Let's try a new move instead. I think my chakra's big enough to pull it off now. Izayoi formed a quick seal, and an intense blue chakra aura flared around him like a gust, tossing his white hair about. Watching from a slope below, Daidara blinked. What's he doing? He's casting some jutsu, Sasori muttered. Stay alert, any ninja who can actually fly is no lightweight. As he spoke, Sasori reached for a scroll on his person, apparently preparing to release his puppet army. But soon he froze. Next to him, Daidara stared upward, slack-jawed. In the sky, Izayoi seemed to wave farewell, speaking from a distance, "If you manage to survive this, maybe we can be friends." He then flew off at high speed. Right now, the sun hung high, scorching midday. Whether it was a trick of the eye or not, that giant fireball in the sky seemed to be dropping, moving closer to Daidara and Sasori. What is that? Elsewhere, traveling along a roundabout mountain path, Kurenai's group and the caravan all froze. Everyone watched in shock as a meteor-like object plummeted toward the Akatsuki duo in the distance. Some of the civilians were so frightened they collapsed on the spot. A shooting star? No, that's a meteor. Indeed, that massive flaming sphere was a falling meteor, blazing with heat and friction against the atmosphere. Kurenai eyed its crash site and mumbled, "Is this just a coincidence? It's gotta be." She couldn't imagine a shinobi technique that could summon meteors. She failed to notice Hinata's eyes shining with admiration as she stared at the blazing rock in the sky. Meanwhile, near the art duo, Sasori's voice rang out, "Daidara, run." So, cool. Daidara just stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the plunging meteor. He was obviously captivated by the glamorous image of it hitting the ground. That's real art, yeah. You idiot. Sasori snarled, tail-like metal stinger erupting from his back to grab Daidara and leap off the slope. Simultaneously, he pulled out a scroll, revealing his trump card. Poof, after a small cloud of smoke dispersed, a black-cloaked puppet emerged. Its skin was real human hide, but beneath that lay puppet components. This was his prized, third Kazekage, human puppet. Sasori latched onto the puppet with chakra threads, causing the third Kazekage to spread its arms wide. A surge of iron sand gushed from its sleeves, rapidly forming a giant triangular prism in midair. Sasori then led Deidara onto that prism, using the puppet's magnet release to launch them horizontally at another mountainside. By reeling in his chakra threads to the puppet, he raced along the cliff face, trying to get behind the next mountain. But the meteor was falling too fast, there wasn't time. He changed strategies, ordering the Kazekage puppet to slam the giant prism into the cliff, carving out a temporary cave. Then he and Deidara hopped inside, sealing the opening with iron sand. Layer upon layer of iron sand formed a huge black orb around them all. Boom. Almost the instant that black sphere formed, a deafening explosion boomed across the mountain range. The meteor's impact reverberated through the valleys, amplified by echoes, ripping away the hearing of Sasori, Deidara, and every creature in the vicinity. Terrifying heat and shock waves obliterated countless animals and plants in seconds, smashed the mountain at the point of impact, and battered the neighboring peaks, fracturing the cliffs. Even from 10 or 20 kilometers away, where Kurenai's group and the caravan were climbing another slope, they heard the blast and saw an enormous mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Even with multiple mountains blocking it, they felt the earth trembling under their feet. This slope was physically shaking. Such was the power of that blazing meteor. Chapter 38, Art Obtained. Because the falling meteor was aflame, its physical mass couldn't compare to Madara's Tengai Shinsei. When it hit the ground, it was only slightly bigger than a tailed beast bomb. Its mushroom cloud was also nowhere near the size caused by double Tengai Shinsei. However, the high-temperature shockwave from this meteor was actually more devastating than that from the Tengai Shinsei, and its destructive power easily rivaled the explosive nature of a tailed beast bomb. When the mushroom cloud cleared, the mountain that Sasori and Deidara had been on was basically gone. That massive mountain had been bigger than its neighbors, so only part of it was obliterated. Still, a huge crater lay in the middle of that mountain range. All that remained in the immediate vicinity were shattered rocks and superheated debris, or leftover molten chunks from the meteor. Art, now that is art. When the quakes finally stopped, Deidara, entirely unharmed behind layers of mountain rock and that iron sand sphere, emerged. He immediately whipped up a white clay bird, then soared into the sky to watch the aftermath. He looked downright ecstatic, wanting to blow himself up on the spot to see who had the better art. Idiot, get down here. Sasori's sharp tone echoed from below. Well, you survived in one piece. Suddenly, a new voice chimed in, unfamiliar to the two. They looked up to see that same figure, the men who'd conjured the meteor, hovering once again over Deidara's head. Hearing that voice, Deidara beamed and glanced upward. Hey, you, don't you agree that the beauty of a single instant is the real art? You mean explosions? Rather than dismissing him as others might, the men nodded thoughtfully. Explosions are beautiful, and the stronger they are, the more stunning. Tailed beasts and Jinchuriki are so feared precisely because they unleash those massive tailed beast bomb explosions. Right. That's what I'm saying. Deidara cheered, see that, Sasori bro. Someone does appreciate my art. Idiot. He's the enemy, Sasori barked back, still insistent that eternal beauty was the true art. No, it's the ephemeral that's beautiful. Eternal. Ephemeral. For a moment, they stood there, one on the ground, one in the air, arguing about art. The hovering man just crossed his arms and watched in mild amusement. TCH, forget it, I'm done with you. Eventually, Deidara, only 16 this year, ran out of patience and dropped the argument. With a huff, he turned to the masked man and said enthusiastically, hey, man, you've got good taste. Wanna join our organization? Finding a like-minded soul thrilled Deidara. Oh. What organization's that? The masked man asked playfully. We're. Deidara began, only for Sasori to snap, shut your mouth, Deidara. Are you trying to die? Deidara clammed up, remembering something important. Still, he told the newcomer, hey, if you join us, then I'll spill the beans. Thanks but no thanks, the man chuckled. We can be friends, though. He looked at Sasori on the ground. I already gave you guys a greeting present. Any chance you'd trade me your puppet techniques and instructions on making human puppets in return? So that's why you came after us? Sasori asked in a low voice, inwardly rather pleased. It seemed this stranger understood the value of eternal art, and also praised Deidara's explosive art, though that was a bit two-faced. That's right, said the stranger. Sasori nodded. Fine. I'll give them to you. Huh. Izayoi, concealed behind that mask, found himself surprised. That was easier than expected. He prepared for a fight. Then again, he suddenly remembered that Sasori's real body itself was a human puppet. Thanks, the masked man said. He'd been ready to kill Sasori and loot his stuff if he refused, or perhaps even turn Sasori himself into an infinite puppet. But after scanning Sasori's entries, he'd changed his mind. They were: Puppet Master, purple; Kaga level aptitude, purple; chakra control, purple. In this era, lacking ties to the Ōtsutsuki, a ninja who could surpass Kage level was almost unheard of. Purple tier stood for true Kage level. Sasori had 3 purple tier entries. Daidara only had 2 explosion release, purple, and Kage level aptitude, purple. Odds were Sasori had started with something like Puppet Prodigy, blue, but by converting his entire body to a puppet, he'd reversed his fate and raised it to Puppet Master, purple. Killing a talent like that would be a shame. Better to keep him around and farm him again and again like he did Sasuke. Once Izayoi's Tenseigan reached its final form, he'd need to upgrade his Ōtsutsuki bloodline next, and that required a lot of points. A single purple tier entry could yield thousands of points when dismantled. No sense in prematurely offing them. Catch, Sasori said, producing 3 scrolls and launching them upward via his iron tail, technically tossing them in Daidara's direction because the masked man was too high up. Before Daidara could descend, the man simply raised his palm. An invisible force grabbed the scrolls midair, halting them, then letting them float gently. What the almighty pull? Daidara and Sasori both reacted in shock. Even Daidara's simple mind recognized it. Leader. Idiot. Sasori fumed silently. Seemingly intrigued, the man said, Almighty pull, huh? Nice technique name. So your leader also commands gravity. See crap. Daidara slapped a hand over his mouth, he'd almost said too much. Meanwhile, the scrolls hovered about 10 meters from the masked man, who flicked his finger, and they unrolled by themselves in midair. Seeing no poisonous gas emerging, he used his Tenseigan to scan the contents. A quick look confirmed they were legit, so he reeled them in with gravitational pull. Fixing his gaze on Daidara and Sasori below, the masked man waved goodbye. Thanks for the present. Maybe we'll meet again someday, my friends. With that, he flew off. Sasori, who'd been ready to fight to the death if the masked man turned hostile, secretly breathed a huge sigh of relief. After witnessing this person's flight, that summoned meteor, and gravity-based repulsion, Sasori had zero confidence in taking him on. He was glad the men didn't show any killing intent. Still, getting robbed out of nowhere was an awful feeling, even if they escaped with their lives. Chapter 39, Successful. Not bad. This so-called ultimate dojutsu can supposedly alter a planet's trajectory in its final form, and even on its first, fetal stirring, it lets me use gravity to pull down a meteor from outer space. Even if that jutsu isn't yet complete, I've now got a card up my sleeve for strategic intimidation. After flying some distance, Izayoi landed, switching to rapid body flickers on foot while thinking all this over. The Tenseigan's power had exceeded even his own expectations. Unlike the Rinnegan's rule-based life and death manipulations or its special individual techniques, the Tenseigan's strength seemed focused mainly on raw destruction. With gravity and repulsion alone this formidable, he couldn't wait to see what would happen once he unlocked Tenseigan chakra mode. Because his shadow clone didn't have a good excuse to leave just yet, Izayoi wasn't in a rush to rejoin the group. Instead, once he was back within range, he took out the scroll he'd received from his good buddies and gave it a closer look. Before, he'd only skimmed enough to confirm it was genuine and tucked it away. Now he had the time to read it in detail. He didn't bother with the puppet techniques scroll. For someone able to remotely control puppets without distance limits, that stuff was basically junk. What he really wanted was the method for making human puppets. So that's how he preserves a target's Kekkei Genkai and ninjutsu. That guy really is a genius. After a few minutes of reading, Izayoi let out a low whistle. No wonder his entry is Puppet Master, purple. His chakra core concept surpasses anything that's come before. Even the puppet arts of the Ōtsutsuki on the moon can't compete. He flipped to another scroll containing the process of forging the puppet's chakra core. That core was the puppet's most vital part. Merely using chakra threads to control it like a wooden puppet show wasn't enough. A strong puppet might have all kinds of hidden compartments, traps, or even 5 elements powers. Those abilities can't be activated by chakra threads alone. The puppet needed an installed chakra core, so you transmit chakra from your threads into the puppet, letting it operate all sorts of functions. The puppet's capabilities depend entirely on how it's built internally. But Sasori had carved out his own path. Rather than molding puppets from raw materials, he injected those into an actual corpse, effectively turning a human body into a puppet. Then he modified the puppet's heart, the chakra core, so these human puppets could use the Kekkei Genkai and ninjutsu they had in life. It was an entirely new puppet sub-branch. As its founder, Sasori definitely merited the system's label, Puppet Master, Purple. In Izayoi's eyes, Sasori's human puppets were more suitable for him than the Ōtsutsuki clan's puppets on the moon. Hold up. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed in Izayoi's mind, lighting up his expression. Maybe I can upgrade these human puppets even further. Sasori's human puppets bore some similarity to Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito converted the Jinchuriki into 6 paths bodies, each able to wield the tailed beast's chakra and their original abilities. This implies that both the 6 paths and human puppets can preserve their previous owner's techniques. The only difference is that Sasori's puppets rely on chakra threads, while Pain can't go too far from the Geto statue or they lose signal. But the Tenseigan could fix both limitations. With Tenseigan's wireless puppet ability, as long as the puppet remains within his extended field of vision and still has chakra in its core, it's fully controllable. Even inside the spatial corridor linking the moon and Earth, the puppet would still receive signals. If these puppets also retained Kekkei and Ninjutsu, with chakra resupplied remotely, wouldn't that be almost like having an Edo Tensei-style immortal army, or a Pain core on a massive scale? The more Izayoi thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He hadn't unlocked Yin-Yang release yet, so he couldn't merge everything, but he could first build a boatload of puppets and then, once he acquired Yin-Yang release, simply insert those black rods into them to upgrade them. That evening, Izayoi rejoined the team without a hitch. Apart from Hinata, no one in Team 8 or the caravan realized that the giant meteor had actually been Izayoi's doing. Taking an intentionally roundabout route to avoid the art duo, it took them 3 extra days to reach their destination. Along the way, they bypassed another mountain settlement with a chakra signature stronger than Kurenai's. Nishimura's home turned out to be in a remote mountain village. Places like this were common in the land of rivers, but one that discovered a mineral vein and knew how to mine and sell it was rarer, making Nishimura's presence even more special. Because the village was too rundown and it was midday, Kurenai declined Nishimura's hospitality. She pulled out the mission scroll, had him sign it and give a positive review, and then led Team 8 back. Unlike before, they returned using rapid body flickers, covering several or even a dozen meters in each leap. By traveling like this, they'd need at most 2 days to make it back to Konoha, underscoring the massive gap between ninja and ordinary people in this somewhat abstract tech world. Tell me, this was your first real C-rank mission. How was it? Kurenai asked the 3 as they paused to rest from all the flicker jumps. Tiring, Izayoi said flatly. It felt fresh at first, but then it was nothing but physical and mental fatigue. Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement. Escort missions are always like that, pretty dull, huge time sink, and the pay is nothing special, Kurenai said with a laugh. Still, ours was a bit unusual. The land of rivers is mountainous and rugged, plus we almost ran into an S-rank missing nin and some mysterious ninja. Few C-rank missions are this unlucky. Thank goodness for Hinata's Byakugan, otherwise we might have been in real trouble. Saying so, Kurenai patted Hinata's head. Hinata just responded softly, it's what I'm supposed to do. So well-behaved, Izayoi's a lucky guy. Kurenai decided to give Hinata a nudge in his direction, unaware that Hinata and Izayoi already had their own plans. The two only smiled and kept quiet, ignoring her hint. 2 days later in the afternoon, Team 8 finally arrived back in Konoha. This C-rank mission had taken them half a month. For all that work, each of them received quite a generous payoff, 23,000 ryo apiece. That was indeed high for a C-rank, meaning the total commission must have been around the tens of thousands of ryo. After the village took its cut, and the Jonin's share, what remained divided by 3 was still 23,000 each. Not surprising it took half a month. But given the choice, Team 8 would rather not repeat an escort mission like this. Sensing their weariness, Kurenai smiled. You've got 3 days off, go rest up at home. Yes, sensei. They split on the spot. Izayoi-kun, see you tomorrow. Exhausted, Hinata, who had only bathed a few times in the wild, wanted nothing more than a long soak and a good night's sleep, to show up at Izayoi's place in top shape tomorrow. And because the Uzumaki, physical healing, didn't help with plain old fatigue, Izayoi had a more special approach for her. Suddenly, he leaned in and pressed a kiss to Hinata's forehead, waving with a smile. Go get some good rest. See you tomorrow. Then he flickered away. Hinata froze for a couple of seconds, then furtively looked around, noticing a mischievous older lady's gaze on her. Her entire face and neck flushed bright red, steam practically puffing from her head as she darted off. Chapter 40, Memories. When Izayoi got home, he didn't immediately start cooking or take a shower. He went into his room and came back out carrying a locked box. Judging by his serious expression, whatever was in that box had to be precious. Even the key for the lock had been hidden in a secret compartment in the living room. He opened the box, and inside wasn't a scroll or a weapon, but a red ceramic piggy bank. Little piggy, this is goodbye, he said quietly. Izayoi lifted the piggy bank out, his hands and voice trembling, his face full of sorrow. Then he turned his head away, shut his eyes tight, and hurled the piggy bank onto the floor with force. The ceramic shattered into pieces, scattering coins across the ground. He squatted down and picked up each coin and bill one by one, almost like how he'd stuffed them into the bank since childhood. All of that money was what he'd saved from his monthly pension checks and, more recently, his D-rank mission rewards. As for the inheritance left by his parents, he'd used it all up long ago. After all, he wasn't just supporting himself, he also had to feed a bottomless pit, big eater. If the village hadn't provided those monthly pension checks all the way until he became a genin, Izayoi might have been out foraging tree bark and wild grasses to survive. He stuffed the money into a bag, including the 23,000 ryo he'd just received, then carried it out of the house to a shop. Bang. Izayoi dropped the bag onto the counter and pointed at something on display. Boss, there's 388,300 ryo in here. I want to buy a film camera, and whatever's left, spend it all on film and photo developing supplies. Sure thing, thanks for your patronage, the shopkeeper replied cheerily. A short while later, Izayoi walked out of the store holding a camera. Finally got it, and it's not too late yet, he said to himself, fiddling with the camera like it was a prized treasure. I couldn't capture memories of me and Hinata growing up, but I can at least record Hanabi's childhood. Worth every coin. Now I'm flat broke. Probably can't eat whatever's left in the fridge. Guess I'll go hunting for a barbecue dinner tonight. Oni-chan, wake up. You're gonna sleep the whole day away. Next morning, Izayoi, who'd acquired a habit of sleeping in, again enjoyed the princess alarm clock treatment. Except this time, it wasn't the big princess waking him, but the little one. He felt a tickle on his nose and opened his eyes blearily, gradually making out the face of a small, adorable girl. Hanabi, dressed in a yellow-brown kimono, was sitting on top of Izayoi, leaning over him, playfully using her braided bangs to brush his nose and cheeks. You rascal, Izayoi chuckled, rubbing Hanabi's soft cheeks. Next time you're asleep, your Oni-chan will do the same to you. Hee hee. It was Oni-chan who told me to come get you up, so blame her instead, Hanabi teased, snuggling against Izayoi's hand and shamelessly shifting the responsibility. All right, out you go for now, I need to wash up. Okay. They messed around on the bed for a bit before Izayoi patted her butt, motioning for her to get off. She hopped down, wearing white knee socks, and dashed out, so light-footed she barely made a sound. After a quick wash, Izayoi opened a drawer in his desk and took out the camera he'd just bought. As soon as he left his room, the first thing he saw was Hinata, busy in the kitchen. At the moment, Hinata wasn't wearing her usual white jacket and black pants. Instead, she wore a white kimono with purple white petal patterns on the belt, cuffs, and hem. Her long black hair was pinned up in a bun at the back of her head. An apron tied around her waist, she skillfully handled a frying pan. Meanwhile, Hanabi was at the table wrapping rice balls in nori. Izayoi held his breath at the sight, quietly tiptoeing around for the best lighting. Then. Click. He snapped a photo of their backs, one standing, one kneeling, both in kimono, each busy doing her own task. A timeless image, captured forever. Hearing the camera shutter, Hinata and Hanabi turned around. A camera. Hanabi exclaimed, eyes shining. She pulled off her gloves and ran over, delighted. Oni-chan, when did you buy that? Yesterday. Oni-chan, let me see it. Careful, it cost 300,000 ryo. Used all my savings plus my mission pay, Izayoi reminded her as he handed it over. Startled, Hanabi immediately rubbed her hands vigorously on her expensive kimono, likely worth several cameras, before gingerly taking the camera. Oni-chan, how do we look at the pictures? They have to be developed. After breakfast, I'll show you how to do it, Izayoi explained. Yay, great. Let's take one of us, too, she said excitedly. No rush. Let your sister finish cooking. We'll get a photo of all three of us, that'll be more special. MHM. Hinata glanced at them and smiled at their playful banter. Once she finished cooking and Izayoi and Hanabi wrapped the rice balls, they sat at the table and beamed for the camera, snapping their very first group photo. Izayoi in the middle, the two sisters on either side. Operating the camera was one of Izayoi's shadow clones. Who needs a selfie stick when you have a clone? After breakfast, the three gathered in Izayoi's room, closed the blackout curtains, and started developing photos. So pretty. Hanabi stared at the picture of the sisters in that serene pose, unable to find better words. Hinata, meanwhile, focused on the group shot, her eyes shining. In that moment, both she and Izayoi had the same twinge of regret. If only they'd had a camera when they were little, they could have recorded their whole childhood together. Still, it wasn't too late. So the three spent the rest of the day taking pictures everywhere, in the living room, out on the balcony, in the dojo, in the courtyard. Then out around the old abandoned training ground they loved, and some scenic waterfalls, snapping solo, duo, and trio shots. Passing a big tree, Hinata uncharacteristically took initiative. She tugged on the sleeve of Izayoi's fancy robe, blushing as she asked, "Izayoi-kun, can we use the transformation jutsu here?" Izayoi paused, saw her gaze shift to the tree, and understood. He smiled. "Sure. Let's do it." Delighted, Hinata nodded. Once Izayoi created a shadow clone, she faced him, and together they formed the hand seals. Transformation jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, two chubby-faced children in ordinary clothes appeared, standing under the tree and smiling at each other. Then they turned to Izayoi's clone, beaming as the camera clicked, capturing that moment forever. Chapter 41, Black Zetsu's Cautious Nature. While Izayoi and the Huga sisters were busy capturing beautiful moments in photos, elsewhere. In the rain village, where the rain poured in torrents, inside a steel-clad building, a figure was speaking with a colorful, prismatic, thought projection. "Sasori, is there something you need? Leader, have you been to the land of rivers recently? Or rather, aside from your other 5 paths of pain, do you have another body? Why do you ask?" Tendo Pain asked flatly. "Answer me." "I do not." "All right. I believe you." Sasori nodded grimly. "Daidara and I ran into someone in the land of rivers. He could summon a meteor, and he used the same repulsive and attractive forces as you." Hearing that, Tendo Pain's expression finally shifted a bit. "Who is he?" "No idea," Sasori replied. "He wore a black cloak with white hair and a pure white mask with no eye holes, and his sensory range was off the charts. He suddenly came for us, summoned a meteor to intimidate us, then forced me to hand over my puppet techniques and human puppet creation methods, but he had no intention of killing us." "So you suspect me," Tendo Pain said coolly. "I can't rule it out." Sasori stared into Tendo's Rinnegan and let out a low laugh. "That power, like some sort of universal rule, so far I've only seen it from you. If it's not you, then it means there's someone else in this world who has the same eyes, or at least eyes on par with yours. Looks like this ninja world isn't as dull as we imagined." With that, Sasori's thought projection slowly shrank away and vanished. Tendo Pain stood there for a few seconds before raising his hand, ring shining faintly. A few minutes later, a creature that looked like a giant pitcher plant wearing a black cloak, half white, half black skin, emerged from the ground. "Leader, what do you need?" Black Zetsu rasped. "I want you to send your clones to investigate someone." Tendo Pain proceeded to pass along all the intel Sasori had given him. "What?" White Zetsu exclaimed, "There's someone besides you who can use Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. It might be a special secret technique controlling repulsion and attraction, but that's unlikely," Tendo Pain analyzed. "He wore a pure white mask with no eye holes. Probably it's not that he was flaunting his sensory power, but rather that he didn't want anyone to see his eyes. And judging from how he specifically went after Sasori, merely to get his puppet techniques and human puppet method. If he's hiding eyes similar to mine, he might be trying to create his own paths of pain. If so, find this man. If he truly has the Rinnegan, we have to eliminate him before he fights me for control of the ghetto statue." "Understood." Black Zetsu nodded, then melded back into the earth using the Mayfly technique. A half-hour later, in the Kamui dimension, Black Zetsu and Obito Uchiha conferred. "A mysterious figure who can use Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin." Obito stared at Black Zetsu, the part representing Madara's will, and asked, "You think it's possible some technique other than the Rinnegan can manipulate gravity?" Pain's reasoning was sound, Black Zetsu replied. "Meaning a lucky guy inherited a Rinnegan, or the leftover powers of some older era, so that outside of US, there's another Rinnegan user with 6 paths powers." Obito muttered. His face beneath the mask revealed no hint of emotion. Black Zetsu said nothing, but he felt deeply uneasy. He didn't believe anyone else besides Nagato had the Rinnegan. He had spent 1,000 years plotting behind the scenes, whispering to Indra and each of Indra's reincarnations, in order to bring about the second pair of Rinnegan. He was certain Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, had never passed down his Rinnegan. If he had, someone would have awakened Rinnegan openly in the last 1,000 years. They would have used those abilities, and Black Zetsu wouldn't have had to wait until Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju's era. But controlling repulsion and attraction isn't something a random secret technique can do. The moon overhead exists partly thanks to gravitational forces. White hair, a mask without eye holes, super keen sensory. Black Zetsu's suspicions began to crystallize. In all likelihood, that mysterious person came from the moon. Possibly Hamura's eyes also had such an ability. He recalled that he was born too late, right after his mother was sealed. During times of peace, the only ones to act strongly were Hagoromo on his repentance journey, while Hamura married and spread his lineage on the moon. Black Zetsu feared them both and kept his distance. He only knew that once Hagoromo ceased being the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Hamura led part of the clan to settle on the moon. The two branches remained in contact briefly, letting Black Zetsu learn that somewhere in the shinobi world lay a corridor connecting Earth and the moon. That passage wasn't Hagoromo's creation but Hamura's. Hamura's Byakugan evidently could evolve, but not into the Rinnegan. Beyond that, Black Zetsu had no details. If that lunar branch was trying to reconnect with Earth and had produced a fearsome figure who commanded gravity, summoning meteors, that definitely complicated things. Sasori's human puppet technique can preserve a puppet's bloodline limit and ninjutsu. If that person also has the Rinnegan and wants to create the 6 paths of pain, he might go around hunting people with powerful bloodlines, Black Zetsu told Obito. I'll have White Zetsu's clones keep an eye out for strong shinobi in the ninja world. If that guy shows up, we'll notify you and Nagato immediately. Fine, Obito replied. Aside from that, there was little more they could do. The masked figure sounded cautious. All the more reason to take him out fast. Flight, gravitational push-pull, meteor summoning, Rinnegan or not, that man was a major threat. If they couldn't recruit him, better to eliminate him early, lest he become a huge obstacle to their plans. Chapter 42, Tazuna, huh? 1 month before Chunin exam. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day break that Kurenai had given Team 8 came to an end. During those 3 days, Izayoi and the Hyuga sisters had practically visited every scenic spot Konoha was known for. Each of them had begun compiling a photo album, they already had a ton of pictures. Seeing the smiles on both their faces, Izayoi felt the camera purchase had been well worth it. Once the break was over, Izayoi threw himself into work with new vigor, practically becoming a model of hard work. Even Kurenai and Shino were surprised. Hinata, though, was reminded of something else and felt a pang of guilt. Izayoi-kun, please take my share of the mission pay, she said as she handed over an envelope stuffed with bills, after Team 8 finished a day's work. Nah, I'm not going to starve, Izayoi replied, pushing the envelope back. Then he pinched her cheek with a smile. If the day comes when I truly can't afford a meal, I'll come find this rich lady of mine to keep me. This time, Hinata didn't flush with embarrassment because her mind was elsewhere. Seeing Izayoi's refusal, she didn't insist. Instead, she planned to use her own earnings entirely on groceries. Only now did Hinata realize Izayoi had wanted a camera for ages but simply couldn't afford it, mostly thanks to her massive appetite. Ever since Hanabi started tagging along, they rarely ate out, and it was Izayoi who went shopping for food. Hinata, living a comfortable life, never gave it a second thought until now, suddenly reminded that Izayoi's living conditions couldn't compare to hers. The realization made her eyes glisten with emotion. She decided she would start working harder to make money, so Izayoi wouldn't shoulder all the burden. Meanwhile, Izayoi himself had no clue what Hinata was thinking. He hadn't even noticed her mood shift, because his gaze had locked onto someone else entirely. The person wasn't some handsome guy or pretty girl, but rather an old man with dark, weathered skin. Next to him was a wooden box, and he clutched a bottle of liquor that he sipped only in tiny doses, as though not wanting to waste it. He sat on a bench, apparently waiting for someone, or maybe lacking the funds for an inn. At a glance, it was obvious he was an out-of-towner. Such out-of-towners came and went in Konoha every day, either from other Fire Country locales or from beyond its borders. Izayoi had seen countless such strangers growing up, but none had seized his attention quite like this old man. Seeing him, a long-buried memory hidden deep in Izayoi's mind, so hazy he could barely recall, suddenly became crystal clear. Even though it was his first time laying eyes on the old man, Izayoi could say his name outright. Tazuna. He was the bridge builder from the Land of Waves, the client of Team 7's first C-rank assignment, a key figure from the early arc. A string of iconic scenes flashed through Izayoi's mind like a slideshow. Izayoi-kun, what are you looking at? Came Hinata's voice, pulling him back to reality. He smiled, shaking his head. Nothing, just zoning out, reminded of something. What was it? In about a month or so, the village will hold the Chunin exams. Do you think we should sign up? Of course, Hinata said, nodding resolutely. I want to become a jonin as soon as possible. Oh. Izayoi's curiosity piqued. Why's that? Secret. Hinata suddenly imitated Izayoi's usual gesture, placing her index finger to her lips. Izayoi blinked in surprise. Hee. Seeing him briefly at a loss, Hinata giggled happily. Oh, so you've learned to tease now, huh? Izayoi recovered, playfully pinching her cheek with an exaggerated scowl. Careful, or I'll punish you by turning you into my hand strength trainer. Huh? Hand strength trainer? What's that supposed to be? Hinata mumbled, cheeks compressed in his grip. If you really want to know, I'll tell you once we're back home, Izayoi replied with a mischievous grin, about to drag her away for some training. Just then, a distant shout interrupted them. Yo, Izayoi, Hinata, long time no see. They turned to see four figures, tall silver hair with a lazy eye, spiky blonde with whisker marks, a cool-looking black-haired boy, and a pink-haired girl in a red cheapao top. It was Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki waved. Izayoi lifted a hand in response, smiling. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, long time no see. Nearly 2 months had passed since graduation. Indeed, it had been quite a while. In the academy, a year was split into 3 semesters, with only summer break being somewhat lengthy. You two on a date? Sasuke's opening remark immediately made Hinata flush, cheeks turning pink. Sakura cast a longing glance in Hinata's way. Despite them both being in the same class, each with a top boy on their team, when would her relationship with Sasuke become as natural as Hinata's with Izayoi? Izayoi didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "You guys headed off on a mission?" "We're going to pick one up," Naruto said, pointing to the silver-haired man reading his adult novel in plain sight as he walked. "That's Kakashi-sensei, our Jonin instructor." "Greetings, Kakashi-san," said Izayoi and Hinata courteously. "Yo," Kakashi replied, slipping his copy of Ika Paradise closed. He eyed the pair, both taller and more physically developed than Naruto, Sasuke, or Sakura. Even without raising his headband, it was clear they possessed greater chakra reserves than Sasuke or Sakura. So he looked at Izayoi and deliberately stirred the pot. "So you're the so-called top student, huh? Not bad. I guess Naruto and Sasuke can't compare." Kakashi had assumed that comment would irritate Naruto or Sasuke, but to his surprise, they seemed unbothered. Even Sakura and Hinata looked as though they thought he had a point. That told Kakashi a lot. Even with Sasuke's newly awakened and upgraded Sharingan allowing him to throw around skills like Phoenix Flower and Great Dragon Fire, it was evidently normal for him to be behind Izayoi. A brilliant civilian talent, in this new generation, Kakashi silently took note. Izayoi responded with a disarming smile. "Kakashi-san is too kind. Naruto and Sasuke are exceptional, and Sakura's one of the top academic achievers. I just happen to lead them in overall scores. You're the famous copy ninja of the shinobi world, the Konoha's technician who's copied over 1,000 jutsu, the direct student of the 4th Hokage, a master of the lightning release rumored to have cut through lightning. Give them a couple months under your tutelage, and they'll master countless jutsu and easily surpass me." Kakashi's half-lidded eyes suddenly sharpened. Sweat trickled down his neck. Sure enough, he glanced sideways to find Team 7 gaping at him in disbelief. "Oh. Kakashi-sensei, you're that strong?" Naruto yelled, pointing in accusation. "You studied under the 4th Hokage, learned over 1,000 jutsu, but you never taught us any ninjutsu. Kakashi-sensei, that's so unfair." Sakura chimed in, glaring too. Sasuke said nothing, but his eyes, burning bright, were also tinged with a hint of disdain. Kakashi realized, yep, no more lazing around for him. As for the instigator, Izayoi was already leading Hinata away while Kakashi scrambled to do damage control. Chapter 43, Zabuza. Evening fell. Steam rose thick in the bathroom as Izayoi reclined in the tub, hands folded behind his head, gazing at the hazy ceiling. If you looked closely, you'd notice his normally deep blue eyes appeared different now. The usual hue was lighter, a paler sky blue, and his pupils, too, had shifted to blue, with a faint white radiance flowing from them, forming a moving, flower-like pattern, simultaneously elegant and surreal. Upon closer inspection, it would be evident Izayoi was actually daydreaming. His gaze wasn't really on the ceiling. It pierced through the walls of the house, granting him something akin to a god's eye view of the entire Konoha village. In Izayoi's vision, present-day Konoha, its urban center, outskirts, and surrounding forest, was ringed by a circular wall about 20 meters high. If the ground were depressed a bit more, from above it would look like Konoha sat in a giant pot, with the city and woodlands inside resembling ingredients in that pot. And above that pot there was a transparent dome blanketing the whole village. The underground also had a translucent barrier. Anyone touching that invisible wall, whether from inside or out, would instantly get flagged by Konoha's sensor division, who would catch their chakra signature and position. That was Konoha's sensory barrier. Even the 6 paths of pain could only force entry by exposing at least one body's location. But no technique in this world is absolutely perfect, and the barrier was no exception. Such a vast perimeter had one key gap, the village gate. Under non-emergency circumstances, that gate was left off the barrier, lest it burden the sensor division. Still, there was a moment each day when the barrier fully dropped, precisely during shift changes for the sensor nin. Every 6 hours they switch. So 4 times a day it's shut down, Izayoi murmured to himself. Unaware, his body had moved from the tub back to his bed, darkness enveloping the quiet night outside. Having discovered this flaw in the sensory barrier, Izayoi let his gaze drift beyond Konoha, scanning the eastern edges of the land of fire. Soon, his vision landed on an out-of-the-way spot in the wilderness, dotted with tents where a group slept. An open campfire burned, and a young man stood guard, none other than Sasuke Uchiha. They've barely covered any ground. There's still plenty of time, Izayoi mused, watching Tazuna from a distance. He smirked. So pitiful. Let me lend you a hand. Indeed, Izayoi planned to intervene in the Land of Waves storyline. He needed materials to craft puppet bodies and forge chakra cores, which either meant gathering them himself or buying them. But after purchasing that camera, he was basically penniless. D-rank missions alone wouldn't yield enough to buy the materials for puppet making. Originally, Izayoi was still wondering how best to earn big money, do normal missions or rob some criminal syndicate. Seeing Tazuna instantly reminded him of someone and cemented his decision. Gato, one of the richest men in the world, dealing heavily in illegal activities. Robbing him would mean Izayoi wouldn't have to worry about funds ever again, even if he quit being a shinobi on the spot. He could buy as many puppet materials as he wanted. Smirking, he decided that tomorrow, he'd act as Robin Hood, so to speak. The next day at noon, Izayoi used the meager pay he'd gotten from recent D-rank tasks to buy 2 storage scrolls at a ninja tools shop, then created a shadow clone with a large reserve of chakra. Meanwhile, his real body quietly slipped out of Konoha while the Sensor Division was switching shifts and made straight for the Land of Waves. Being a tiny island nation, the Land of Waves lay beyond Fire Country's eastern edge, across a single bridge. From the far end of Fire Country, a person could faintly glimpse the island's outline. Izayoi's Tenseigan long vision naturally let him see it clearly. He left Konoha just a few hours ago, and he was already located near Gato. That showcased the Tenseigan's terrifying advantage. The giant Tenseigan on the moon was supposedly able to monitor the entire ninja world. Such long-range vision and X-ray sight gave Izayoi an absolute intelligence edge. Konoha sat near the center of the Land of Fire. At top speed, a skilled ninja could cross any boundary of the land in under a day. As in the original storyline, Naruto's group needed less than a day to reach the forest at the northern edge while pursuing Sasuke. Izayoi took only 3 hours to catch up to, and pass, Team 7, who were still walking on foot. The Demon Brothers were likely still up ahead waiting. At Izayoi's pace, he'd get there long before they even set sail for Wave. Once at the eastern perimeter, Izayoi launched himself skyward, choosing to fly across to the island. High above, he shifted forms, resuming the mysterious black-robed persona from his encounter with Sasori. Gleaming white hair fluttered in the wind, and a featureless, eye-hole-less white mask hid his face, exuding an eerie aura. Flying conferred a powerful presence. Arriving over the Land of Waves, Izayoi wasted no time. He landed outside Gato's lavish estate, a luxurious mansion, and strode right in. At that moment, Gato was speaking with a man heavily wrapped in bandages. "Zabuza, are your underlings reliable? It's been over a week, and they still haven't taken care of that old man." "I can't imagine he's that difficult," Gato snapped in displeasure. "That guy got lucky." By the time the Demon Brothers found him, he'd already hidden in Konoha, Momochi Zabuza answered coolly, but from the look of him, he sure didn't have the cash to hire any Konoha shinobi to escort him back. "Once he can't stay in Konoha any longer, he'll come out, that's when we'll finish him off. And if they fail, I'll do it myself." "TCH, fine, but hurry up." Gato scowled. "What's with this ordinary guy and his nerve, talking to an A-rank missing nin like you?" A stranger's voice suddenly echoed. Gato and Zabuza, plus someone in the corner who seemed to meld with the shadows, all looked over in alarm. Izayoi, masked and cloaked, walked forward, his gaze zeroing in on Zabuza, who was swathed in bandages and resting on a sofa, a massive sword at his side. He cocked his head curiously. "Is the Mist Village's brainwashing that good? You defected, yet you still follow orders like some loyal dog." Zabuza hadn't answered yet when a figure materialized in front of him, a young man with a gentle face, but speaking in urgent, low tones. "Zabuza-sama, please be careful. This person is extremely strong." Rising from his seat, Zabuza grasped the executioner's blade. Beneath the bandages, his mouth curved in a bloodthirsty grin. "I can tell, a lawless freak. Exactly the sort I'd love to cut down." Chapter 44, Rich. "Who the hell are you?" Gato, displaying not the slightest sense of impending doom, instead fixated on Izayoi's insolent remark just now. He raised a finger to point at Izayoi and shouted, "What are my men doing out there? Some random stranger got in, and they didn't even notice. Useless trash, the lot of them." Izayoi touched the chin of his mask, remarking, "So it's not really the Mist Village's fault. The problem is that you people have tamed those ninjas so completely that they've lost their fighting spirit. That explains how a rogue shinobi who could be an ace in any of the 5 great villages sees a billionaire tycoon like you and doesn't just kill you and seize your assets, but instead is working for you as a hired hand." At those words, Momochi Zabuza frowned. He involuntarily glanced at Gato, suddenly feeling Izayoi had a point. What are you saying? But Izayoi's remarks also jolted Gato, reminding him he was just an ordinary person, whereas these men wielded extraordinary powers, and one of them was a missing nin on the wanted lists of the major hidden villages. The realization struck him like cold water, and he instinctively stumbled backward, calling out to Zabuza, "Zabuza, I'll pay you 10 million ryo. Kill this guy, right now. Aren't you curious how I got in here?" Izayoi lifted a hand toward Gato, smiling faintly. Simple, with this. In the blink of an eye, Gato's body lifted off the ground, pulled toward Izayoi by an unseen force. Losing control over his body, Gato panicked and yelled, "Zabuza, help me." Whoosh. Zabuza shoved Haku aside, spun around with power, and hurled the massive executioner's blade. Enormous in size, it whirled through the air like a Fuma shuriken, roaring toward Gato in a spinning arc. Indeed, the blade was aimed at Gato, not Izayoi. In other words, Zabuza intended to kill them both. "That fellow is my money tree. I can't have you killing him," Izayoi said calmly, lifting his other hand. In the next moment, that giant spinning blade seemed to slam into a frozen patch of air, halting abruptly in midair and floating there, unmoving. It was the first time Zabuza and Haku had witnessed such a power. They both stared, eyes wide and pupils shrinking. "There's a guy who calls himself God because he claims to wield a power no one can resist," Izayoi remarked, tightening his grip on Gato's neck. He stretched out his other hand, splaying his fingers with a mischievous smile. "So, would you two like a taste of God's power?" Before Zabuza or Haku could respond, Izayoi gently spoke the name of a technique, Shinra Tensei. Boom. An invisible repulsive force seemed to distort the very air, draining all color from Zabuza and Haku's bodies and turning them black and white like a manga panel before engulfing them in blinding white light. A heavy explosion ripped through the center of the land of waves. Thick dust rose up like a mushroom cloud. Many townsfolk were startled by the noise, but on seeing the mushroom cloud's location, Gato's estate, their faces lit up with obvious delight. Some even clasped their hands in prayer, hoping that Gato had finally gotten what he deserved, preferably by dying in that blast. The mushroom cloud came and went quickly. It had barely climbed before a sudden gust of wind blew it apart. The mansion was now rubble. Izayoi hovered over the wreckage, clutching the back of Gato's collar. Through the mask's Tenseigan gaze, he scanned the rubble and locked his focus on one particular spot. Then, with a simple wave, he used gravitational power to shift aside the broken stones, revealing Momochi, Zabuza and Haku lying there, bodies soaked in blood, bones fractured in multiple places, internal organs severely injured. Both had lost consciousness but still clung to life. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Landing on the ground, Izayoi formed a seal with one hand and split off a clone. He told it to keep Zabuza and Haku from dying, then turned to the completely terror-stricken Gato, gently patting his face. "So, all that money of yours, is it stashed in a safe down in the basement?" "Why yes, exactly." Snapped out of his daze, Gato reached wildly for a last lifeline, nodding repeatedly. "All my money is in a safe. I've got more stashed in other places, tons of it. If you spare my life, I'll hand it all over. Just don't kill me, please. I beg you." By that point, tears streaked Gato's face. He'd been frightened out of his wits, and little wonder. To an ordinary citizen, ninja seem like elites standing high above them. But to feudal lords, nobles, and the ultra-rich, ninja are often just extremely useful hired hands. Once someone becomes wealthy, they can hire ronin, rogue ninja, or missing nin to do their dirty work. If the job succeeds, fine. If the mercenaries die, no problem. None of those mercenaries ever tried to seize the client's fortune. Big-time lords and guys like Gato subconsciously believed that ninjas wouldn't betray them and would abide by professional rules. Even someone like Kakuzu, infamous for his obsession with money, still worked regular gigs and hunted black market bounties, never simply robbing or murdering his clients. But Izayoi broke that mold entirely. Irreverent, unburdened by any professional ethic, he was a dangerous lunatic in their eyes. It was perfectly normal for Gato to be scared stiff on meeting such a foe for the first time. "Oh. So you've got other treasure stashes?" Izayoi frowned, then jabbed a pressure point on Gato's body to knock him out. "I guess I'll see how much loot you've got first." He tossed Gato over to his clone, then raised both hands, using his gravitational power to levitate countless stones. Quickly, he uncovered the stairs leading down to the basement. Izayoi had already sensed where the vault was, otherwise he wouldn't have unleashed the repulsive blast so recklessly. But since there was no light in the safe, he didn't actually know how much was inside, which was why he'd kept Gato alive. Descending the steps, Izayoi came to a 2-meter-high metal safe with a combination lock. He didn't know the code, and he didn't bother waking Gato to ask. Izayoi simply pressed his palm against the edge of the door. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the door and frame caved in. A few more controlled blasts of repulsion, and the door tore free, leaving the safe's contents in plain sight. Without the door blocking them, a dazzling glow burst from inside like a ray of morning sun. Izayoi stood there, hands on his hips, staring at the pile in the safe. If he took off that plain white mask right then, you'd see that his Tenseigan eyes had vanished, replaced by huge dollar money signs. He was rich, filthy rich. Chapter 45, a bit overkill. Inside that massive, 2-meter-tall safe lay a treasure trove of valuables, stacks of high-denomination bills, rows of neatly arranged gold bars, sacks of sparkling gems, plus random compartments stuffed with jewelry and property deeds. Izayoi, in 2 lifetimes, had never seen so much money. So this is what top-tier wealth really looks like, he muttered. If Gato wasn't lying, this is just one of his hidden stashes. How loaded can that guy be? Who cares? It's all mine now, he said with a mischievous chuckle. Pulling out 2 storage scrolls he prepared earlier, Izayoi loaded every last bit of cash, gold, jewels, jewelry, and deeds into them. The safe itself was way too big, and neither scroll was one of those large or extra-large types, no way to store the entire thing. Fortunately, Izayoi had foreseen this and bought a couple of scrolls. After scooping up all the loot, Izayoi returned from the basement to ground level. Forming a one-handed seal, he created a shadow clone pact with a hefty amount of chakra. He looked at the clone and said, "I'll leave the rest to you, all right." "You really gotta ask." "Why wouldn't I trust myself?" the clone shot back. Raising its hand, the clone used gravitational force to yank Gato into the air, then hauled him out of the land of waves. Once that clone was gone, Izayoi grabbed Momochi Zabuza and Haku with another clone, then flew away as well. Back on the main continent, Izayoi and his clone each carried one of the unconscious rogue ninjas. They sped off toward the nearest black market. Thanks to his Tenseigan's ability to survey all of the Land of Fire, Izayoi already knew exactly where that black market was. Aside from Konoha's Umbu and Root, underground black market types made their homes below the surface. He had tried using the Tenseigan to locate black and white Zetsu, or their clones, but it was futile, probably the mayfly technique letting them merge with soil and vegetation. Though black and white Zetsu weren't great at fighting, they had 3 incredible abilities: Spore, Mimicry, and Mayfly. Those 3 could be considered next-level versions of the basic clone: Transformation, Substitution, and Hiding Jutsu. Even legendary figures like Hagoromo or Hamura never managed to sniff out their third brother. In under half a day, Izayoi and his clone reached the closest black market, disguised as a public restroom. Leaving the clone outside to keep an eye on Zabuza and Haku, Izayoi entered alone. "Welcome, sir." "Right this way," said a middle-aged man in a black suit, guiding him through a hidden corridor into a private suite. Anyone wearing a mask obviously preferred to conceal their identity. Such people might be mere wannabes, or big names in the ninja world. The staff would figure out which after hearing the client's request, and only then decide how to respond. Izayoi, of course, knew none of that. It was his first time in a black market, and there were no signs stating rules. He assumed everyone got the same treatment. "What are you looking for, sir?" the man asked, once Izayoi was seated and suitably welcomed. "Got any pen and paper?" "I need to buy some materials," Izayoi said. "Certainly." The man's eyes lit up, sensing a lucrative deal. He fetched pen and paper, and Izayoi carefully wrote down everything he needed for human puppets and chakra cores. Handing it over, he asked, "Can you get these?" "Let me see." The man scanned the list carefully. "These are basically Sunagakure puppet materials, some differ, but I can still get them." "What's your rate here?" Izayoi asked. Raising 3 fingers, the man replied, "We tack on 30% to the market price." "Got it. Prepare 30 sets for me." "How long will that take?" Izayoi nodded without bothering to figure out the normal price. He didn't want them thinking he was a newbie ripe for fleecing. "Come back in 3 days, the man said, rubbing his hands in a slightly awkward smile. "But we do need a deposit, nothing huge, just 200,000 Ryo." 200,000, a typical B-rank mission's reward. "Sure. I'll return in 3 days." Izayoi slipped out 20 10,000 Ryo bills from inside his roomy sleeve, set them on the table, and walked out. Soon enough, the black markets network began gathering these materials for him. But in less than a day, word of his order leaked through certain clandestine channels and reached someone's ears. "We found the mystery man," White Zetsu said with a grin. "Just like you thought, Black Zetsu, he's buying supplies to build human puppets. That stuff could be gathered by hand, but it'd take forever. Right now, only Suna or the black market can quickly supply them." "Picking the black market is normal," Black Zetsu replied in a low tone. "Tell Madara-sama right away. Let's deal with this threat fast." Before long, Obito Uchiha and Black/White Zetsu were standing atop a steel building, having a talk with Tendo Pain. So you found that mystery guy. Are you going to go personally? Still not recovered from your injuries? Tendo Pain asked, sounding him out. Not yet. Time isn't enough to fix that wound. And you know, that man ended the world's chaos. Obito's words would have instantly given him away if Nagato had ever met the real Madara, since the original Madara wouldn't explain himself to a kid. Even blinded, facing nine-tailed beasts, he'd keep up that arrogant front. Seeing Obito remain cryptic and unwilling to act, Tendo Pain said calmly, then I'll go. You provide backup in the shadows. Fine, but I'm bringing someone. Uchiha Itachi. Exactly. His dojutsu might come in handy. Deal. When do we leave? Right now. With that, the six paths of Pain and Obito sprang into action, no hesitation at all. Izayoi saw none of this. If he had, he'd probably have grimaced. The overt and covert bosses of Akatsuki teaming up, plus an undefeated prodigy to assist, arguably the strongest three-person squad in the ninja world. All that effort just to take him down. Talk about overkill. Chapter 46, Fallback Plan. One day earlier. The moment Izayoi emerged from the black market, he saw that Momochi Zabuza and Haku, who had been tied up by a shadow clone, were already awake. Impressive, Izayoi praised with a smirk. Recovering so quickly, huh? You really live up to that name, Demon of the Hidden Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. You didn't kill us, said Zabuza weakly, so you plan on turning me into Mist Village, or selling me on the black market. Before Izayoi could answer, Haku spoke urgently, please don't hand Lord Zabuza over to Mist Village or the black market. I'll earn money for you to pay off his bounty. You shinobi sure think in odd ways, Izayoi muttered. I already got rid of Gato, his entire fortune is mine now. You think I need whatever pocket change you're talking about? He paused, then turned to Zabuza. By the way, how much are you worth? 17 million Ryo, Zabuza responded. Izayoi immediately looked disgusted. An elite jonin, but your bounty's only half of Sarutobi Asuma's from the Konoha. Zabuza felt at a loss for words. How could he compare? They had entirely different backgrounds. Without that executioner's blade, Mist Village might not have put out even 17 million. I actually like you two idiots, Izayoi remarked. If you hadn't stuck to your professional code, Gato's loot wouldn't have landed in my lap. He cancelled his shadow clone, smiling. So, do me a favor and I'll spare you both. As long as you spare Lord Zabuza, I'll do anything, Haku said at once. Hearing that, Zabuza felt a little warmth in his heart. He turned to Izayoi and said, I'm best at assassination. I don't need you to kill anyone. Izayoi gestured to Haku, pretending ignorance. Your name? And do you have a bounty? I'm Haku, Lord Zabuza's tool. No, I'm not wanted. To prove he wasn't lying, Haku, despite the crushing pain in his body, removed the half-ruined mask to reveal his stunningly delicate face. Great, I've got a job for you. Izayoi went over to Haku and pulled out a scroll, tossing it onto the ground. Make a trip to Sand Village for me and buy these materials. I'll spare you and Momochi Zabuza. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a fair forearm, then looked down at Haku as if recalling something. By the way, are you male or female? I'm male, Haku replied. That's a waste of a face, Izayoi teased. He dropped his sleeve and hoisted the hem of his robe, extending his calf in front of Haku. Go on, bite me. Once you do, your injuries will heal up. At that, Zabuza's eyes flickered. A physical healing ability. Are you a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan? No wonder you guys from the Mist, who helped wipe out Uzumaki village back then, know so much about the Uzumaki, Izayoi retorted sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Haku understood the situation. Gritting his teeth, he leaned forward and carefully bit into Izayoi's calf, terrified that if he bit too hard, Izayoi might kill them both. The moment Haku did so, his eyes went wide. It was like stepping from a frigid icy plain into a hot spring, a comforting warmth flowing through his body, banishing all negative sensations. His external and internal wounds visibly healed. Even the bones crushed by repulsion and repeatedly slammed into the mansion walls, and his internal bleeding in organs, returned to normal, like time itself was rewinding. Such was the power of the Uzumaki clan's physical healing. In the original story, even Tsunade, severed in half, could rejoin her body with that ability. Within moments, Haku had completely recovered. Izayoi wiped his leg on Haku's clothing. That scroll lists everything I need. I'll give you 30 million Ryo. Buy as much as you can. My lord, I'll carry out your request, but please also heal Lord Zabuza, Haku pleaded, bowing respectfully. Get real. You think anyone can just go biting me? If I didn't need you for a job, I wouldn't be sharing this benefit, Izayoi said irritably. He's not dying. If you make it back fast, you'll still have time to get him medical help. Remember, you only get 10 days. If you take any longer, I'll assume you're dead. Don't mind me, Haku, Zabuza put in. Understood. Without delay, Haku, holding Izayoi's money and the scroll, vanished toward the land of wind. Izayoi formed another shadow clone to heft Zabuza, leaving that place behind. Aren't you waiting here for Haku? Zabuza asked. You never told him where to meet you. No need. The moment he steps back into the land of fire, he won't escape my eyes. So confident. Zabuza thought. Maybe he had awakened the Uzumaki's mind's eye of the Kagura, or maybe he had an intel network spanning the entire land of fire. Also, weren't Uzumaki known for red hair? Why was his white? Transformation jutsu. Mixed blood. All sorts of questions churned in Zabuza's head. About 100 kilometers from the black market, they reached a cave. Izayoi tossed Zabuza inside and left a shadow clone to guard him, then used his Tenseigan to monitor the land of fire, waiting for developments. Izayoi couldn't know whether Sasori would inform Nagato that he'd been robbed, but since Sasori had glimpsed Izayoi's push-pull abilities, the odds were high he'd report it. If so, then Izayoi's alter ego would wind up on the radar of Nagato and Obito or even Black Zetsu. After all, repulsion and gravity felt like the stuff of universal laws, not your average secret jutsu. In the original series, no known technique lets you manipulate both. That type of skill lay at the core of an ultimate dojutsu. If somebody besides Tendo Pain could wield it, especially a masked figure without eyeholes, Nagato or Obito might or might not be anxious, but Izayoi knew Black Zetsu would definitely feel threatened. He'd spent 1,000 years paving the way to free his mother, and now this sudden X-factor emerged. He'd certainly do whatever it took to hunt Izayoi down. Given Black and White Zetsu's Yin, Yang release, Spore technique, Disguise technique, and Mayfly technique, letting them move swiftly underground and erase all traces by fusing with the land and plants, which even Hagoromo or Hamura never detected, Izayoi doubted the Tenseigan alone could pinpoint them. White Zetsu's intelligence skills were the best in the ninja world, surely they'd learn if Izayoi tried buying human puppet materials on the black market. So to avoid getting set up, Izayoi needed a fallback plan. That was why he'd spared Zabuza and Haku. Chapter 47, The New Zabuza. Yep, this is definitely suspicious. Good thing in my past life I watched, the hero is overpowered but overly cautious. It had been less than 2 days of Izayoi monitoring the land of fire alongside his shadow clone, and he'd already noticed something was off. Because he spotted a familiar figure. During the days he'd spent in the land of rivers, he had glanced with his Tenseigan into the neighboring land of rain and glimpsed this exact person, one of Jiraiya's old students, the Angel of Rain Village, the Byaku, White, of the Akatsuki, Konan. She was riding a sharp-beaked bird into the land of fire, heading in a particular direction. Ever since Nagato's health had begun deteriorating, Konan rarely left the hidden rain. And once the Akatsuki roster was filled, she practically never took on solo missions, staying in Rain Village to handle affairs and care for Nagato. In the original story, wherever Konan went, Nagato, or Tendo Pain, was never far behind. So seeing Konan in the land of fire now definitely wasn't a pleasure trip. Izayoi got the strong feeling she was coming for him. Half a day later, Izayoi's suspicions proved accurate. 50 kilometers northwest of the black market stood a small hill. Konan leapt off her bird known as the Yatagarasu. Cracks spread across her body, and pages of white paper peeled away from her skin, forming 2 wings behind her back. Like an angel descending, she drifted into the forest beneath. Meanwhile, Yatagarasu dove down and landed, dispersing in a massive swirl of white smoke. When the white smoke cleared, a large paper-formed tree appeared. Then, from the bottom up, the tree automatically colored itself in the space of a few blinks, it looked just like a normal tree, blending perfectly into the forest. From Izayoi's Tenseigan vantage, however, that entire tree was packed with blue chakra. A bunch of tapple-like sigils seeped out of that chakra, creating a barrier that blocked ordinary sensory detection. Even Mind's Eye of the Kagura probably couldn't pick up that chakra. But they couldn't hide it from Izayoi's Tenseigan. In his view, inside that tree were 8 chakra signatures, precisely Konan, Nagato, and the 6 paths of pain. They hid them in the bird's mouth. That's how they moved around. I figured maybe Konan was summoning them via her lip piercings, Izayoi realized, now enlightened. Then he couldn't help mocking, so the strongest person in the shinobi world personally came out to get me. That's giving me way too much credit, huh? Moments later, Izayoi fell silent. He watched as an opening formed in the tree and Tendo Pain emerged, hovering up to a nearby cliff. Before long, the space beside him warped, forming a fist-sized black hole. 2 twisted figures flew out of that distortion, Uchiha Obito and someone Izayoi had seen at Konoha's gates back in his first academy year, the dutiful son, himself, Uchiha Itachi. Watching them line up, looking like some iconic painting, come to life, Izayoi couldn't stop himself from muttering an expletive in his hometown dialect. The Superkage Gatekeeper, Pain's Six Paths, a fully developed Mangekyo user with all sorts of hidden trump cards, Uchiha Itachi, plus Obito, who could spam Kamui without risking blindness. That lineup would mean certain death even for Inoki at his peak, the oldest of the 5 Kage. Each of these 3 could take on multiple Kage at once. If they fully cooperated, not even all 5 Kage combined could handle them. They'd assembled a group that powerful just for him. Seriously. Just then, Izayoi heard the voice of his clone speaking in normal speech. Look, that black market's got movement too. Izayoi switched his focus to the black market. A suited middle-aged man lay impaled by a tree branch, while some white creature was imitating his form. Mayfly technique, it really can't be detected by the Tenseigan, Izayoi thought grimly. And his impersonation technique is perfect. Not a single flaw. It's definitely the strongest transformation in the shinobi world, added his clone. If the Tenseigan's second fetal stirring or final evolution still can't see through it, we might have to rely on mind's eye of the Kagura with good, evil detection. Izayoi frowned in thought. He was already brainstorming whether there was anything aside from mind's eye of the Kagura that could expose such an impersonation technique, ideally, something that could also crack the Mayfly technique. Because Black and White Zetsu's most fearsome ability wasn't simply disguising or possessing people's bodies, but traveling swiftly underground, fusing with earth and foliage, ignoring barriers, a method that not even 6 paths level fighters could detect. Just imagining eyes like that watching from the darkness made Izayoi uneasy. But for now, he didn't see an immediate solution and put the problem aside. After scanning White Zetsu's clone in the black market and the ultimate trio on that cliff, Izayoi chuckled quietly. I was actually going to greet you with a little surprise. On second thought, it's not worth the effort. Let's have you all stand around for a while. This wasn't necessarily bad news. The bold, we'll just wait for him to show up, approach suggested Black Zetsu was clueless about the Tenseigan's existence or at least its capabilities, giving Izayoi a significant advantage. He definitely wouldn't waste that. Lucky I had a backup plan or this would have been a disaster. Remember this, I'll repay you guys later, Izayoi muttered, finally dissolving his shadow clone and returning to the cave to retrieve Momochi Zabuza. 3 days later. It was twilight. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the sun, now only half visible below the horizon, and asked Obito, who likewise was watching the sunset, has the target still not shown up? Ask Zetsu, Obito said cryptically. Half submerged in the earth, Black and White Zetsu spoke. White Zetsu said, we delivered the goods to the clone, but that guy never appeared. The clone's fine. Has he realized he's exposed? Asked Itachi. Can't rule it out, Black Zetsu replied heavily. If this mystery man turned out to be Himura's descendant, it would imply an extremely pure Byakugan, making sense for an eye with a range surpassing the Hyuga's limits. But they'd all kept a 50-kilometer distance, often hiding in barrier or pocket dimension spaces. Yet if he still found them, that was even more outrageous than the Uzumaki's mind's eye of the Kagura. You'll keep waiting one more day. Itachi and I will withdraw a bit, Tendo Pain intoned, then turned and left. Uchiha Itachi rose to follow, and Obito slipped back into Kamui's dimension. Only Black, White Zetsu remained, using Mayfly and White Zetsu clones to watch the black market and expand the search radius, hoping their target was close by. Another day came and went, still no sign of their mystery men. The ultimate squad, having accomplished nothing, departed with mixed feelings. If they couldn't catch him this time, next time would only be harder. This level of stealth sensory confrontation had them at a disadvantage before they could even begin fighting. 6 days later, somewhere in a forest near Land of Fire's border. Master, here's what you wanted. Altogether it cost 29.87 million ryo, said Haku, who just returned from the Land of Rivers into the Land of Fire. He dropped 3 large scrolls from his back and bowed respectfully to Izayoi. Well done. You can keep the leftover change, Izayoi said, using gravitational power to take the scrolls. In the next instant, he rocketed skyward and vanished. Watching him leave, both Haku and Zabuza were worried he might suddenly go back on his word, so they only relaxed once they saw him truly gone. Lord Zabuza, where shall we go now? Haku asked, supporting Zabuza, who was only partly healed and leaning on a crutch. Time for a little black eats black, Zabuza murmured. His eyes gleamed as though discovering an entirely new world. The demon of the hidden mist, having been schooled by Izayoi, had really learned something. Chapter 48, frowned. Izayoi had no idea that his actions had inspired Momochi Zabuza, pushing him onto a different path as a rogue ninja. Having collected the materials needed to craft human puppets and chakra cores, Izayoi didn't immediately return to Konoha. During this stretch of time, once every 3 days he would create a shadow clone with a massive amount of chakra and send it back to the village, swapping places with the nearly expiring clone. Apart from Hinata and Hanabi, no one knew that the Izayoi in the village was merely a clone. Since Izayoi had already informed the Huga sisters of his plans, he wasn't in any rush to return. Instead, he adopted another identity and linked up with a clone that had gone around looting the rest of Gado's hidden treasures so he could total up the spoils from this operation. He discovered that it was impossible to even calculate the full extent of Gado's assets. Within Gado's hoard, the most valuable items weren't the piles of bills or even the gold bars and jewelry, but rather all those property deeds. If Gado bothered to hide them, then obviously they weren't worthless. They included buildings and shops in premium locations across various countries. Selling off just a few of those deeds would already earn Izayoi more than several times Sarutobi Asuma's bounty. Well and truly wealthy, Izayoi first used the deeds to locate a villa Gado had purchased in the Land of Fire, then in the same city bought a tailor's shop, leaving a shadow clone behind to learn the craft from the shop's seamstresses and designers. Meanwhile, his real body didn't return to Konoha. Instead, he carried 2 large, empty storage scrolls and left the Land of Fire for the Land of Rivers. Rumble. Dark clouds rumbled overhead in some mountain village. Before long, a light rain began to fall. Even so, just outside the village, at the mouth of a mine, shirtless workers continued hauling cart after cart of minerals, and the sounds of digging still echoed within. A ways off from the mine lay a stretch of ground filled with tombstones. Now, several people in black raincoats were gathered around a coffin that had just been lowered into the ground, holding a funeral for the person inside. Ah, why did someone as good as you have to die? It pains me so much. The person in the lead cried out in an exaggerated display, pouring his feelings out. But none of the surrounding onlookers felt sadness, their gazes revealed only fear toward that head of the clan. In their eyes, the clan chief was a volatile individual who might bury someone alive at the slightest provocation. Hey, Raiga. I sense a powerful chakra heading this way. Right then, as their chief was theatrically performing his laments, a childish voice spoke from under the bulge of a raincoat behind him, sounding a bit flustered, "Be careful, he can fly." Hearing this, the tearful leader, Kurosuke Raiga, promptly dropped his act, adopting a grim expression and looking to the sky. Through the rain haze, a black silhouette descended. Lightning release, lightning ball. Before the figure had even touched the ground or spoken a word, Raiga whipped out 2 oddly shaped blades, crossing them overhead. Lightning-natured chakra gathered at their points, forming a glowing blue-white sphere, which he then fired upward in a burst. Watching the lightning ball approach, the descending figure simply extended a palm from within his sleeve, splaying his fingers wide. Instantly, it was as if the thunderball had hit an invisible wall, exploding with a sound like fireworks. Countless arcs of electricity flared and vanished. Indeed, I wasn't mistaken, it's you, Kurosuke Raiga, and the possessor of that red-eye Kekiigenkai, Izayoi said with a smile. I let the real one slip away, so I guess you bootleg copies will do for my human puppets. I'm in a hurry, let's finish this fast. Universal pull, Bansho Tenin. Invisible gravitational force, like a giant unseen hand, grabbed hold of Raiga on the ground and jerked him upward. No hand signs, and there's nothing visible. What on earth kind of jutsu is this? Raiga's eyes showed alarm, but his movements were quick. He crossed his blades again, channeling a massive amount of chakra into them, converting it all into lightning release. Lightning release, fangs of lightning. The twin blades crackled with electricity, launching arcs of lightning at Izayoi in rapid succession like laser beams. That was Raiga's signature technique, akin to Kakashi's Chidori. If the bolts missed, they would shoot into the clouds overhead and merge with them, turning into lightning strikes. Your jutsu's not bad, and your blades are decent, but that's all I can praise, Izayoi remarked, extending both arms. An emerald dome formed in the air, twisting as though under immense pressure from within. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. At Izayoi's command, that dome, like a balloon filled to bursting, suddenly ruptured. The wave of repulsive force within surged forth, instantly dispersing the rain and slamming the now gravity-released Raiga back down, along with the fleeing Kurosuke clan below him. Boom. The thunderous detonation reverberated across the mountain village. Everyone working inside the mine or living in the village could hear it. Those closest to the mine even felt the tunnels shake violently, though thankfully they didn't collapse. When the rain once again started falling, and the wind cleared the dust and smoke, the once crowded graveyard had been replaced by a gigantic crater. The entire Kurosuke clan was annihilated. As for Raiga, who had intimately collided with the ground under that repulsive force, his limbs and ribs were shattered, and he bled profusely from his organs. Yet before crashing down, Raiga had hurled aside his twin blades to shield the boy behind him, Ranmaru, so the latter survived rather than dying on the spot, albeit severely injured as well. Landing in the crater, Izayoi saw Raiga coughing blood, speaking feebly, "I beg, spare, Ranmaru." "And what about the people you killed, did they also beg you to spare them?" Izayoi scoffed. "You call yourself an elite rogue ninja, yet you're this naive." With that, Izayoi used gravitational force to pull Raiga's twin blades into his hand, but made no move to slay Raiga or Ranmaru right away. Instead, he grinned and said to Raiga, "Let's carry out a little experiment. Do something useful with your dying moments." Izayoi formed a one-handed seal and created a shadow clone with only a small amount of chakra. The real Izayoi and his clone each clutched one of Raiga's blades and poured lightning nature chakra into them, like grabbing hold of raw lightning. Together, they hurled the electrified swords, skewering both Raiga and Ranmaru's bodies. Yet the spectacle Izayoi had hoped for never appeared. Neither Raiga nor Ranmaru produced any skill or talent entry. Shadow clones and killing them don't seem to raise the drop rate. Are there seriously no other ways to boost it? Izayoi wondered inwardly. Chakra definitely isn't the yardstick for power, otherwise, besides Jinchuriki and Naruto, who else could provide me with new entries? So how exactly is strength judged? If it's purely about entries, the entire ninja world could only give me so many from age 3 onward. But back in class, some got entries anyway, so it's not about that. Is it about the jutsu they use, or their overall performance? Gazing at the corpses of Raiga and Ranmaru, Izayoi murmured, "I'll try this method one more time. If it doesn't work, I'll have to be more heavy-handed, maybe inconvenience the entire shinobi world. After all, with the loadout I've got, how could I let people with weaker setups catch up to my decade-plus of effort in just a few short years?" No one could fathom Izayoi's anxiety. Chapter 49, Gifts, Happy Birthday Izayoi. Those people who took over your village are dead now. All these minerals are my spoils. Any objections? No. Not at all, sir. Would you like our help with anything? No need. I'm in a hurry. Farewell. After sealing away the corpses of the Kurosuke clan, plus some minerals needed for puppet crafting, into 2 large storage scrolls, Izayoi rose into the air. Sometimes flying, sometimes using the body flicker technique, he left the land of rivers at top speed. By the following morning, Izayoi had returned to the land of fire. Without taking a single break, he hurried to the tailor shop he owned, produced a shadow clone with massive chakra, and handed the clone the scrolls containing minerals and bodies. Izayoi's real self didn't rest even a quarter hour. First, he bought something at a certain shop, then carrying the gifts he'd prepared for Hinata and Hanabi, he rushed back to Konoha at full tilt. He finally made it by 6 o'clock in the evening. Taking advantage of the shift change among the watchers, Izayoi slipped into Konoha from a different entry point and arrived from the outskirts to the central district, reaching home in no time. "I'm back." Fitting in with local customs, Izayoi announced his return loudly from the entryway while changing shoes. Then, carrying a gift box, he headed up to the second floor. Somehow, there was now a curtain at the stairway. Izayoi drew it back to find the room dark, with blackout curtains pulled tight. Only the table in the living room was illuminated by 12 burning candles, with a 5-layer cake underneath. This very fancy cake had 3 little cartoon snowmen on each tier, clearly representing Izayoi and the 2 Hyuga sisters. "Oniai-chan, happy birthday." "Izayoi-kun, happy birthday." Hinata and Hanabi had been waiting in the living room all this time. As for the shadow clone, it had been mercilessly dispelled by the 2 sisters the day before. Seeing Izayoi finally home, Hinata and Hanabi both hurried over with their birthday wishes, one on each side, and led him to the cake. Indeed, that day was June 16th, Izayoi's birthday. That was exactly why Izayoi had raced back so urgently. Ever since the trio started spending time together, Hinata and Hanabi celebrated Izayoi's birthday with him every year. In particular, that intel about the clone getting destroyed by the 2 sisters told him they were likely planning a surprise. Izayoi certainly didn't want to disappoint them. Once they had Izayoi seated on the sofa, Hanabi knelt down by the table, propping her chin in her hands and smiling sweetly. "Oniai-chan, make a wish." Oniai-chan's wish is simple, that Hanabi grows tall fast, shines every day like a rainbow, twinkles like a star, and becomes as beautiful as her sister, Izayoi said, bringing his hands together in a prayer gesture, closing his eyes, yet saying the wish out loud. But at the very end, he added one more line in his mind, "I hope things go smoothly so that we can all escape the limits of our lifespans." Finished speaking, Izayoi blew out all the candles. "Oniai-chan, I love you so much." "Mu-e." Moved by his words, Hanabi pounced on him, planting a big kiss on his cheek. Izayoi simply chuckled, giving her a playful squeeze on her face. "Wish granted, so where's my present?" "My sister and I finished it ages ago," Hanabi chirped. She hopped off the sofa and, along with Hinata, returned from the other room carrying 3 neatly wrapped boxes. "Oniai-chan, take a look." Hanabi set the gift boxes on the floor, addressing Izayoi. Hinata kept the curtains drawn, switching on the living room lamp instead. There were 3 packages, 2 large and 1 small. Izayoi removed the bow, unwrapped the paper, and first opened the small box. Inside lay a red scarf. The instant Izayoi picked it up, he had a hunch. Glancing at the two sisters, he asked, "Did you two knit this?" "As expected of you, Oniai-chan, you guessed right in one go," Hanabi giggled. "So guess which one of us knit it?" "You kinda gave it away," Izayoi said, flicking Hanabi on the forehead with a smile. "Obviously your sister pitched in. If it wasn't entirely hers, then you two must have done it together." "HRMM." Hanabi pouted. Hinata simply smiled softly. She was unsurprised that Izayoi figured it out. "It'll be autumn soon, and winter won't be far behind. I really like it." Izayoi looped the scarf around his neck, then continued unwrapping. This time, he opened both large boxes at once. Each was clothing, one a thick, snowman outfit, the other a more expensive white robe with flame patterns. "Hey, Oniai-chan, can you guess who gave you these two outfits?" Hanabi teased again. "This one's Hinata's." Izayoi picked up the snowman ensemble and shared a smile with Hinata. "And this one?" Hanabi lifted the white robe. "Was that from me?" "You two gave this one together," Izayoi said, flicking Hanabi's forehead again. "Remember those flame motifs on your kimono? You love that design. Plus, you basically gave yourself away. If the snowman suit was from Hinata, then either you or both of you gave me this robe." No fun. "Oniai-chan, can you read minds or something?" Hanabi collapsed in a playful fit. "I wanted to outsmart you for once this year." "I told you, you can't fool Izayoi-kun," Hinata said with a light laugh. "Okay, calm down," Izayoi said, pulling Hanabi onto his lap and then picking up a gift box on the floor. He grinned. "I've also brought souvenirs for you too." "Oh right, Oniai-chan, where have you been lately?" Hanabi asked, letting her curiosity override her grumpiness. "Your clone said you had something big to do." "What was it?" "You'll find out eventually." "I can't tell you right now," Izayoi replied, not wanting to tarnish his dear little sister's innocent worldview. Oniai-chan is so mean." Hanabi made a silly face at him, but still tore open the box he handed her. Like Izayoi, she eyed it with an appraising look. "It's long and flat, and the box is huge. Is it clothes?" "Right on, Hanabi." "Excellent deduction," said Izayoi, high on having won that round by guessing their gifts earlier, now returning the favor with cheerful praise. "Hee." Hanabi beamed happily. After appeasing his little sister, Izayoi then pulled Hinata over to sit on his other side, pushed a box into her arms, and whispered beside her ear with a laugh, "I love your gifts. This winter, let's relive some childhood memories. Here's my present for you, go ahead and open it." "All right." Though she'd planned on waiting for Hanabi to finish before opening hers, Hinata couldn't resist Izayoi's expectant face. She quickly undid the packaging. The moment she looked inside, her soft eyes widened. "This is..." The Huga sisters spoke at once, then turned to Izayoi, both asking, "Oniai-chan/Izayoi-kun, what kind of outfit is this?" "It's called a sailor uniform," Izayoi said, a hint of excitement in his tone. "I made it myself. Hurry and see if it fits." "Sure." Originally still puzzled, the sisters, hearing that Izayoi made the clothes himself, both brightened and walked off to the other room, eyes shining with curiosity. Izayoi, meanwhile, activated his Tenseigan, not to spy, of course, but to confirm whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was around. Seeing that Hiruzen had already clocked out for the day and was having dinner with his grandson Konohamaru, not using his crystal ball jutsu to peep around, Izayoi relaxed and closed the Tenseigan. But before fully deactivating it, he glanced at some spot outside. Simultaneously, Hanabi's startled voice came from the other room, giving Izayoi a cold sweat. "Wow, it's such a perfect fit. Sis, how on earth did Oniai-chan know your measurements?" Chapter 50, Celebration, Lightning Chakra that Stimulates Cells. A few minutes later, Hinata and Hanabi came out of the room. Izayoi, who had already loaded film into the camera, felt his eyes light up as soon as he saw them, offering them non-stop praise. "You both look fantastic, absolutely stunning." Before this, dressed in kimonos, Hinata and Hanabi had exuded the aura of distinguished, old-world ladies. But now, in these outfits, they radiated modern youthfulness and cuteness, enough to make Izayoi feel he was stepping back into his past life's urban campus days. Hinata's gift box held a white sailor collar shirt, a dark blue bow tie and pleated skirt, plus black thigh-high stockings. At 155 centimeters tall, possessing a figure that could make many adult women jealous, Hinata hardly looked her usual 12 years in that outfit. She was more like a baby-faced, busty high schooler, enough to make Izayoi's heart race. Yes, this was precisely the school idol image he'd fantasized about. Meanwhile, his little sister-in-law was equally charming. She had on a scaled-down matching version of the same outfit, a white sailor collar top, a dark blue bow tie and pleated skirt, offset by white stockings, instead of Hinata's black, and her hip-length hair done in twin tails. Adorable to the extreme. Oni-chan, do you like it? Hanabi stepped in front of Izayoi, hands clasped behind her back, batting her eyes playfully. It's super cute. Izayoi gave a thumbs up. Hee hee. I think the outfit you made looks great too, Oni-chan. Hanabi twirled once in front of him, though a hint of regret crept in. But it's so thin, and the skirt's short, really not suited for wearing outside or for battle. It's all right. We can improve it next time. This was my first time making clothes, Izayoi replied with a laugh. Iiza. Izayoi-kun, there's no outer coat for this, right? Came Hinata's voice like a whisper, delicate as a mosquito's buzz. She was standing beside Hanabi, her slender hands folded protectively in front of her, cheeks flushed pink, gaze avoiding his. Her voice trembled. This was Hinata's typical shy behavior. Seeing her like that, Izayoi couldn't help wondering, is the fit off somehow? He had accounted for her measurements carefully. Could she have grown again? And no, it fits perfectly, it's just too conspicuous, Hinata said weakly and lowered her hands, revealing how the white sailor blouse tightly outlined every bit of her figure, not much less than that black mesh top once did. Izayoi cleared his throat. Ahem, yes, there's supposed to be a jacket, but I lacked both materials and time, so I didn't get around to it. Oh, okay, Hinata said, blushing deeply and lowering her head. No more about that, let's snap a picture first. Izayoi, eager to shift topics, lifted the camera with excitement. Soon enough, the camera captured a photo of all three standing in a row, Hinata and Hanabi on either side, each hooking an arm around Izayoi's while flashing a V sign with their free hand, smiling brightly. After that, Izayoi took the camera back from his shadow clone, dispelling it with one punch, then began instructing Hinata and Hanabi on different poses, snapping one picture after another. They took a shot of Hinata and Hanabi close together, forming a heart shape with their hands. Another had them back to back, firing invisible pistols at Izayoi. After a series of photos, at Hinata and Hanabi's request, Izayoi changed into his newly received snowman outfit and white robe so he could pose for group photos with the Huga sisters. Interestingly, Izayoi didn't rely on a shadow clone to take the pictures this time, he taught Hinata herself, who, along with his clone previously, had been learning the basics of photography. Eventually, the three shifted to the dining area to cut the cake. A variety of moments were captured. All three raising glasses of juice and a toast, eyes crinkling in bright smiles. The sisters feeding Izayoi with a forkful of cake and him feeding them in turn. Hanabi smearing Izayoi's face with cream, giving a mischievous cackle while Izayoi smiled wryly with one eye shut. Hinata quietly wiping frosting off Izayoi's face with a napkin. In the beginning, it all went very sweetly, full of lovely snapshots. Yet gradually. A shot of Hanabi, her face painted with cream like a cat, pretending to bite Izayoi's hand, while Hinata gave her a playful little knuckle rap on the head. Another with Hinata's face accidentally struck by a piece of cake, shifting her expression from gentle to stern in an instant. Followed by a series of chaotic cake fight shots. The final photo showed Izayoi coming out on top, seated in a chair, tilting his head back in triumphant laughter, while Hinata and Hanabi looked frustrated at their newly donned sailor outfits, now spattered with cake, with the rest of the dining room in total shambles. That night, Hinata and Hanabi stayed until after 9 o'clock, each bathing and changing back into regular clothes before heading home. Seems I still don't have enough reputation, Izayoi muttered. Standing out on the balcony, waving goodbye to the two sisters and glimpsing the clan member assigned to guard them, and discreetly ensure the clan heiresses didn't spend the night away, Izayoi murmured, "Don't worry, very soon, no one can stand in our way." June 23, Konoha Year 60. At the Naka River on Konoha's outskirts, two voices could be heard exchanging spirited shouts. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Two massive fire dragons, one from each side, collided over the river, detonating into a spectacular burst of sparks. Beneath that fiery light, two male figures of noticeably different heights clashed in close combat atop the water's surface. On the far bank stood a white-eyed girl wearing a white kimono patterned with flower petal designs. Camera in hand, she carefully searched for angles, quietly snapping photos of the taller boy's valiant poses. Boom. Normally, when his two-tomo Sharingan was active, Uchiha Sasuke could manage dozens of exchanges before fatigue wore him down and he lost the upper hand. But now, in only a few moves, Sasuke's swirling Sharingan eyes flared in shock as the taller youth's swift punch impacted, warping Sasuke's handsome features. The blow sent him flying across the water's surface. The punch wasn't especially powerful, Sasuke's improved resilience was enough that it didn't knock him out with one hit. Ordinarily, he'd spring right back up. This time, however, he remained seated on the water, gazing at Izayoi with wide eyes. That was lightning release. At the last moment, Izayoi's speed had abruptly skyrocketed, visible to Sasuke's Sharingan, but leaving his body too slow to react. Sasuke had stood no chance against that punch. What you saw was lightning nature chakra, Izayoi fibbed without blinking. I'm perfecting a self-made jutsu and asked Hinata to find a scroll on lightning release nature training. By chance, I realized that lightning chakra can stimulate cells to drastically enhance speed. In truth, Izayoi's clone had turned Kurosuke Raiga into a human puppet, and using the Tenseigan to watch how Raiga wielded twin lightning blades, he easily figured out the principle. After awakening the Tenseigan, Izayoi had at least 6 nature transformations in hand. The ultimate move he was working on was a far bigger deal. Manipulating lightning chakra to boost physical speed was a trivial side skill. Naturally, Sasuke knew none of this. His eyes instead focused on Izayoi with a look of astonishment. You invent your own jutsu. Izayoi teased, you want to learn it? That one you invented? Get real. I'm talking about the lightning chakra speed boosting technique, Izayoi said, rolling his eyes. If I hadn't seen you mastering tree climbing and water walking, also having lightning affinity, I wouldn't even consider teaching you such a risky trick. I want to learn. Teach me, Sasuke said, standing up immediately, no sense of modesty. Over these years, he'd long been in awe of Izayoi's strength. Whether it was a 1 or 2 Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke simply couldn't best him. Among classmates, only Naruto matched Izayoi's extraordinary chakra volume, but he was dead last. Sasuke felt that was nowhere near Izayoi's level. Hence, he genuinely acknowledged Izayoi as his first real friend. Chapter 51, Chunin exam is here. Time flowed swiftly. Before anyone realized it, the class of year 60 had already spent an entire season as fresh genin. In the span of just a few months, even genin teams made up of ordinary civilians had evolved from green newcomers into competent novices. Those teams with strong potential and excellent performance, under the guidance of their jonin leaders, had already taken on C-rank missions outside the village, engaged enemies, seen blood, and undergone a solid transformation. By the end of June, any jonin aware of the imminent major event refrained from taking missions outside the village, instead assigning their subordinates to more menial, in-village tasks. Meanwhile, genin squads that were out on missions gradually returned to the village. A grand occasion for all genin was about to arrive. A shrill eagle's cry pierced the skies of Konoha on that day, so loud it seemed to reach every ear in the village. Upon hearing this cry, the jonin across town tilted their gazes upward, spotting an eagle perched high above. Their eyes flashed knowingly. Once you finish today's chores, head to the Hokage building to collect your pay, then you can all take the rest of the day off. We'll meet tomorrow morning at 9, same place. With this brief instruction, Kurenai shivered from sight in a body flicker. A host of other jonin likewise vanished in rapid blurs, darting across rooftops toward the Hokage building. Something big must be happening again. Shino Abirame said flatly, looking up at the eagle that continued to shriek. No alarm's been sounded, so presumably an internal affair. Probably some important date has come, Izayoi remarked with a grin. Don't forget, we haven't had the Chunin exams yet this year. Hearing that, Hinata and Shino both brightened, the former's pupils shining milky white, the latter's hidden behind tinted glasses. Shino eyed Izayoi's smile, and the look of anticipation on Hinata's face, then asked, if it is indeed time for the Chunin exams, Izayoi and Hinata, are you two planning to enter? I want to, Hinata answered before Izayoi could, with a touch of urgency. Izayoi smiled. If Hinata's in, I'm in. And we both have what it takes, right? Shino tucked his hands into his pockets, nodding coolly. If you two are going, I won't be left behind, either. Then let's show all the other genin just how strong Team 8 is, Izayoi replied with a confident grin. The three exchanged glances of mutual trust, sharing the same confidence. Plenty of other newly minted genin felt likewise, some had even participated in multiple Chunin exams before, surviving by the skin of their teeth and now only needing a stroke of luck to advance. June 27th, 9 a.m. Team 8 assembled at their usual meeting spot, waiting for Kurenai. A few minutes passed before she appeared in a flicker, holding 3 documents in her hand and greeting them with a smile. Sorry I'm late. Kurenai-sensei, are those applications for the Chunin exams? Hinata asked as she noticed the paperwork. Looks like you all guessed. Kurenai lifted the documents, explaining, yes, these are the registration forms for the Chunin exams. Yesterday, Hokage-sama summoned all of us jonin leaders and announced that this year's exams will begin on July 1st. Though you've only graduated a few months back, your performance and strength more than qualify you. So I already put your names in. That said, registering doesn't force you to participate. If you're not confident enough, you can simply discard the forms. But if you are confident, sign here and submit your form by 3:30 in the afternoon on July 1st, then arrive at the exam room on time. Handing the 3 forms to Izayoi, by default considered the group's leader, Kurenai lied casually, you have a few days to think it over carefully. Don't push yourselves, and don't pressure your teammates, either, it doesn't need to be all 3 of you in the exams. With that, she vanished again in a swirl of movement. All right, see you all on the 1st, Shino. Let's meet here at 3 p.m., Izayoi said. Understood. Izayoi handed one registration form to Shino, then set off alongside Hinata, waving goodbye. On the way back, he turned toward Hinata and gave her both his and her forms. Sasuke wants me to train with him. Want to join us these next few days? Though tempted, Hinata declined. No, these few days I plan to ask father's help with my gentle fist. I might not have time to drop in on you. Don't worry, I'll make sure you become a Chunin, Izayoi said, patting her gently on the head. He already had suspicions about her motivation. This world's Hinata was leagues ahead of her canon self in skill. As the main branch princess, she'd always been heir apparent, but she had grown so exceptional that the clan elders would be putting unrelenting pressure on her father, pressing him to brand Hanabi with the cursed seal as soon as possible. Undoubtedly, Hinata's eagerness to rise to Chunin was tied to outpacing those elders and helping Hanabi avoid the brand. At that thought, Izayoi's eyes flickered coldly. If that were truly the reason, once the exams ended, perhaps he should pay a formal visit to the Huga clan. Yet Hinata's real motive was simpler still, to gain legitimate standing to be with him. Izayoi, you guys planning to enter the Chunin exams? Of course. Don't tell me you're scared, Sasuke. As if. I'm going to make Chunin for sure. Not if you run into me in the exam, you won't, Izayoi retorted cheekily. TCH. Nighttime, in the courtyard of the Uchiha clan patriarch's estate. After finishing their training on the water's surface, Izayoi and Sasuke had settled down by the yard, grilling fish and chatting. Cinders sparkled before them, casting bright reflections across Sasuke's face as he flipped the fish. Suddenly, Sasuke asked, Izayoi, did your team do those classic introductions? You know, naming your dreams. We did. Why? What is your dream, then? Sasuke's gaze moved across the campfire to Izayoi, who was eating while flipping more fish. Izayoi spat out a fish bone, smiling. I said I wanted to become a fine shinobi. I'm asking your real dream. I'm worried you won't believe me, and you might mock me, Izayoi teased. I won't, Sasuke replied, utterly serious. Izayoi stared into the flames for a moment, then a grin split his lips. Call it a dream, call it a goal. I want to free both Hinata and me from the limits of our lifespans, so we can be together forever. At that, Sasuke's pupils narrowed. Such a far-fetched notion was a goal rather than some idle fantasy. Did he actually think it was possible? Before Sasuke could press further, Izayoi asked, so what about you? What's your dream, or your goal? Same difference. I have a goal, Sasuke said, eyes darkening with hatred. I'm going to kill that man, to avenge my parents, my clan. You'll sacrifice everything for it? Izayoi asked. Anything at all, even my life. I'd sell my soul to a devil if that's what it takes, Sasuke said in a deadly serious tone. Izayoi studied Sasuke's resolute face for a few seconds, then smiled. Don't worry, you'll succeed. And you won't have to sell your soul to any devils. After all, you're my most reliable source of points. Chapter 52, Date Bayo. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, the streets of Konoha were filled with many unfamiliar faces. On any normal day, one might see plenty of strangers in the village, mostly outsiders with no ties to shinobi. But now, all these new faces were wearing forehead protectors bearing various symbols, clearly ninja from different hidden villages. Far from causing any panic, Konoha's residents actually felt quite thrilled. So many foreign ninja showing up meant that this year's Chunin exams were about to begin. Before long, everyone would get to watch the ninja battles again. Shopkeepers were especially excited. They were already stocking up for the incoming business rush. After all, the Chunin exams, no matter which one of the 5 great shinobi villages hosted, were among the biggest events of the ninja world. July 1st, 3 p.m. Team 8 arrived right on time at their usual meeting point, then headed to the Ninja Academy with their registration forms. On the way, Shino Aburame strolled along with his hands in his pockets, saying, in theory, since Konoha is the hosting village, we might be at a disadvantage. I'm guessing a lot of people have been investigating our info recently, while we don't know a thing about them. Izayoi just laughed lightly. It doesn't matter, intel goes out of date. Whatever they scrounged up doesn't apply anymore. I'm sure you've both made plenty of progress these past few days. Hearing that, Hinata and Shino both exchanged confident smiles. They soon reached the academy. It felt strange for Izayoi and Hinata to come back here after months, but as they walked the familiar paths, they couldn't help reminiscing, recalling echoes from years past. Memories of 2 smaller figures, cheeks still plump with baby fat, quietly shoulder to shoulder. They glanced at each other and realized they were remembering the same moments. They both broke into a mutual smile. Arriving at the academy's main building, Team 8 had barely stepped onto the first stair leading upward when Shino and Hinata both paused, expressions changing slightly. "This is a genjutsu," Shino remarked, quickly forming a ram seal to disrupt his own chakra flow. Hinata did the same. "Technically," Izayoi clarified with a grin, "it's a genjutsu barrier. Looks like the Chunin exams have already started." On the second floor, they found a jam-packed corridor. Some examinees wore disoriented looks, while others, having caught on, were blocking the stairway up to the third floor, stopped in their tracks by 2 Chunin posted there. "Hey, drop the genjutsu barrier. We need to get to the third floor." Just as Team 8 approached, they heard a very familiar voice. "That's Sasuke-kun," Hinata said. Then, looking into the crowd, she noticed one more observer, Niji Hyuga. Niji Onizen is here for the Chunin exams, too. At that same instant, perhaps alerted by Hinata's voice, Niji, who had been quietly watching Team 7, turned his head. Catching sight of Hinata, he walked over with a neutral expression and offered her a small bow. "Lady Hinata." Though polite in form, his tone carried no warmth. As he bowed, a flicker of hatred flashed across his eyes. "Niji Onizen, good luck in the exam," Hinata responded softly. "You as well, my lady," Niji returned, settling his feelings and offering a nod. "Hopefully, we can face one another in the exams." That said, Niji shifted his gaze to the young man beside Hinata, Izayoi, and said, "You must be Izayoi. Any advice to give me?" "Your last year's top graduate," Izayoi asked with a light-hearted smile. "You're strong," Niji acknowledged, looking Izayoi up and down before coolly adding, "but you should know your place. You and Lady Hinata have no future. That's the gap in your bloodlines, that is your fate. Niji Onizen, be quiet." Before Izayoi could reply, a chilled voice cut in. Hinata's gentle eyes had grown sharp as she glared at Niji, pure warning in her tone. Her entire aura shifted dramatically. "My apologies, Lady Hinata." Niji bowed, then turned away. As she watched her cousin depart, Hinata's usual ladylike composure resurfaced, and in a soft voice she said to Izayoi, "Please don't hold it against him, Iza. Izayoi-kun." Niji Onizen didn't really mean it. Izayoi placed a hand on Hinata's head. "That was amazing, just now," he teased. "It's a pity I couldn't grab my camera in time." "Yes indeed. That aura was quite commanding," Shino chimed in agreement. They all had been top 3 in their class, after all, none of them were ordinary. Shino couldn't wait to see the full scale of Izayoi's and Hinata's abilities, along with Sasuke's, in the upcoming Chunin exams. Hinata, though, turned bright red at their compliments, index fingers tapping nervously. The difference in her bearing from moments before was almost comedic, like she possessed a secret dual personality, unlike Sakura. Just then, Naruto's loud voice echoed nearby. "Hey, Izayoi, Hinata, and, that other guy. You're here, too." "I'm Abirame Shino," said Shino, trying to assert his presence. "Right, Shino. Great to see ya." Then, as usual, Naruto's attention moved away from him at once, focusing instead on Izayoi. He flashed a wide grin. "So, Izayoi, you guys came for the Chunin exams, huh? This time, believe it, I'm not losing." "Oh." Izayoi raised a brow in genuine curiosity. "You sound pretty confident. Did you finally learn some jutsu from Kakashi-sensei?" Had that happened, the butterfly effect might be huge. In the original timeline, Naruto's powers were reined in so the story of an underdog protagonist could continue. Copy Ninja Kakashi, who had apparently mastered over 1,000 jutsu, somehow never bothered to teach Naruto even a basic wind technique. Even though Naruto had already learned the multi-shadow clone technique, if he also got a single C-rank wind release, breakthrough, with his massive chakra pool, that alone would be absurd. Multiplied by his 100-fold shadow clones, it might outstrip Madara Uchiha's great fire annihilation. But Naruto shook his head in a smug sort of way, rubbing a finger under his nose. "Heh, you and Sasuke both better watch out. I'm gonna blow your minds this time, Datebayo. Stop talking in riddles, Naruto." Izayoi deadpanned. Hinata, Shino, and even Sasuke gave Izayoi an odd look, as if to say, like you have room to talk. Chapter 53, Bushy Brows. In the corridor, after exchanging a few words, teams 8 and 7 went together to the third floor to submit their application forms and get their seat numbers, then headed downstairs to the main academy building. On the stairwell, Sasuke looked at Izayoi and asked, "Hey, Izayoi, have you noticed those guys recently?" "MHM." Izayoi nodded, knowing perfectly well that Sasuke meant the foreign shinobi who had been covertly gathering information on them. As the top of this year's class, as well as the last of the Uchiha in that same year, Izayoi and Sasuke had naturally become key targets of scrutiny. Indeed, These past few days quite a few new faces had wandered near Izayoi's house, but they never went overboard, so he left it alone. Have you come across that one who carries a big gourd on his back? Sasuke went on. Nope. Is he strong? Yeah, a real tough to crack. Sasuke recalled something, and a slight grin tugged his lips. This year's Chunin exams look to be crawling with monsters. I can't wait to face them. In that case, you may get your wish pretty soon. Izayoi's own smile broadened, as if he'd noticed something. The moment they reached the back exit hall of the main building, someone from behind called out, "Hey, hold on a second." Hearing that voice, Sakura froze in place. "It's you again, bushy brows. What do you want now?" Naruto called up toward the second floor landing where Rock Lee stood. Lee hopped nimbly down from above, landing in perfect form. He struck a dynamic taijutsu stance and, eyes locked on Izayoi, spoke in a firm tone. "My name is Rock Lee, and I'd like to challenge the top rookie of this generation. Izayoi, face me in a match." He's challenging Izayoi. Team 7 looked surprised. He seems to be Nijio Naizen's teammate. Hinata frowned slightly, her gaze sharpening as if she misunderstood Lee's intentions. "My insects tell me he smells faintly of blood," Shino remarked calmly. "He's no weakling." Izayoi, too, was taken aback Lee hadn't come for Sasuke but for him. However, a quick glance in a certain direction seemed to make Izayoi's interest vanish. If it were an all-out battle with no constraints, Izayoi would have liked to witness the might of the 8 gates. But right now, he merely turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you take him." "Me." Sasuke blinked, recalling how Lee had stopped his kick alongside the Chunin gatekeepers a few days before. Battle lust surged in his eyes, and he nodded. "All right. I'll handle him." Seeing Sasuke step forward, Rock Lee's brows furrowed, and he looked again at Izayoi. "What's this supposed to mean?" Before Izayoi could answer, Sasuke cut in with a confident shrug of his thumb, pointing it at himself. "Beat me first if you want to challenge Izayoi. If you can't handle me, then don't bother looking to get pummeled." Rock Lee blinked. "So you're his underling?" "I'm nobody's underling." Sasuke roared. The pattern in his Sharingan flared from behind. "Stop talking. Let's do this." Those eyes. Rock Lee stared at Sasuke's red pupils, brimming with fighting spirit. "So you're the last of the Uchiha, very well. Let me witness for myself the famed Sharingan of the so-called Genius Clan." After that, Lee straightened up, introducing himself formally. "I'm Rock Lee, please, let's have a proper match." "Enough talk. Let's get this over with," Sasuke snapped and charged. Team 7 and 8 leaned against the lobby pillars to watch. As Lee watched Sasuke rush in, he tensed himself. The instant Sasuke's fist shot forward, Lee vanished from his spot like a ghost. A body flicker. No, that's not a flicker. Sasuke's punch smashed air and found no target, and he froze for a half-second in astonishment. In that split second, he forced himself to sense movement around him. His face changed sharply, he sensed something to his side, jerked his head in that direction, and raised his right arm. He managed to block a swift kick from Lee's leg. Even so, the impact rattled Sasuke's arm, shock flashing in his eyes. What massive strength could this be? With Sasuke momentarily thrown off, Lee had already retracted his leg. Displaying impressive flexibility, he did a quick flip down in front of Sasuke, bracing hands on the ground like a breakdancer. He spun in a sudden Thomas flare, using the momentum to smash an upward kick directly at Sasuke's jaw. Sasuke crossed both arms, but the raw power from below catapulted him a couple of meters into midair. He landed awkwardly, arms numbed from the blow. Facing Lee, who had righted himself again in a ready pose, Sasuke muttered, "So that's speed and power. You're a taijutsu fighter." Lee nodded with zero hesitation. "Yes, I specialize in taijutsu." He also gave Sasuke a small nod of respect. "I've heard that the Sharingan can analyze all ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. It seems the rumors hold true. But I'm more surprised that you could sense my moves and keep up, though just barely," he added. "I guess genius truly flows in your clan's veins." "Barely, huh?" Sasuke's two-tomo Sharingan spun, and he gave a slight, condescending laugh. "You can have that remark back." No sooner said than done, Sasuke's form vanished into thin air. Rock Lee's eyes widened. Hearing a sudden whoosh beside him, he spun just in time to raise an arm. He felt a kick jam against his forearm. Boom, Sasuke landed a backflip, dropping to the ground with arms set. He mirrored Lee's breakdance technique, a perfect Thomas flare that whipped upward at Lee's chin from below. This time Lee hurried to cross his arms, and he went airborne, knocked a short distance back before dropping into a crouch. Watching Sasuke smoothly land, now adopting his own posture, Rock Lee's expression flickered. "You." By the pillar, Team 7 looked on, mouths agape. Am I seeing things? Naruto rubbed at his eyes. Did jerk-face Sasuke just do what bushy brows did a second ago? He's incredible. As expected of Sasuke-kun. Sakura gushed, pressing her hands together with hearts in her eyes. That must be that Sharingan copying we've heard about, Shino added in tones of awe. He saw Lee's movement only once and recreated it. No wonder the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is said to be unbeaten in one-on-one fights. Only Izayoi and Hinata remained unfazed, calmly observing the spectacle with faint smiles. The two of them knew better than anyone just how strong Sasuke was. After all, if Sasuke were still weak after so many sparring sessions with Izayoi over the years, Izayoi might as well commit seppuku. Chapter 54, First Test of Chunin Exam. If that's all the strength you've got, there's no way you can challenge Izayoi. Noticing the shock on Rock Lee's face, Sasuke Uchiha gave a confident smile, as if finally getting his turn to bask in the spotlight. Lee, however, slowly lowered his head, letting his forehead and eyes fall into shadow. Quietly, he began unwrapping the bandages around his hands, murmuring, "Gai-sensei. I'm sorry. I might have to break our rule, because..." Suddenly, he looked up, eyes filled with fierce determination. "I have to prove myself, to the person right here in front of me." In that instant, Rock Lee's aura shifted dramatically. Just as they were about to start a new round, there was a poof of white smoke by Lee's side. As the smoke faded, a man wearing Lee's trademark green jumpsuit, only with an added green flak jacket, showed up standing on a red turtle. He struck a very in-your-face pose, smiling brightly. Now, you're simply brimming with youth. Even bushier eyebrows. At the sight of him, Naruto and Sakura immediately stiffened. Sasuke's battle spirit fizzled, his face twitching uncontrollably. Even Hinata and Shino stared in disbelief, momentarily suspecting Rock Lee and Might Guy might be father and son. Izayoi alone stayed calm, looking Might Guy over. In Izayoi's view, two purple bubbles floated around Guy. Taijutsu Master, purple. Jonin level aptitude, purple. Just like a scaled-up Lee, Guy's stats were a grade higher. Both were double purple, same as Daidara. But Izayoi was well aware that normal form Might Guy wasn't exactly Kage level. However, the system's rating still placed him at that tier, indicating he'd reached that strength at some point, namely when opening the 7th gate. Indeed, the 8 gates could defy fate itself. Ah, you must be Kakashi's and Kurenai's students. Such energetic youths. Guy exclaimed, turning from Lee to greet Team 7 and 8. Team 7 was still fixed on those ridiculously thick eyebrows, faces twitching. Meanwhile, Izayoi politely said, "Gai-sensei." Seeing that, Hinata and Shino also followed with, "Gai-sensei." "Oh, you know me." Guy grinned even wider. "Heh, guess that makes sense. Kakashi and I are known as eternal rivals in this village. A Jonin on par with Kakashi-sensei." No way, we can't tell at all." Team 7 was staggered. Guy's outlandish behavior and get-up really didn't seem to match any notion of Jonin. They all looked skeptical, especially since none of them had actually witnessed Kakashi's real skill. They only had some sense from stories or from Izayoi's offhand comments about Kakashi's feats. "You're being rude. Everything Gai-sensei says is true." Rock Lee shouted, annoyed by their looks. Gai-sensei is one of Konoha's heavy hitters, famed across the ninja world for his taijutsu. He, Kakashi, and Kurenai were classmates and indeed are rivals, Izayoi said calmly, then pointed to the clock on the wall. "Also, the exam is about to start. If we stand around any longer, we'll be late." "Oh, right, the exams." Guy had wanted to show off, but now he just patted Lee on the head, smiling. "Lee, you broke our rule, so normally I'd have to punish you. But this is a special case. Once you're done with the Chunin exams, we'll talk about your punishment then." "Yes, Gai-sensei." Lee stood at attention. Watching this bizarre teacher-student duo, Team 7 was too stunned to react. Izayoi and Team 8 simply said polite farewells and left the building, with Team 7 close behind. On the way to the testing building, Naruto sneaked up beside Sasuke, smirking mischievously. "Hey, Sasuke, since when do you become Izayoi's underling? Dead last, do you have a death wish?" All Sasuke's earlier excitement about demonstrating his newfound lightning chakra technique to Izayoi vanished. A vein throbbed on his forehead, glaring at Naruto. Totally unafraid, Naruto just pointed ahead. "Go on, Sasuke, you handle it." Face turning red with anger, Sasuke lunged at Naruto, while Naruto fought back, the two of them brawling as they trudged forward. "Stop it, don't fight." Sakura yelled anxiously, trying to break them up, while a voice in her head screamed gleefully for Sasuke to teach Naruto a lesson. Shino sighed. "Let's walk faster." With that, Izayoi and Hinata agreed silently, stepping away. Sticking around those three in such a state was mortifying. Soon they arrived at the hallway outside the exam room. There, three people sat on a bench, Kurenai, Kakashi, and a man obviously craving a smoke, Asuma Sarutobi. "Hey, sensei," and Kakashi-sensei. Izayoi, Hinata, and Shino went over to greet Kurenai and Kakashi, also glancing at Asuma, who was enduring nicotine withdrawal and looking fed up with everything. "Glad to see everyone from your teams arrived," Kurenai said with a small smile. Then she introduced the third man to Team 8, "This is Asuma Sarutobi, the Jonin in charge of Team 10. You can call him Asuma-sensei or Asuma-senpai." "Asuma-sensei," Izayoi led his team in politely greeting. "Pleasure," Asuma replied cheerfully. "Heard from Ino and Shikamaru that we've got this year's top rookie and two who've stayed near the top." "Kurenai, you're lucky. Asuma-sensei flatters us." Izayoi offered a modest smile. Meanwhile, Kakashi was explaining to Team 7 why all the Jonin teachers had gathered. Shino, eavesdropping, spoke up quietly. "So if only two of us or just one had come, we wouldn't be allowed to take the exams." Kurenai nodded. "Exactly. And remember during your first introductions, I said something important, until someone in your squad attains Chunin, I'll be the one leading you in missions. Once any of you officially become Chunin and earn the recognition of your Jonin leader in the village, you can step up and lead your squad. But if you fail to gain your teammates' trust and show them you can command them, there's no point calling yourself a leader. In that sense, the Chunin exams began as soon as you grabbed your application forms." Hearing that, Shino and Hinata seemed a bit enlightened, while Izayoi looked calm, half smiling. Kurenai rose from the bench and personally opened the door for Team 8. "Well then, go ahead and do your best. We're counting on good news from you. We won't let you down, sensei." Izayoi's lips quirked confidently as he led Hinata and Shino into the classroom. With that, Team 7, having snapped out of their stupor, followed them inside. Chapter 55, Written Test. The atmosphere outside versus inside the test room felt like two completely different worlds. Although very few people were in the hallway, Teams 7 and 8 found it quite warm and comforting, rather like a cozy refuge in winter. Inside, by contrast, the exam hall was crowded and clamorous. But the instant Naruto and Sakura stepped inside, they felt a biting chill, as though countless needles of killing intent were pricking at their skin. Almost at once, the room began to go quiet, and the stares of numerous strangers fell on Naruto, who'd never encountered Zabuza or Haku in the land of Wave Arc, and Sakura, making them tense up involuntarily. "What's with the trembling, dead last?" Sasuke's voice came from behind them. Hearing his taunting, Naruto somehow snapped out of his dread. "Who's trembling? I'm just fired up, believe it." Izayoi wasn't paying much attention to Team 7. He simply turned to Hinata and Shino. "Let's go find our seats." They both agreed. They scanned the posted seat assignments. Coincidentally, Izayoi and Hinata were assigned the same desk in the central third row. Yes, that was originally Naruto's seat in the manga. But in this timeline, Naruto's seat was next to Hinata's, and Izayoi had swapped places with him. Naruto didn't mind such a small request at all. Interestingly, Izayoi's seat ended up next to Sasuke's, so by switching, Sasuke and Naruto now became desk partners. Who knew if Sasuke would help Naruto cheat, or if the stirring events from the original story would unfold differently? The butterfly effect was already in play. For instance, the classic moment where the 9 rookie genin chatted in front of the lectern never happened, nor did Yakushi Kabuto show up to play his friendly senior card or do that little scuffle with the Otonin. Taking their seats, Izayoi and Hinata settled in and, as usual, started whispering to each other, though with so many strangers around, they kept the topic safe. "So about Hanabi, she started training the 8 trigrams, 32 palms already?" Izayoi asked in surprise. Hinata nodded, eyes shining with a sister's pride. "Father and some of our clan elders said her taijutsu talent is even higher than mine. When I was her age, I was only learning the basics of jukin, and my chakra was definitely weaker than hers." Izayoi said nothing, just gave a little smile. Hanabi's talent was indeed high, but to him, it still couldn't compare to Hinata's true potential. If only he'd unlocked Uzumaki bloodline, purple, and awakened healing bites for Hinata at age 5, then after 2 whole years of absorbing his chakra, she would be even more astounding now than Hanabi was. Still, it was remarkable how red-tier Ōtsutsuki bloodline plus the healing factor from the Uzumaki clan had turned his chakra into a booster for them. While Izayoi and Hinata chatted away, more and more participants flooded in, until at some point. Poof, poof, poof. A chain of small blasts, like balloons popping, drew everyone's attention from their test papers. At the front, several clouds of white smoke appeared out of nowhere. As the haze vanished, there stood Marino Ibiki, proctor for the first exam, flanked by several exam supervisors. "Silence," Ibiki said with quiet authority. Instantly, the exam room grew so hushed you could hear a pin drop. Ninja who'd looked formidable in the corridor moments before were now holding their breath under Ibiki's ice-cold gaze. He bore that interrogation specialist aura, with deep scars and eyes like a prison warden, radiating a sense of threat at all times. Without bothering for intimidation stunts, Ibiki gave a simple rundown of the rules of the written exam, namely how only squads of 3 who each still had points at the end could remain, and how you'd lose 2 points for each cheating infraction. Once your points dropped to 0, the entire squad would be expelled. After explaining that the notorious 10th question would come last, Ibiki declared the start of the first exam. "Ah, Sasuke, he helped me," Naruto moaned as soon as he saw it was written test time, the same sort of nightmare he'd had all through the academy. He looked white as a sheet, whispering frantically to Sasuke. Sasuke smirked a bit at Naruto's distress, until he glanced at his own test paper. What the heck is this? He had no clue about any of it. Was he not actually the academic whiz he'd thought? He almost panicked, then found his eyes drawn toward Izayoi's row. Izayoi and Hinata had already started scribbling answers onto their papers. At that, Sasuke once again felt that gulf between them opening wide. But being seated in a rear row, he soon took comfort that he could cheat by copying. A cocky grin curled onto his face as his pupils shifted color, the two-tomo Sharingan. Keeping his gaze pinned on Izayoi's movements, Sasuke's own pen scratched out the same answers onto blank spaces, even though the pen strokes obviously weren't his normal handwriting. All around the exam hall, others who couldn't answer the problems were attempting various forms of subterfuge, using hidden nin tools, clan-based secret techniques, or dojutsu. It was cheat or fail, plain and simple. Marino Ibiki and his monitors watched in silence, marking down any blatant, incompetent attempts, -2 points for each detection. If a participant hit 0, that entire team was booted. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, some hapless candidate lost all their points and was tossed out along with their teammates. Those who caught that sight felt the pressure mount. They realized that if they tried cheating in a clumsy way and got caught, their whole squad would hate them forever for blowing the exam. Meanwhile, those with special jutsu or dojutsu quietly kept using them, hoping they wouldn't be discovered. 40 minutes passed. Empty seats now dotted the classroom, with many squads presumably having been expelled already. Izayoi and Hinata had finished writing ages ago, idly tapping out coded signals beneath the desk, making even the veteran proctors twitch in disbelief. They looked suspicious, but not suspicious enough to be penalized, apparently. Another 5 minutes went by, at which point Ibiki glanced at his watch. "All right, pens down," Ibiki barked. "Now, here comes the 10th question. Chapter 56, 4 Real." Just like in the original story, before announcing the 10th question, Marino Ibiki presented a choice: challenge the final question, or give up. If you chose to challenge it, then no matter how you did on the previous 9 questions, a single mistake on the 10th would lead to instant disqualification, and you'd never be allowed to take the Chunin exams again for the rest of your life. If you chose to forfeit, you'd still be disqualified, but you could try again next time. Upon hearing this rule, many test takers who had finally filled in their answer sheets through cheating began to panic. But under Ibiki's overwhelming pressure, the room gradually quieted as they began to waver. "I give up." It didn't take long before someone shut their eyes, clenched their teeth, and raised their hand. "I'm out too. I'll just come back next time. I'm not betting my future on this." Once one person broke the ice, more and more followed, each giving themselves some excuse to justify it. Since if one teammate was eliminated, the whole squad was out, every individual forfeit meant 3 more people left the room. Soon, the already sparse room lost about a third of the remaining examinees. Resting one hand on his cheek and the other secretly holding Hinata's hand under the desk, Izayoi couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression Naruto was making. He was curious how the guy was holding up under pressure. If Izayoi turned his head, or activated the Tenseigan, he'd see Naruto sitting with arms crossed and a confident, relaxed expression. And unlike in the original timeline, Naruto's exam paper wasn't blank. With Sasuke now as his desk partner, Naruto didn't need to do a thing. All he had to do was hold the pen. Sasuke, using his clan's expert wire control skills, was essentially puppeteering Naruto to write down the answers for him. Naturally, Naruto had 0 stress. Without Naruto giving his usual inspirational speech, this version of the exam saw even more participants eliminated than in the original. But not everyone left. Many of the outsiders quickly realized the trick. Just because you failed the Chunin exams didn't mean you couldn't become a Chunin. After all, they weren't Konoha shinobi. If they were skilled enough, their village leaders would likely promote them anyway. If they gave up now, they'd disappoint their own village's higher-ups, even if they got a second chance later. So many held their ground and weathered Ibiki's psychological game. As the clock ticked down, and no more examinees raised their hands, Marino Ibiki, whose face had been stern this entire time, finally revealed a rare smile. "Congratulations," he said. "You've all passed the first exam. What? Gasps of shock and disbelief filled the room. Those who had mentally prepared themselves for a near-impossible final question were completely dumbfounded. Many couldn't accept it. What? What do you mean by that? In response, Marino Ibiki calmly explained the true nature of the first exam. The first 9 questions weren't just about knowledge, they tested your intelligence gathering and teamwork skills. The final question was designed to evaluate your squad's cohesion and willpower. Even so, many were still in a daze. Bang. Before they could fully process this, a kunai shattered the window, drawing everyone's eyes toward the disturbance. Anko Mitarashi made her entrance in dramatic, over-the-top fashion, so flashy, in fact, that Naruto felt like he was looking into a mirror. Many examinees stared in exasperation, black lines practically forming on their foreheads. But when Anko began speaking with Ibiki, the room's mood quickly shifted. Ibiki, what the hell? Why are there still so many people left? This year's batch of genin is unusually talented. TCH. Whatever. I'll make sure at least half of them are gone by the next round. Anko's wicked grin, so reminiscent of Orochimaru, along with her confident, elite presence, sent a chill through many of the genin. They no longer dared to underestimate this woman. As with Ibiki, it was clear now that being a proctor meant you were no pushover. All of you, show up at Training Ground 44 tomorrow by 3 p.m. sharp. Anyone late will be treated as disqualified. With that, Anko left the room, signaling the end of the first exam. Yo, long time no see. As Team 7 and 8 left together, a familiar voice called out in the hallway. Turning around, they saw Shikamaru Nara walking over with his hands behind his head, accompanied by Choji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka. Sasuke. It's been forever. Ino lit up and immediately tried to pounce on Sasuke, only for him to dodge her with a sidestep. Ino pig, what do you think you're doing to Sasuke? Sakura shouted furiously. Forehead girl, it's none of your business. Wanna fight? The former besties slammed forehead to forehead, glaring daggers at each other and ready to brawl. Everyone else ignored the two and greeted Shikamaru and Choji. I honestly thought you wouldn't show, Izayoi teased. This kind of thing sounds way too troublesome for a guy like you. I didn't want to come, Shikamaru sighed, but Asuma-sensei and my dad forced me. And Ino was determined to sign us up too. I bet you all figured out the exam was suspicious when you saw the applications, right? Yeah. Izayoi nodded. And just like that, the reimagined, 9 rookie genin exited the building together. As they walked, Ino suddenly slid up beside Hinata and gave her a once-over, smiling. Hinata, you look great in that new outfit. Totally suits your vibe. Thanks, Hinata replied softly with a smile. Hey. Ino leaned in and tugged at Hinata's sleeve, glancing at the boys ahead. She whispered, can I ask you something? Sakura subtly drifted closer, pretending not to listen while eavesdropping like a pro. What is it? Hinata asked, confused. This, Ino whispered, glancing down at Hinata's impressive figure, one that not even a flowing kimono could hide, and then at her own, modest curves. Hinata, what's your diet? Hinata's cheeks turned bright red. She lowered her head and murmured, I don't know. I just eat more than most people. So just eating more works. Ino wanted to believe that. But then she looked over at Choji, who was calmly eating chips like Shino observing the boys ahead, and her heart sank. Yeah, this method probably won't work for me after all. Because while Ino may be the pig in Ino Shikacho, she absolutely refused to become one for real. Chapter 57, Gathering, just in case. It's been a while. How about we all go out and hang out? Yakiniku's on me. Outside the school, Izayoi invited Team 7 and Team 10. Upon hearing that, Choji Akimichi and Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up instantly. Sure, but let's split the bill, Shikamaru Nara nodded, but raised a condition. After all, he knew just how terrifying Choji's appetite could be. Even a jonin like Asuma-sensei had been forced to run a tab more than once thanks to Choji's eating habits. Shikamaru also knew a bit about Izayoi's background, an orphan from a civilian family who relied on his parents' inheritance and the village's pension support. Even after months as a genin, Izayoi probably hadn't earned enough to cover one of Choji's meals. No worries. Eat as much as you like. I've got plenty saved up. Now a ridiculously wealthy man in the ninja world, Izayoi flashed a dazzling smile that left Naruto and Choji looking at him with absolute awe. Seeing this, Shikamaru didn't press the issue. He figured he'd just repay the favor another time. Just then, Sasuke Uchiha had to be a buzzkill. I want to go back and train. You can train anytime. Just think of this as a little break for yourself, Izayoi said as he clapped Sasuke on the shoulder, though his gaze carried a veiled threat. Fine. Knowing all too well what would happen if he said no, Sasuke begrudgingly crossed his arms and agreed, pretending like he was being dragged along against his will. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino both lit up with joy and immediately began fantasizing about sitting next to Sasuke during dinner. Then, as if reading each other's minds, the two girls locked eyes and sparks flew. At Konoha's biggest yakiniku joint, the new generation of the Rookie Nine pushed 3 tables together and began their first big group dinner. Naruto, who had rarely eaten well, competed with Choji to see who could devour more grilled meat. Ino and Sakura sat on either side of Sasuke, falling over themselves to impress him, only to be met with his trademark look of disdain. Shikamaru and Shino sat together drinking juice, chatting with Izayoi about the other examinees they'd observed during the written test. Meanwhile, Izayoi skillfully grilled meat and placed it on Hinata's plate with the precision of a seasoned pro. Hinata, for her part, quietly ate with the poise of a proper young lady, but if you looked closely, you'd see that her eating pace was just as fast as Naruto's and Choji's. In fact, her appetite was even more astonishing than Naruto's, rivaling Choji's without question. Eventually, Shikamaru noticed and stared at Hinata in amazement. Someone who could match Choji in sheer food intake. This heiress of a noble clan was seriously something else. As the meal drew to a close, Izayoi pulled out a camera from who knows where and had a shadow clone take a group photo of them all. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had seen the moment, he'd surely have sighed, so this is the future of Konoha. The meal cost Izayoi over 100,000 ryo. In the past, that would have been a huge hit to his savings. After all, he'd only saved up about 300,000 ryo in 6 years. But now, that amount didn't even make a dent. And that dinner helped tighten the bond between classmates who had spent 6 years together but had never truly formed a clique. Now, they'd become a low-key new circle. Only Izayoi knew how valuable this group truly was. 2 future saviors and Hokage, a collection of clan heirs, the future heads of the hospital and intel department, even the supplier of the famed soldier pills. Before, Izayoi had only been focused on farming trait cards and had no time to make friends. But now that he'd reached the level of 6 paths, in terms of talent, and considering he planned to live in Konoha long-term, he didn't mind expanding his network. The next day, 2 p.m. An alarm went off, waking Hinata from her afternoon nap. Rubbing her eyes, Hinata looked over at the still-sleeping Izayoi beside her. She quietly got out of bed, tied her hair into a bun, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Izayoi-kun, time to get up. After finishing her own routine and squeezing toothpaste onto his brush, she returned to wake him. What time is it? Already 2 in the afternoon. Just 1 more hour. Nope. Get up now. Hinata pulled back the blanket and gently nudged him. Only if you give me a kiss, Izayoi bargained. Mwah. Hinata pouted, blushing slightly, then leaned down and kissed his forehead. Too light, I didn't feel anything. Mu'e. On the cheek, too. Mu'e. And the other side. Izayoi, now clearly wide awake, opened his eyes with a cheeky grin. You're acting just like Hanabi, Hinata huffed, rolling her eyes, though she blushed again and kissed his other cheek too, then helped pull him out of bed. Well, we did help raise her. Isn't it natural we're alike? Izayoi chuckled, pinched her cheeks, and pecked her red face in return. Go brush your teeth. Your breath stinks. Blushing furiously, Hinata pushed him into the bathroom. While brushing, Izayoi mumbled, Hinata, can you grab the red box in the desk drawer? Okay. Hinata, who had just been about to get milk, nodded and returned a moment later with the box in hand. She didn't set it down. Instead, she stood quietly nearby until Izayoi finished. When he was done rinsing, Hinata handed him a towel. After drying his face, Izayoi opened the box, revealing a pair of tinted lenses. These are contacts? Hinata asked curiously. No, they're colored lenses, Izayoi replied, activating his Tenseigan and popping them in. His light blue pupils with white glowing flower patterns immediately returned to their usual deep blue color. He had bought them in the city before returning to Konoha. Seeing Izayoi hide his Tenseigan, Hinata instantly sensed something and asked solemnly, Izayoi-kun. Is the Chunin exam dangerous? Having witnessed the destructive power of his repulsion and attraction abilities, Hinata couldn't imagine any genin posing a threat to him. But now that he was disguising his eye powers, it meant he was prepared to use them without revealing his true identity. What kind of opponent could make that necessary? Hinata's heart grew heavy. It's just in case. If things go smoothly, it'll be easy. If not, it might turn into a real battle. Looking at his reflection, Izayoi's smile turned mysterious and profound. Chapter 58, Karen and Gourd Boy. 2:40 p.m. Izayoi and Hinata first met up with Shino Aburame at their usual spot, then headed together to the outskirts of Konoha's 44th training ground. Also known as the Forest of Death, This training ground is one of the few areas in Konoha closed off under normal circumstances, one of its forbidden zones. The proctors had already set up tents and a registration station outside the forest. Even though there were still 20 minutes before the exam began, Team 8 was far from the first team to arrive. The open field was already filled with participants, grouped in threes, at least 10 squads or more. Within 10 minutes, more and more genin showed up, and the area became increasingly crowded. Yo, Izayoi. You guys got here early. Long time no see, Izayoi-kun, Hinata. Hey, Minako. It's been a while. Being at the edge of the crowd, Team 8 was quickly spotted by Team 7 and Team 10 as they arrived. Another team also joined the group, Team 6, led by Kiba Inuzuka. Did you hear? Out of all 10 squads from our class, apparently only 12 people were approved by their jonin instructors. The rest were cut, Minako said. Hinata blinked in surprise. The rest went back to retake classes. 2 squads did. The others got scouted into different departments. A few took the blow too hard and decided to quit altogether, Minako sighed. Becoming a real ninja isn't as great as it sounds. We almost died on a C-rank mission last month. If it weren't for Akamaru, I'd be dead. Hang in there. You'll get stronger, Hinata encouraged gently. After all, Team 8 was a sensory squad, and Hinata's Byakugan could now see over 20 kilometers. Minako might never know what that felt like. I heard the Forest of Death is one of Konoha's forbidden zones. This exam's probably survival-based, and there could be fighting between participants, Sasuke said as usual with a challenging tone. If so, you'd better be careful. Don't get eliminated by me. Izayoi arched a brow, pinched his nose, and leaned back slightly. Did you drink? What? No. I'm only 12. Sasuke frowned and shook his head, only to pause when Izayoi gave him a look of pure disdain. He almost sniffed his clothes just to check. Then Izayoi said with a smirk, "Oh, I thought you were still drunk, talking nonsense in your sleep." Puffed. Ahahaha. Kiba and Naruto burst out laughing. Humph. Just you wait. Sasuke crossed his arms and slipped into full tsundere mode again. No one noticed that, compared to his last 5 years at the academy, Sasuke had changed significantly. It was almost like he'd returned to how he was in year 1. As the rookie 9 chatted and laughed, many of the surrounding genin began to glance over warily. Upon seeing their forehead protector and recognizing their faces, genin from smaller villages became visibly cautious. After all, of these 12 Konoha genin, 8 were big names. There was the first-place graduate who had outshone the heirs of all major clans. The successors of the Huga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans, Konoha's big 3 sensory-type lineages. The last Uchiha, and the new generation's Ino, Shika, Cho trio. They were either rare prodigies or heirs of secret arts and bloodlines. Once they grew up, they'd probably be running the village. And judging by their interactions, they were all on good terms. Some participants silently told themselves, if we run into them during this exam, we need to flee immediately. Others, however, set their sights on Izayoi and the others, believing that eliminating Konoha's heirs on their home turf would make quite a statement. One particular predatory gaze locked onto the proud Uchiha Sasuke. Its owner licked his lips hungrily. A red-haired girl was also observing the Konoha girls. When Karen saw Hinata in her refined white kimono, and the obviously pampered Sakura and Ino, her eyes filled with envy. So this is what kunoichi from a major village looked like. Then, sensing something, Karen turned her head. Next to the girl in the kimono was a boy in a white cloak, watching her with a warm smile. The first time she'd ever seen someone so handsome, Karen's face turned as red as her hair. She quickly looked away, but couldn't help sneaking glances again. Izayoi-kun, were you just checking out that girl from Ōtsutsuki? Hinata asked with a teasing tone. Yeah. Izayoi didn't deny it, he even smiled. She has the same ability as me. Hinata's expression shifted slightly as she stared into his eyes without speaking. Not that one, Izayoi clarified, chuckling. The one you and Hanabi use all the time. Hinata blinked and then looked back at Karen. When their eyes met, Karen jumped like a startled rabbit and immediately turned away, not daring to peek again. Is she Izayoi-kun's clanswoman? Ōtsutsuki bordered the land of fire. Was that where Izayoi's ancestors came from? All participants line up to sign the death waiver. The second exam is about to begin. At 3 p.m. sharp, the exam officially began. Since the rookie 9 were near the edge of the crowd, Naruto never got the chance to provoke Anko Mitarashi and trigger a scolding, nor did they get the dramatic reunion moment. One by one, all the teams signed the death waiver and were led into tents to receive either a heaven or earth scroll, then guided to their specific entrance gate. On the way, the proctors explained the rules. Just as Sasuke had predicted, the second exam was a survival challenge in the Forest of Death. The test lasted 120 hours, 5 full days. Within those 5 days, teams had to obtain both a Heaven and Earth scroll and make it to the central tower. Those who didn't arrive on time or lacked the correct scrolls were disqualified. Anyone who opened a scroll prematurely would also be disqualified. Once the instructions were done, the proctor stood by the gate, waiting for the signal. Byakugan, activated. Hinata formed a seal and opened her Byakugan, the veins bulging at her temples. A few seconds later, she reported, "Our entrance is number 8. The teams at gates 7 and 9 both have Earth scrolls." "No worries," Izayoi said, glancing at the Earth scroll in his hand. "There are 24 teams and 12 Heaven scrolls. Even if we don't hunt, someone's bound to bring one right to us." Hinata frowned. "There's someone near gate 7 with a very powerful chakra signature." "Oh. Who is it?" Izayoi asked with interest, not activating his Tenseigan just yet. "Not sure, but he wears a sand village Hitayate and carries a gourd." "That's the guy Sasuke mentioned yesterday," Shino added calmly. "If Sasuke remembers him, he's probably not someone to underestimate." "Yeah, he's strong," Izayoi said, smiling slightly. Chapter 59, Saving Karen. The second round of the Chunin selection exams officially begins. As the start time arrived, Enko Midarashi's voice rang out through the loudspeakers to all proctors and participants. The proctors stationed at the gates immediately pulled out keys and opened the metal doors, calling to the genin, "Go in." In a flash, the teams that had passed the first test either blurred into shadows as they dashed forward, took up the classic ninja run with fists pulled behind them, or simply strolled in without haste. Team 8 belonged to the last group. "Izayoi-kun, should we take the initiative?" Hinata asked. "No rush. First, we need to find someone." Activating his Tenseigan, Izayoi's gaze expanded to an overhead godlike view. He scanned the entire forest of death like a surveillance network, flipping from one squad to another. Soon, the location of Karen and her 2 teammates came into focus. "Follow me." Izayoi vanished with a flicker. Hinata and Shino immediately followed. "Izayoi-kun, are you going after that grass girl?" Hinata seemed to have an idea of his plan. I can't let talent like hers go to waste." Izayoi nodded. For this exam, Izayoi had prepared thoroughly, even putting on colored contact lenses to hide his Tenseigan. He was going to change the fates of 2 people, one of them being Karen. After his run-in with the black market, Izayoi realized how inconvenient it was to work alone. If he hadn't kept Zabuza and Haku alive, he still wouldn't have a single human puppet to his name. White was a decent tool, but loyal only to Zabuza. And Zabuza, as far as Izayoi was concerned, was untrustworthy, too risky to recruit a rogue like him. But ever since then, Izayoi had been seriously considering building his own faction. And Karen was on his shortlist. Despite the annihilation of her clan, the death of her parents, and the loss of any legacy, she still awakened every ability of the Uzumaki bloodline by the age of 16. Even in the long history of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's talent ranked among the best. Even without altering her fate yet, Karen's current trait list already outshone many of the rookie 9. Uzumaki bloodline, purple, chakra control, purple, medical prodigy, blue, Jonin potential, blue, Ōtsutsuki bloodline, blue. Just like how there are different grades within the red tier, even though Naruto also had the Uzumaki bloodline, purple, Karen's red hair showed she had much higher purity, possibly even more than Naruto, despite him housing his ancestors' chakra. And Izayoi was absolutely sure, those 5 traits weren't her limit. He himself had unlocked medical prodigy, blue, the moment he first studied medical ninjutsu. The Uzumaki clan was naturally gifted with sealing techniques. If Karen started learning Fuinjutsu, she'd almost certainly unlock sealing prodigy, blue, as well. That would give her 6 powerful innate talents. No way Izayoi was letting a gem like her end up in Orochimaru's hands. Hinata and Shino didn't know Izayoi's full plan, but Shino caught on to a few things. He adjusted his sunglasses and warned. "Izayoi, you're planning to recruit a ninja from another village? That's illegal. Will you report me?" Izayoi asked with a smirk. Shino thought about it. "If you don't take her out of Konoha, I won't." After all they'd been through, Shino already saw Izayoi and Hinata as comrades. Izayoi never ignored him like Naruto and the others had. He genuinely liked Izayoi. He wouldn't sell out a friend. As long as that friend didn't betray the village. Keeping a foreign ninja in Konoha without permission. That would be a serious diplomatic incident. As heir to the Aburame clan, Shino couldn't overlook that. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Izayoi nodded with a smile. Seeing how quickly Izayoi agreed, Shino added, "If you need any help, just ask. You and Hinata can take care of the 2 other grass village genin." At full speed, Team 8 quickly closed the gap between them and Karen's squad. Meanwhile, Karen was being ordered around by her teammates. Hurry up. If we get found, we'll leave you here. Sorry. Useless trash. If it weren't for your healing jutsu, we wouldn't even bother bringing you. I am sorry. Bullied and threatened by her team, Karen didn't even think to resist. She trembled as she set up traps, apologizing like she truly believed she deserved it. Such was the fate of outsiders. Though Karen had grown up in Grass Village, her mother wasn't from the village. Even as a kunoichi, she was always an outcast. Despite possessing powerful vitality and body healing, Karen and her mother were used as nothing more than medical batteries. Anyone injured would come and bite them to recover chakra. In the end, Karen's mother, who had inherited the Uzumaki clan's vitality, died young from overuse. Now, Karen was a nearsighted, undernourished tool. Grass Village had a knack for copying foreign jutsu, yet they never figured out what red hair and body healing actually meant. 8 trigrams, air palm. As Karen set another trap, a shout rang out behind her, followed by a powerful whoosh. Before she could react, boom, one of her teammates was blasted against a tree like a painting on a wall, blood spurting from their mouth. The other didn't even have time to scream before being swarmed by bugs and collapsing in agony. Karen dropped to the ground in fear, face pale as snow. Then a warm, gentle voice reached her. Yo, we meet again. Looking up, she saw 2 boys and a girl standing before her. The one in the middle, Izayoi, smiled at her. Karen's eyes widened behind her glasses. You're that guy. Let me see your arm. Hinata knelt down and gently pulled up Karen's sleeve. Her expression instantly turned fierce. Karen's arm was covered in bite marks, each one a different shape and size. That wasn't what angered Hinata. She and Hanabi bit Izayoi every day, absorbing his chakra, and not once had they left a mark. Because their absorption rate never outpaced his regeneration. But Karen only had 2 teammates, yet just one arm was full of marks, proof that her chakra recovery couldn't keep up with what was being drained. 8 trigrams, air palm. Hinata stood up and launched another strike, this time directly killing the critically injured Grass Village genin. She hadn't spoken a word of comfort to Karen. But her action said everything. Karen's eyes welled up with tears. Since her mother died, this was the first time in years anyone had cared about her. And the one who did, was an enemy. Chapter 60, First Follower, Speculation. While Hinata delivered her finishing blow, Izayoi also crouched down, but rather than expressing concern for Karen, he simply rolled up his sleeve and extended his forearm in front of her, smiling as he said. Take a bite here. That way, the teeth marks on your arm will disappear. At these words, Karen, tears already streaming from the corners of her eyes, once again stared wide-eyed, her expression disbelieving yet filled with a trace of obvious delight as she looked at Izayoi. Her voice trembled. Could it be that you're also MHM? Izayoi nodded, weaving a small lie of goodwill. Though our hair color is different, our ancestors were probably clanspeople. So I recognized your uniqueness right away. That's wonderful. Suddenly biting her lower lip, Karen lowered her head, choking back sobs. Immediately, her slender shoulders began to quake, and teardrops, like raindrops, pattered onto her glasses, falling to the ground. At that moment, she realized. She was no longer alone in this world. She, still had living kin. For the first time since her mother's passing, Karen wanted to break down and cry, but was too afraid of repulsing this newly found relative. She only allowed herself to sob quietly instead. Izayoi said nothing, patiently watching Karen vent her emotions while wearing a gentle smile. Hinata silently stood at his side. Not wanting to disturb this family reunion, Shino headed over to the 2 corpses. As he searched for their scroll, he mused inwardly. Red hair, a special healing ability, clanspeople. The words kept circling in his mind as though they were terribly familiar. It was something his father might have mentioned. Suddenly, Shino paused, then continued rummaging. He adjusted his sunglasses slightly. So that's why Izayoi has such a vast supply of chakra. It turned out he possessed the Uzumaki bloodline. History recorded that the Senju and the Uzumaki were distant kin. Before Konoha was founded, the Uzumaki clan had lived on the ninja continent, presumably in the land that became the Land of Fire. After Konoha was established, the Uzumaki clan did not join but instead departed and found the hidden Uzushio village. Konoha and Uzushio were considered eternal allies. It seemed Izayoi's ancestors were once part of the Uzumaki line or, back in the Warring States era, pre-Konoha, had intermarried with them. Over the generations, that blood got diluted, and the surname and signature traits vanished, until at Izayoi's generation, they reawakened. Yes, that had to be it. At length, Karen at last stopped crying, as though realizing something. Here. Hinata bent down, offering her a handkerchief. Thank you. Karen accepted the handkerchief quietly. Once she had finished wiping her eyes, Izayoi again extended his forearm with a smile. Go on, take a bite. That'll fix your injuries. And no, it's fine. I'll recover if I rest a bit. Karen hastily waved her hands. In front of this relative she'd only just met, she was even more timid than with her harsh teammates. She was like a child who, for the first time, had glimpsed a ray of love, and feared losing it if she overstepped. Izayoi could see right through her apprehension, so he laughed lightly. Don't worry, my chakra is pretty strong. Hurry and recover. If your condition stays like this, you might just drop dead at any moment. No more wasting time. His tone turned a little forceful at the end. Why yes. Startled, Karen quickly cupped Izayoi's forearm in her hands. She looked at him, then at Hinata, who gazed on gently without the slightest displeasure. Her voice trembled. Then, sorry if this hurts. With that, she lowered her head and gingerly bit into Izayoi's forearm, trying her best not to clamp down too hard. It's okay, bite down a bit more, Izayoi reassured with a smile. Seeing the encouragement in his eyes, Karen blinked, adding slightly more force. In that instant, her eyes flew open wide. Where before her body felt precariously weak, it now felt like quenching one's thirst with cool, pure water in a scorching desert, or a starving person devouring a gourmet feast in winter. A balmy current coursed through her entire body. All the old teeth marks on her arm faded before her very eyes, and her pallid skin gained a faint rosy glow. Her drained face was suffused with fresh color. Even her poor eyesight sharpened a little. Completely on another level. Karen stared in shock. She'd done similar body healing for herself before, and in her childhood, she'd absorbed her mother's chakra as well. But whether it was her own or her mother's chakra, neither compared at all to Izayoi's. If she wanted to save a gravely wounded person, she'd have to drain every ounce of her chakra, maybe even her life. But Izayoi might be able to do the same using only a fraction more than this. What kind of chakra quality is this? Izayoi didn't ask about her thoughts. If he knew, he would have only grinned. That's the advantage of having noble blood from the Ōtsutsuki clan, plus body healing. After restoring Karen's health, Izayoi stood and held out a hand, smiling. My clanswoman, why don't you come with me from now on? See, can I really? Karen asked, eyes full of excitement. Of course. Izayoi grinned, nodding. But that means you can't be a ninja. I can't guarantee you'll be accepted into Konoha, either. I'm fine with that, I really am. Karen was too thrilled to contain herself. Whether or not she could be a ninja didn't matter at all. Her dream never centered on being a kunoichi, she just wanted a home. When her mother was alive, that home was Kusagakure. After her mother died, she had none. And now, meeting her relative, she'd gained a new family. Good. Then go with my clone. He'll take you somewhere safe. Izayoi formed a single seal, and a shadow clone popped out, striding toward her. He patted Karen gently on the shoulder. I'll come find you once this exam is over. Karen nodded again and again, zero trace of wariness, with no fear at all she might be sold off. If she stayed with him for a few more days and built up trust, she'd probably even help Izayoi collect the payment if he actually did sell her. Such was the devotion of an orphan starved of kindness. Chapter 61, Naruto's Strength. Izayoi-kun, that girl seems really down on her luck. Watching Karen leave with the shadow clone, Hinata couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She used to think she was timid and humble enough in front of Izayoi when she was younger, but after meeting Karen, she realized Karen had it way tougher. That expression in her eyes really tugged at the heartstrings. You find people like her everywhere, Izayoi said as he patted Hinata's head with a small smile. Some have it even worse. We can't help everyone in this world, the best we can do is protect the people who matter to us. Right. Hinata nodded firmly. She didn't see herself as some kind of saint, she just felt a sense of empathy toward Karen because they were from the same clan as Izayoi, which hit her softer side. When Shino Abirame came back, Izayoi asked, so, which scroll did they end up with? It's the Heaven Scroll, Shino replied. Perfect. We have the Earth Scroll. Izayoi took out his team's scroll and tossed it to Shino. I'm putting you in charge of both scrolls. At that, Shino seemed to sense Izayoi's intentions. We've already got both scrolls, why not head straight to the tower? Izayoi looked in a certain direction. No need to rush. There's one more annoyance to deal with first. Hinata's face shifted slightly, she recalled Izayoi's words back in the bathroom and connected them with the intel from her Byakugan. Izayoi-kun, are you going after that sand shinobi with the gourd on his back? Nope. This one's even stronger. Izayoi shook his head, then said to Hinata and Shino, you two head for the tower and wait for me outside. Once I'm done, I'll catch up. Understood. Knowing just how powerful Izayoi was, Hinata simply gave a sweet nod. Seeing her so compliant, Shino nodded as well. Got it. Once they split up, Izayoi leapt into motion, making a beeline toward Team 7's location. His next target for a Destiny redo was Sasuke Uchiha. With Izayoi's current setup, only taking down Kaga-level opponents would bump up his drop rate. He'd already tried fighting the likes of Zabuza, Raiga, Haku, and Ranmaru, but got nothing. He simply outclassed them too much. He even tried finishing enemies off with barely charged shadow clones or ganging up on them alongside those clones, but still never got any good drops. Clearly, shadow clones and kills alone wouldn't boost the odds. Meanwhile, true Kaga-level foes were rare in this era. Because of that, if he wanted to farm special traits and break them down for points, he had two options. 1. Figure out if there's a hidden system mechanic that boosts drop rates. 2. Collect super high-level traits and dismantle them for a massive point haul. Even if a Kaga-level trait was purple, that was still only a 4-digit point payout. But above purple were gold and red, and maybe beyond. Breaking down a gold or red trait could yield tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of points. If luck went crazy and he got a red trait worth nearly 1,000,000 points, he might instantly upgrade a red trait to some unknown higher tier 1-to-1. Until Izayoi discovered a new way forward, Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke were prime candidates to grow for better drops. Of the three, Sasuke's talent was the highest and his growth the quickest, meaning any power boost for Sasuke would raise Izayoi's own drop rate. So he had to change Sasuke's fate and keep him in the Konoha village, making it easier to farm those traits. Plus, Sasuke's loyalty wouldn't lose out to Kairin's. In the original story, after Naruto completely outdid him, Sasuke basically gave up fame and fortune to work for Naruto, barely ever returning home, and nearly taking out his own daughter by accident in the process. In a One Piece analogy, he was basically the perfect number 2, like Zoro. No way Izayoi was letting Orochimaru get his hands on that. A flash of white light glinted in his eyes, and he sped up yet again. Meanwhile, Team 7 was face-to-face with a mysterious grass shinobi. You've got the Heaven Scroll, right? I'll bet you really want this Earth Scroll in my hand. That grass ninja was actually Orochimaru using the face-copying technique. Under Team 7's wide-eyed stares, he dangled the Earth Scroll, and then casually tilted his head back and swallowed it. He ate it. He just swallowed the scroll whole. Naruto blurted, his eyes nearly bulging. What kind of body does he have? Some sort of secret technique, or maybe a Kekkei Genkai? Sasuke wondered aloud, trying to stay cool. Meanwhile, Sakura was practically shaking out of her skin, hiding behind the other two. All right, let's get started, the scroll-stealing game. Having swallowed the Earth Scroll, Orochimaru gave them a sinister grin. I'll be coming at you at full strength. Boom. An invisible wave of raw killing intent blasted out from Orochimaru. Team 7 froze for an instant, then dropped to their knees, pale-faced and gasping for air. Ugh. Sasuke, who was usually the strongest, even puked right then and there. Is this a genjutsu? No, it's just his killing intent. He looked at Orochimaru with the same dread he'd once felt toward Itachi. All it took was a wave of his killing aura for us to see ourselves getting slaughtered. Who the hell is this guy? How could someone like this even be in the Chunin exams? Compared to the sand ninja with the gourd, this was on a completely different level, like they weren't even playing the same sport. Don't think you're scaring me that easily. Suddenly, Naruto's shout cut through Sasuke's panic. Sasuke turned to see Naruto pushing himself upright, hands shaking but refusing to crumble under Orochimaru's aura. For some reason, seeing that dead last stand his ground snapped Sasuke out of his fear. If that idiot can manage, then so can I. His eyes hardened, pupils bleeding into Twin Tomo, the two-Tomo Sharingan. Don't underestimate me. Naruto yelled, voice carrying. I'm gonna be Hokage someday, believe it. He formed hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof, poof, poof. Clouds of white smoke popped off in rapid succession, and a breeze blew them away to reveal 300 Narutos. Sasuke, Sakura, get behind me. Some of the clones hoisted Sasuke and Sakura, passing them backwards over the crowd. The original Naruto and the remaining clones formed a fresh series of hand seals, shouting, I'll blow you away in one shot. Seeing that many clones, plus the seal Naruto had just used, made Orochimaru's smug facade crack. That chakra, wait, could he be? Wind style, great breakthrough. 300 voices roared in unison. Chapter 62, Desperate State and Rescue. Whoosh. A ferocious wind howled, sounding like a typhoon sweeping through. The roar spread across a large portion of the forest of death. In particular, any exam candidates who were close to Team 7 only had time to glance toward the source of the gale before the howling gusts slammed into them. Those who were mid-leap, hopping from tree to tree, got blown off course, crashing into the towering trunks. Those on the ground suddenly felt as if someone had shoved them from behind, causing them to sprawl onto the forest floor. Crack. Boom. Mixed within the screaming winds were the sharp snaps and thunderous crashes of breaking, collapsing objects. Zoom in closer, and you'd see that the swirling air in one particular area had twisted into something like a whirlpool on the ocean's surface. Trees towering tall enough to need a dozen people just to circle them were bending under the relentless gusts. Eventually, some of them gave way, snapping at their trunks and slamming to the ground. Clouds of dust billowed up in all directions. Fortunately, these winds weren't razor-sharp, and the forest of death was full of primeval trees, massive and tough beyond belief. Otherwise, the destruction would have been far worse, possibly clearing the entire area into a barren wasteland. Even so, the scene wasn't any less dramatic than the wind release, air current wild dance unleashed by Temari and her wind team against the Ten-Tails in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Maybe it was even stronger. Once the wind subsided, the part of the forest where Team 7 stood was in total disarray. Naruto's 300 shadow clones had all vanished, blown away by his own wind release. This is what the dead last can do. Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, who'd been carried behind a massive tree for cover by the clones, stared out at the wreckage, their eyes trembling in disbelief. Clearly, Sasuke hadn't expected Naruto to have such overwhelming power. This is nuts. How is Naruto this strong? Sakura gasped, covering her mouth, eyes wide in astonishment. Because they hadn't fought Zabuza in the Land of Waves in this timeline, Sasuke and Sakura's impressions of Naruto were still stuck on how Kakashi toyed with him in training or how he froze when faced with the demon brothers. The only standout thing they ever noticed was that Naruto had a huge chakra reserve and somehow knew the multi-shadow clone jutsu. But never, ever, had they expected he could create such a cataclysmic force of nature. If he was supposed to be the dead last, then what did that make her, the so-called top student? Turns out, she was actually the weakest on the team. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter jarred them from their thoughts. They looked in the direction of the sound to see Naruto, hands on his hips, standing proudly atop a fallen tree. See that? That's the real power of yours truly, he crowed, brimming with confidence. Doesn't matter if it's Izayoi, Hinata, that stuck up Sasuke, or even bushy brows, none of them stand a chance against me. Not a bad combo attack at all. You nearly killed me with it, a voice suddenly whispered in Naruto's ear, abruptly cutting off his laughter. Before Naruto could turn around or dodge, two serpents shot out like ropes, binding his arms and torso, leaving only his stomach exposed. Then, a completely unharmed figure slowly emerged from underground, flashing Naruto a playful, mocking smile. Damn it, let me go. Naruto struggled frantically, his eyes unconsciously shifting into crimson slits. Orochimaru, recognizing those eyes, gave a cold smile. So it really is you, kid. What's that even mean? Hey, if you've got guts, let me go and fight me fair and square. Naruto shouted at him. Heh. Orochimaru chuckled. If you hadn't used that combo jutsu, I might have played along. But for now, just stay quiet. With that, he lifted Naruto's shirt with one hand, while the other hand's 5 fingers began to glow with bluish chakra, shaping the characters for wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Let go of Naruto. Just then, Sasuke's voice came hurtling closer. A moment later, Sasuke himself appeared out of thin air, launching a kick at Orochimaru. Unfortunately, he was still a split second too late. 5 elements seal. Orochimaru's clawed hand struck Naruto's stomach, even as he raised his other arm to block Sasuke's kick. The blow sent Naruto flying, but Sasuke's kick also sent Orochimaru skidding back. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Seizing the moment, Sasuke sped through a sequence of hand signs. A spark of flame flew from his lips, expanding into a roaring fire dragon that lunged straight at Orochimaru. Standing on the ground after being knocked back, Orochimaru peered at Sasuke's two-tomo Sharingan through the wall of flame, his gaze filled with greed. For a moment, it was as if he traveled back in time to when he spied on Itachi Uchiha's training. Such speed and a two-tomo Sharingan at this age, this boy was no less impressive than Itachi himself. Orochimaru had to have this body. Swiftly forming hand seals, Orochimaru invoked, Earth Style Wall. Boom. A thick wall of earth surged upward, blocking the incoming fire dragon. Sasuke, who'd been using lightning release to boost his cellular activity and speed, even faster than Rock Lee wearing his weights, decided not to circle around. Instead, he yanked out a kunai, slashed apart the snakes restraining Naruto, and then grabbed him, dashing deeper into the forest. Sasuke, where are you taking me? Shouted Naruto, still riding the adrenaline rush. Put me down. I'm gonna pummel that snake freak. Idiot, can't you see? Sasuke hissed. That massive jutsu of yours didn't so much as scratch him. We're not on the same level at all. That finally snapped Naruto back to reality. Right. That single combo attack was all he had going for him, and this enemy could just slip underground with Earth style anytime. Where do you think you're going? Sasuke was incredibly fast, and if he'd been fleeing alone, Orochimaru might have needed some time to catch up. But he was dragging along someone else. They hadn't even made it out of the devastated area into the deeper forest when Orochimaru's voice echoed right behind them. They turned and almost had heart attacks. Orochimaru's body moved like a human serpent hybrid, contorted and sinuous yet cutting through the air at arrow-like speed. His terrifying face and twisted smile would leave nightmares in Sasuke's and Naruto's minds for a long time, assuming they even got out of this alive. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto quickly formed a hand seal, wanting to create hundreds of clones again. Too bad his chakra was now in complete disarray, and he could only manage about 20 clones. Even then, these clones immediately started forming hand seals to try and unleash another wind release. Great breakthrough. Yet just a second later, the result was a sad, tiny gust, like a lone beginner's fireball when Sasuke first learned the technique. What the heck? Naruto's eyes almost popped out of his head. It's that sealing jutsu from earlier. Sasuke muttered through clenched teeth, more convinced than ever that this enemy was no genin. Realizing they couldn't even outrun him, Sasuke tossed Naruto aside and rushed Orochimaru, shouting, "Dead last, go find help. I'll buy you some time." No way. I'm not the type to ditch my comrade. Once Naruto landed, he jumped straight back up, determined to fight side by side with Sasuke. Get out of here. We don't have the luxury to play hero right now. Sasuke barked, tossing ninja tools at Orochimaru to keep him off balance. He's way above genin level. With the racket we made just now, the exam proctors must be on high alert. You have to go get help, then we can all make it out alive. If not, you, me, and Sakura, we all die. Well, if that's how it is, then I definitely won't abandon you. Naruto declared, eyes firm. He formed another seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof, poof. A few shadow clones appeared around Naruto and then darted off in different directions, presumably to the outskirts of the forest. The real Naruto stayed right where he was, charging Orochimaru. Little did he know that this loyal move ended up making things worse for Sasuke. With his Sharingan and lightning-augmented speed, Sasuke could have matched Orochimaru's movements fairly well. But now he had to worry about Naruto at every turn. Orochimaru caught on quickly and switched tactics. He focused on Naruto instead of Sasuke. Within just a few exchanges, Sasuke found himself lured into a trap. The ground beneath them turned to swamp, trapping their legs. Serpents coiled around them both like ropes, pinning them down. At that moment, Orochimaru formed some hand seals, stretched his neck out grotesquely, and lunged in to give Sasuke the curse mark. Wham! Something flickered into existence, a figure landing a direct punch to Orochimaru's face. The impact was so powerful it looked like the punch would sink right into his skull. Orochimaru's head snapped backward like a baseball being swatted by a bat, and his entire body was hurled away. The one who delivered that blow. None other than Izayoi, who finally arrived on the scene, fashionably late, but with impeccable timing. Chapter 63, Gaia Force. Izayoi. Seeing Izayoi suddenly appear, both Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki broke into wild grins, as if they'd just found their savior. In particular, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of security at Izayoi's arrival. Didn't expect you two to be this unlucky, getting targeted by that guy. With one hand each, Izayoi yanked Naruto and Sasuke out of the marshy ground and set them down. Sasuke immediately picked up on a crucial detail and asked, Izayoi, you know who that guy is? I didn't before, but I sensed his chakra and knew right away he wasn't on a genin level. Izayoi eyed the figure whose head had just reformed and was now slowly rising to his feet, Orochimaru. But now it's obvious. One of the legendary Sannin, and also an S-ranked rogue ninja of Konoha Orochimaru. It's actually him. Sasuke's pupils contracted, staring at Orochimaru in shock. A big name from the history books. Why is he here? No idea. But he's clearly set his sights on you too, probably because you have something he wants. He's after the Sharingan. Sasuke deduced with a tense expression. Izayoi, what do we do next? His tone implied, whatever you say, I'll do it, fight or run. Escaping from someone this strong won't be easy, Izayoi replied. All we can do is stall until reinforcements arrive. He glanced at Sasuke and smiled. Think you can still fight? Of course. Sasuke smirked. And I'm still in this too. Naruto chimed in, not wanting to be overlooked. Izayoi grinned. In that case, let's see for ourselves how strong a legendary ninja really is. Heh. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was studying Izayoi. I never imagined that in this generation, besides the last remaining Uchiha and that other kid, there'd be another standout talent. Konoha really is a cradle of geniuses. But I don't have time to keep playing ninja with you. With those words, Orochimaru launched himself toward Izayoi's trio, using the slithering snake mode. As Izayoi had pointed out, Orochimaru was pressed for time. He had to plant the Heaven Curse mark on Sasuke before any backup arrived. But Orochimaru, fixated on Sasuke, hadn't realized that this batch of new recruits contained a complete wildcard. The moment he made his move, Izayoi vanished like he'd teleported. An instant later, Izayoi appeared right in front of Orochimaru, gripping a kunai wreathed in sparks of lightning, aiming to stab Orochimaru in the head. Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly at the sight. This movement was similar to Sasuke's but even faster. He reacted quickly, opening his mouth to spit out a sword that extended and snapped Izayoi's kunai in half, then attempted to pierce Izayoi's neck. This was a bizarre counter nobody would suspect without intel. It could catch many off guard. However, the second the sword cut Izayoi's kunai in two, Izayoi vanished again. In Orochimaru's field of vision, Sasuke appeared overhead, spewing a lick of flame that rapidly expanded into a massive fire dragon. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Compared to the original storyline, this Sasuke boasted far more chakra, and under Izayoi's guidance, he favored and excelled at Great Dragon Fire over the standard fireball. Watching the fire dragon surge toward him, Orochimaru neither dodged nor blocked, letting the flames engulf him. In the midst of the blaze, Orochimaru's body melted into a puddle. That's Earth substitution. Still in midair, Sasuke's face grew tense. Landing, he peered at the ground, Sharingan Tomo spinning wildly, worried Orochimaru would pull the same trick again and pop out from below. Whish. A sudden whoosh broke the silence. A giant python shot out from behind a fallen tree, jaws open wide to swallow Sasuke whole. Sasuke merely sneered and vanished, appearing beneath the snake in the blink of an eye. He planted a kick on the snake's jaw so hard that it snapped shut violently. But a moment later, Sasuke's eyes went wide. The python's belly suddenly split, and a figure emerged, Orochimaru, thrusting his hand forward, transforming it into a swarm of serpents. Hidden shadow snake hands. It was an ambush unlike anything Sasuke had seen, and he had no time to react. Halfway through his leaf shadow dance, he was helpless as the snakes lunged to ensnare him. Right then, the voice that made him feel safe echoed again. Wind release, wind cutter. Izayoi appeared, and with him, a transparent white crescent of wind. In a flash, it sliced through the serpents and also cut the giant python clean in half. You again, kid. Seeing Izayoi foil his attempt to place the curse mark once more, Orochimaru's mood darkened. He was about to give Izayoi a harsh lesson when his expression shifted slightly. Izayoi, who just unleashed the wind cutter, quickly withdrew his hand into his sleeve, then spat forth a stream of flames that consumed Orochimaru, who had just emerged from the python and had no time to use substitution or earth release. Ayakak. Orochimaru shrieked, swallowed by the flames. Izayoi followed up with a leap several meters into the air. Sasuke, get back. At Izayoi's warning, Sasuke immediately vanished with the body flicker. He reappeared next to Naruto, who'd been standing there in stunned silence, watching Izayoi and Sasuke's display. Sasuke hadn't even fully pulled Naruto behind a tree when Izayoi's shout echoed. Gaia Force. They turned to see Izayoi standing there, holding a massive sphere of swirling blue energy in both hands. Initially blue on the outside and white within, it suddenly turned orangey-red inside, and the whole thing became a blazing fireball. It wasn't physically bigger than a standard fireball jutsu, but the sheer power it radiated was in a whole different league. With a loud cry, Izayoi hurled the glowing orb downward. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion shook half the forest of death. Special Jonin, and even Umbu, who had already mobilized all, witnessed a towering fire cyclone rising higher than the canopy. What a terrifying fire release. Must be a composite jutsu infused with wind release. Even seasoned Jonin who had mastered multiple nature transformations were stunned. First there was that massive wind release, and now a fire release on this scale. Could it be someone's actually fighting Orochimaru? That thought made more than a few ninja go pale. Because if that were the case, that would mean there was a monster participating in this year's Chunin exams. Chapter 64, Tight Security. Is that Izayoi's own custom jutsu? Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki crouched behind a fallen giant tree, staring at the raging, whirlwind-like pillar of fire with O written all over their faces. Gulp. Naruto swallowed hard. That's incredible. He'd assumed that his multi-shadow clone jutsu plus wind release, great breakthrough, was already a massive power move. But apparently, Izayoi also had a huge area jutsu of his own, one he could pull off without clones and without even forming hand signs. This was on another level entirely, and Naruto's freshly inflated ego immediately deflated. Let's go. At that moment, Izayoi appeared behind Sasuke and Naruto, grabbed them, and used the body flicker technique to get them out of there. Not long after they left, a scorched figure emerged from the ground nearby, Orochimaru, covered in burns. Ugh. Orochimaru made a retching sound, his mouth splitting wide open as if torn apart, until it resembled the mouth of a giant barrel. A slimy, mucus-covered body crawled out of it. Damn brat, ruining my plans, croaked Orochimaru, voice rasping as he finished shedding his damaged body with the Orochimaru-style body replacement. But then he broke into a grin. Still, that chakra and the speed of those jutsu, what an incredible talent. He glanced at the firestorm rampaging through the forest. Left unchecked, it would engulf the entire area. Such a familiar technique. I never expected that incomplete jutsu of Minato's and that idiot's to be perfected by a kid. Looks like the old windmill of Konoha is about to start spinning again, Orochimaru mused. Then, eyeing the direction Izayoi and the other two had fled, and glancing briefly elsewhere, his lips curled into a sinister smile. But what's meant to be mine won't escape me. Sasuke-kun, your body will be mine. With that, Orochimaru sank back into the ground and left the forest of death. Shortly after, squads of ninja arrived in a flash, some wearing cloaks and cat-like umbu masks, others sporting green flak vests as special jonin or jonin. Are we too late? Muttered Anko Mitarashi, her expression flickering with anger and worry. Quick, put out the fire. The other ninja joined forces, using water release to douse the raging firestorm. Meanwhile, after Izayoi, Sasuke, and Naruto made their escape, they immediately scooped up Sakura Haruno, who'd been hidden elsewhere, and fled for a couple more kilometers before stopping. Leaning against a tall tree, Team 7 breathed heavily. Sasuke, do you think Orochimaru's following us? Asked Sakura, still trembling. Relax, Izayoi assured them. He's not coming. The rescue teams are already here. Team 7 let out a collective sigh of relief. Sakura practically collapsed to the ground, shaking. Why would a legendary ninja target us? What kind of rotten luck is this? TCH. If that guy didn't know Earth Release, I would have beaten him already, Naruto insisted stubbornly. Only Sasuke looked solemn, realizing Orochimaru probably came for him. The thought of being in the target of someone that powerful made him break out in a cold sweat. Sure, he got away this time thanks to Izayoi, but what about next time? Or the time after that? Sensing Sasuke's unease, Izayoi clapped him on the shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Don't stress. Konoha should be the one on high alert now. S-rank rogue ninja are the most dangerous threats in the world, even the largest hidden villages can't ignore that. A huge name like him showing up in Konoha out of nowhere. The Hokage will do whatever it takes to track him down. The village's security is going to skyrocket. Once the exam's over, don't go back to your home for a while, stay on Center Street, at least until Konoha deals with Orochimaru. Hearing that, Sasuke felt a wave of relief and nodded firmly. Got it. Once they had their breath back, Izayoi and Team 7 set out for the central tower. On the way, Naruto sidled up to Izayoi, curiosity burning in his eyes. Hey, Izayoi, that fiery tornado thing, did our sensei teach you that? Nope, that's a jutsu I created myself, Izayoi answered with a shake of his head. What? You made that yourself? That's awesome. Naruto and Sakura both gasped, while Sasuke's face suddenly shifted as if recalling something. Is this the perfected jutsu you mentioned before? Weren't you studying lightning release? Not exactly. Izayoi smiled cryptically. Gaia Force was just a half-finished spin-off I came up with while working on my true ultimate technique. What? Team 7 gaped in fresh shock. Sakura couldn't help blurting out, that giant fiery tornado was only a prototype. Gulp. Naruto and Sasuke swallowed hard, feeling once more that there was a huge gap between them and Izayoi. If that was the half-finished version, they couldn't even imagine what the real, ultimate jutsu would look like. Meanwhile, Sasuke gazed at Izayoi with newfound intensity. Jutsu that merited the title of ultimate technique were basically S-rank. If he could learn an S-rank ultimate jutsu, maybe, just maybe, he could kill that man. Even if Izayoi wouldn't teach him his strongest technique, that Gaia Force alone seemed great, especially since Sasuke himself had a fire affinity. In that moment, Sasuke made up his mind to find a way to win Izayoi over as soon as the exam ended. After using his Tenseigan ability to locate Orochimaru and confirming that he really had given up on implanting Sasuke with a curse mark in the Forest of Death, Izayoi split from Team 7 and regrouped with Hinata and Shino Aburame to enter the central tower. With Sasuke unmarked by the curse, the only real threats in the forest were people like the secretly strong Kabuto, Gaara, Lee, and Neji Hyuga. Everyone else couldn't compare. Sure enough, Team 7, anxious about Orochimaru making another surprise appearance, rested scarcely a minute before hunting down a team that had the Heaven Scroll. They snatched the scroll and hurried straight to the tower, reporting Orochimaru's presence to the Irika shadow clone that emerged from their scroll. With Konoha now certain Orochimaru had returned to the village, tensions ran high behind the scenes. Many ninja urged Hiruzen Sarutobi to halt the Chunin exams and focus on hunting him down. But since so many shinobi from other lands were already gathered, plus the invitations to the 4th Kazekage and various dignitaries had been sent, canceling the exams was impossible. And so the Hokage had no choice but to dispatch ninja and umbu for covert searches. 5 days later, the second stage of the exam officially came to an end. Chapter 65, Preliminary. July 7th, Konoha Year 60, 3 p.m. sharp. Having arrived at the central tower early, several teams that passed the second stage of the exam were assigned to a dormitory to await its conclusion. At around this time, they all received a notice from the proctors and gathered in the first floor hall. Among those teams was Team 8. At present, there were 24 test takers in the hall, along with their respective jonin instructors. Just as Anko Mitarashi had warned, the second stage had halved the number of those who'd passed the first stage. Originally, 24 teams, 72 people, advanced, but now only 8 teams, 24 individuals, remained. Most of those still in the running were from Konoha. To be exact, aside from Gaara's siblings and the trio from the Sound, led by Dosu, the others were all Konoha shinobi. These included Team 6, Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Might Guy's Team 3, plus Kabuto Yakushi and his teammates. You 3 did great, arriving at the tower on the very first day, Kurinai Yuhi said, praising Izayoi's Team 8. Her gentle tone perfectly conveyed the warmth of a caring mentor. In truth, as a specialized tracking and sensing team, Team 8 was actually a bit slower than they could have been, so they didn't feel particularly proud. Izayoi and Hinata simply responded with polite smiles. Just then, Izayoi seemed to sense something. Glancing toward Team 7's direction, he locked eyes with Kakashi Hatake. Izayoi smiled and gave him a small nod, fully aware of why Kakashi was eyeing him. Likely, he'd heard from Team 7 about who had unleashed that giant tornado of fire. Before the test takers could chat much more with their mentors, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and the proctor team for the second stage appeared on the second floor balcony. The jonin instructors moved up to the observation area, listening to the Hokage's speech in silence. Sarutobi described how the Chunin exams were a microcosm of warfare among allied nations. He explained that many dignitaries and spectators would attend the finals of the third stage, and how they needed to further narrow down the field so the resulting matches would be highly competitive and entertaining. With that, he introduced Gekko Hayate, the main examiner for the third stage. Ahem, I'm Gekko Hayate, the proctor for the third stage of the Chunin exams, Hayate said, coughing once into his fist. While scanning the 24 participants and checking the names on his clipboard, he continued, right now, we're only at the preliminary stage. The rules are simple, single elimination. Lose once, and you're out. Win, and you advance to the official finals. In a moment, you'll see your 24 names flash on the screen on that wall. The system will randomize the matchups. Before we begin, does anyone want to forfeit? If not, I'll go ahead and upload the names. I forfeit, said Kabuto Yakushi, raising his hand right after Hayate finished speaking. This move drew the attention of Hiruzen Sarutobi and a few other proctors, but none of the other participants really cared. Unlike in the original storyline, Kabuto wasn't familiar to any of the other rookies. Ahem, your name? Hayate asked. Kabuto Yakushi. All right. You're dismissed. Crossing Kabuto's name off, Hayate glanced at the others. We now have 23 participants left. That means there'll be one bye in the bracket. Anybody else want to drop out? No one responded, so Hayate spoke into a walkie-talkie. Then I hereby declare the preliminary stage of the third Chunin exam officially underway. Immediately, static flashed across a screen on the wall, followed by the names of the remaining 23 candidates, lighting up one after another as though someone were rapidly typing them in. Once the screen listed them all, it switched to a bold VS in the middle, while names on either side continued to flash. Several seconds later, the scrolling stopped. Dosu Kanuta vs. Choji Akimichi. The participants whose names are shown will remain here, Hayate announced. Everyone else, please head to the observation deck on the second floor. Go for it, Choji. Don't lose to some second-rate ninja, okay? If you win, Asuma-sensei will treat you to yakiniku. All right. At the mention of barbecue, Choji's eyes snapped open, and he nodded seriously with newfound motivation. Meanwhile, Izayoi joined Kurinai on the balcony. He rested his arms on the railing but didn't focus on the fight between Choji and Dosu. Instead, he watched the Sound Village Jonin standing near Zaku Abumi and Kintsuchi. Nobody else seemed aware of that Jonin's true identity, but Izayoi saw immediately that it was Orochimaru. He hadn't expected Orochimaru, having failed to brand Sasuke with the curse mark, to still be lurking in the central tower to watch the prelims. If that was the case, why wasn't the first match Sasuke vs Yoroi Akato, as in the original story? Maybe Orochimaru was simply here for entertainment, or had other plans. Sensing Izayoi's gaze, Orochimaru locked eyes with him and gave a sinister smirk. Izayoi returned a polite smile and a nod, as though oblivious to Orochimaru's true identity. By now, the outcome of the fight below had become clear. Although Dosuke hadn't revealed his abilities as blatantly as in the original storyline, Choji started things off with the human bullet tank technique. Pulling his head into his body and covering his ears, he incidentally avoided being instantly knocked out by Dosu's sound-based attacks at point-blank range. However, Choji's combat experience paled in comparison to Dosu's, who was used to skirmishes in smaller lands. Just as in the original, Dosu evaded multiple human bullet tank charges, then feigned an opening that lured Choji's giant rolling body right into a wall. Seizing the moment, he used the moisture in Choji's body to unleash a sound wave strike, knocking Choji out on the spot. Choji Akimichi is unable to continue. The winner of the first match, Dosuke Hayate declared. Watching from above, both Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka could only slap their foreheads in exasperation. Asuma Sarutobi, on the other hand, smiled around his cigarette. At least Choji didn't get hurt. He's still plenty strong, it's just that his opponent was a bad matchup. With that, Asuma flickered down to retrieve Choji and carry him back to the stands without heading to the medical station. The screen flickered again, revealing the next bout. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Zaku Abumi. I look forward to your performance, Zaku, Orochimaru said, giving the sound ninja a small encouraging smile. Yes, sir. Zaku nearly snapped to attention, eager to prove himself. I won't let you down. On Team 7's side, Sakura reminded Sasuke-kun, that guy uses sound-based ninjutsu. Be careful. Naruto crossed his arms behind his head and offered his own brand of encouragement, half smug, hey, hi and mighty-san, you better not lose before I get a chance to fight you. Sasuke halted on his way down to the arena floor and glanced back at Naruto, grinning. Naruto, I'm looking forward to facing you, too. For once, Sasuke didn't call Naruto the dead last. Naruto blinked in surprise. His narrowed eyes slowly opened, and he just stared at Sasuke, dumbfounded. Then a strange emotion welled up inside him, making his entire body tremble in excitement, goosebumps and all. Chapter 66, The Jealous Shinobi. Sasuke Uchiha, I'm going to beat you and prove my worth. As soon as Sasuke stepped into the arena, Zaku Abumi, standing across from him, delivered this bold declaration. Huh. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Seeing such arrogance from a so-called minor village ninja, he couldn't help but snort. Keep dreaming. Maybe you'll say that again when you're actually asleep. You'll see soon enough. Recalling the intel Orochimaru had given him, Zaku wore a confident smile. All right. Are you both ready? Then we'll begin. Hayate Gecko retreated a few steps and officially started the second match. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sasuke immediately pulled out 3 shuriken from his pouch and hurled them at Zaku, testing his opponent's ability. Air sound wave. Confronted with incoming shuriken, Zaku neither dodged nor counter-threw his own. Instead, he held out his right hand, palm open, revealing a hollow tube at the center. He formed a one-handed seal of the boar, channeling chakra into a special device that converted it into pressurized air. A blast of wind erupted from the opening, effectively bouncing the thrown shuriken back, and still roaring forward, straight at Sasuke. Recognizing that this wasn't the same sound wave technique Dosu had used, the look in Sasuke's eyes grew serious. His pupils shifted to the crimson color of the Two-Tomo Sharingan, and he vanished into thin air. He's fast. Many of the watching genin exclaimed out loud. Several jonin squinted, sensing something subtle about his movement. Zaku, however, broke into a delighted grin. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. With that, he crouched and slammed both hands on the floor. Supersonic slicing wave. All the chakra in his body was now converted into sound waves, surging from the air vents in his palms. The distorted torrent of invisible energy swept through the entire chamber. Even Hayate Gecko, a special jonin, felt uncomfortable. He quickly flickered to the second-floor balcony, tensing in case he needed to intervene. Sasuke's figure appeared a short distance behind Zaku, both hands pressing against his ears, a pained look on his face. Sensing Sasuke's presence, Zaku turned at once. The pressure still pouring from his palms slammed into Sasuke, sending him flying. Luckily, most of the force was focused on the floor behind him. If Sasuke had taken the brunt of that attack head-on, it would have been ugly. Even so, Sasuke felt his stomach lurch, and his head spun dizzily. Much like how Dosu had instantly taken down Choji earlier, sound traveled through the moisture in the human body and wreaked havoc internally. Noting Zaku's smug smile, Sasuke activated chakra in his feet, sticking to the wall to ride out the last of the pressure. When the force finally relented, Sasuke swiftly formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. Poof. 2 shadow clones materialized beside him, and in the next instant, all 3 Sasukes vanished. Seeing this, Zaku's face grew anxious. He tried the same tactic as before, planning to blast the floor again with supersonic slicing wave to envelop Sasuke in another sonic field. But he'd forgotten that ninja battles are battles of intel. He'd just revealed his moves, yet failed to finish Sasuke off, forfeiting his advantage. Supersonic slicing wave. Repeating the move, Zaku again planted both hands on the ground, releasing a massive burst of pressurized air and sound waves. The torrent of distorted energy churned through the hall. Sasuke's 2 clones, racing around at high speed, and practically invisible, suddenly froze, holding their ears in pain. With 2 faint puffs, they vanished in clouds of white smoke. But when Zaku only saw 2 Sasukes disappear, his expression changed drastically. A shout rang out from above him. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Scorching air rained down. Zaku looked up just in time to see a massive fireball fill his field of vision. He barely had time to realize what was happening before it engulfed him. Nobody came to Zaku's rescue, not even Orochimaru, who'd been encouraging him a moment ago. As for Hayate Gecko, who'd been ready to intervene, his priority was to protect Sasuke. Since it was the other side's ninja in danger, he had no obligation to step in. Arg. The fireball exploded on the floor, leaving a small crater as Zaku's screams echoed. Just when he was about to be burned alive, a torrent of water finally doused the flames. Medic squad, come here at once. Hayate spoke into his radio after using water release to save Zaku from a fiery death. Before long, 2 medical nin in white uniforms arrived with a stretcher and carried him away. Orochimaru, Dosu, and Kin displayed no emotion at all. Not even a flicker of concern over their comrade's fate, which sent a chill down many spectators' spines. The Jonin, on the other hand, quickly formed an opinion of the Sound Village. Clearly, it was a place where only the strong survive. At this point, the screen of names flickered again, settling on the matchup for the 3rd bout. Hinata Hyuga vs Kintsuchi. Do your best, Hinata, Kurenai Yuhi encouraged. Win, and I'll treat you to a feast. Izayoi didn't say anything. He simply rolled up his sleeve to reveal a small scroll strapped around his wrist, formed a seal, and pulled out a camera from its storage. Grinning at Hinata, he said, "Show us some style, Hinata. I'll snap a few photos to show Hanabi later." Hinata smiled sweetly and headed for the stairs. Along the way, the other rookies cheered her on. Sasuke, just returning to the balcony, called out a warning, "Watch out for their gadgets, that's how they produce their sound waves." Right. Hinata nodded again, but her calm smile shone with confidence. Waiting below was Kintsuchi, who dropped down from the stands and stood to Hayate Gecko's left, ready to go. Seeing Hinata across from her, Kin felt an involuntary twinge of inferiority, similar to what Karen had felt. But instead of envy, what filled Kin's eyes was pure jealousy. They both had long black hair, but Hinata's was silkier, more radiant. Her outfit was crafted from expensive fabric that Kin probably could never afford. Hinata was about the same age, yet her figure was, in Kin's eyes, almost criminally developed, and she projected the untouchable aura of a true heiress just by standing there. Looks, heritage, upbringing, on every level, Hinata crushed her. It wasn't even close. Kin felt like they weren't even from the same world. Which only inflamed her jealousy all the more. Why was she just an orphan, while Hinata was a noble daughter from a clan with a bloodline limit? Why did Kin have to kill or be killed just to earn a spot in these exams, while Hinata got here so effortlessly? I'll slice off that perfect hair of hers. I'll cut her face up until she feels as worthless as I do. The thought brought a twisted grin to Kin's lips, though no one else knew what she was planning. Hinata, however, could see enough to notice the unsettling smile. Her previously gentle gaze turned sharp, veins bulging at her temples. Chapter 67, The Strong Heiress. Match 3, begin. At Hayate Gecko's signal, Kintsuchi prepared to pull out senbon adorned with tiny bells from her ninja pouch. She was about to hurl them at Hinata and unleash a sonic genjutsu when. In the split second before she could move, Hinata, standing barely 2 meters away, seemed to teleport, leaving only an afterimage behind. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Kin. Her speed was so overwhelming that Kin's body simply couldn't keep up. Pop pop pop. Chakra flickered in a pale blue glow around Hinata's fingertips as she drove them mercilessly into Kin's torso. The force behind each strike was astounding, causing her fingers to sink through Kin's clothes and into her flesh. As her chakra penetrated Kin's acupressure points, it disrupted Kin's chakra flow and inflicted a piercing, drilling pain. Before Kin could even scream, Hinata, moving as swiftly as a gust of wind, followed up with over a dozen rapid hits. Finally, Hinata delivered a palm strike to Kin's chest. Boom. A twisted shockwave burst from Kin's back. Once the force subsided, Kin stood there, eyes vacant, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. "Thank you," Hinata said softly, gazing down at Kin. The veins protruding at her temples gradually faded. Click. 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 Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony, the steady sound of a camera shutter filled the air. Izayoi, acting as the group's impromptu cameraman, was all smiles, his mouth curling with satisfaction. If they weren't both so young, and if their relationship were public, he'd have probably yelled something like, "My wife is so awesome. What just happened? How did Hinata's body flicker move so fast? There was almost no delay at all. That movement looked oddly familiar. Where have we seen it before?" All the rookie teams were stunned. Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno in particular felt the same sense of being outclassed that Kin must have felt moments earlier. Over at Might Guy's group, Niji Hyuga clenched his fists, watching with undisguised frustration. The heiress has gotten even stronger. He flashed back to his sparring sessions with Hinata over the past few years, how they'd once been evenly matched, then she gradually overtook him, and now she crushed him. With that kind of pinpoint force and chakra control, she didn't even need the full 32 palms sequence to make her opponent cough blood and collapse. Even though Niji had mastered the revolving heaven, he wasn't confident he could beat her. Beside him, Tenten noticed Lee's trembling gaze and asked, "Lee, was that high-speed movement?" "It's definitely high speed, but not like mine," Lee said, nodding and then shaking his head. Might Guy smiled and added, "It's an example of nature transformation. Niji's clanmate there has learned lightning release chakra conversion, just like Sasuke Uchiha did. She's stimulating her cells with lightning chakra to heighten her speed. Now that's youth." "Oh," Lee murmured in realization. That explained Sasuke's sudden bursts of incredible speed. At first, Lee could barely track him, and then in the next moment Sasuke moved far faster than expected. Lee had thought it might be a Sharingan ability, but apparently it was a lightning release transformation. Indeed, Hinata had also mastered the cell stimulation technique using lightning release chakra. The Hyuga clan descended from a branch of the Ōtsutsuki, and even though their centuries-old lineage was now diluted, it didn't mean they were incapable of ninjutsu. They simply specialized in the gentle fist, which perfectly complemented their Byakugan. With gentle fist alone reaching elite Jonin standards, many Hyuga never bothered training in additional techniques. But Izayoi wasn't constrained by the clan's rigidity. The moment he learned the lightning release stimulation method, he passed it on to Hinata, who happened to have an affinity for lightning. She integrated it into her body flicker technique, transitioning it into a taijutsu-based high-speed movement, and dramatically increasing her strike speed. Clearly, Izayoi had made the right call. Enhanced by lightning release chakra, Hinata's body flicker was as smooth as it was blisteringly fast, comparable to Lee fighting without weights. This heiress from the main branch, she's truly remarkable. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in hand, exhaled a ring of smoke and offered a faint laugh. He glanced down at Izayoi, who was busy checking his camera film, and his smile turned wry. He's managed to raise such an outstanding fighter. Impressive. But with her being so exceptional, how's he going to stand by her side? Nearby, Kakashi Hatake turned to Sasuke Uchiha. "Sasuke, did you teach Hinata that technique?" "No. Izayoi taught both of us," Sasuke replied. Naruto, for reasons unknown, jealousy, maybe, couldn't resist muttering, "Wow, you really are Izayoi's little sidekick." This time, Sasuke didn't shoot him a glare. In fact, something about Naruto's words seemed to strike him differently. If he really did follow Izayoi, would Izayoi be willing to teach him that ultimate technique? Thinking about how Izayoi had saved them earlier, and the sense of security he provided, Sasuke found himself entertaining the notion that having such a leader might not be a bad thing. The haughty second son's inner thoughts went unnoticed by everyone else. Hearing Sasuke's answer, Kakashi shifted his gaze toward Izayoi again, privately giving the top student an even higher appraisal. He's overshadowing even this unusually talented generation of rookies, no small feat such a vast chakra pool, lightning release cell stimulation, that terrifying fire tornado technique and a hidden trump card. Kakashi's mind flashed back to his own youth. He'd been only 12 when he made Jonin and invented Chidori, boasting similarly colossal chakra reserves. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he looked forward to Izayoi's upcoming matches. Orochimaru, too, shared Kakashi's interest. Although Dosu's team had finished their matches, Orochimaru remained on the sidelines to watch the rest of the preliminaries. The fourth match soon began, Tsurugu Misumi vs Kankuro. Tsurugu Misumi was one of Kabuto Yakushi's teammates. Although he posed as a Konin genin, he was actually another spy Orochimaru planted in the village. In a bizarre twist, he didn't even bother hiding his connections, openly using one of Orochimaru's signature soft physique modification, allowing him to stretch or compress limbs at will. Izayoi thought that if Misumi somehow combined this ability with the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique, it might even rival the 8 inner gates as the ultimate skill. In their fight, Tsuruga Misumi moved like a giant serpent, soon wrapping himself around Kankuro. Little did he know that Kankuro was actually just the puppet Karasu in disguise. By the time he realized, it was too late. Emerging from the puppet's bandage wraps, the real Kankuro easily manipulated Karasu to finish Misumi off, securing a comfortable victory. Similar to Zaku's attempt to ambush Sasuke earlier, battles at this level hinged heavily on intelligence. Without sufficient knowledge of each other's techniques, it often came down to strategy and wits rather than raw power. And Misumi, evidently, fell short in both aspects compared to Kankuro. Chapter 68, Fights, and finally Izayoi vs Rock Lee. The first 4 matches ended almost instantly, each was decided by a rapid knockout. Barely 10 minutes into the preliminaries, they were already onto the 5th round. At last, the matchups shifted gears. This one dragged on so long that some spectators started yawning, because the matchup was Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno. Just as Naruto had learned Wind Release, great breakthrough, Sakura had indeed made progress compared to her original self. Still, it wasn't much. From Kakashi, she had picked up a single genjutsu, D-rank, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, a jutsu that makes the target see whatever frightens them most. During the survival exercise, Kakashi had used that same genjutsu to defeat Sakura in an instant. If her opponent this time had been someone at Minako's level, Sakura probably would have won. Sadly, she was up against Ino Yamanaka, master of secret techniques based in Ine Release. Sakura's hell viewing technique was neutralized easily. Meanwhile, though Ino had inherited the family jutsu, mind transfer technique, that skill had no real offensive punch. She managed to catch Sakura off guard and seize control of her body, but Sakura's second personality forced her right back out. So, one of them had a genjutsu that got countered, the other had a clan jutsu that got neutralized. Ultimately, these former best friends could only fall back on the basics they'd learned at the academy: clone techniques, substitution techniques, shuriken throws, kunai melee, plain old taijutsu. Both showed extremely solid fundamentals, the mark of honor students. But to the jonin, it looked like 2 little kids playing ninja games, uninteresting. Even Izayoi and the others found their abilities underwhelming. Only Minako empathized, realizing that even star students could struggle just like her. In the end, as in the original storyline, the 2 girls collapsed from exhaustion and both failed to advance. By the time they came to, the fighting had already reached the 9th round. Match 6, Tenten vs Temari. This was a one-sided slaughter. Temari's wind release completely shut down Tenten's attacks, giving her no chance at all. Match 7, Shikamaru Nara vs Genichi Sawano. Genichi was one of Kiba's teammates. Like Sakura, he came from a ninja family, with a father who was a mid-level Chunin from the Sawano clan. He was decently strong and knew C-rank water release, wild water wave, a flexible technique that, with enough chakra, could rival B-rank water release, water wall. Unfortunately, he lacked experience, and he definitely wasn't on Shikamaru's intellectual level. The moment Genichi spit out his wave, losing sight of Shikamaru, the match's outcome was basically sealed. Shikamaru hid a kunai in his mouth, used shadow imitation to pin Genichi, and the latter promptly surrendered. Match 8, Minako vs Niji Hyuga. Seeing that her opponent was a prodigy from the Hyuga clan, the top rookie from the previous year, Minako didn't even bother showing up to fight. She forfeited outright. Match 9, Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. Awesome, it's that idiot Kiba. I've got this in the bag. Naruto shouted excitedly, propping his foot on the railing the moment he saw Kiba's name. Kiba wore a look of delight as well, but when he heard Naruto's comment, his face fell. You moron, that line belongs to me. Stepping into the arena, Kiba sneered at Naruto. Loser, if you say something nice to me right now, I'll let you lose without looking too pathetic. Or maybe just give up. In Kiba's mind, Naruto was the same as he had been a few months back, no match for him and Akamaru. He was sure the victory was guaranteed. But Naruto only returned his grin. Watch me beat you in a single move. Ha! Beat me in one move. Still dreaming, huh, dead last. Kiba erupted into laughter, turning to Akamaru. Alright, Akamaru, let's teach this loser a lesson. Woof. Akamaru barked in response. Match 9, begin, announced High-8 Gecko. The instant he spoke, Naruto quickly formed the seal of the ram. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A few days had passed since he was hit by the 5-element seal, and Naruto's chakra was no longer so chaotic. While he couldn't instantly produce hundreds of clones, whipping up a couple dozen was now child's play. Poof, poof, poof. One burst of white smoke after another appeared out of thin air. As it cleared, over 20 Narutos surrounded Kiba and Akamaru. What the, shadow clones? That many? Kiba gawked in disbelief. Many of the genin on the second-floor balcony were just as shocked, so were some of the jonin. The more experienced among them instantly recognized that this wasn't your ordinary shadow clone jutsu, but rather the multiple shadow clone technique, classified as a forbidden jutsu. Wind style. Before Kiba could fully process his alarm, Naruto and his shadow clones all formed seals. At the sight of their hand signs, the jonin's eyes widened again, already picturing the imminent attack. Great breakthrough, came the unified shout, moments before Kiba even realized what was happening. Whoosh! A fierce wind roared through the arena like a giant invisible hand, scooping Kiba and Akamaru right off the ground. They were flung into the air, then batted around by a flurry of outstretched arms, like they'd been sucked into a tornado. Even the spectators and jonin on the second floor felt its impact. The genin clung desperately to the railing, eyes squeezed shut, while many jonin had to shield their faces with their arms. When the jonin instructor of Team 6 saw Kiba and Akamaru spinning uncontrollably and about to slam hard into a wall, they instantly flickered down to catch them, putting an end to the match. Winner of Match 9, Naruto Uzumaki, High-8 Gecko announced, clinging to the ground himself to avoid being blown away, one arm raised to guard against the wind. Ha ha ha. Kiba, see how awesome I am now. Naruto stood there with his hands on his hips, laughing victoriously. He had just soundly beaten a teammate who used to crush him, and he was riding that high hard. Pride swelling inside, Naruto's imagination went wild with visions of flattening Izayoi, smacking down Sasuke, and making bushy brows to Jiza in defeat. He even started drooling mid-laugh until High-8 prompted him to collect himself. Strutting back to the second-floor gallery, he wore a grin like he owned the place. The screen flickered again, revealing another matchup. When the list settled, everyone perked up slightly. Izayoi vs. Rock Lee. Chapter 69, Izayoi vs. Rock Lee. Awesome. Seeing that his opponent was Izayoi, Rock Lee clenched his fists and shouted, eyes shining with excitement. He'd wanted to challenge Izayoi before but had been stopped by Sasuke. After seeing Sasuke's abilities and the way Sasuke treated Izayoi, Lee was all the more determined to fight him. Now, at last, he had his chance. Lee, go show off your youth. Might Guy cheered, giving Lee a hearty pat on the shoulder and flashing a big grin. Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee snapped to attention and grinned back, sporting a brilliant gleam of light from his teeth. Tenten, noticing the odd stares from those around them, couldn't help covering her face in embarrassment. Niji Hyuga remained expressionless. Lee, your opponent's no joke. He's got enormous chakra, and he's also teamed up with Lady Hinata. Be careful. I know, Lee answered solemnly, then set his foot on the railing and flipped down into the hall. Izayoi, seeing that his opponent was Rock Lee, raised an eyebrow slightly. In the original timeline, Lee was supposed to face Gaara in the later rounds, while Izayoi might have been matched against Yoroi Akato, Shino Aburame, or perhaps received a bye. He never expected that he'd end up fighting Lee. Thinking about the 8 inner gates, Izayoi felt a spark of interest. He prepared to jump down as well, but a voice sounded by his ear, Izayoi-kun, hand me the camera. Sure thing. Hinata took the camera he offered, clenched her fists, and said, good luck. Watch me, Izayoi replied confidently. Then, as if something occurred to him, he planted his foot back on the floor beside the railing and leaned over to whisper in Hinata's ear. If I win, be sure to give me a reward later. With that, Izayoi vanished and reappeared in the hall. Hinata's cheeks flushed when she noticed Kurina Yuhi's amused expression. Quickly, Hinata raised the camera to hide her face and sought out the best possible angle of light and shadow. I look forward to it, Izayoi, declared Rock Lee, adopting his fighting stance. His face was solemn, eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Before we start, you should take off your training weights, Izayoi advised. This is just a match between Konoha shinobi, but once it starts, I won't hold back. If you let your pride get in the way and I end up taking you down instantly, don't be upset about it. Amazing, you saw through it at a glance. Lee looked at Izayoi in surprise, his fighting spirit rising even higher. But remembering his promise to Guy, he hesitated. Lee, take them off, called Might Guy. Thumbs up, he smiled brightly. This is an opponent worth going all out for. I give you permission to remove them. Yes, Guy-sensei. Eyes brimming with emotion, Lee sat down eagerly and began removing the weights from his legs. What the, Bushy Brows was wearing weights the whole time. Naruto and Sakura, over on Team 7's side, gaped in disbelief. Sasuke sniffed. They're just a few pieces of metal. But a second later, his pupils shrank. Boom. A pair of thunderous crashes overlapped, shaking the hall. Dust billowed up at the far corner where those iron plates had landed. When the dust cleared, the floor beneath each plate was cracked and sunken. Every examinee stared, mouths agape. This guy. Sasuke's hands gripped the railing. He was in utter shock. Wearing weights that heavy, Lee's speed had still forced Sasuke to rely on lightning-release chakra stimulation to keep up. Just how fast could he really move? Even several jonin looked taken aback. Guy really went overboard on this one. Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi's eyelids twitched in unison, both at a loss for words. Not knowing Izayoi's true strength, Kurenai Yuhi grew visibly serious. Looks like Izayoi's finally met his match. Shino Aburame withdrew his hands from his pockets, gripping the railing instead. Beneath his sunglasses, his gaze settled on Izayoi's unchanged expression. He, like many others, was eager to see the full extent of his six-year classmate's abilities. Could it be, this brat knows that secret technique too? Orochimaru, who had yet to leave, watched Lee bounce lightly in place after removing his weights. His own interest in the match piqued. Wow, I haven't felt this light in ages. Finished warming up, Lee faced Izayoi again and took his stance. Izayoi, this is my full power. Let's give it everything we've got. Izayoi returned his smile, lifting two fingers. Come at me. Looking forward to it. Likewise. Lee switched to a seal of confrontation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching from the stands, couldn't help smiling. Sensing the focused energy between the two young shinobi, Hayate Gecko also grew serious. Holding up his clipboard with one hand and raising the other, he shouted. 10th match, Izayoi vs. Rock Lee, begin. He brought his arm down decisively and flickered up to the second-floor balcony in a burst of speed, giving Izayoi and Lee free rein over the arena. Hayate was fast, but Lee was faster. Before Hayate even arrived on the balcony, Lee had already disappeared in a blur, reappearing on Izayoi's left with a low kick. Leaf Whirlwind. The move was so quick that most of the remaining genin, and even some of the special jonin, couldn't react, including Gaara. But Izayoi was the real speed demon here. Almost simultaneously with Lee's appearance at his left side, Izayoi turned and exhaled a quick breath at the incoming kick. Whoosh! A whirlwind-like gust, swirling with invisible energy, not only blocked Lee's strike but also blasted him away. It was wind release, great breakthrough, the same technique Naruto had shown earlier. He formed a single seal with just one hand. His jutsu speed is incredible. Some of the more experienced jonin exchanged startled looks. To their eyes, Izayoi hadn't budged an inch, hands tucked into his wide sleeves, yet he had seemingly predicted Lee's approach and unleashed a powerful gust of air that hurled Lee toward the wall. All this happened in the time it took Hayate Gecko to reach the second-floor balcony. From the referee's departure to Lee's attack to Lee getting blown away, less than 3 seconds had passed. Yet in those few seconds, most of the other genin realized the gulf that separated them from Lee and Izayoi. Snapping out of his daze, Sasuke instantly activated his Sharingan. Even Kakashi Hatake slid back his forehead protector, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan beneath, and fixed his gaze on Izayoi and Lee below. He had a hunch these two would put on a stunning show for everyone. Chapter 70, Gate of Life. Incredible. Rock Lee, sent flying by the powerful gust, planted his feet on the wall. Even while staring at Izayoi, who looked utterly unfazed, Lee's expression was full of excitement. The moment the wind died down, he vanished once again. This time, however, he didn't reappear anywhere near Izayoi. Instead, he transformed into a dark blur, circling around Izayoi at extreme speed, kicking up dust and forming a white vortex that enclosed him. A second later, Rock Lee suddenly appeared in front of Izayoi, throwing a punch. Yet Izayoi made no move at all. Just before the fist connected, it paused in midair. On closer inspection, both Lee and the attack were merely afterimages. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Someone shouted from Izayoi's right, and a violent swirl of wind materialized, revealing Rock Lee's figure. He was delivering a spinning kick with a full 360 degrees of momentum aimed straight at Izayoi. If it had been any other rookie from this batch, except maybe Shino Aburame with his bug-based substitutions, they'd likely be finished in one hit. But again, it all came down to one fact. Lee's speed was amazing, but Izayoi was even faster. Just like the previous Leaf Whirlwind, his attack never connected. This time, instead of wind release, Izayoi simply raised his forearm to block. Bang. A shockwave erupted where Izayoi's forearm and Lee's leg collided. Izayoi stayed rock solid, as if made of steel, despite Lee's kick being powerful enough to send heavy objects flying. Because his loose-fitting sleeves concealed his arm, no one could see the precise reason he could withstand it. Eyes wide, Rock Lee could only stare in disbelief. Moving from defense to offense in a flash, Izayoi grabbed Lee's ankle, pivoted, and tried to hurl him down onto the floor. Lee used his prodigious strength to plant his hands and absorb the impact while twisting free of Izayoi's grip. Then he flipped forward to land some distance away. Izayoi did not press the attack. Instead, he returned his hand to his side, calmly watching Lee. From start to finish, Izayoi hadn't moved so much as a single step. All around, the rookies were stunned. He can use Earth Release, too, wondered Kakashi, his Sharingan spinning as one of the few who saw the specifics behind Izayoi's block. From almost everyone else's perspective, Izayoi's Taijutsu looked unimaginably strong. He effortlessly dominated a Lee who wore heavy weights. But in Kakashi's eyes, Izayoi was, without a doubt, a prodigy in ninjutsu. He had taught Sasuke and Hinata the lightning release chakra stimulation technique. He'd unleashed that gigantic fire vortex in the Forest of Death. He was now using both wind release and earth release in this match. That made 4 elemental natures total. Could he be able to use every nature? Kakashi mused. Even if someone did possess all 5 elemental affinities, they'd need intensive training to display such a high level of skill with each. No wonder the Hyuga clan hadn't interfered with their heiress's relationship. They had probably recognized Izayoi's gift and invested in him early on. What a magnificent find. That chakra, that ninjutsu talent, this must be a recessive bloodline reawakening. So, could he be a Senju? Or an Uzumaki? Orochimaru wore a sinister smile, sharing Kakashi's suspicion that Izayoi had multiple elemental natures. He was now trying to deduce Izayoi's lineage. Meanwhile, in the hall below, the sounds of fighting echoed non-stop. Despite repeated knockbacks, Lee showed no trace of discouragement. On the contrary, he only seemed more fired up, continuously attacking Izayoi with growing fervor. Izayoi, for his part, stopped using ninjutsu to defend. He activated his mind's eye of the Kagura for precise awareness and boosted himself with lightning release chakra stimulation. The two then launched into an all-out taijutsu showdown. They blurred across the hall like 2 spinning tops, clashing again and again. Each impact forced them momentarily visible, then they'd shift to a new position and collide once more. Where fists and feet struck, arcs of raw power and chakra pressure sprayed out in gusts that shook the air. Gradually, their movements accelerated. At times they launched into the air, leaving the viewers dizzy just trying to follow. Sasuke barely tracked them with his Sharingan. Naruto, on the other hand, was left completely dumbfounded. Even some of the more ordinary special jonin watching could hardly believe their eyes. Who'd have thought this year's rookies would have 2 monsters like them? Some of the elite jonin, used to being all-rounders or top fighters, simply marveled at Izayoi, clearly no slouch in taijutsu, even against Rock Lee. That's some incredible chakra control, they commented. It was obvious that although Sasuke and Hinata also used lightning chakra to boost speed, they were nowhere near Izayoi's level. They might manage a speed boost, but it took time to adapt or recover. Izayoi, on the other hand, seemed to jump straight to top speed, controlling it seamlessly. That required both powerful elemental manipulation and jaw-dropping chakra control. Clearly, his skill set went beyond that of a mere genin. Many present felt that, in a few years, Konoha would gain another formidable all-round jonin. But they soon realized even that was an understatement. After trading what felt like endless blows in a frenzy of afterimages, the two finally halted. Breathing hard, Rock Lee stared across at Izayoi. Meanwhile, Izayoi's calm, unfettered demeanor didn't budge. He smiled lightly. Your taijutsu is amazing. But if this is all you've got, the match will be over soon. Got something stronger? Hearing this, Lee reflexively glanced up at Guy. Seeing his teacher's bright grin and thumbs up, Lee's eyes lit with excitement. While unwrapping the bandages on his arms, he said, I've got a stronger technique, but it's forbidden to use against comrades. Last time I fought Sasuke, I nearly broke that rule, and Guy-sensei punished me. But if it's you, Izayoi, I believe you can handle the power of the lotus. His bandages dangling from his wrists, Lee met Izayoi's gaze head-on. Izayoi, I'm going to use this move to prove that hard work can defeat genius. All the other examinees braced themselves, and the jonin watching grew attentive. Kakashi, who understood Guy's training best, had a suspicion. No way, did Guy actually teach him that forbidden technique? He was immediately proven right. From the vantage of those with dojutsu or strong sensory skills, a sudden surge of chakra exploded in Lee's head, racing through his entire body as though he'd unleashed some kind of shackle. An immense aura poured off him. Many jonin felt a pressuring intensity, as if he might take down an enemy above his own rank. Izayoi felt it too, his expression growing serious at last. Without using his Tenseigan's power, he wanted to gauge just how formidable the 8 inner gates, one of the legendary Big 3 taijutsu techniques, could be. He watched as Rock Lee vanished from several meters away, reappearing right in front of him to throw a punch. Izayoi moved to block, but an instant later Lee used the same trick, blinking out so quickly that he left no afterimage at all, reappearing behind Izayoi. He formed a claw with his hand, trying to ensnare Izayoi with the trailing bandages. ZZZT, ZZZT. A sizzling sound erupted as bluish-white arcs of electricity crackled around Izayoi. Lee's hand hadn't even touched him yet, but the electricity stung him into pulling back. he quickly leapt away to gain distance. Is that Cloud's lightning cloak? No, it looks more like a shape transformation of his lightning chakra. He's not just proficient in elemental manipulation, his shape transformation is excellent, too. He's a real natural at lightning jutsu, just like Kakashi-sensei. A chorus of surprise rose from the second-floor stands, all of it coming from Jonin. For Kurenai Yui, those comments felt like needles. She could only give a wry smile. It seemed like the Hokage had put Izayoi on the wrong team. If he'd been Kakashi's student, he might by now have learned countless elemental ninjutsu, maybe even Chidori or even higher-level variants like the S-rank Raikiri. As for most of the examinees, they had little idea about elemental manipulation, let alone shape transformation. Only Sasuke's eyes gleamed with insight. So that's another way to use lightning release chakra. He didn't realize it was essentially the future basis for his Chidori current. Bang. With his Chidori stream active, Izayoi vanished in a burst of speed, suddenly appearing right in front of Lee and throwing a punch. Instinctively, Lee crossed his arms to block, but the next instant, he let out a pained gasp, eyes bulging. Izayoi's foot had slammed into his midsection, launching him across the arena to crash into a wall, forming a small crater laced with cracks. Izayoi didn't press the advantage, instead standing there wreathed in electric arcs, smiling. If you've only boosted your speed by 20%, that's not really forbidden. You must have something stronger. Show me what you've really got. Lee slid down from the wall like a fallen painting, head bowed in silence. But those with visual jutsu or strong senses suddenly tensed up, eyes wide. 8 inner gates, gate of life, open. Lee crossed his arms, and the air around him twisted and surged upward. When he lifted his gaze, his sclera were completely white, no pupils visible. His face was flushed, veins bulging at his temples, steam rising from his body in waves. With a resonant shout, green energy burst forth, enveloping him entirely. Chapter 71, 1. What's up with that bushy brow? That chakra is so strong. What technique is that? Every candidate stared in shock at Rock Lee, whose body was now shrouded in green energy and swirling blue chakra flames. The air around him was visibly distorting, his hair spiking upward. Hinata Niji and Sasuke Uchiha, each with their own dojutsu active, felt their hearts quake at the sight. They never imagined Lee could be so powerful. Even the Jonin wore alarmed expressions, sensing the lethal threat emanating from Rock Lee. 8 inner gates. So the kid really knows that forbidden technique. Disguised as a sound ninja, Orochimaru now regarded Lee with newfound seriousness. Konoha's latest generation is overflowing with gifted shinobi. Just like the Flying Thunder God technique, the 8 inner gates were a famous forbidden art in the ninja world. Usually, to become an all-rounder Jonin, one had to master at least 2 elemental natures. If not, they'd top out as a special Jonin. But Might Guy became one of Konoha's trump cards using only Taijutsu, renowned throughout the ninja world, by relying on none other than the 8 inner gates. To learn it, one needs a rigorously honed body, capable of withstanding the shock of rampant chakra rushing through the meridians. Even Orochimaru had never seen a 12- or 13-year-old open as many as 3 gates. Yet moments later, he realized he was still underestimating the boy. Lee's aura grew even more frenzied. Clenching his fists, body hunched, he gritted his teeth. 8 inner gates, 4th gate, gate of pain. Open. With a forceful shout, a surge of airwaves swept across the entire hall. The green energy around Lee swelled once again. He can already enter the danger zone. Orochimaru and Kakashi both tensed. The 4th gate marked the point where 8 inner gates became truly perilous. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his pipe, fixing his eyes on Izayoi's solemn expression, to see if Izayoi would lose his nerve. Should Izayoi show any sign of panic, the Hokage would have the match called off. Indeed, the 8 inner gates provided an unfair power boost against any normal opponent. Meanwhile, Lee had adapted to the 4-gate state, crouching as though set to sprint. Everyone present focused their undivided attention on him, Izayoi included, locking onto Lee's presence through his mind's eye of the Kagura. Crack, boom. First came the sharp sound of the floor splintering, then a thunderous explosion. Rock Lee's figure vanished. Unlike before, when removing his weights turned him into a fast-moving blur, this time, his forward dash obliterated the floor, kicked up a giant cloud of dust, and unleashed a blast of wind like a wind-release jutsu, surging straight at Izayoi. His strength and speed had grown utterly inhuman. He's fast. Izayoi felt a jolt of surprise. So this legendary taijutsu really lived up to its reputation. Even though his mind's eye of the Kagura could follow Lee's trajectory, there was no way he could boost his speed to Lee's level with mere lightning-release chakra stimulation. If Lee at Gate 1 could use 100% of his body's physical capacity, then at Gate 4, he could reach 200% or even more. His raw power and speed now surpassed Izayoi's. So Izayoi pressed a palm forward, releasing a howling gust of wind. The dust cloud cleared instantly, but Lee was nowhere in front of him. He'd already reappeared behind Izayoi. ZZT. ZZT. The crackle of electricity sounded again. Lee leaned forward, swinging at Izayoi through a swirl of lightning arcs. His punch generated a sonic boom cloud in the space between him and Izayoi. Boom. A shockwave from striking empty air crashed into Izayoi's electrical field, but it didn't send him flying. Izayoi's body turned into a puff of white smoke, leaving a wooden log thudding to the floor. Substitution Jutsu. Lee looked up, spotting Izayoi hovering near the ceiling, wrapped in a gust of swirling wind. We've won. Might Guy, who'd been standing with his hands pressed together in prayer, suddenly cheered. His only worry had been if Izayoi tried to stall Lee in a protracted chase across the arena. The 8 inner gates caused a huge strain on Lee's adolescent body, so a drawn-out fight was impossible. If he couldn't end things quickly, he'd be the one collapsing. But now Izayoi had jumped into the air and was using wind release to float, effectively turning himself into a target. Sure enough, after confirming that the figure above him was indeed Izayoi, Lee bent his knees and clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. 8 inner gates, 5th gate, gate of limit. Open. Boom. A furious storm of energy burst outward again. This time it swept not only the entire hall but also the second floor. The floor shattered even more, and dust all but blinded anyone lacking strong sensory perception. In a fight of this caliber, the weak couldn't even watch from the sidelines. Kakashi Hatake and the other Konoha Jonin tensed up, watching Izayoi hanging below the ceiling, ready to step in at a moment's notice. However, in the next instant, every high-level figure present, Hiruzen Sarutobi included, had a drastic change of expression. They saw Izayoi spread his hands downward. A bluish vortex formed in his palms. Before anyone could fully register what was happening, the vortex multiplied and merged into one blue-white energy sphere. Several Jonin recognized it immediately, with stunned disbelief. That's the Raiznon. Impossible. How does this kid know about the 4th Hokage's Raiznon? But then they realized something was off. The energy sphere in Izayoi's hands was growing larger, bigger than an adult's head. Inside it, 2 smaller spheres, each about the size of a fist, took shape. Initially, they were all the same swirling blue-white color. But in seconds, one sphere turned white, like crackling lightning, and the other turned ocean blue, like water. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, and Kakashi all reacted with alarm upon seeing the 2 elemental transformations. The Raiznon itself was an A-rank jutsu of pure shape manipulation. Adding nature transformation into it was akin to infusing Chidori with shape manipulation to create the S-rank lightning cutter. Now Izayoi wasn't just applying one elemental nature, he was combining 2. What level of power would that produce? Perhaps the one needing rescue wouldn't be Izayoi but Lee. Boom. A sonic boom thundered as another surge of air ripped apart the lingering dust. Cloaked in green light, Lee rocketed skyward, warping the air itself as he shot toward Izayoi near the ceiling. Along the way, his form flickered repeatedly, he was stepping on thin air to move at high speed. Izayoi calmly closed his eyes, zeroing in on Lee's exact location with mind's eye of the Kagura. In his hands, the Super Typhoon cereal spheres roiled. Within it, the 2 smaller orbs spun wildly like Tomo in a Sharingan. They started rotating clockwise, but after a few cycles, one reversed direction, colliding with the other. The 2 separate nature transformations didn't cause an early explosion. Instead, they fused, becoming a radiant beam of energy that filled the entire sphere. Judgment! Izayoi shouted, and the energy sphere morphed into a pillar of radiance, a laser-like beam that expanded as it blasted downward. Reverse Lotus. Unable to dodge in the cramped hall, Lee, his speed producing sonic clouds, could do nothing but hurl his fully charged fist into the oncoming laser. Cloaked in green light, his punch generated a terrifying shockwave, colliding with the beam from below. It was a clash of finishing moves, taijutsu versus a fusion of water and lightning. Neither was something a genin should possess. Even special jonin, and many full jonin, lacked the ability to counter either technique directly. Before the audience could wonder whose trump card was stronger, Lee's shockwave quickly lost ground. The beam tore it apart, then surged forward, swallowing Lee. Lee! Might Guy cried out in alarm. Lightning cutter. Just before the laser smashed into the hall's floor, which might have left who knew how deep a crater, a figure appeared out of nowhere with a hand crackling like lightning. It was Kakashi Hatake. His blade of electricity sliced through part of the laser, severing the section that had engulfed Lee. A blur flashed by, High-8 Gecko caught Lee, who was unconscious and barely clinging to life, and vanished immediately. Boom. The rest of the beam slammed into the ground. The entire central tower shook violently. Candidates who hadn't clung to the railings or secured themselves with chakra toppled over. Dazed, they scrambled to grab onto whatever they could, watching in wide-eyed shock as the column of light gradually shrank and finally blinked out. When the beam fully disappeared, there was hardly any unscathed surface left in the hall, only a bottomless black pit. Chapter 72, Advance, Reward. The hall had fallen eerily silent. The only sound was Might Guy's voice, filled with anxiety as he shouted, "Lee, are you all right? Lee, wake up." You couldn't blame him for being so shaken. At that moment, Rock Lee looked just like a charred fish, his clothes and skin completely blackened. Due to the aftereffects of the 8 inner gates as well as lingering energy from that storm release finishing move, wisps of steam still rose from his body. He had lost consciousness long ago. If not for the faint signs of breathing and a heartbeat, anyone would have thought he was a well-done corpse. Meanwhile, 2 streams of blue light, visible to no one, emerged from Lee's body and shot toward Izayoi. Even though Lee had lost to Izayoi, through the power of the 8 inner gates he had, in a sense, proven himself. Cough, cough. Don't worry, he's only knocked out. Hi-8 Gecko tried to reassure everyone as he pulled out his walkie-talkie. Medical team, hurry over. We have an urgent case here. Before long, 3 medicnine dressed in white arrived with a stretcher, administered first aid to Lee, and carried him away. Might Guy, whose other 2 pupils had already finished their matches, chose to follow them, and no one tried to stop him. All eyes, however, lingered on the gaping black hole that had replaced most of the hall floor. And after that, their attention turned to Izayoi, who was slowly descending from above. Whether genin or jonin, everyone now regarded Izayoi with an entirely new perspective. If using both the elemental and shape transformations of lightning release had once made the jonin consider him a potential all-round jonin, now they all saw him as Konoha's future trump card. In general, ultimate, or secret ninjutsu, often referred to as S-rank jutsu, are so advanced that no amount of ordinary effort guarantees you can learn them. Every ninja who commands an S-rank technique is typically an elite jonin of a major village, someone with the power to threaten, become, or represent a kage. Without a doubt, Izayoi had now demonstrated that level of strength. All he needed was experience, leadership, and a proven track record to inevitably reach elite jonin status. Izayoi, was that the jutsu you developed? The moment he touched the floor, Kurenai Yuhi rushed over, her voice charged with excitement. Next to her, Shino Aburame and Hinata Huga stared at Izayoi just as intently. In Hinata's eyes especially, her admiration for Izayoi was impossible to hide. Yeah. Izayoi nodded and grinned. I did say I'd shock you all. I hope you're not disappointed. Far from it. That's insanely powerful. Kurenai gave his shoulder a firm pat. You little rascal, so this is what you were hiding all along. She had once thought Izayoi might become the Kakashi Hatake of this generation, but it turned out he was even more remarkable than Kakashi had been at his age. Sure, Kakashi became a jonin at 12 and developed the A-rank lightning release, Chidori. Yet comparing Chidori to Izayoi's storm release, judgment was like night and day. Having such a student, Kurenai suddenly found the bet she'd once made with him almost laughable. She had already won, and by a wide margin. This kid actually perfected the Raiznan to that extent, what a genius, Orochimaru marveled, his gaze brimming with appreciation as he watched Izayoi, nearly sticking out his tongue to lick his lips. Izayoi hadn't wasted Orochimaru's time, he delivered an absolutely spectacular fight. Even though he didn't appear to have a Kekkei Genkai, Izayoi's sheer talent reminded Orochimaru of himself in his youth, as well as other genius commoners. Satisfied, Orochimaru quietly left. Meanwhile, the special jonin stationed near Hiruzen Sarutobi used earth release to repair the massive crater in the hall floor. The time and chakra it took was staggering, a testament to the destructive power of Izayoi's storm release finishing move. Anyone who witnessed it would see just how fearsome it was. Could he have merged lightning and water release into storm release, forming his very own Kekkei Genkai? Apparently, Kurenai had that exact thought. She couldn't help asking, Izayoi, have you combined them into a genuine storm release Kekkei Genkai? No, all I did was use that energy sphere as a container and fuse 2 nature transformations through high-speed rotation. Basically a more advanced composite technique. I can't actually turn chakra into storm release nature by itself. Izayoi shook his head. Truth be told, when Izayoi first realized he had combined lightning and water to produce storm release, it had given him quite a scare. But after checking himself carefully, he confirmed he hadn't gained a genuine storm release bloodline. Neither did any storm release, purple, appear on his personal status screen. He owed it all to his extraordinary chakra control, gold, possibly with some help from his Tenseigan. Also, combining 2 elemental natures didn't reflect his true limits, storm release, judgment was just one of his ultimate techniques. Once the hall was repaired, the exam continued. Izayoi's battle with Rock Lee had been match 10 out of the 23 remaining competitors. Only 3 had yet to fight, Gaara, Yoroi Akato, and Shino Aburame. Among them, one would be the lucky contestant to advance automatically. The board flickered with names, then settled on Gaara vs Yoroi Akato. Izayoi was slightly speechless and cast a sidelong glance at Shino. Sensing something was up, Shino asked, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing," Izayoi said, shaking his head. He certainly couldn't say out loud, "Aren't you only advancing by default because no one remembers you exist," as that would surely hurt Shino's feelings. Match 11 played out in predictable fashion. Gaara instantly crushed Yoroi. Had it not been for his Konoha headband, and Hayate Gecko stopping the fight at just the right moment, Gaara would likely have squashed him with his sand-binding coffin. Plus, with Sasuke unmarked by any curse seal, still able to use his Sharingan, Yoroi's chakra-absorbing skill was of limited use, certainly less effective than Zaku's airwaves. So Yoroi's defeat was inevitable. And so the prelims ended with 11 candidates advancing. Dosu Kanuta, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Uzumaki, Niji Hyuga, Izayoi, Gaara, and Shino Aburame. As I said before, the Chunin exams represent a microcosm of warfare between allied nations. For the finals, there will be a huge audience full of dignitaries and potential clients. To ensure we put on the best possible show, you have 1 month to train. At 10 in the morning, 1 month from today, report to Konoha's public square. With those words, Hiruzen Sarutobi motioned for Anko Mitarashi, carrying a box, to come forward so the 11 remaining examinees could draw lots for their matchups in a month's time. 11 participants meant 5 matches, leaving 1 lucky person with a bye. They drew quickly, and Anko wrote down the results on a board. Match 1, Naruto Uzumaki, 1, versus Dosu Kanuta, 2. Match 2, Hinata Hyuga, 3, versus Temari, 4. Match 3, Shikamaru Nara, 5, versus Kankuro, 6. Match 4, Izayoi, 7, versus Gaara, 8. Match 5, Sasuke Uchiha, 9, versus Niji Hyuga, 10. By Shino Aburame, 11. After the lineup was set, everyone turned their eyes to Shino, the unexpected lucky one who got to advance automatically. For once, Shino felt the attention of the crowd. Hiding his grin beneath his collar, he experienced an uncharacteristic delight. With the drawing finished, the exam participants left the forest of death alongside their Jonin instructors. Once outside, Kurenai Yuhi put an arm around Hinata's shoulder and beamed at Team 8. "Alright, since all of you made it to the finals, dinner's on me. Let's celebrate." "Thank you, Sensei." The group, who'd been living on decidedly mediocre rations for the past 5 days in the tower, saw no reason to refuse. It was already dusk, the perfect time for a meal. By the time dinner wrapped up, night had fallen. Hinata didn't head straight home, instead, she went to Izayoi's place. The two of them ended up in his room, developing photographs. "Hinata, that final palm strike of yours was just so cool." "Hee hee." "Well, that storm release, judgment of yours was even cooler, Izayoi-kun. I never imagined your ultimate move would be storm release. So, should I work harder to ensure my future kids inherit storm release, too?" With the door and windows tightly shut, the heavy blackout curtains drawn, and only a single lamp illuminating the desk, they sat together on one chair, admiring the newly developed photos and praising each other. Then, out of nowhere, Izayoi brought up the idea of children. Though he used the word "my kids," the smirk on his face made it clear he was looking right at Hinata. She froze, flustered, her cheeks going red as she stammered, I'm not sure." But in her mind, she was already picturing what a child of hers and Izayoi's might look like. Would the child have hair like hers or Izayoi's? Eyes like to be a Kugan, or Izayoi's blue ones, or possibly his Tenseigan, L. Would Izayoi prefer a boy or a girl? Getting lost in her own thoughts, Hinata's face turned so hot she nearly started steaming. Her pale lilac eyes practically swirled with hypnotic circles. At that moment, a hand settled on her shoulder and shook her from her daydream. She saw Izayoi leaning in with a mischievous smile. "Hey, Hinata, remember what I said before the match began?" What was that?" She looked puzzled for a second, not following. "A reward, of course. I won, didn't I? Don't you owe me a prize?" Hinata couldn't help but laugh. "Izayoi-kun, you're sounding just like Hanabi. I've said before, we watched Hanabi grow up. It's not weird that she's similar to me." Izayoi raised his chin with a playful air. "Whenever Hanabi secures the top spot at the academy, she always asks me for a reward. Now I made it to the finals. Shouldn't I get something from you?" "Oh. Well then, what about me?" This time, Hinata turned the tables with a bright smile. "I reached the finals too, didn't I? So what reward will you be giving me, Izayoi-kun?" "I've got one in mind." Izayoi put a finger to his lips and grinned. "But that'll have to wait a little while." "Wait a while? Hinata tilted her head and quickly guessed exactly what he meant. Without pressing further, she just smiled softly. So, Izayoi-kun, what reward do you want from me? Pictures. That was what Izayoi had been hoping for. He jumped to his feet, opened his closet, and retrieved 2 gift boxes from inside. They'd been delivered a while ago via his shadow clone, but with Hanabi always around, Izayoi hadn't had a chance to pass them along. He placed both boxes in Hinata's arms, his expression alight with enthusiasm. Hinata, I want to take a few artistic photos. Artistic photos. Though not entirely sure what he meant, she could guess these boxes contained clothes, like the last ones. Maybe another sailor uniform. Or something else he'd designed. Feeling both shy and somewhat expectant, Hinata quickly opened the packaging. The moment she saw what was inside, her face, which had barely cooled, went beet red again, steaming as though it might melt. This. She stared wide-eyed at Izayoi, her voice trembling. Izayoi-kun, did you make a mistake? Aren't these clothes meant for Hanabi? Nope, they're for you. Holding it up by the collar, Izayoi lifted a tiny, short-sleeved white top. This is called a gym uniform, and it goes with these shorts. The one piece down there is called a school swimsuit. And in the other box, there's a cheerleader outfit with pom-poms. It's too small. Hinata blinked at these items, which could all fit in one box, feeling dizzy, like she was in a steamy bathroom with no fan on. Come on, Hinata. Izayoi clasped his hands together, whining sweetly. This is my life's dream. Mind hazy, Hinata wasn't quite sure how she ended up in the bathroom. Even though it was just a handful of little garments, it took her over 10 minutes to re-emerge. Under the light above the bathroom door, she shyly stepped out, pinching the corners of the fabric. Izayoi, who'd already used his Tenseigan to ensure no one could spy on them, felt his nose grow hot at the sight. Wiping his upper lip, his hand came away bloody. Despite possessing the proud lineage of an alien clan, he'd gotten a nosebleed anyway. But in all fairness, who wouldn't in his position? The effect of Hinata wearing something so tiny was practically more lethal than a kekei toda. The white, short-sleeved, sailor collar shirt Hinata had tried on before was enough to make her blush. Now she was wearing a gym uniform a few sizes too small. If not for Izayoi's 6 years of constant moral support, she might have simply fainted in the bathroom from embarrassment, like her original self in the anime. Gulp. Cotton stuffed in his nose, Izayoi swallowed hard, voice quavering with excitement. Hinata, lie down on your side first. I'll show you how to pose. Hanging her head, Hinata didn't notice how strange Izayoi looked. She complied in a voice barely louder than a mosquito. Carefully, she lay on her side as instructed, her head propped up by a pillow, fingers forming a V sign at chest level, while Izayoi fiddled with his camera, trying different angles. PFF. A bright flash popped as the shutter clicked, followed by a spurt of blood that splattered across the bedding. Hinata instantly forgot her shyness and looked up in concern to see Izayoi clamping a hand over his nose. Izayoi-kun. You're bleeding. Are you okay? I'm fine, probably just the hot, greasy dinner. Izayoi waved dismissively but cast her a peculiar look. Finally, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Hinata, why aren't you wearing? Huh? Confused, Hinata tilted her head. It dawned on her that Izayoi wasn't exactly meeting her eyes. Following his gaze, she glanced down at the undersized uniform that barely managed to hide her chest. Finally, she realized what she'd unconsciously done in her days. Buzz. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but Izayoi thought he heard a train whistle shrieking in the distance. And with that, the artistic photo session ended prematurely. The model had toppled onto the bed, face burning red, white steam billowing from her head, eyes swirling like a hypnotic spiral, completely passed out. Chapter 73, Traveling with Hanabi. After the photo incident, Hinata didn't show her face to Izayoi for several days. Under normal circumstances, that was extremely rare. Although Izayoi had sometimes tested her grip strength, it had always been within Hinata's tolerance. She had 2 layers of self-protection, after all. But being seen completely exposed and photographed was evidently too much, far beyond her limit. For the next few days, it seemed her immunity score to such things was at 0, or even in the negatives. Until she recovered, she probably wouldn't dare to face Izayoi. As for that limited edition artistic photo, Izayoi stashed it in a small album with a passcode lock, stored alongside the camera in a wrist-mounted ceiling scroll that he kept on him at all times. On July 21st, Hanabi arrived at Izayoi's house on Hinata's behalf. Oni-chan, my sister wanted me to tell you that she'll be training stronger gentle fist techniques with father for this entire month, so she won't be able to come over. After delivering Hinata's message, Hanabi hugged Izayoi's arm and pleaded coquettishly, Oni-chan, I'm on summer break. Since you're not training with your real body right now, can you play with me during this time? Sure, Izayoi answered, smiling indulgently while patting Hanabi's head and pinching her cheek. What do you want to do? Let me think. Hanabi tapped her chin, wearing a troubled expression. We've already been all over downtown, and I'm tired of the same old foods. What should we do this time? Seeing his little sister-in-law's adorable face, Izayoi, despite having watched her grow up for years, still found her utterly charming. He hoisted her onto his lap and fiddled with her braided bangs, smiling as he said, if you're bored of Konoha, how about I take you on a trip somewhere else? Really? Hanabi's eyes lit up instantly, but then she pouted as if recalling something. That won't work. Father won't allow me to be gone too long, and I have a bodyguard protecting me in secret. If I wander too far from downtown, they'll come out and block me. No worries, Izayoi replied with confidence. Oni-chan will sneak you out. Just talk to your sister, and she'll convince your father. Then bring a few changes of clothes over here, and I'll whisk you away in secret. Awesome, awesome. I'll go pack right now. Relieved that Izayoi was willing to have Hinata share some of the responsibility, Hanabi clapped her hands, eyes brimming with excitement and longing. Clearly, this little sister-in-law was also eager to see the outside world. All right, but remember to stash your clothes in a ceiling scroll, otherwise, they might catch you before you can leave, and Oni-chan won't be responsible. Got it, got it. I'll go pack my stuff right now. Wait for me, okay. Hanabi nodded over and over, hopped off Izayoi's lap, slipped on her shoes at the entryway, pushed the door open, and vanished via the body flicker in one fluid motion. About 15 minutes later, she returned. Oni-chan, I'm back. Wearing the same yellow-brown kimono as before, Hanabi, hands empty, flung herself into Izayoi's arms the moment he stood up. Beaming, she asked, so, when do we leave? There's no rush. First, we need to pick up a few things. Izayoi glanced at the clock on the wall, 11:35 a.m., then took Hanabi by the hand and headed to the foyer. They stepped outside and went straight to a familiar shop. Hey there, kiddo. Back for more film, huh? Young folks sure have the energy to snap photos all day without getting tired. Uncle, I just want to capture these times before I'm an adult, my growth, as well as the people around me, so I can look back on my youth someday. That's a good idea. My only regret is that I wasn't half as forward-thinking when I was your age, and I couldn't qualify as a ninja. Now I've pretty much forgotten what I even looked like back then. Then how about giving me a discount this time? I need 20 rolls. No problem. Let's call it 20% off. Thanks. After a few more minutes of casual banter with the shopkeeper, Izayoi left with Hanabi and then picked up some of her favorite snacks, bananas, dango, milk, and sealed them all into a storage scroll. Checking his pocket watch, Izayoi smiled at Hanabi. Anything else you need? If not, we can take off. Huh? Don't we need to get permission to leave the village? Hanabi tilted her head. Nope. And since I'm not a Chunin squad captain yet, I can't file exit paperwork anyway. Hanabi's face grew worried. Then if we just leave like this, won't Oni-chan get in trouble with the village? Not if no one finds out, Izayoi said, leading Hanabi down a small alleyway. Kneeling, he grinned. Hop on. Oni-chan will get you out. K. Hanabi climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. She wore a bright, eager smile. We're all set, Oni-chan. Izayoi stood and flickered away, disappearing from the alley. Barely a second later, a figure materialized where they had been. He was a man in a green flak jacket, a Byakugan user. Byakugan, activate. Hanabi's bodyguard formed a hand seal, veins popping at his temples. Then his face showed shock. So fast. He, too, vanished in a body flicker, but quickly came to a halt in a stretch of woodland, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It wasn't from exertion but from fright. Within the range of his Byakugan, both Izayoi and Lady Hanabi were already gone. And from the looks of it, they weren't even in Konoha anymore. Had Izayoi simply slipped past him, taking Hanabi outside the village gates for a while, it wouldn't be that big a deal. But leaving Konoha entirely was beyond his pay grade. Hence, the bodyguard hurried back to the Huga clan to report to Hayashi Huga. I understand, you can leave now, Hayashi said calmly, showing no change in expression. Yes, sir. Once the guard was gone, the solemn facade on Hayashi's face cracked into a small smile. That kid's getting bolder and bolder. If anyone comes knocking about it, I won't lift a finger to save him. Yet half an hour passed with no word from anyone in Konoha about his younger daughter being kidnapped. Evidently, neither the village's sensory unit nor anyone else had detected Izayoi and Hanabi's departure. That meant Izayoi either knew the precise times when the sensory detail rotated shifts or he simply had a way of bypassing the barrier altogether. Whatever the case, it spoke highly of his abilities. From Hayashi's expression, it was obvious he was quite pleased with Izayoi. He held no grudge that the young man had left without even so much as informing him, taking his second daughter along. If it had been before the start of the Chunin exams, Hayashi would have been furious. But now, after Izayoi's performance at the tower, his capabilities were no secret among the Jonin. At just 12 years old, Izayoi commanded 5 elemental natures and had created a no-hand seal ninjutsu similar to the Raise-Non, even going beyond what the 4th Hokage managed by evolving it into an S-rank ultimate move using 2 combined natures, a storm release technique. Its range was massive, and he possessed enormous chakra reserves, meaning he could fire it multiple times. Such strength was already enough to threaten a Kage-level shinobi, making him a top-tier force, even on the grand stage of the ninja world. With Izayoi around, Hanabi was safer with him than she'd be in Hayashi's own presence. Moreover, Izayoi's talent and power made him a valuable pillar, one that gave Hayashi more hope that neither of his daughters would end up branded with the caged bird seal. Of course he wouldn't stop them from spending time together. Izayoi was clueless about his prospective father-in-law's thoughts, he simply felt he could come and go without worries now. It was a special period, with the village focused on Orochimaru. Even if Danzo, who had ties to Orochimaru, might keep an eye on Izayoi, they wouldn't act yet. And given Izayoi's talent and power, even if the village realized he'd left, they wouldn't punish him. A ninja who wielded S-rank ultimate moves was considered a vital asset. If they went rogue, they'd become an S-rank enemy. At only 12, a civilian-born prodigy like him was a precious resource, especially with Konoha at its weakest state in years. Besides, if his plan succeeded by the time the finals ended, Konoha wouldn't oppose him at all. Having left Konoha, Izayoi and Hanabi roamed from place to place, taking photos wherever they found something interesting or a populated area. Initially, Hanabi, like Hinata and Shino on their first ventures beyond the village, was bursting with curiosity. She insisted on exploring and photographing anything they didn't have in Konoha, from scenic spots to local festivals. When she finally grew bored or tired, she'd activate her Byakugan to locate the nearest city. However, when she reached the first town closest to Konoha, she was disappointed. "Oni-chan, this place feels way lamer than Konoha," Hanabi complained. "It's really underdeveloped and so dirty." "That's normal. After all, Konoha is the land of Fire's military HQ. Every year, the daimyo allocates a huge chunk of funds for defense. Add in the commissions from all our missions, and of course Konoha's better off," Izayoi said, patting her head. "If you want to see somewhere fun, I do know a few bustling cities. Want to head there now?" Hanabi seemed tempted but shook her head. "Let's save that for another time. This first trip is enough. Right now, what matters is your goal, Oni-chan." Izayoi raised an eyebrow. "Wait, Hanabi, you know about that?" "Hee, I do now." She stuck out her tongue mischievously, then mimed wiping tears from her eyes in fake heartbreak. "Oni-chan isn't traveling just for me. You've broken my poor, innocent heart. You'll need 10, no, 100 conditions to make it up to me." Whack. Hanabi immediately clutched her head, squatting and yelping, "Ow, ow. Stop it, I barely touched you." Izayoi had only given her a light flick to the forehead, rolling his eyes in a rare show of exasperation. "You should consider an acting career instead of being a ninja, Hanabi. With your level of drama, you might become a star rivaling Fujikaze Yuki someday. Oni-chan, you bully me. I'm going to bite you to death." Hanabi leapt on Izayoi and wrapped herself around his back like a snake, clamping her teeth on his shoulder. It was an angry gesture, but she didn't actually exert much force. She simply pressed her teeth gently, drawing a bit of chakra as she did so. Since daylight was still on their side, Izayoi walked off with Little Vampire, Hanabi perched on his back, heading toward the city where Karen lived. That city was called Sakura Street, one of the more prosperous locales in the Land of Fire. Unlike the commercial hub of Tanzaku Town, Sakura Street was primarily a tourist destination. As its name implied, it was filled with cherry trees, hosting multiple cherry blossom festivals each year that attracted many visitors. It wasn't too far from Konoha, not too close either. Traveling at top speed, it would take half a day. But time was plentiful, so Izayoi wasn't in a rush. He used his Tenseigan along the way to spot interesting or scenic stops where they could take photos. They pitched tents in the wild, went hunting, and snapped shots of their harvest. They might stay overnight in small towns, browsing local night markets and sampling local cuisine. In crowded places, Hanabi insisted Izayoi hoist her onto his shoulders, proudly showing other children, "See, I can do it too." Hayashi Hyuga would have been dismayed if he saw these scenes. Though he doted on his daughters, they still acted reserved around him. They had essentially been forced to grow up too fast in the Hyuga clan. Yet with Izayoi, they could let their true selves shine. Being a neat freak, Hanabi made Izayoi wash her hair every day and help her style it. In return, she would wash Izayoi's back and hair. After each day's adventure, Izayoi liked to lounge on the bed, letting Hanabi use her gentle fist techniques to give him a massage. He discovered the usefulness of Byakugan-based acupointment strikes for massage accidentally last year, when Hinata was massaging him after a training session. Realizing how perfect those precise strikes were, Izayoi, along with the Huga sisters, had formed a routine. Whenever they finished training, the sisters would each take a bite of his chakra, and in turn, they would use their gentle fist to massage him. Over time, Hinata and Hanabi diligently studied diagrams of the human body's pressure points, practicing on Izayoi until they went from clumsy to expert. Now, their technique would surpass even the most skilled masseurs Izayoi knew in his previous life. At night, Izayoi and Hanabi naturally shared one room, one bed, and the same blanket. As with Hinata, who often took naps alongside Izayoi, Hanabi did the same whenever she was tired or worn out. More than once, all three had dozed off in the same bed, turning Izayoi into a big pillow for the older sister and a small pillow for the younger. The Huga sisters loved it as much as he did. In Hinata's absence, Hanabi assumed the duty of waking Izayoi up each morning. Unlike her sister's gentle prodding, Hanabi's methods were mischievous, riding on his stomach and tickling his nose with her braids, or giving him a good morning bite or good afternoon bite to siphon chakra. Beforehand, she'd snap a humiliating photo of him at close range, stashing the film away for future development and private amusement. In this manner, they traveled for over a week, growing closer as they went. Finally, the two arrived at Sakura Street. Chapter 74, Planning and Cuteness. Izayoi-kun, you're here. Izayoi arrived at the villa's front entrance with Hanabi in tow. Before they could even step inside, a girl's voice reached their ears. In a blur, Karen appeared before Izayoi and Hanabi. Her red eyes, matching her hair, were fixed on Izayoi. Catching sight of something, her face lit up with joy. This time it's really me. Izayoi nodded, smiling. You've worked hard these past few weeks, Karen. Not at all. It wasn't tough in the slightest. Karen shook her head fervently, expression filled with gratitude. Compared to life in Grass Village, this place is like heaven. All I did was run errands to Sand Village for you, yet I get to stay in a villa this nice and even receive such hefty compensation. I feel I don't deserve it. No, you've helped me a lot. Under Hanabi's pouting gaze, Izayoi reached out and gave Karen a gentle head pat. Unlike her once dry hair, her bright red locks were now soft and glossy. In this world, there are very few people I can truly trust. You're one of them. I'm grateful that Grass Village was so short-sighted. If not for their foolishness, I wouldn't have found my clanmate during the Chunin exams. Heh. I'm the one who's grateful I got to meet you, Izayoi-kun. I promise I won't let you down. Karen basked in his affectionate head pat, giggling while promising him with a resolute look. Watching Karen all but wear a headband with the words, devoted loyalty, on it, Hanabi silently pondered. So this woman is Oniai-chan's clanmate. So Oniai-chan wasn't cheating on Hinata after all. Of course, if he were two-timing, he wouldn't have brought Hanabi along in the first place. Realizing that, Hanabi's initial hostility vanished. After chatting a bit by the doorway, Izayoi and Hanabi followed Karen into the villa. On the way, Izayoi made sure Hanabi and Karen properly introduced themselves. Once Karen realized Hanabi was the younger sister of Hinata, the girl who'd taken such good care of her in the Forest of Death, her favor toward Hanabi soared, and she treated her like a little sister. Hanabi, you can hang out in the villa with Karen. If you get bored, you're free to roam around outside, Izayoi said, patting Hanabi's head. Oniai-chan has some business to attend to right now, but I'll catch up with you both when I'm done. Accustomed to adult responsibilities despite her age, Hanabi nodded understandingly. Oniai-chan's work is more important. I can just stick with Karen ne. Then I'll leave Hanabi in your care, Karen. Izayoi turned and smiled at Karen. Don't worry, Izayoi-kun. I'll look after her for sure. Karen assured him with a serious expression. Thus, Izayoi left Hanabi with Karen and headed alone to a locked door. Opening it revealed a staircase leading downward to a spacious basement, spacious yet currently jam-packed. Rows upon rows of figures stood there in neat formation, numbering close to triple digits, and that wasn't all of them. In one corner sat a desk with several large ceiling scrolls perched atop it. Each figure wore the same uniform, a black cloak embroidered with red clouds. Most had bandages covering their faces, their eyes vacant. They were ordinary puppets, and a few were human puppets crafted from actual corpses, some from the Kurosuke clan, others from rogue ninjas Izayoi's shadow clones had hunted down recently. Gazing over these puppets, Izayoi activated his Tenseigan and walked among them, feeding chakra into each puppet's chakra core like recharging a battery. He muttered under his breath, "We'll see whether the system has any hidden mechanics." Whether trait upgrades are a hellish grind or a breeze, depends on you guys. In any case, I have a big gift in store. I'm sure the Akatsuki, and Lord Danzo, will love it. Once he finished recharging the puppets in the basement and those within the scrolls, Izayoi returned above ground, and the three of them, Izayoi, Hanabi, and Karen, went touring around Sakura Street. As they strolled, Izayoi asked about Karen's condition. "Karen, how's your health?" "I'm fine now. I feel great," she said with gratitude in her eyes. "It's all thanks to your healing and the medicinal meals your shadow clone prepared." "So, what are your plans from here on out?" Izayoi continued. "We have enough supplies that we won't need to restock for a long while. Would you prefer to keep living here, managing my assets? Or do you want to keep following the ninja path? Either way, I'll teach you ninjutsu and make you stronger." "Whatever you want me to do, I'll do," Karen answered firmly. "You just tell me what you need, and I'll get it done." "I do appreciate that answer," Izayoi said, patting her head again with a smile. "But I'd also like to know what you really want. You're not just my subordinate, you're my clanmate, my family. No matter what path you choose, I'll help you see it through." Hearing his sincerity, Karen's eyes grew misty all over again. One can tell how genuine someone's kindness is not by their words or promises, but by their actions. In Grass Village, she'd witnessed only cruelty. She'd believed her future there would end like her mother's, dying from an exhausted body one day. If life in Grass was hell, then these past few weeks had felt like heaven. Izayoi's shadow clone whisked Karen out of Konoha to Sakura Street, gave her a luxurious mansion to live in, handed her the keys to a vault holding billions in funds, and let her spend freely. Seeing she didn't know how to use money, the clone proactively bought her high-quality ingredients and medicinal herbs, even hired a chef to cook nourishing meals to repair her depleted health. Then, once she recovered, the clone taught her ninja basics more comprehensive than anything she'd learned in Grass, including water walking and tree climbing. It even let her borrow Kiba the Thunder Sword, taken from Raiga Kurosuke, so she could practice lightning release nature transformation. After that, once she mastered lightning release, the plan was to teach her the cell stimulation method with lightning chakra. He'd gone above and beyond, asking only that she occasionally travel to Sand Village to buy materials. He didn't even tail her or worry she'd run off with the money. That level of trust and care often brought Karen to tears, happy tears. Mentally, she was already captured by Izayoi, sharing the same devoted spirit as Haku or Kimimaro. If doing something would help him, she'd do it, even if it cost her life. Izayoi is her sky, her god, her everything. So after wiping her tears, Karen looked up and grinned. Izayoi-kun, I want to be a ninja. Because by becoming an all-round ninja, I can be even more useful to you. Izayoi, oblivious to the deeper meaning, simply beamed. Alright, then I'll help you become one of the strongest kunoichi out there. At that moment, Hanabi abruptly chimed in, refusing to be forgotten. What about me, Oniai-chan? Izayoi turned to his adorable little sister-in-law, pinching her cheek fondly. Hanabi, you're guaranteed to be one of the strongest kunoichi someday, too. Hee hee. Perfect. I'll remember that. I'll tell Oni-chan that Oniai-chan said I'm even better. Hanabi stuck out her tongue, giggling mischievously. Izayoi snorted in amusement. I said in the future. For now, your big sister's still the strongest. Ah, not fair. Suddenly, Izayoi mimicked Hanabi's own dramatics from a few days prior, covering his heart with a feigned wounded look. My precious Hanabi is trying to set me up. Oh, the heartbreak. I'll need 10, no, 100 massages to soothe my poor, fragile soul. Oniai-chan, I'm sorry. Hanabi threw herself at him, rubbing her head against his chest. Looking up at him with big, pleading eyes, she spoke in her cutesiest tone. I promise I won't tell on you. Please forgive me. I was only joking. Come on, let's go see the cherry blossoms. Izayoi, once again won over by his little sister-in-law's charm, brushed her nose lightly and pinched her chubby cheeks. Then he slipped his hands under her arms, lifted her onto his shoulders, and slipped easily into piggyback mode, leading both Hanabi and Karen off to enjoy the cherry blossoms. Chapter 75, Chunin Exam Continue. Hinata vs Temari. Happy times always fly by. Before they knew it, the date was August 5th of Konoha's 60th year, only 2 days before the finals of the third exam. Izayoi, who had spent half a month traveling with Hanabi, finally bid a reluctant farewell to Karen, having loaded up several large scrolls for the journey. Before leaving, he gave her a final instruction. Karen, there's a scroll on my desk in the study, it's still out in the open. It contains the training method for a particular jutsu. Once I'm gone, practice it diligently. I hope that by the time I come back, you'll have mastered it. Hearing Izayoi say he would come see her again, in a little while, Karen perked up, snapping to attention. Yes, sir. I promise I won't disappoint you, Izayoi-kun. Alright, we'll head back now. See you next time. Karen nay, bye-bye. Hanabi called, waving as well. Karen waved back, watching Izayoi carry Hanabi on his back and vanish via body flicker. At 6 in the evening, Izayoi and Hanabi returned to Konoha right on schedule. Wow, so many carriages, and so many people, Hanabi remarked, glancing around the busy main street. Well, the finals for the Chunin exam are the day after tomorrow. The average person can't just teleport in, so of course they all try to arrive early, Izayoi explained with a smile. Oniai-chan, I'll definitely be there to cheer you on, so don't lose, alright. Hanabi gave him a playful fist pump. Don't worry. Oniai-chan's going to win, Izayoi said. He gazed off in a certain direction, as though seeing right through everything, and smiled with confidence, murmuring, and not just in the match, but in every way. He then escorted Hanabi, carrying a sealing scroll full of souvenirs, to the Huga clan's gate, waved goodbye, and headed home to make his final preparations for the grand event in 2 days. August 7th, Konoha year. At the break of dawn, Konoha's main streets came alive with bustling crowds that only grew as the day wore on. When the sun climbed high, fireworks were even set off. Commoners in simple clothing and lavishly dressed nobles alike, arriving by carriage or carried palanquin, were all converging on Konoha's main plaza. Though there was still an hour left until the exam started, the plaza's seats were already packed. Plenty of out-of-towners who hadn't managed to secure tickets were stuck outside the entrance, arguing with ninjas in a futile effort to be let in. When it became clear there was no way they'd get inside, they decided to wait outside the plaza anyway, hoping to get some semblance of the action from the sounds alone. It's too bad no one among the ninjas was canny enough to hold back some extra tickets or run a gambling pool on the side. They could have raked in the cash. Izayoi-kun, it's been so long. After a month-long separation, Hinata finally left her house and came straight to Izayoi's. Whatever awkwardness lingered from the photo incident had been melted away by intense longing. The moment she saw him, Hinata did something she rarely did, she ran into his arms, throwing her own around his waist. Her voice and eyes overflowed with affection. It's been ages, Izayoi-kun. It has indeed, Hinata. Izayoi hugged her back just as tightly, feeling the unmistakable pressure of her figure pressing against him. He was surprisingly free of stray thoughts for once. Since they were 6, the two of them had been practically inseparable. This was the first time they'd spent so many weeks apart. For two people so used to having each other around, the month had been hard. Izayoi at least had Hanabi's company, but Hinata had truly suffered the distance. Especially these last couple of days, listening to Hanabi's stories of their trip, looking over all the photos of Izayoi and Hanabi together, Hinata had, quite uncharacteristically, felt jealous of her younger sister. So as soon as her family business was over, she rushed out to see Izayoi without delay. Their separation had not cooled their feelings, if anything, it deepened them. They clung to each other without a word for a long while before finally separating to share breakfast. Afterward, Hinata began washing the dishes while Izayoi slipped into his room, retrieved one of his birthday presents from Hanabi and Hinata, a white robe with flame motifs, and the large scrolls brought from Sakura Street, and stepped into the private bathroom. By the time Hinata finished tidying up and removed her apron, Izayoi was already out of his room. The two of them left the house together, heading for the central plaza. Konoha's main plaza was an immense open-air, dome-like structure, akin to the Forest of Death, a special training area usually kept off-limits except on important occasions. Whenever the plaza was opened, it meant something significant was taking place. Entering via the competitors' passage, they saw that most of the proctors and a number of examinees had already arrived. Spotting the proctor, with a senbon pin between his lips, Izayoi realized it was Gecko High-8, the very same who, in the Shippuden timeline, would end up badly injured or worse. I was starting to think you two lovebirds forgot there was an exam, Sasuke Uchiha drawled sarcastically the moment Izayoi and Hinata joined the group. Hinata blushed. Izayoi just chuckled, judging by that look on your face, you haven't had the easiest month yourself. On the contrary, it's been great, Sasuke replied with a smug smile. If we meet in the finals, you'll be in for a big surprise. I'm looking forward to it, said Izayoi, casting a brief glance at Sasuke's neck. Noticing no curse mark, Izayoi guessed Sasuke had probably been training under Kakashi, same as in the original timeline, likely mastering lightning release, Chidori. That meant Sasuke's lightning release nature transformation must be at a level where he could begin the shape manipulation portion, eventually learning Chidori stream or even Raikiri. The stronger Sasuke got, the happier Izayoi felt. As time ticked by, more exam takers arrived. Naruto Uzumaki showed up as well, not pursued by a herd of bulls this time. Over on the VIP balcony, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the disguised fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru, took their seats. Checking his pocket watch, Genma Shiranui turned his attention to the 10 assembled participants and said, "Time's up. Whoever's not here is disqualified," and their opponent automatically advances. Everyone looked over to Naruto Uzumaki at that. Of the original 11 candidates, Dosuke was missing. Naruto, who advanced without a fight, put his hands on his hips and started laughing. Ha ha ha. I knew that guy was scared of the great Naruto Uzumaki, ran off with his tail between his legs. Genma then took out his clipboard, drew a line across Dosu's name, and explained the rules. You all attended the academy, so you know what no-rules matches are. The finals allow any means possible. Killing your opponent won't incur liability, since the consent forms you signed in the second stage still apply. So if you realize you're outclassed, it'd be wise to forfeit. If you die, you just die. Don't expect me to step in at the last second. He glanced at Naruto. Examinee number 2 forfeited, so number 1, Naruto Uzumaki, advances automatically. Next up, number 3 Hinata Hyuga and number 4 Temari, please remain. The rest of you head to the waiting area. At this signal, Gaara, Kankuro, and Niji quickly left. Meanwhile, Izayoi and the rest of the Rookie 9 offered their cheers to Hinata before following them up to the observation zone. Perfect. My big sis is up first. Sis, go for it. Hanabi hollered instinctively from the stands. Mind your manners, Hanabi, Hayashi said sternly. Sorry. Chastised, Hanabi remembered she shouldn't embarrass the clan and promptly sat prim and proper again, her small face turning serious. You're Hinata Hyuga, right? You're really just 12. In the arena, Temari looked Hinata up and down, struggling to believe that a girl 3 years her junior could be so ridiculously well-developed, on par with a grown woman. Her eye twitched at the thought. Also, the intel said the same girl had a handsome, top-of-his-class childhood friend who had already mastered multiple elemental natures and even developed an S-rank storm release technique, all while never being apart since early childhood. Even Temari, the princess of the sand, and daughter of the Kazekage, felt a twinge of jealousy. Perfect looks, personality, background, and on top of that, a soulmate. Did this girl save the world in her past life? Hinata, clueless about Temari's internal monologue, still blushed a little when the older girl commented on her age. She couldn't help noting how so many female peers, even older ones, kept staring enviously at her, attributes, which they seemed to view with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Hinata herself used to feel they were just a burden, but after realizing Izayoi liked them, evidenced by that nosebleed incident, she'd come to see them as a source of pride rather than a hindrance. Drawing on that thought, Hinata's shyness vanished, replaced by a slight upward tilt of her lips. But Temari, seeing Hinata's gaze drop to her own far lesser figure, perceived it as a smirk of contempt. Instantly, her temper flared. Bang. She pulled the TriStar fan off her back and slammed it onto the ground, fixing Hinata with a cold glare. All right, Miss Privileged Heiress. Let's see if your strength can give my fan a decent fight. That last phrase, heiress, seemed to trigger something in Hinata. Glancing briefly at where her sister and father sat, her temples twitched. Turning back to Temari, Hinata's face grew serious. I'll fight with all my strength. Their gazes locked, sparks flying. The sudden surge of competitive energy piqued Genma's interest. Senbon between his teeth, he raised an arm and called out. Chunin Selection Exam, 3rd Stage, Finals, Hinata Hyuga vs Temari, begin. Chapter 76, Princess vs Princess. Next fight, Izayoi vs Gaara. 2nd star. No sooner had Genma Shiranui's arm chopped downward than Temari snapped open most of her giant folding fan, channeling chakra into a wind-release transformation. A small whirlwind roared straight at Hinata. Unlike the casual way she toyed with Tenten back in the tower, Temari wasn't messing around now. She might have said she was looking forward to a satisfying fight, but in reality, she viewed Hinata as a serious threat. As the eldest daughter of the 4th Kazekage, the princess of the Sand Village, Temari carried her father's honor and that of her home. Losing to most opponents wouldn't be the end of the world, but she absolutely could not afford to lose to a noble daughter from their ally, Konoha. 8 trigrams. Vacuum palm. Seeing the mini tornado barreling toward her, Hinata simply thrust her palm forward, unleashing a shockwave that matched Temari's wind release in power. The two forces collided with a resounding impact, sending dust and grit flying. Genma immediately hopped backward, distancing himself from both Hinata and Temari, making good on his promise not to intervene, even if someone's life was in danger. Whoosh. Though the dust swirled thick in the air, Temari instantly waved her fan again, blowing the dust away. She knew Hinata's Byakugan gave her near 360-degree vision, including a telescopic range, so letting dust linger would only benefit Hinata. Unfortunately, Temari was still a hair too slow. Even as the dust cleared, Hinata had already dashed in front of her. Those slender, jade-like fingers, easily capable of splintering wooden dummies, never mind flesh and bone, crackled with blue-white chakra, aiming a decisive strike. Just one hit would leave the body rigid and unresponsive, possibly ending the match on the spot if Temari's physical endurance couldn't handle the blow. Yet in the next second, Hinata's eyes went wide with surprise. Just before her strike connected, Temari's lips curved upward. Her figure blurred, and appeared several meters behind where she'd stood. "You're not the only one with an ally who can do nature-based body flicker," Temari crowed, wearing a self-assured grin as she fully opened her fan. "When it comes to wind release, our sand village has no equals." Wind release. Great sickle weasel jutsu. Whoosh. A howling gale swelled into distorted air currents, forming countless invisible wind blades that gouged lines in the ground as they tore toward Hinata. The storm front spanned a huge area and moved fast, too fast to dodge with simple body flicker. Such impressive wind release chakra transformation. Even Genma, who had retreated further away, needed to leap back again, marveling at how the raging wind carved up the earth in its path. Hinata, however, was unruffled as she faced the swirling tempest, its chakra surging like ocean waves. She eased into her gentle fist stance and shouted. 8 trigrams palms. Rotation. Here, Hinata's voracious appetite, and the resulting vast chakra reserves, shone through clearly. Massive chakra gushed from her chakra points, and under her refined control, her spinning form conjured an enormous, high-speed dome of rotating energy. The storm slammed into the dome, accompanied by a continuous clang and clang-like rattle, as if countless blades were grinding against whirling steel. Each slash was ricocheted harmlessly away. Up in the competitor's gallery, Niji Hyuga gripped the railing, eyes quivering in awe. Once again, he felt that stab of frustration. They both knew rotation, but hers was bigger and stronger, beyond anything he could muster. So that's the clan's secret technique, rotation. It's huge, sis is amazing. Hanabi exclaimed from the stands, staring in disbelief. You can manage the same if you keep training, Hayashi Hyuga reassured her. Yet inwardly, his shock was just as profound as Niji's. He felt as though he'd saved the world in another life, how else to explain why both of his daughters had such staggering chakra capacities and gentle fist talent. He also couldn't help reflecting on Hinata's transformation over the last few years. She hadn't been this gifted from the start. Was love truly that powerful? Or maybe the Hyuga's teaching methods were wrong, and Izayoi's were right. In truth, none of them knew that Izayoi's presence acted like an incredible tonic, especially for someone with Hyuga blood. Shum. The giant blue dome didn't last long. The windstorm dissipated, and almost immediately, Hinata's swirling defense faded in a flicker of blue chakra. Though she'd spun in place countless times, she felt no dizziness. She instantly blurred forward in a flash of lightning, appearing before Temari, whose face was stricken with shock, and thrust her fingers forward again. Temari hadn't expected her big move to be blocked so easily. Hinata was already in her face before she could do another wind-assisted dodge, so she raised her fan to block the blow. Hinata's fingers switched to a palm strike, slamming the open fan with tremendous force. Boom. A terrifying shockwave tore right through the fan's surface and crashed into Temari's body. Her feet left the ground as Hinata's strike knocked her airborne. The brutal force churned through her insides, forcing blood to the corner of her lips. Despite the intense pain, Temari tried to use that blood for her ultimate technique. But she was in midair, no stable footing. Thank you. Hearing that gentle voice behind her, Temari realized that Hinata had vanished from her line of sight. Dimly, Temari thought she could hear a lion's roar, deep and primal. A second later, she felt a palm land on her back. Instantly, all her meridians locked up as her chakra supply vanished, like every last one of her chakra points had been sealed. Temari dropped to her knees in a daze, on the verge of passing out. Only the chill of a kunai pressed against her neck, and the sensation of her meridians partially unlocking, kept her alert. Match over. The winner is Hinata Hyuga. As Genma's announcement echoed through the stadium, Temari felt first a burst of resentment, then a wry smile as she glimpsed the kunai retracting from her neck. I lost. The princess of the sand was as proud as they came, and she possessed the strength to back it up. But a proud ninja who suffers defeat at the hands of a peer feels the blow keenly. Either they double down on training, or crumble. No question a proud princess like Temari would choose the former. Hinata, for her part, had nothing to say to her defeated opponent. Stowing the kunai back into a wrist-mounted ceiling scroll, she headed for the exit. As she neared the stands, cheers erupted from the crowd. Hinata glanced over to where her father and younger sister sat. Hanabi waved wildly, forgetting her manners, while Hayashi, who normally upheld a strict facade, allowed himself a faint smile. Hinata's lips curved a little in return, filled with satisfaction. Once in the dim corridor, she quickened her pace, eager to share her excitement with Izayoi. Yet well before she reached the viewing platform, she heard jeers and curses from the audience, which left her puzzled. What's going on? Moments ago, they'd been cheering. Were they booing because she hadn't paused to acknowledge them? Or maybe they were mad at Temari. Catching sight of Izayoi, the situation became clear. Kankuro, who drew number 6, had just announced his withdrawal. Shikamaru, like Naruto, moved on by default. But unlike Naruto's automatic win, the crowd didn't realize this was only the second match. They had just watched an exhilarating fight, and then the following match ended in an immediate forfeit. For spectators who traveled far and paid a high price for tickets, it felt like finding something disgusting in what should have been a delicious meal. No wonder they were outraged. Yet no matter how much they booed or heckled, Kankuro, determined to preserve his strength for the plan, remained unmoved. He even had the nerve to smirk at them. Ignoring the audience's frustration, Genma continued. Since number 6 withdraws, number 5 moves on. Next, would the competitors holding number 7 and number 8 please step into the arena? At his words, grains of sand materialized to Genma's left, coalescing into a human shape. The crowd, still angered a moment ago, abruptly fell silent, eyes trained on Gaara. His entrance alone signaled power. When did that guy leave? In the waiting area, Shikamaru and Naruto blinked in surprise. They glanced over to Gaara's spot, it was empty. TCH, don't act so shocked, Kankuro scoffed. Gaara can kill you before you even realize it. That's how strong he is. What's that supposed to mean, raccoon eyes? If you were too scared to fight Shikamaru, how tough can your buddy be? Naruto shot back, pointing mockingly at Kankuro. He managed to rile up both Kankuro and, indirectly, Shikamaru with that single taunt. But Shikamaru ignored it, turning to Izayoi. That guy with the gourd on his back is no joke. Be careful. Noticing Izayoi hadn't brought his camera this time, Hinata guessed the reason. Still, she gave him a gentle smile. Good luck, Izayoi-kun. Izayoi nodded, face calm. Without another word to Sasuke, Shikamaru, or any of the rest, including Kankuro and the newly returned Temari, he let his feet leave the ground and slowly rose into the air, drifting toward the center of the arena. His action left not only the other candidates wide-eyed, but the entire audience hushed in shock at the sight. Chapter 77, Konoha Crush plan had begun. He's flying. That boy, he can actually fly. A ninja who can fly. That's incredible. Neither of those two looks easy to deal with. This match might be even fiercer than the last one. Seeing Izayoi effortlessly lift off the ground, without any visible wind barrier or obvious jutsu to negate gravity, the spectators froze for a few seconds before exploding into a chorus of exclamations. Gasps, chatter, excited shouts, all filled the air. But while regular citizens stared in awe and ignorance, many ninja were simply stunned. A flying ninja. Could that kid have learned the Hidden Stone's lightweight earth release? Is it ninjutsu, a secret technique, or a Kekkei Genkai? Wait, that must be the top rookie this year, the one who's mastered 5 elemental transformations. If I recall, he also reworked the 4th Hokage's Raiznan and fused 2 natures into a storm release ultimate move. Don't tell me he developed this flight jutsu on his own, too. That's incredible talent. Such remarks echoed among the ninja crowd. Even elite jonin like Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy looked rattled. So awesome. Oni-chan can actually fly, Hanabi murmured, slack-jawed. Her father, Hayashi Hyuga, looking just as startled, focused his Byakugan toward the competitors' gallery. Veins bulged at his temples. Yet when he saw that every other candidate wore the same astounded expression except for Hinata, who simply gave a faint smile, he quietly turned off his Byakugan, unable to calm down. Apparently, Izayoi and Hinata had known for a while that they were under surveillance. Otherwise, why would the intel gap be so enormous? 5 elemental natures, a self-created Raiznan, a storm release ultimate, and now flight. Neither their bodyguards nor Hayashi himself knew any of this. Those 2 kids had really kept things under wraps. No wonder Konoha is called the Cradle of Geniuses, thought Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage in the VIP box. They've even got a rare flying ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi said nothing, just took another puff of his pipe. But his eyes gleamed with delight. Truly, outstanding. Lord Hashirama, Tobarama-sensei, your decisions were right. The Senju became part of Konoha, and the village's future is brimming with hope. An Uchiha survivor, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a mysterious bloodline prodigy, Konoha will rise again with this generation. All eyes were on Izayoi as he slowly descended near Genma Shiranui's right side. Genma gave him a long, hard look, then raised his arm. Second match, Izayoi vs Gaara. Begin. He swung his arm down, then immediately flickered backward, away from the 2 contenders. Even the commoners could tell this was about to be intense, let alone Genma, a special jonin who had once guarded the 4th Hokage. Both Izayoi and the gourd-carrying boy gave off an almost oppressive aura of colossal chakra. When the match started, Gaara merely stood with folded arms, his face blank. He showed no reaction to his opponent's flight. It wasn't that his mental fortitude was unmatched, rather, he was protected by a shell of sand armor, so the face everyone saw was effectively a mask. Beneath that shell, his real expression was twisted, bloodthirsty. Feeling Gaara's intent, the gourd on his back popped its cork open on its own, letting a mass of sand float upward, defying gravity, to swirl around him, awaiting his order. An instant later, Gaara spread his folded arms wide, launching his assault. But instead of sending out the sand drifting around him, he targeted the ground on Izayoi's left and right. Two surging waves of sand shot up like giant hands, attempting to trap Izayoi in between. Sand-binding coffin. His voice rang out, and the twin sand waves merged, twisting like a rope in midair. Countless people had died from the combination of this move and Gaara's sand burial. But this time, the sand remained free of blood. Gaara looked up, spotting Izayoi hovering overhead in his white robe, having disappeared the instant the sand emerged. From his vantage in the sky, Izayoi murmured just loud enough for himself to hear. "I can't afford to play any ninja games with you right now, not in my current state." With that, he raised both hands. A large blue-white ball of energy formed. Then, the ball's white interior abruptly turned a deeper shade of blue. Without even calling out a move name, Izayoi lobbed the energy sphere downward. Air Sand Protective Wall. Sensing the water release nature in the plummeting sphere, Gaara instinctively crouched and pressed his hand to the ground, burning through a massive chunk of chakra to liquefy the earth around him into sand. It rose up, forming a towering shield that blocked the falling sphere. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded. The sphere sank only a third of the way into Gaara's barrier before exploding into a giant swirling vortex of water. It spun like a drill against the sandy wall, spitting torrents of water and soaking the sand, making it heavier. Izayoi never expected a single shot to finish Gaara, so even as he hurled that ball, he was already forming a second one. This next sphere was smaller, about basketball size. Inside it, two ping-pong ball-sized cores appeared, each changing from blue-white to one white and one blue. The exam participants and Jonin who'd watched the prelims recognized it at once, that S-rank storm release technique now famous among Konoha's Jonin. Most assumed Izayoi was about to unleash judgment again. But instead, as the ninja looked on with wide eyes, a third orb formed inside his giant swirling sphere. Initially also blue-white, it turned bright orange-red within 2 seconds. Even laypeople who didn't grasp shape or nature transformation could see it was infused with flames. Electric white, oceanic blue, fiery red, 3 dango spun wildly inside the sphere. Some in the audience stands began flashing covert hand signals. Hiding at the back, Kabuto, disguised as a Konoha Umbu, quietly prepared a jutsu. The 3 colored orbs whirled clockwise, like Tomo in a Sharingan. After several spins, the blue orb suddenly reversed direction, slamming into the white one. The red orb followed close behind. As the orbs collided, they broke the glass ball that contained them, letting loose 3 swirling liquids. They merged, gradually becoming a new color, a deep teal threaded with fiery streaks. Ultimate move. Maser Light Cannon. Izayoi murmured the name as he hurled it down. By then, the water drill below had dissipated, leaving a massive dent in Gaara's floating sand wall. Like a homing missile, the teal energy sphere plunged into the dent. As it fell, it accelerated. Its basketball-sized form ballooned outward like a water-filled balloon, shifting from a sphere into a cylindrical teal pillar of light. It was also a beam attack, but whereas Judgment had been a diffuse electrical torrent, this teal pillar contained traces of orange-red flame. Anyone with sensory jutsu could sense the raw destructive force inside. You've got to be kidding. That could kill somebody. Genma, standing outside the sandy shield's perimeter, recoiled and flickered onto a tall wall. Gaara, too, felt the chill of death, as if Mother was whispering a warning in his ear. Wasting no time, he formed a seal and uttered, feigning sleep jutsu. Closing his eyes, he instantly sank into a deep slumber. The gourd and his body alike dissolved into sand, merging with both the ground and the remnants of the floating barrier. Boom. The teal pillar smashed into the swirl of sand. The deafening blast echoed through the entire Konoha Center. The massive arena trembled violently. Spectators nearest the impact clamped their hands over their ears in anguish, feeling as though their hearing had been stripped away. Outside the plaza, onlookers fell to the ground in terror. All around Konoha, residents dropped whatever they were doing, turning to see a towering mushroom cloud. Before they could start asking questions, countless shadowy figures leapt out from hiding, attacking patrolling ninjas. Summoning jutsu. Somewhere in the chaos, a voice rang out. Thick white smoke billowed, revealing a gargantuan 3-headed serpent that barreled through the village from the main gate, destroying everything in its path. Back in the arena, while many spectators were still half-deafened, they suddenly noticed white feathers drifting down overhead. A powerful drowsiness overtook them, sending them toppling to the ground in slumber. The Konoha Crush had officially begun. Chapter 78, New Tricks to Earn Points. Just moments earlier, Konoha had been bustling and peaceful. Then, war descended out of nowhere, throwing the entire central district into chaos. Civilians and ninja alike were completely blindsided by the sudden attacks from their ally, the Sand Shinobi, and the mysterious Sound Shinobi that had somehow infiltrated the village. They tried to counter while quickly splitting up to guide the townspeople to the shelter, following Konoha's safety protocols. Because manpower was stretched so thin, Konoha's forces were badly on the defensive, and soon found themselves at a major disadvantage. The Sand and Sound ninja got the impression that Konoha Shinobi aren't so tough after all. The Umbu and members of the major ninja clans all mobilized. Most of the Umbu headed for the arena to guard the third Hokage. As for the clan members, they gathered up their kin and fellow villagers to evacuate to the refuge beneath the Hokage rock. Consequently, the Hokage's office and clan districts ended up with the weakest defenses and poorest sensor coverage. Boom. A noise like a balloon popping echoed through a wooded area outside the village. A huge cloud of white smoke swelled up, only to be blown away by a gust of wind a moment later. From within that smoke appeared 301 puppets in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds. Most of them had white bandages wrapped around their faces, exposing only their foreheads and eyes. It was impossible to tell which ones were purely mechanical puppets, and which had been crafted from corpses and retained some of their original abilities. Standing before these puppets was another figure wearing the same red-clouded black cloak. Had any member of the Akatsuki seen him, they would have cried out, "Leader." Indeed, he looked exactly like the Deva Path of Pain. In truth, it was Izayoi, disguised via the transformation jutsu to look like Tendo Pain. With his gold-grade chakra control, Izayoi not only fused 2 or 3 elemental natures into new forms via his Super Typhoon Serial Spheres technique, he could also cast nearly flawless transformation. Unless a sensor ninja was strong enough to identify the unique fluctuations of his chakra, or had previously memorized his exact chakra signature, they wouldn't see through his disguise. Now that Izayoi had taken all the puppets from within those large scrolls, he wasted no time. Forming a one-handed seal, he produced 3 shadow clones, each stocked with a substantial amount of chakra. Then, his real self vanished. Yes, this pain you see is the real Izayoi, the one in the arena was just a shadow clone. That was why the one at the arena hadn't gone through a ninja game slugfest with Gaara. His clone simply wasn't sturdy enough to handle drawn-out combat. As soon as the 3 shadow clones appeared, they split up their tasks. The first one used the transformation jutsu to also become Tendo Pain, then flickered away to work on its own. The second clone similarly transformed, this time into an unremarkable man wearing sunglasses, and hurried straight toward the Naka River. Meanwhile, Izayoi activated his Tenseigan from afar, infusing each puppet's chakra core and bringing them all to life. Instantly, the 300 puppets scattered as high-speed afterimages. Only the shortest puppet, #301, remained in place. This small puppet's face was also wrapped in bandages, but its eyes were far more striking than the others, glittering gem-like with a faint red glow. This one was Ranmaru, turned into a human puppet. It fell to the third shadow clone to protect Ranmaru, supplying his chakra core with energy. At that moment, Ranmaru's eyes flared up a brilliant red. The 300 scattered puppets were abruptly surrounded by a haze of red powder. Their figures wavered like a mirage before fading from sight, even the Byakugan would fail to locate them. This was Ranmaru's red eye, a jutsu that produced illusions to block visual perception, the perfect nemesis to the Hyuga's sight. Under cover of that technique, 200 of the puppets slipped into Konoha's central district, silently observing the 3-way battle raging there. Already, a fair number of ninja had been killed, some lying lifeless in the streets, alleys, or rooftops, while others were badly wounded, trying to hide out. A few resourceful sorts even camouflaged themselves with props among the buildings. But they had no way to escape the Tenseigan far-seeing, X-ray vision. Then part of the puppets went to work. Red motes of light appeared, revealing the puppets' outlines as they picked up dead shinobi bodies before vanishing once again. Any ninja who caught glimpses of this simply thought they were hallucinating or under a genjutsu. They didn't have time to investigate further, besieged by enemies on all sides. Be they the corpses of Leaf, Sand, or Sound Shinobi, the puppets left none behind. As for those grievously wounded, the puppets would do a follow-up kill unless they belonged to Konoha. Splurt. A blade popped out of a puppet's mechanical arm, stabbing into a helpless ninja, either piercing the throat, burrowing into his chest, or slicing off his head. The only thing they avoided was destroying the heart, since making a human puppet required an intact heart to convert into a chakra core. No. No. Still nothing. From his vantage beside Ranmaru, Izayoi's shadow clone observed everything the puppets did. The clone spoke in a flat tone, clearly referring to something that wasn't happening. But it wasn't discouraged, raising one hand to form a sign, it murmured, "Activate Plan B." At once, the second shadow clone at the Naka River, responsible for controlling the 300 puppets, rotated out the group doing the kills. Replacing them with human puppets, i.e. puppets crafted from corpses that retained their owner's original skills. Thanks to Izayoi's chakra fueling them, these human puppets now far surpassed what they could do in life. Although they couldn't use Tenseigan abilities, no yin-yang black rods, etc., Izayoi could channel his own ninjutsu through them. So the second clone had these human puppets split up, some to finish off grievously wounded ninja, others to reveal themselves and actively join the fight. In one flash of lightning, a human puppet materialized behind a sound ninja who'd been supporting the sand, extending a blade from its modified forearm. Lightning release crackled along the blade as it stabbed through the enemy's back, twisting savagely. Such speed. The sound ninja, caught totally off guard, could only stare at the blade piercing his body before he died. Who's that? No, they don't wear that outfit, who is he? Watch out, he's got crazy speed and can hide himself somehow. Both Konoha and Sand Ninja alike raised their guard. The puppet, having just offed one sound ninja, lifted its palm again, revealing a hollow tube that suddenly fired a bolt of golden energy at a nearby Sand Ninja. He's on our side, attack. Seeing that, a Konoha shinobi brightened, incorrectly assuming the puppet was an ally. As he started weaving seals for a wind release, the puppet flashed forward again, driving a blade into his body this time. Blood poured out, staining his clan crest. He was from the Shimura clan, known for their wind jutsu. And just like that, the puppet had claimed another victim. The puppet abruptly froze in place, neither advancing nor retreating. Shing. A glint of steel sliced off its head. A Tokubetsu Jonin using Konoha-style Kenjutsu stood there, blade raised. Instead of bleeding, the puppet's severed stump revealed only mechanical parts and fragments of flesh. The Tokubetsu Jonin scowled. A sand puppet. So why did it attack one of our own? However, Izayoi's clones felt no remorse over losing a puppet. In fact, Izayoi's real self, and his other shadow clones, were all quietly thrilled. Because it had finally dropped something. From Izayoi and his clone's perspective, after the human puppet killed the Shimura clan ninja, a green beam of light floated up from the ninja's corpse and shot toward Izayoi's real location. A green rank trait. That might only decompose into a random 2-digit number of points, negligible compared to a purple trait, but Izayoi was delighted. At his current strength, it was almost impossible to get low or mid-rank traits to drop. Zabuza, Raiga, Haku, Ranmaru, none had given him even a single low-rank trait. The same with Sasuke or the Hyuga sisters, no new drops in ages. In fact, since graduation, only Rock Lee had dropped 2 blue-rank traits. So seeing a mere green trait was cause for celebration. The puppet had killed that ninja, and Izayoi received a trait. Unless it was pure freak luck, the tiny probability chance, it meant Izayoi's theory was correct. Even if your personal strength soared too high, the trait system might still have hidden ways to increase drop rates. After all, even the trait tier system itself was something he discovered only by trial and error. There had to be other undiscovered mechanics. Every dungeon has a hidden chest. If you're bold enough to act, you'll find it sooner or later. To confirm it wasn't just a random fluke, the shadow clones instructed the puppets in the streets to shift to indiscriminate attacks on all ninja. They slaughtered sand and sound on sight, while with Konoha shinobi they sometimes tried simply knocking them out, or sacrificed one of the puppets to create an opening, letting the other puppet act like it was going for a fatal blow so that nearby leaf shinobi would be forced to intervene. They cut down a few more sand and sound ninja, and sure enough, a blue beam popped out from one sand jonin and flew off toward Izayoi's main body. Confirmed, the mechanism existed. Dressed as Tendo Pain, Izayoi's lips curved upward. Meanwhile, the shadow clone at the Naka River realized that sooner or later, Jiraiya might notice these new puppets. Worse, people were beginning to see they wore Akatsuki cloaks. Quickly, the clone withdrew its most powerful human puppets, exiting the battle under Ranmaru's illusion, and directed them to regroup with Izayoi's main body. Their next target. The Root Organization. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, I'm afraid of being targeted by Danzo, so I kill Danzo first. Few people know that underneath Konoha lie 2 vast underground bases. One is situated beneath the Hokage building, the other near the Hokage rock, buried under the mountain and forest. Both bases feature multiple entrances, allowing those within to move swiftly below ground and pop up anywhere around the village. Of course, all these entrances are protected by seals and blend seamlessly into the natural surroundings. If you're not a member of Root or the Umbu, you won't find these entrances or break the seals. Even if someone happens to stumble on one of these entry points, surveillance in the vicinity will catch it, and Umbu will show up to escort or chase them away. In serious cases, the intruder might end up branded with a special seal or have their memories forcibly read. Both underground bases are also shrouded by barrier jutsu, making it impossible to spy on them, even with a Byakugan or typical sensory techniques. In short, they're some of the best hidden places in the Leaf. Yet to Izayoi's eyes, these illusions of concealment, secret entrances, seals, and the large-scale barrier covering each base, were meaningless. He appeared just a few meters away from a certain rock face on a mountainside. Glancing at a protruding stone above him, Izayoi used a burst of attractive force to pick up a pebble, then repulsive force to shoot it like a bullet. The pebble shot out as a blur, smashing the protruding stone like an armor-piercing round and destroying the hidden surveillance device inside it. Instantly, the surveillance feed at the root base displayed a blank screen. Within Root's control room, a monitor went white. The nearest operative hurriedly reported to Danzo Shimura. Lord Danzo, the camera at entrance A3 was just destroyed. An intruder may have broken in. Danzo sat in a stone chair, calmly opening his unbandaged left eye. Umbu, perhaps. Unclear. They didn't reveal themselves, but their methods don't match Umbu, the Root member responded. In that case, have Fu or Torian take care of him, Danzo began, sounding his usual dismissive tone. As he spoke, something seemed to cross his mind, and he abruptly changed plans. If it turns out to be Umbu, then, actually, don't kill him. Capture him alive. He might become one of my subordinates. Danzo clearly didn't regard this intruder as any threat. Given the current crisis, Konoha's sensory barrier even extended to the village gates. Except for certain high-level personnel, nobody knew the exact rotation times of the sensor squads. Right now, the most dangerous person was Orochimaru, who was already engaging Hiruzen Sarutobi. But Danzo, who held a hidden trump card in the form of Koto Amatsukami, wasn't even concerned about Orochimaru. As far as Danzo was concerned, nobody in Konoha could stand up to him. Anyone sneaking into Root's base in the midst of all this must be some weakling hoping to steal secrets under cover of the chaos. The next moment, however, a telepathic message crackled in Danzo's mind, causing him to spring to his feet with a shocked expression. Lord Danzo, we've located the intruder, it's a member of the Akatsuki. Yamanaka Fu's voice echoed in Danzo's head. Danzo's face darkened. Akatsuki. Why are they here, of all times? Damn that Orochimaru. His first suspicion was not Itachi Uchiha, who was supposedly Konoha's hidden ally within the Akatsuki, but Orochimaru, who had once been part of the organization. In Danzo's mind, Itachi was loyal to Konoha as long as Sasuke Uchiha lived in the village, he wouldn't be gunning for Danzo. But just to be sure, Danzo asked, is it Uchiha Itachi? No. The intruder's In-style chakra doesn't carry the Sharingan's aura. It's a man with orange hair, wearing an Akatsuki cloak, and sporting purple eyes with concentric rings, Yamanaka Fu replied. Danzo's breathing grew ragged. You're certain he has purple ripple pattern eyes? Sensing Danzo's change of tone, Yamanaka Fu paused a few seconds before continuing, yes, sir. He has those purple ripple eyes, such tremendous ocular power. He's already noticed me and destroyed the surveillance cameras. Summon all squads, everyone is to come with me and take that bastard down. Danzo roared. He leapt from the room, eyes gleaming with a feverish light. The Rinnegan. He recalled the kid from back then. If that brat had come right to his doorstep, so much the better. Danzo certainly wouldn't let him leave alive. Informed by Yamanaka Fu's mind-body transmission, the Root operatives who'd stayed behind rather than join the battle or help evacuate villagers all shot off toward Izayoi's position as flickers of black shadows. Izayoi saw them coming and gave a faint smile. Perfect. Now I can take all of you at once. A moment later, several figures appeared behind him, the human puppets made from Kurosuke Raiga and the rest of the Kurosuke clan. At a gesture from Izayoi, the shadow clone controlling them from the underground Naka River hideout directed those puppets to dash off in a certain direction. Watching it all from afar, Ranmaru, tasked with concealing hundreds of puppets, turned to face Root's base, eyes glowing red. Izayoi himself strode calmly toward Danzo's location. The underground complex was enormous, full of dimly lit older buildings left over from the Warring States period, a perfect place to hide. Soon Izayoi found himself on a long stone bridge, when 4 synchronized voices echoed from all around. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation. 4 shimmering violet barriers shot up from either side of the bridge, front, back, top, and bottom. Instantly, numerous shapes emerged from the dark architecture, or half-lowered themselves from the cavernous ceiling, weaving seals in a chorus of shouted incantations. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Water style, water formation wall. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Lightning style, thunderstorm. Composite jutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. A wide variety of advanced and formidable 5-element ninjutsu, even some combining 2 elemental transformations, came raining down from above the unclosed top of the 4 violet flames barrier. Simultaneously, the ground under Izayoi's feet churned into a swamp, seeking to trap him. Root meant to finish him fast with overwhelming force. Under these tactics and teamwork, even an S-rank Akatsuki shinobi would feel the pressure, only a few of the very strongest might slip away unscathed. Ninja fights hinge on intel, lacking that, the best choice is saturation attacks. Even the 5 Kage, if they had no knowledge of the plan, would find it tough to escape a bombardment of high-level jutsu. Apart from Inoki, none of them could ignore that kind of covering fire so easily. But Izayoi was no ordinary Kage-level fighter. Like Obito Uchiha wielding Kamui, he commanded a power that worked on a different set of rules. Smiling faintly, he levitated off the ground, slipping free of the swamp of the underworld. Spreading his arms, he shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" His chakra coalesced into pure repulsive force, forming a transparent green barrier around him. Then the barrier ruptured outward, unleashing a raging storm of invisible power. It was similar to a wind release, but far beyond in might, like an adult's palm swatting soap bubbles. Every jutsu raining down on him shattered instantly, bursting into harmless blasts of colored energy and fading away. The shockwaves then slammed into the 4 violet walls of the barrier. The barrier bulged outward as if someone was inflating a balloon from inside. Yet after swelling for a moment, it returned to shape, unbroken. The leftover repulsive force wasn't quite enough to destroy a 4 violet flames formation, which could hold even a Kage-level captive. Ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. In that moment of Izayoi hovering midair to use his repulsive blast, a voice called from somewhere in the shadows. A wave of invisible In-style chakra slipped past the barrier and invaded Izayoi's body. Chapter 80, Farming Points. Arg. My head. It hurts. From the inside, Izayoi felt nothing at all when those intangible In-release chakra threads tried to invade him. The moment they touched him, just like all the ninjutsu repelled by Shinra Tensei, they were scattered by an unseen, rule-like force. The would-be caster was left suffering severe backlash. The agonized screams came from Yamanaka Fu, who had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for a shot at a one-hit kill. He tried taking over Izayoi's body to help Danzo seize the Rinnegan, only to end up sprawled on the ground, clutching his head and howling in pain. Izayoi glanced at Yamanaka Fu, sprawled out with his hands clutching his head, eyes wide in agony, and could only shake his head. Under his breath, he muttered, "What a dumbass." Using a In-release type mental jutsu against an Ōtsutsuki, and one who had awakened a supreme dojutsu at that, was a suicidal move. Apart from taijutsu and the rule-based abilities, every aspect of an Ōtsutsuki's resistance was basically inhuman. And that was only Izayoi's red-rank Ōtsutsuki bloodline. A purebred alien Ōtsutsuki would have immunity to ordinary ninjutsu, possibly even to Kekkai Tota or divine-level illusions. Just that single immunity would be enough to fill 99% of the ninja world with despair. Keep going. Use area attacks. No one bothered to help the screaming Yamanaka Fu. Danzo's voice echoed from the darkness. With wind release woven into his words, anyone without Tenseigan or Mind's Eye of the Kagura would have trouble pinpointing his location. Fire style, hiding in ash and dust technique. A small gap opened in the barrier, allowing 4 root shinobi to spew dense ash inside, instantly reducing visibility in that enclosed space to a dull gray. Right before the barrier sealed back up, those 4 gritted their teeth as a small flame ignited the ash, unleashing a huge, orange-red flare that threatened a devastating explosion. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Izayoi's repulsive shockwave dispersed both ash and flame, slamming them against the barrier wall. This time the shockwave was surprisingly powerful. The 4 violet flames formation ballooned outward like a rapidly inflating balloon, badly warping from the inside. Although it withstood breaking, the 4 shinobi maintaining the barrier saw the barrier itself being pushed toward them. They didn't even have time to cancel it. As soon as the barrier's flame-laced edges touched them. Arg. A chorus of screams rose. The 4 violet flames formation vanished, and Izayoi's force wave continued outward, shattering the stone bridge and stirring up massive dust clouds. Already dimly lit, the subterranean complex plunged into pitch-black darkness. Izayoi, who had just been about to intensify his next Shinra Tensei to test the barrier's upper limit, paused, noticing 4 charred corpses where the barrier shielders had been. Shaking his head, he murmured, "What a waste. All that precious fodder." Then, as though sensing something else, a glint flickered in Izayoi's eyes. Without any hesitation, he launched another repulsive shockwave, blowing away the near-microscopic poisonous insects that were invisible to the naked eye. The instant he touched ground, more jutsu of various natures came hurtling in from all directions, only to be repelled once again by that unstoppable force. The root operatives obviously knew by now how powerful Izayoi's ability was. They refrained from using another barrier to trap him. Instead, they used earth release to turn the ground muddy and bombarded him from a distance, forcing Izayoi to repeatedly use that same power. They were collecting intel on his jutsu for Lord Danzo. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Danzo turned to Yamanaka Fu, who was still reeling but somewhat recovered. "Why haven't the rest of our squads arrived? Did you fail to pass on my orders?" Fu pressed his palm to his aching head. "I notified everyone. If they're not here by now, they must have run into enemy forces. Earlier, I detected several chakra signatures. Probably that man's subordinates. But their chakra wasn't strong, so unless they're picking them off one by one, they shouldn't be able to stop all our squads." Hearing that, Danzo's expression improved slightly. He then turned to Aburame Torian, who had tried several stealth attacks already. Torian, do you see any openings yet? Yes, Lord Danzo. Torian nodded. That jutsu of his is extremely unusual and strong, it can blow away or scatter all ninjutsu. Its cooldown is very short. But it also has limits. To unleash that big invisible blast, he needs time to gather chakra and transform it into that repulsive element. We can see a greenish glow forming around him when he charges up. If he fires it consecutively without charging, the second wave is only about as strong as a supersized wind release, great breakthrough that can repel everything in close range. If someone with a robust body were prepared, they might be able to tank that second blast. He seems aware of this, so he rarely uses the rapid version. He prefers to stand in place, or fly above, while charging. That's the best window to strike, except... Torian paused, letting Fu interject. Wincing at Izayoi, who was apparently pinned down by roots, cover fire, but still blocking all ninjutsu, Fu continued gravely, but his in-release chakra is unbelievably strong. Yamanaka techniques don't work on him, so illusions probably won't, either. To break his stance, you'd need to prevent him from charging even once, and also keep him from using the quickshot version. That's basically impossible. And according to my insects, his chakra is immense, Torian added. Hoping to deplete him by attrition is equally unrealistic. Flying, near absolute offense and defense, seemingly unlimited usage of the jutsu, and not so long ago he summoned giant creatures. This is the Rinnegan's power, yes. Danzo stared at Izayoi with both greed and excitement. The legendary apex of the three great dojutsu should have more than just these three abilities. No doubt about it, Danzo would have to get personally involved. His plan in place, he loosened the bandages around his right eye, unsealing the device that held the stolen Sharingan in his arm. He gestured in code at Fu and Torian. The two instantly nodded and vanished. For his part, Izayoi, currently exchanging turns with Root, looked thoroughly amused. From an outside perspective, it seemed like they had him pinned with constant long-range jutsu, forcing him to stand in place. But, in Izayoi's eyes, every Root ninja was a treasure. He was being careful not to kill them too fast. He even felt heartache if any of them accidentally got themselves killed, like losing a fortune when you're broke. To him, if Gato was the richest noble in the world, then Root was a goldmine of points. Each Root operative was at least mid-Chunin level, typically starting at green rank potential or higher, up to Jonin with blue rank, or even purple rank Kekkei Genkai. Almost none of them had just a single trait, nearly all had 2 or 3. Whereas outside, the human puppets might kill multiple ninja before finally dropping one green trait. Here in Root, for every 2 kills at most, one would drop green or even blue, sometimes even 2 traits at once. Such a high drop rate was unprecedented since Izayoi first acquired his system. A tear welled at the corner of his eye. At last, his day had come. All that anxiety he'd felt about leveling up too slowly, falling behind the Shippuden-era power creeps, then having to face alien Ōtsutsuki with godlike abilities, suddenly vanished. He was cured of that stress for good. Chapter 81, Desperate Danzo, Dead. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Izayoi unleashed a repulsive force wave, scattering the 5-element ninjutsu coming at him from all sides. It was at that moment he sensed something amiss. He stopped watching the Kurosuke clan skirmish in the distance and glanced to his left, into the dimly lit area. A figure wearing a black cloak and a half-face mask leaped out from the shadows, rushing straight for Izayoi at extreme speed. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. As if following some plan, the Root shinobi abruptly halted their ranged bombardment. One of them cast another earth release, turning the ground beneath Izayoi's feet into a mire. 2 muddy hands shot up, trying to grab him by the ankles and drag him into the sludge. They'd used this trick repeatedly. Under normal circumstances, Izayoi would dodge it the same way, floating upward and blasting them all away with repulsive force. Indeed, just as before, Izayoi, who'd finished his cooldown from the last Shinra Tensei, levitated off the ground, avoiding the mud hands and hovering midair with arms spread wide, calmly intoning. Shinra Tensei. That invisible wave instantly shattered the mud hands clawing upward, also slamming into Aburame Torian. Except, when the shockwave hit Torian, his body disintegrated into countless black insects whipped away by the force, the insect clone technique of the Aburame clan. The wave dissipated only a few meters beyond Izayoi when another figure, Yamanaka Fu, suddenly rose from the swirling mire below. He lunged at Izayoi, covered in flames, his entire body plastered with explosive tags. So they found Shinra Tensei's weakness, huh? Izayoi mused softly, seeing Yamanaka Fu apparently launch a suicidal charge to blow them both to bits. Right, after this many exchanges and so many elites on their side, it'd be incompetent not to figure something out. Let's see what you're up to. With that, he released another invisible wave, but this time, it was weaker than before. Compared to the earlier Shinra Tensei that battered everything in range, it was merely a downgraded pulse of repulsive force. After all, no jutsu in this world is perfect, not even Kekiai Toda or god-tier techniques. Izayoi's push and pull had only one advantage over the real Tendo Pain, a shorter cooldown. Nagato needed to channel chakra via black rods to let Pain's Tendo use Shinra Tensei, requiring at least 5 seconds to reconvert his chakra into that repulsive wave. So Tendo Pain always had a 5-second cooldown before he could do it again. If Nagato himself used Shinra Tensei directly, maybe the cooldown would be shorter, maybe not. Izayoi didn't know. He needed 2 seconds. Specifically, it took him 2 seconds of charge time to generate a Tendo Pain level repulsive shockwave. If he did it instantly, it was just a powerful gust of wind, but still rule-based force. Only those with decent prowess could stand against it. Clearly, Yamanaka Fu wasn't one of them. The shockwave swept Fu out of the air like an invisible carriage striking him head-on. Boom. Before he even hit the ground, he exploded like a human bomb, the explosive tags erupting in a half-formed mushroom cloud. Izayoi gently descended while conjuring another quick Shinra Tensei, blowing away the incipient smoke and flames. Glancing at the crater where Fu supposedly died, he only saw a puppet's remains. No flesh or bone fragments whatsoever. So that was just a puppet, Izayoi noted impassively, having expected as much. Then, from out of nowhere, Danzo Shimura emerged, blinking like a flicker beside Izayoi, aiming 2 fingers at Izayoi's left eye. As Tendo Pain, Izayoi feigned an aloofness, coldly remarking. Finally decided to show yourself, Danzo Shimura. Today you die. Even as Izayoi spoke, Danzo's fingers froze a mere few centimeters from Izayoi's eyeball. Staring at this pain with black metal piercings across his face, Danzo's expression shifted slightly, seemingly recalling something. No, you're not the brat with the Rinnegan from back then. I see, that redhead must have died, and you took your comrade's eyes. He scoffed. Hanzo told me everything before he croaked, now Omega Kure belongs to the Akatsuki, does it? With that, Izayoi simply narrowed his eyes, unleashing another invisible shockwave that sent Danzo flying. Danzo, however, sneered even as he was flung backward. In the very next instant, his body vanished like a mirage, reappearing directly in front of Izayoi, again stabbing at his left eye. Izanagi had negated his apparent defeat and let him rewrite reality. During the fight with Shursue, Danzo had already scored victory with this tactic. Even Shursue of the body flicker, lauded for his speed, couldn't react in time. Now Danzo was trying it again. From his perspective, Izayoi had no chance, having just used a Shinra Tensei, so he couldn't instantly do it again. Faced with those purple ripple eyes, Danzo's gaze blazed with greed. The Sage of Six Paths' eyes are mine. He was quick, but Izayoi was quicker. Having suspected something was off, Izayoi lifted an arm in a blink and gripped Danzo's wrist, halting his strike. You've done well detecting the flaws of Shinra Tensei and devising a suitable tactic, he intoned, meeting Danzo's stunned stare. But the gap between our strengths is far too large. Farewell, Danzo. Koto Ōtsukami. Panicking as Izayoi prepared a finishing move, Danzo, fully exploiting Izanagi, invoked his ultimate card without hesitation. His right Mangekyo Sharingan, long nurtured with Hashirama cells, spun wildly, the 3 tomo merging into a black pinwheel. He glared at Izayoi with that pinwheel eye, unleashing the ocular power he'd cultivated for so many years. In an instant, both men's consciousnesses dropped into a blood-red space reminiscent of Tsukuyomi's realm. A moon-sized eyeball, its pupil the shape of a black pinwheel, floated overhead. That giant eyeball surveyed the realm like a living creature, searching for a target's manifested will to destroy. But in short order, it fixed on a single figure, which turned out to be Danzo Shimura himself. Why am I here? Danzo stammered, baffled to discover he had physically manifested in the blood-red space. Did Koto Ōtsukami fail? That's impossible. Usually, with Koto Ōtsukami, you haul your enemy's mind into that illusory domain and alter or destroy their consciousness. But instead of Izayoi being forcibly pulled in, it was Danzo himself who got dragged into some dreamlike dimension with no sign of Izayoi anywhere. Worst yet, Danzo couldn't rejoin the vantage point of that giant eye floating above. Alarmed, he quickly tried weaving signs to break the technique. But the next moment, his face contorted in shock. Why can't I release it? Isn't this the Koto Ōtsukami illusion space? Don't tell me. SHHHHP. As if answering Danzo's question, 2 long cracks appeared in the blood-red sky above Koto Ōtsukami's giant eye, splitting open to reveal blue-white light flooding the chamber. That intense radiance dispelled the oppressive red gloom, transforming the entire realm into a gorgeous paradise bathed in azure-white glow. When the rifts reached their widest, a pair of colossal, azure-white eyes gazed down at Danzo and the black pinwheel. White halos danced around the pupils like flowers in the wind, magnificent in beauty, yet emanating a supreme ocular force. Gone was any Tendo Pain tone. Instead, a youthful voice echoed through the azure-white void. Your dojutsu is worthless before these eyes. With those words, the mesmerizing azure-white eyes flared. Blinding white radiance swallowed the space. The first thing obliterated was the moon-like Koto Ōtsutsuki eye overhead. It disintegrated to dust at mere contact, without even a sound. Those aren't Rinnegan. You're not the Rinnegan brat, who are you? Even as a mere spirit entity here, Danzo could feel death looming. He bellowed, I'm certain I've never heard your voice. Whose orders are you following? If we have no grudge, spare me, ugh, no. His final plea was cut off as white light consumed him. Like Koto Ōtsutsuki itself, Danzo vanished into nothingness. In fact, the entire illusionary domain was annihilated. Though time in that space seemed long, it all happened in an instant to outside onlookers. The root members still saw Lord Danzo pinned by the enemy's grip, glaring fiercely with a pinwheel mangekyo in his right eye. Yet a couple of them, who possessed keen eyes or strong sensory abilities, noticed the pinwheel revert to a three-tomo Sharingan. Right before their eyes, the light in Danzo's gaze, and the in-released chakra in his brain, vanished. In tandem, the Izanagi on his body cancelled, the Sharingan in his arm all shutting their lids. Without that ocular suppression, the Hashirama cells in his grafted arm began squirming uncontrollably, as though something inside was trying to tear out but couldn't, so it turned inward to devour his body instead. Ryup. Izayoi tore the entire arm off Danzo with one swift yank. Danzo did not so much as scream. He was still alive, technically, but had become little more than a mindless husk, a vegetable. Gazing upon his lifeless stare, Izayoi sighed softly. So that was the strongest Jinjutsu. It lived up to its name, I suppose. No one else knew what had just transpired. Yamanaka Fusin chakra had never even entered Izayoi's body, forcibly ejected by the Ōtsutsuki's resistance and ultimate dojutsu. But Danzo's Koto Ōtsutsuki had, in fact, broken through that first layer of defense, and immediately encountered Izayoi's Tenseigan, an ultimate eye. Danzo tried to destroy or rewrite Izayoi's mind, but instead the Tenseigan obliterated his spirit in the illusion space. Izanagi couldn't alter that outcome. This was an absolute suppression of levels, a dimensional mismatch in power. It's over, Izayoi said, stepping away from Danzo's half-dead form and glancing into the deep shadows. The remaining root shinobi, still dazed at their leader's downfall, froze uncertainly. At Izayoi's signal, several figures flickered into place around him, human puppets controlled by his shadow clone, all capable of wielding Izayoi's five-element ninjutsu to a degree far beyond what they had in life. Now, instead of playing it safe on defense, Izayoi took the offensive, using Bancho Tenin, Universal Pull, and Shinra Tensei to assist these puppets in battle. Protected by an omnidirectional repulsive force that nullified enemy ninjutsu, and pulled foes in range, the puppets could focus on butchering root. Izayoi's lips curled upward. He'd watched them long enough to confirm why normal puppets didn't raise his drop rate, while human puppets did. Because normal puppets were purely his jutsu. Shadow clones, too, wouldn't help, even if the chakra was minuscule, the system recognized them all as Izayoi's direct jutsu. Human puppets were unique. They still had a corpse and intact heart, allowing them to replicate their old Kekkei or abilities. The heart served as a chakra core, turning Izayoi's chakra into the transformations needed for the puppet's inherited special skills. In gaming terms, you could call this a co-op system. Chapter 82, Ransacking the Root. When Izayoi finally got serious, Root's members instantly lost any ability to resist. Confronted with an unstoppable combination of pull and push, they couldn't flee, every jutsu or secret technique was mercilessly repelled and scattered. Illusions did nothing. Even when they attempted to run and hide in the darkness, those human puppets adept at lightning release tracked them down and finished them off. Before long, everyone en route was dead at the hands of the Kurosuke clan puppets, except for Danzo Shimura, who had become a vegetable, and one other person secretly left alive on purpose. As each root member fell, beams of various colors emerged from their corpses and streaked toward Izayoi, some green, some blue, some purple. Decompose. Decompose. Everything, decompose. He dealt with the steady flow of system notifications by immediately opting to break down every trait. In a flash, his point surged again, reaching 97,277. Staring at that figure, Izayoi felt both happiness and regret. Happy, because just by wiping out Root, he'd netted over 80,000 points, nearly 10% of the unknown rank fragment needed. Regretful, because this was an all-or-nothing harvest. Elite forces like Root were extremely rare in the ninja world. For someone who could farm trait drops repeatedly, Root was a treasure trove, like a money tree that would keep sprouting gold coins if left alive. Ideally, he would have just farmed them over time. But Izayoi hated being watched, and he wasn't about to save Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rather than risk Danzo targeting him, Izayoi struck first. If he let this chance slip by during the Konoha Crush, he wouldn't get another such perfect opportunity. While he might be able to take Danzo out later, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Though his transformation jutsu was flawless, it couldn't change his chakra signature, making exposure too likely. Now that Izayoi had real ties to Konoha, he had no interest in living the life of a dreaded rogue ninja. After making a few quick hand signs, the clone stationed at the Naka River sent in a batch of puppets to collect the root corpses in large storage scrolls. Izayoi then used attractive force to pick up Danzo and headed deeper into the hideout. Only after Izayoi and his puppets departed did someone hiding near the ceiling let out a shaky breath. After a few gulps of air, he fell silent again, too afraid to even break his camouflage technique, much less risk running. Meanwhile, he had memorized every word of Tendo Pain's conversation with Danzo and the display of his abilities. Boom. Stopping in front of a rock wall that connected to the Hokage rock above, Izayoi pressed one hand against it. The repulsive force pounded the surface in waves, blasting through stone, metal, seals, everything blocking his path. Soon, an entrance to a hidden chamber emerged. Inside sat several bookshelves packed with scrolls of various sizes, colors, and labels, divided into 3 sections: Intel, Ninjutsu, and Secret Techniques. Absent was any forbidden section. Izayoi refused to believe Danzo had no forbidden scrolls. That was partly why he had spared Danzo, he needed answers. Approaching the Secret Techniques shelf, Izayoi took one quick look and whistled softly. Wow, he's openly stashed away the Yamanaka and Nara, even Akimichi and Aburame's secret arts, stuff not even the Hokage dares to take. That's Lord Danzo for you. Exposing this stash would surely spark outrage against Danzo. After all, these clan-specific secret arts were closely guarded, even within their own families, definitely not something the Hokage could just appropriate. Yet here Danzo was, brazenly stockpiling it all. Another testament to his power in Konoha and how fearless he'd become. Scanning a few shelves, Izayoi soon found what he wanted. He retrieved a small red scroll labeled, Mind-Reading Jutsu. No mental chakra orb just yet, so I'll make do with this for now, Izayoi murmured. Opening the scroll, he began to read. In no time, he'd learned the Yamanaka clan's interrogation cornerstone, a secret mind-reading jutsu. Wielding the ultimate dojutsu's in-release chakra plus the nature transformations awakened with his Tenseigan gave Izayoi near-effortless mastery of any technique. Especially since he had gold-rank chakra control, an asset second only to his Tenseigan itself. Without that, he might have only managed something like the Super Typhoon Serial Spheres or possibly refined Naruto's Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, but he certainly wouldn't be able to fuse 2 or 3 nature transformations so easily into a variety of ultimate moves. Ninja Art, Mind-Reading Jutsu. Izayoi placed Danzo on the ground and rested his palm on the man's forehead. Powerful in-release chakra seeped into Danzo's brain, quickly extracting whatever memories he wanted. A few moments later, Izayoi had what he came for. So it's all hidden at his clan compound. Truly a reckless man, Izayoi mused. Then he signaled one of his shadow clones, who directed a human puppet to stab Danzo through the neck, finishing off the source of all this trouble. One purple beam and one blue beam flew out from Danzo's corpse and melted into Izayoi. He broke both down into system points. Finally, Izayoi's total sword passed 100,000. Grabbing Danzo's body, he exited the secret chamber, retracing his steps so that the hidden observer would witness Danzo's corpse firsthand. At the same time, a swarm of puppets flickered in, swiftly emptying the library of scrolls. All that Danzo had built up over decades, his elite root subordinates, the ninja arts and secret techniques he'd stolen by any means necessary, and the valuable intel he'd gathered at who knew what cost, now belonged to Izayoi. Konoha's Crush was barely underway, and though the villagers weren't even fully evacuated yet, half of Konoha's foundation had already fallen into Izayoi's hands. The Hokage's good buddy Danzo died before he did. But Izayoi wasn't done yet. Stepping out of the underground base, he shot a glance toward the central district, a faint smirk curling his lips, then vanished with the body flicker. Chapter 83, Shinra Tensei, Sayatsu. While Izayoi's real body and his puppet army, controlled by shadow clones, were busily harvesting root operatives' corpses, as well as those of the three-way battle on Konoha's streets, another shadow clone disguised as Tendo Pain slipped away on its own. Using Ranmaru's red-eye illusions, it stealthily infiltrated the Hokage building. The Hokage building was Konoha's nerve center, always heavily guarded by large numbers of Umbu, even in wartime. Security cameras and detection barriers further tightened the defense. A single fly would be noticed instantly if the Umbu decided to act. Had Hiruzen Sarutobi not ordered otherwise, Naruto Uzumaki would have been arrested by Umbu the moment he sneaked into the Hokage building earlier. He'd never have made it to the Hokage's office to escape with the massive scroll of seals. Captain Yamato, we've detected a foreign chakra entering the Hokage building. It's not visible on any cameras, so it may have some permeation-type secret technique or Kekkei Genkai. Izayoi's clone had only just breached the building before the sensor squad picked up on it. After conferring with the monitoring station, they immediately reported to Captain Yamato, who was in charge because the Hokage and the village elders were unavailable. Understood. Came Yamato's voice through the radio. You all maintain the barrier. The intruder's mine. Roger. Though the clone couldn't literally hear them, Izayoi could see their exchange in action. He wasn't surprised he'd been discovered. If Konoha's Umbu couldn't even handle a single cloaked infiltrator, they wouldn't deserve to be the Hokage's special ops. In truth, Izayoi's shadow clone had come to face the Umbu head-on. But there was another minor mission to accomplish first. Without hesitation, he vanished in a body flicker. Boom. A powerful impact blew the door to the sensor squad's control room to pieces. Izayoi's Tendo Pain clone entered, not giving the sensor Nin the slightest chance to react. He raised his hand and snapped. Shinra Tensei. A moderate shockwave filled the room, smashing every device and piece of furniture inside. The chakra sensor Nin were all flung into the walls, then pummeled again by debris that rained down. Before they could struggle to their feet despite the pain, Izayoi flickered right in front of them, shutting down each with a precise chakra strike to the pressure points. Instantly, the barrier around the Hokage building blinked off. Outside, a squadron of puppets, already waiting for the signal, used red-eye illusions to infiltrate the building. Seeing the entire sensor squad unconscious, the Tendo clone feigned a move to kill them, presumably finishing them off. At that very moment, two voices rang from behind. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Wood style, tree wall barrier. From somewhere unseen, walls sprouted tangles of wood that transformed the entire room into a wooden cage, while the floor dissolved into a swamp. Yet no mud hands or earth dragons attacked Izayoi, only the floor gave way, causing him and the unconscious sensors to plunge downward. As he fell, more wooden vines extended out, catching and cocooning the knocked-out Nin, leaving only their heads exposed, hanging them safely on the walls for rescue. Other vines lashed out at Izayoi like octopus tentacles, and a portion turned into razor-sharp wooden spikes, jabbing in his direction. Shinra Tensei. Again, Izayoi relied on raw power to tear through the vines and wooden spines, hastening his fall. Penetrating the channel of wood, he emerged in the subterranean base below the Hokage building. Immediately upon landing, a long black serpent shot toward him, trying to clamp down on his foot and link to his shadow. Tracing the serpent's origin, Izayoi spotted an Umbu operative wearing a cat-like mask, still forming a seal. Shadow imitation technique. Because this Tendo Pain was just a shadow clone, Izayoi didn't care to gamble whether the shadow jutsu might hold him. He simply floated upward again, spreading his arms. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The invisible shockwave roared through the underground base, smashing the floors, architecture, everything in its path. Taken by complete surprise, the Umbu, who had been planning a coordinated attack to capture or kill the invader, had no time to mount a defense. They were blown away. The unlucky ones collided hard with rubble during the flight and sustained grave injuries, the luckier ones just crashed to the floor with heavy bruises. Only Yamato, the most elite among them, avoided disaster. Even as he was flung backward, he calmly formed would-release signs, summoning vines to deflect debris and catch his airborne comrades. But then the shockwave tore those vines apart, forcing him to conjure a larger woven net behind them. It caught everyone who'd been tossed around. When the wave ended, Yamato instantly issued orders. All of you, leave now. Go find reinforcements. Best if you can get Lord Jiraiya or the elders. This intruder's way beyond your level. Understood. Despite their injuries, the Umbu displayed impressive discipline, vanishing into body flickers to find other exits. Izayoi didn't stop them, because his only target was Yamato. Bansho Tenin. Invisible gravity clutched Yamato, dragging him off the ground. Gravity. So that last unstoppable gale was repulsion. Yamato murmured, face tense behind his mask. Then, weaving further seals. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Rumble. The battered underground structure trembled anew as tiny green shoots burst through the floor, growing at accelerated speed into tall trees. In moments, the entire cavern was a small forest. The newly formed woodland obstructed the gravitational pull, letting Yamato slip free and alight on a branch. He was about to conjure more wood clones for intel when a voice from overhead sent a jolt of panic through him, making him realize the scale of his mistake. Shinra Tensei. A greenish aura flickered in the air above the miniature forest. Whirling currents coalesced around Izayoi. Channeling a massive amount of chakra to form a compressed repulsive wave, he unleashed it at once. For an instant, it seemed like a transparent white barrier expanded outward. Whatever it touched, it obliterated, like a supreme, unstoppable force. Even the dust in the air was shoved aside. Those trees could not so much as bend to resist, they shattered on contact. Yamato, with nowhere to run, ducked inside a tree hollow, forming seals. Wood style, wood locking wall. A circular ring of wooden pillars sprang up, arching over him like a cocoon. Boom. Yamato heard the explosion right next to him, and the ground shook violently. Crack. Hearing splintering wood, Yamato's face twisted in despair beneath his mask. Bang. In that final crash, Yamato felt himself swallowed by the force and blacked out. The shockwaves were strong enough to be felt even at ground level. At that moment, a few figures were dashing toward the Hokage building at high speed. Leading them was a white-haired ninja of rare height in the shinobi world, over 190 centimeters tall, Jiraiya. Feeling the ground quake beneath them, he asked anxiously. "You're sure the intruder is a man in a black cloak with red clouds, orange hair, purple ripple eyes?" "Yes, Lord Jiraiya," the Umbu replied quickly. Hearing that, Jiraiya's face lit with both excitement and apprehension. A disciple he had believed dead for years might be alive, nearby, and wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya wished he had a flight jutsu to rush straight to Yahiko. At the same time, worry clawed at him. "Yahiko, what have you been through all these years? Why the Akatsuki robe? And Nagato's Rinnegan, why do you have it?" But by the time Jiraiya and his Umbu detail reached the Hokage building and descended into the underground base, both the Tendo Pain clone and Yamato were gone. The entire subterranean complex had been reduced to a massive crater, like the aftermath of a meteor strike, ringed with rubble and shattered trees. Seeing it, Jiraiya and the Umbu shared the same shock, though for different reasons. The Umbu were stunned by the technique's scope and fearful for Captain Yamato's fate. Jiraiya's heart weighed heavy. This was unquestionably Rinnegan-level power. He had a bad feeling about it. His old students, it seemed, had gone astray. Exactly what had happened in all these intervening years. Chapter 84, Biggest Winner. No one in Konoha realized that both Root's headquarters and the Hokage building had been infiltrated by a formidable new enemy. In fact, hardly anyone noticed there was a fourth faction quietly cleaning up the battlefield, gathering the corpses of both allies and enemies alike. At present, all the Konoha shinobi were working together, each handling their part. Some were leading villagers to the underground shelters, others were fending off the attackers. In truth, they were mainly trying to stall for time and stay alive until the shinobi escorting the civilians could return and launch a proper counterattack. Meanwhile, the battle at Konoha's main plaza continued to rage. Edo Tensei had summoned the first Hokage, who conjured a forest with his wood style, deep forest emergence, so only those with top-tier sensory or clairvoyant dojutsu could follow Hiruzen Sarutobi's desperate fight with Orochimaru. What they sensed was not reassuring. Things didn't look good for the third Hokage. Up in the stands, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, both elite jonin, worked to protect the crowd. They joined forces against Kabuto Yakushi's Sound Nin and the San Nin reinforcements that arrived. Meanwhile, Gaara and his siblings had already been captured by Izayoi and the other rookie powerhouses. Indeed, the Konoha Crush was just beginning when Hinata and Shino, both immune to the widespread genjutsu, teamed with Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, and Niji Hyuga to attack Temari and Kankuro. Because Gaara was stuck in his feigning sleep technique, neither Temari nor Kankuro dared break away to rescue him. Under relentless teamwork from the rookies, they soon found themselves overwhelmed. If Yui Kurenai hadn't arrived to remind them that San's siblings were far more valuable alive, they might have been killed on the spot. No one cared to consider if there was some future benefit to letting them live. Meanwhile, Gaara, caught in feigning sleep, had surrendered his body to Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Tides of Bijou-level chakra surged out, forming endless waves of sand and rapidly materializing Shikaku's body, which also shielded Gaara from Izayoi's Mazer light cannon, a fusion of three elemental natures. Yet Shikaku had barely formed when its consciousness was immediately shoved aside, reverting to Gaara's control. Its newly formed body still featured Gaara's upper torso sticking out at the top, creating a large target, though few noticed, aside from Izayoi's shadow clone, whose poor durability was offset by swift opportunism. Before Shikaku could fully awaken, the clone darted to its head and slammed a single punch square into Gaara's unarmored face. The sleeping Gaara snapped awake, and Shikaku's colossal form crumbled back into mere sand, piling up in the arena. By the time Gaara regained his senses, he was already in custody, Izayoi's clone unceremoniously hauling him up to the spectator area. "If you so much as move, I'll kill you," Izayoi's voice quietly warned in Gaara's ear. "Don't kill Gaara, he's my little brother. He has to stay alive, please spare him." The pleading female voice was Temari's, who, despite her fear in her own capture, found the courage to ask for mercy on Gaara's behalf. Gaara felt waves of emotion flood him at that moment. But no one paid much heed to his feelings. Kurenai called out. "Hinata, seal his chakra. If he tries to break free, cut off his limbs, this guy is worth more alive than dead." "Understood." Immediately, Hinata pressed her gentle fist technique onto Gaara's tenketsu, locking down his chakra flow. Her Byakugan flared, watching every movement in case he tried anything suspicious. Shortly after, Izayoi's voice whispered to Hinata, half play acting. "How's Hanabi doing?" "Don't worry. Father has already taken her to safety," she answered softly. "Good." Izayoi nodded. For him, it was time to fade into the background. The real stars of the Konoha Crush were the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Izayoi intended to remain just a mysterious fourth faction fish in troubled waters. Kurenai also had no intention of letting the rookies endanger themselves further. She turned to Izayoi and the rest. "Take our prisoners and come with me." With that, she led them away from the main plaza toward the Konoha Intelligence Division. The three captive Sand siblings had considerable intel, after all. Along the way, they faced multiple attacks from San Nin and Sound Nin. But Konoha forces popped up time and again to provide support. And with Izayoi no longer hiding his true strength, he simply soared into the sky and let loose his judgment technique. For the enemies, it was a harsh lesson in facing a ninja who wields an ultimate nature fusion as a casual attack. Even the Konoha reinforcements stared in disbelief. That beam of lightning light could be reshaped at will, first as a condensed mini-maser light cannon, or else expanded into a giant beam for widespread devastation. Sasuke Uchiha, seeing Izayoi wield his ultimate ninjutsu so freely, practically drooled in admiration. His newly acquired lightning release, Chidori, suddenly seemed tame. In that moment, Sasuke resolved, once this war ended, he'd master water release, then humbly yet persistently beg Izayoi for teaching. If Izayoi refused, he'd pester him non-stop, mooch off him, hang around as a third wheel until the older boy caved and shared his ultimate moves. Meanwhile, Izayoi, hovering midair with unstoppable grandeur, suddenly cursed. "Damn it, that's my house." A thunderous oath dragged Sasuke back to reality. The elegant and polite Izayoi, who normally showed courtesy and maturity beyond his years, was now seething. Throwing Kurenai's group aside, he dashed in the direction of that outraged shout. Hinata's eyes also sharpened. Without a word, she vanished in a flicker right behind him. Kurenai and the rest looked on in bemusement. In that part of town, an enormous three-headed snake was rampaging, flattening every structure around. Paper bombs and five-element ninjutsu had failed to kill it, only enraging it further. All three heads lashed out at anyone who attacked, while the thrashing tail inadvertently crushed a two-story house, Izayoi's own home. No wonder Izayoi lost his composure. Kurenai sighed. "Leave them be. We'll keep moving," she told the rookies. Then. Storm release, judgment. A gleaming white beam tore out of the sky, striking the center head of the three-headed serpent. At once, the beam condensed from pure electrical heat into a razor-like laser, scything through the entire beast. Its corpse dissolved in a white puff of smoke, returning to Ryuchi Cave. "That's some insane lightning release." "No, that's a storm release ultimate. I've heard rumors of a genius using it. He can even fly, what a terrifying kid." "Thanks, we can move on now, there are more places to be defended." The Konoha ninja traded a few odd comments before hurrying off to support others. Izayoi dropped to the ground and found only rubble where his home had stood. His mouth tightened in fury. "My real body and all those clones, absolutely useless," he muttered. Furious enough to insult himself. Truth be told, neither the real Izayoi nor any of his busy shadow clones had noticed the giant snake's approach, as they were all preoccupied with tasks, plundering Root's HQ, collecting corpses, infiltrating the Hokage building, etc. Jiraiya was supposed to summon a giant toad to squash the serpent, but he'd rushed to the Hokage building's underground base upon learning Tendo Pain was there. By sheer misfortune, the snake followed a path leading directly to Izayoi's street, where it tore down his house. Hinata appeared at his side and gently comforted him. "It's okay, Izayoi-kun. We can rebuild the house later. We're safe, that's what matters." "Yeah." He nodded wryly. "Let's find those scrolls. They contain all my savings, and our photos." Wandering amid the wreckage with his Tenseigan's X-ray vision, he soon located what he needed. "Hinata, cover me." "Understood." A handful of Sound Nin showed up, and Hinata's Byakugan turned cold with focus. She gave no quarter, forging her chakra into two purple lion heads, the gentle step twin lion fists, before accelerating with her lightning release-fueled speed. She appeared in front of one Sound Nin and unleashed a single palm strike, instantly nullifying his chakra flow while injecting hers, fatally rattling his organs. With one blow, she incapacitated him, moving swiftly onto his allies. They were no match for her improved gentle fist, each toppling in seconds. By the time Hinata finished, Izayoi had retrieved several scrolls and some photographs, protected by their frames, from the rubble. Seeing the pictures unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief, then eyed the ruins. "Well, guess we'll have to build a bigger place," he muttered to himself. Both he and Hinata then turned their attention to the Hokage rock cliffs in the distance. They could sense a flood of returning chakra. According to Konoha's emergency plans, that meant the villagers had reached the shelters, freeing up more ninja for the counteroffensive. Formerly regarded as the strongest hidden village, Konoha retained an astonishing solidarity. Unless facing an entire rival great village or a superbeing with overwhelming power, nobody could stand against that unity. Sure enough, once the returning squads rejoined the fight, Konoha's side, previously pinned and passive against Sound and Sand's combined forces, revealed its true might. The invaders' lines broke in short order. Even worse for them, the Sannin discovered that their fourth Kazekage was really Orochimaru in disguise. The real Kazekage was missing. Realizing this, Baki and his Sannin promptly retreated, wanting to deliver the intel back home. Those who couldn't flee simply surrendered, banking on the hope that the village would later ransom them. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi's showdown with Orochimaru ended much as in the original story. The aged third Hokage, outmatched, had to face Edo Tensei resurrecting the first and second Hokage. Even only a fraction of their original powers posed him grave trouble. At the final moment, true to the will of fire he always preached, Sarutobi sacrificed his own soul to the Reaper, first sealing the first and second Hokage, then ripping away Orochimaru's arms, preventing him from using ninjutsu. Orochimaru howled in fury as Hiruzen, with a faint smile, finally closed his eyes forever. The two old friends who grew up together, served the village, fought side by side, and contrived to push Konoha into its current decline, had earned the dubious achievement of dying on the same day. Except, one was bound for the pure land while the other was stuck in the death god's stomach. In the end, nobody truly won the Konoha Crush plan, neither Sound nor Konoha nor Sand. The only real winner, and by far the biggest, was Izayoi, who came out of this chaotic night significantly stronger and wealthier than ever. Chapter 85, Danzo and Lord Third's Memorial Service, New Home Selection. Although Konoha ultimately claimed victory, having driven off the Sound Ninja and forced the Sand Ninja to flee, those who fought within the village gained nothing tangible. In fact, they suffered significant casualties and extensive building damage. Their greatest loss, however, was the death of their top leader, the third Hokage. So despite prevailing, the village's morale had fallen to its lowest point. A somber, oppressive atmosphere shrouded Konoha. Konohamaru, the third Hokage's grandson, cried uncontrollably, while Naruto Uzumaki stood there in a daze, tears streaming down his face. The very first person to acknowledge him, the beloved, Grandpa Hokage, was gone. But for now, the ones bearing the heaviest weight were Konoha's elder council. Danzo is dead too, announced Koharu and Hamura. Only one person from Root survived. Jiraiya, no longer joking but solemn, reported. According to that lone survivor, Root was destroyed by a single individual plus a swarm of puppets. The men wore the Akatsuki's black and red cloak and possessed purple ripple pattern eyes capable of endlessly unleashing repulsion and attraction. He killed Danzo, wiped out Root, then slipped into the Hokage building to abduct Yamato, stealing the scroll of seals and other scrolls in the process. He can fly and vanish from sight, his repulsive force can annihilate anything without leaving a trace. As for the puppets, there's evidence they belong to Sasori of the Red Sand, who once wiped out an entire small country. His mastery of puppetry apparently no longer requires chakra threads to control them. Taking advantage of the chaos, he stole numerous corpses, likely for puppet making. When Koharu finished, Hamura turned on Jiraiya and scolded him. Jiraiya, you once took on a disciple outside the village, a young man with the sage eyes, yet you never reported it or brought him home. Because of that, he ended up joining the Akatsuki and conspiring with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha Crush, indirectly causing the deaths of both Hiruzen and Danzo. You must take responsibility. Hey. Don't pin all this dirt on me. Jiraiya snapped, grim-faced. I don't even know for sure if that guy is Yahiko. The Root survivor's description claims he's covered in black rods, he could just be a puppet that resembles my old student. And anyway, the third Hokage was the one who invited the Sand here. Who could have guessed Orochimaru would pose as the fourth Kazekage and team up with the Akatsuki he once joined? Now that it's happened, instead of passing blame around, shouldn't we hurry up and pick a new Hokage? At that, Jiraiya broke into a slightly mocking grin. What rotten luck Danzo had. The old man is dead, so that made him the obvious candidate for Hokage again, but he wound up dying right alongside Hiruzen. What a pity. Quiet, Jiraiya, Koharu snapped, forehead twitching in annoyance, then proposed, since both Hiruzen and Danzo are gone, and you share some blame in all this, you'll take the mantle of fifth Hokage. No thanks. I'm not interested. Jiraiya shook his head without hesitation. My own investigations show the Akatsuki's real targets are the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. In this incursion, they revealed their Sage Eye user early, yet didn't seize Naruto. Instead they went after the Scroll of Seals and Root. This is suspicious. If that really was the Sage Eyes, no one from Root should have survived unless he left the witness intentionally. The Root survivor also said that back in the day, Danzo and Hanzo of Omega Kure had conspired to do something which provoked revenge today. If all he wanted was revenge, why say that the Akatsuki base is in the Rain Village? Hearing that, Koharu and Hamura exchanged sharp glances. You're saying it was deliberate? Could be, Jiraiya replied uncertainly. Or maybe he simply didn't notice the survivor. That's why I have to keep investigating. An organization of S-rank rogues, possibly led by someone with the sage eyes, is way too dangerous. Then let the Umbu handle the investigation, Koharu said stonily. Konoha can't go on without a Hokage. There's no one but you to become the fifth. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Who says? We still have one Sannin left, don't we? You mean? Hamura and Koharu's eyes widened. Right. That woman is far more suitable than I am. She's Konoha's princess, after all, Jiraiya said, convincing the two elders. The next day, heavy clouds crowded the sky, and distant thunder rumbled. Soon, a light rain fell. All the Konoha shinobi wore black clothes and carried white chrysanthemums to the memorial for those who died in battle, joined by many villagers. A large number of framed portraits stood on a table blanketed in white flowers. 2 were enlarged, placed front and center. The rain intensified, as if the heavens themselves were weeping for the fallen. Though the atmosphere was appropriately somber, Izayoi nearly burst out laughing after placing his white chrysanthemum down. The sight of Danzo's memorial photograph, newly moved into the light after his death and set right next to Hiruzen's, was almost too much. Izayoi forced himself to hold it in. Holding his hands in respectful prayer, he silently intoned, Lord Danzo, rest in peace. I promise I'll make Root great again. Then he returned to the line, face stiff and expressionless. The rain sliding down his cheeks might as well have been tears. Many shinobi wore similar, expressionless faces. Others wept in hushed sobs or openly bawled, or stood with silent tears. Most were either staunch believers in the will of fire or younger ninja who hadn't experienced the village's darker side. After half an hour in the rain, the memorial concluded, officially ending the era dominated by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. Once the fifth Hokage took office, Konoha would enter a new age. As Orochimaru had said, the windmill that had lain idle for many years would finally start to turn again. The higher-ups in the Land of Fire's leadership now faced a hectic period, not only cleaning up after the battle, but also hunting for Orochimaru and the Sound Village, and grappling with how to handle the Land of Wind and the Sand. Negotiations loomed. After all, Konoha still had the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the Kazekage's children, and many captured Sannin. The Sand would never give up on them. At the same time, both villages had lost their Kage figures. Neither could afford a full-scale war, or they might trigger a fourth great ninja war. Thus, the only choice was diplomatic give and take. Izayoi himself had no interest in these political tangles. He didn't even have time yet to sort through all his spoils from the Konoha Crush. Once the rain let up, he started scouting a location for his new house. He had no intention of rebuilding on his old land. Instead, he planned to buy new property and erect a bigger place. With Danzo gone, and himself recognized as a new star in Konoha, he no longer worried about people questioning his wealth source. Absent concrete proof, no one would dare cross a top-tier fighting force. And if they did, he still had the Hyuga sisters cover. Hey, Oni-chan, now that you don't have a place anymore, where will you stay? Asked Hanabi, walking beside Izayoi with her older sister. An inn so cramped and pricey. Why not live at our house? Yeah, Izayoi-kun, come stay with me, Hinata added gently. I can persuade father. Izayoi looked tempted for a moment, but remembering he'd have to see Hayashi Hyuga's corpse-like scowl every day, and endure the Hyuga clan's constant Byakugan scrutiny, he shivered. No need, he teased Hinata. It's not quite time for me to drop in yet. Hinata's cheeks flushed, she let it go. For a boy to abruptly move in with the clan princess, even if he was a bright future star, would spark too much gossip. Hinata knew Izayoi's pride would not stand for that. He often joked about her keeping him, but she knew how proud he truly was. Then, shrill wailing caught their ears. Damn those Sannin and Soundnin. My onsen was just about to open, it isn't even finished, and now it's destroyed. I took out loans to build the place, so now I'm finished. A middle-aged man in a black suit, apparently here from another region, was kneeling on a patch of rubble, sobbing as if he'd lost everything. Izayoi brightened visibly. Rising into the air under the startled gazes of passers-by, he hovered overhead to size up the property's ruins. Moments later, his face lit with a trace of excitement. He landed by the grieving men. Interested in a deal? I'd like to buy your onsen, Izayoi said with a smile. Why yes. The man's eyes shone as if seeing a lifeline. Hinata, Izayoi turned, go to Ino's flower shop, ask her to. He murmured instructions softly in her ear. Hinata nodded and vanished via body flicker. Then Izayoi told the men, we're off to the Hokage building. As Konoha was the land of fire's military nerve center, under the one nation, one village system, any property transfer needed the village's approval and witness. Izayoi was unsure of the land's fair price, but he didn't want to be cheated, hence he'd arrange for a Yamanaka to help. After all, business trickery existed in every world. All right, the men eagerly agreed. No matter if Konoha offered a little compensation for the damage, repairing everything and then opening would cost time he didn't have. Meanwhile, interest was piling up on his loans. He was all too willing to unload this hot potato. By the time Izayoi and the men reached the Hokage building, Hinata returned with Ino Yamanaka in tow. Incredible, Izayoi. You're buying an onsen. Where'd you get the money? Ino teased. I borrowed it. I'll have to pay it back, Izayoi fibbed, glancing at Hinata to maintain the charade. Must be nice, you too, Ino sighed. I wish Sasuke-kun and I were like that. She didn't look terribly surprised, just envious. Hinata blushed faintly, offering no rebuttal. From what she'd observed, Sasuke had zero interest in women. If he were female, Hinata might have seen him as a rival. Sometimes, he clung even more than she and Hanabi combined. After a bit of conversation, Ino turned to the middle-aged men, Yusuke-san, can we trouble you? Not at all, he smiled. With Konoha's green flak jackets about and two Byakugan girls watching, he wouldn't dare lie. Soon, he sold the onsen's land to Izayoi for 66,666,000 ryo, far more than the lot was worth. Izayoi also covered a portion of the man's losses. Once they signed a contract and received a new land deed, Izayoi happily offered to treat Ino and Yusuke to a meal, but the latter declined. Ino, however, gladly accepted. With the weather still cool, it was perfect for a hot pot. So the four of them headed to a hot pot restaurant. While the three girls chose dishes, Izayoi took out a map of Konoha and circled the onsen's plot. He also marked some neighboring houses. The onsen site alone could hold a house twice as large as his old one, but he wanted something even bigger, an onsen, a large yard, a huge new place to live. Over the following days, he went door to door. With offers no one could refuse, he bought up all those houses. Including the onsen, he ultimately spent 280 million ryo. It was no small feat to pry property from stingy Konoha civilians. With the land in his name, Izayoi hired professionals to measure it, then began drafting designs. Once he was satisfied and the plan finalized, construction would begin. Chapter 86, Sasuke wants to learn the moves. For ninja capable of traveling anywhere on the continent within a week at full speed body flicker, the ninja world is a very small place. Especially since most of its landmass is divided among the four great nations, it seems smaller still. As a result, whenever something big happens in these nations and their hidden villages, word spreads like wildfire to every corner of the land. It was true back when the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and it is true now with the Konoha Crush and the deaths of 5 Kage. Because they wanted the Sand Village to pay a high price and because both sides hoped to avoid coming across as the villain or weakening their negotiation stance, Konoha and the Sand did not hide any details. Instead, they made the information publicly available. After organizing and comparing each side's statements, the gist of the account went like this. Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru, assassinated the 4th Kazekage of the Sand Village and impersonated him, unilaterally violating the alliance treaty between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Orochimaru then collaborated with the mercenary group Akatsuki, leading some sand shinobi and sound ninjas from his own Odo Gekyure, to launch the Konoha Crush during the Chunin exams. In the ensuing battle, Konoha's 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was killed in action. The entire Root faction was wiped out, and its leader, Danzo Shimura, also died. The killers were revealed to be Sasori of the Red Sand, as well as a mysterious figure possessing the fabled Rinnegan, foremost of the 3 great dojutsu, who wielded unlimited powers of repulsion and attraction. After killing Danzo and destroying Root, this individual infiltrated the Hokage building, abducted Yamato, and stole the Scroll of Seals and other scrolls. He could fly, vanish from sight, and had a repulsive force that left no trace or scent behind. Meanwhile, the puppet master, identified as Sasori, apparently needed no chakra strings to control his puppets. The duo also seized many corpses, presumably to create puppets. The sole Root survivor, whom Izayoi deliberately spared, was Sai, an artist skilled at drawing. He produced a lifelike sketch of the so-called Tendo Pain. Konoha's top brass promptly placed huge bounties in the black markets on Sasori and Tendo Pain, offering sums that would tempt even Kakuzu. They also released detailed intel on how Sasori can freely control numerous puppets without chakra threads, how the Rinnegan user can repeatedly generate repulsive and attractive forces, that Hanzo the demigod may have died at their hands, and that the Akatsuki base is located in Omega-kure. In short, the information was like a stone dropped in a lake, creating countless ripples. Whether people believed Konoha or not, the revelations about the legendary Rinnegan, the Sage of Six Paths Eyes, along with Hanzo's alleged downfall and the location of the Akatsuki stronghold, shifted many factions' attention toward the small land of rain. Suddenly, Nagato and Sasori found themselves center stage in the ninja world, caught completely off guard. Nagato, you've gone too far. Yes, if Danzo was part of that old incident, you've waited this long, why not wait a bit more? Uchiha Obito and Zetsu confronted Tendo Pain directly, accusing him. If Tendo Pain had simply killed Hiruzen Sarutobi or any other notable from Konoha, Obito and Zetsu wouldn't have believed it. But with Danzo specifically killed, it seemed plausible Nagato must have held a grudge against Danzo, and might even have forgiven Orochimaru just to strike that target. After all, that ring, Sky, Ku, was still in Orochimaru's possession, meaning Orochimaru could contact Nagato. Though Tendo Pain was but Nagato's remote-controlled body, he maintained his austere demeanor. Yet even that body language almost cracked under Obito's criticisms. Striving to appear composed, he spoke without emotion. It wasn't me. I haven't left a Megakure since the day we failed to ambush that mysterious figure. From the shadows, Konan stepped forward. I can confirm that neither Nagato nor Pain has left a Megakure. Meaning that mysterious figure acted alone. Obito's face, beneath his mask, darkened. He didn't suspect Tendo Pain of lying. Powerful figures of this level had no need for such deceptions. Transformation jutsu requires a reference, said Black Zetsu in a rasping voice. Our leader rarely shows himself, anyone who's seen him either joined us or died. Theoretically, that mysteryman should never have witnessed Pain's true appearance. Unless he could see us while we couldn't see him, Konan added, looking equally grim. That means, on the day we left to ambush that man and failed, he never actually left. He continued watching us in secret, witnessing our return to Megakure. Maybe even more than that, Obito said tensely. He knew about Hanzo as well, implying he's known about us for a while. He just chose now to act. Possibly he really does possess a second set of Rinnegan. Zetsu kept quiet but internally deduced the person to be that rumored being from the moon, the unknown dojutsu evolved from the Byakugan, with advanced farsight and X-ray vision. Maybe he was watching them even now, as a twisted form of payback. The notion weighed heavily on Zetsu's mind, an enemy who could see you when you couldn't see them was terrifying. After all, that was Zetsu's signature tactic. If not for Zetsu's unique camouflage, a confrontation would be unavoidable. At least it still possessed its living shadow technique, state, an intangible existence produced by yin-yang release, mother's child, the primordial chakra. Only Kagaya's sons had that. With Hamura definitely dead by now, this descendant must be a more recent upstart. If he remained ignorant of Zetsu's true identity, Black Zetsu could still manipulate events from the shadows. Regardless, that threat needed to be located and neutralized soon, lest it derail the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Possibly Zetsu might have to deploy its white Zetsu clones in full. Unless the culprit retreated to the moon at once, those clones, spread like a net across the land, would catch him the instant he re-emerged. Shortly thereafter, Sasori showed up. Leader, any sign of that guy? He asked excitedly. He's an utter genius, how else could he control so many puppets without chakra threads? This is different from your puppetry or mine, the fellow must be a born artistic. Sasori couldn't have cared less about being framed and slapped with a big bounty by Konoha, or having the organization's base exposed. Like Deidara, he only expressed intense admiration for that unseen puppet user. The man was a kindred spirit, a connoisseur of fleeting and eternal beauty. No idea, Tendo Pain answered coldly. Obito, Zetsu, and Konan all fell silent. Since Sasori was present, they refrained from discussing the Rinnegan or the mysterious men. Black Zetsu inquired instead. We're now the focus of the ninja world. Regardless whether they fully believe it, every faction will send spies to investigate. If we capture or kill them, that confirms the story. Should we relocate our base? No need, Tendo Pain replied flatly. No matter who comes, they die. Zetsu and Obito gave no argument. Pain's 6 paths were strong enough to hold off anything short of an entire great village's combined force. Unless some enormous army depleted Nagato's chakra, any small team, even a group of 5 Kage, would perish if they tried infiltrating a Megakure. Except maybe that mysterious second Rinnegan user. And Obito himself only dared show up thanks to Kamui's invincibility. Morning in Konoha. At a certain inn, a heavy knock pounded on the door, rousing Izayoi from slumber. Who's that? He grumbled, annoyed. Knocking this early? He surmised it wasn't Hinata or Hanabi, who would gently awaken him or pull some playful trick, so it must be someone else. Sure enough, the doorknob turned. In stepped a black-haired boy dressed in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts. He scowled at Izayoi. It's already 9:30. Why were you still asleep, Izayoi? You're too careless. It was Sasuke Uchiha. Couldn't get comfortable in a strange bed, Izayoi yawned, lazily putting on his shoes. Humph, Sasuke snorted, leaning against the door with arms crossed in typical tsundere fashion. I heard you've become homeless. Want to move in with me? My clan compound has plenty of empty rooms. Izayoi perked up at the offer. Oh yeah, I nearly forgot, you're the clan head of the Uchiha clan. A few years back, that remark would have riled Sasuke. Now he merely bristled, grumbling, you'll have to pay rent. Money's trivial, Izayoi waved dismissively, posture easygoing. But I don't want money. Sasuke's dark eyes fixed on him. I want your ultimate moves. Aha, so that's your real objective. Izayoi chuckled wryly. Which do you want? My judgment, or Mazer light cannon? I want them all. Sasuke demanded greedily. Including that fire-style Gaia force. In that case, your rent would be sky-high, Izayoi teased. I might as well stick to the inn. At that, Sasuke caved. I'll do anything if you teach me. Name it, you've got it. Still not sincere enough. Izayoi snorted. Then he ducked into the private bathroom to wash up. Sasuke stood at the door, mentally rechecking what he'd just promised. Everything he owned was on the table, even the entire Uchiha compound, if Izayoi wanted it. He'd do anything, be his subordinate, whatever. How was that lacking sincerity? Suddenly, he recalled one other possibility. His expression stiffened, a look of reluctance crossing his face. But remembering that unstoppable fire-style move, the monstrous storm-release laser, and the terrifying roaring light cannon, Sasuke clenched his fist. He had no choice. Izayoi emerged from the bathroom a few minutes later to see Sasuke standing stiffly, face twitching. At last, the proud boy stammered. Oni-san, no, B-boss. Izayoi froze, blinking in surprise. Seeing how Sasuke was nearly sparking with static from embarrassment, he also got goosebumps. But underneath the awkwardness, he felt amused. Ahem. He coughed, nodding approvingly. That's the kind of sincerity I'm talking about. But the wording needs more flair. Huh? Sasuke asked, confused. A mischievous glint flickered in Izayoi's eyes as he adopted a formal posture, arms folded as if paying respects. You should say something like, I have wandered many years without meeting a worthy brother, if you won't mind my company, I humbly pledge myself to you. Or, if you do not reject me, I'll follow you always. I might even call you father, though we're the same age. I wouldn't mind having a new son. Sasuke flushed scarlet, steam practically jetting from his ears like a cartoon. Izayoi, I'll kill you, he roared, making the entire inn quake. Like his old spats with Naruto, he pounced on Izayoi, and they scuffled briefly. But Izayoi's banter had effectively broken the tension, letting Sasuke's vow pass as mere joking. Eventually, Izayoi conceded to teach him the ultimate moves, and Sasuke, sporting multiple bruises, grudgingly let it go. After packing his belongings in sealing scrolls and checking out, Izayoi left the inn alongside Sasuke. On the road, Izayoi asked. Got any food at your place? Nope, Sasuke shrugged. It's far from the market, so if I get hungry, I usually catch fish or hunt. We can do some shopping, though. He nodded, recalling how Hinata's appetite alone would devour half a day's worth of fish if they tried a campsite cookout. To keep pace, he'd have to gather enough food to feed the unstoppable black hole that was Hinata. Then let's buy groceries, Izayoi declared, plus new cookware and spices. You never know when Hinata might come over. The mention of Hinata reminded Sasuke of her insane appetite. Grimacing, he fell silent. Indeed, the next time they trained and ate together, if he didn't haul in a monstrous beast, he wouldn't get anything to eat. Still, he scoffed at her enormous chakra reserves, so what if her capacity exceeded his, or if she'd mastered lightning release acceleration slightly sooner than he had? He was sure once he honed his lightning-shaped transformation and learned Izayoi's ultimate moves, Hinata would no longer be a match. Chapter 87, What are you doing to my Otuto? Wow. You two look really close. Don't tell me you're on a date. Sakura and Hinata would be heartbroken if they saw this. Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha were out shopping for groceries and cookware. On their way to the next store, a teasing voice called out behind them. Hearing it, Sasuke's face instantly darkened, and Izayoi raised a hand in greeting. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Sasuke asked as he walked over. Leaning against a pillar, Hatake Kakashi was engrossed in his copy of Ika Ika Paradise. His uncovered right eye casually flicked toward a nearby dango shop, where two figures in black cloaks patterned with red clouds sat sipping tea and eating dango, daringly wearing the Akatsuki uniform in the middle of Konoha. Anyone who had faced the ninja of the Konoha Crush or was active on the underworld scene would instantly recognize that attire. Sensing Kakashi's line of sight, Sasuke started to glance that way, but just then a female voice spoke up behind them. Kakashi, Izayoi, Sasuke, what are you doing here? They turned and saw Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma approaching. Good morning, Kurenai-sensei, Asuma-sensei, Izayoi greeted politely as always. Are you two on a date? Kakashi persisted with his banter, that same teasing tone. Asuma and Kurenai both reddened slightly in embarrassment. Before they could respond, a sudden gust of wind swept past. Glancing toward the dango shop, the two black-cloaked figures inside were gone without a trace. I've got things to do. Later. Closing his little orange book, Kakashi nodded at Asuma and Kurenai before disappearing in a body flicker. Catching on to his meaning, and realizing what that wind gust had been, Asuma and Kurenai nodded in turn, then dashed off themselves without a word to Izayoi or Sasuke. Sasuke, taking it all in, frowned. What's up with those jonin? They're off to chase your brother, Izayoi replied kindly. Just now, Itachi was inside that dango shop, you didn't notice. My brother. Sasuke froze for a moment, then his face twisted with rage. Itachi Uchiha was here? Yup, but he's gone now. Without another word, Sasuke channeled lightning release chakra to boost his speed and shot off in the same direction Asuma and Kurenai had gone. Watching Sasuke vanish into the distance, Izayoi's lips curved upward as he murmured, this encounter will hit him hard. Now he'll hunger even more for power, giving him the resolve to evolve, and accept the costs. My little crop is about to mature for harvest once again. Beside a river dividing the forest, two figures in black cloaks patterned with red clouds, wearing straw hats adorned with wind chimes, found themselves blocked by Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. So we've been spotted after all. Kisame Hoshigaki removed his hat, bearing his shark-toothed grin. The boss sure is extreme, sneaking around to work with Orochimaru, killing people in Konoha without even telling us. But you Konoha folk sure are cocky, sending just two shinobi to stop us. Kisame Hoshigaki, the demon of the hidden mist, an S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Kurenai immediately recognized him. Asuma drew his trench knives, lit Flying Swallow, and glared at the duo, murder in his eyes. So the one with the Rinnegan is your Akatsuki leader. You cooperated in the Konoha Crush along with Orochimaru. Now you stroll in after we posted bounties, if so, you two won't be leaving here alive. Heh. Kisame bared his teeth again, then turned to his partner. Itachi-san, all Konoha shinobi talk this big. Long time no see, Asuma-san. Likewise, Kurenai-san. Removing his hat, Itachi Uchiha revealed the three Tomo Sharingan in his crimson eyes, fixing a calm gaze on their alarmed faces. Kindly step aside. I'd rather not kill you two. Ha. Asuma sneered, surprised but not backing down. Doesn't sound like the same guy who slaughtered his entire clan. Itachi Uchiha. As the four of them sized each other up, tension mounting, a voice brimming with hatred ripped through the air, accompanied by a buzzing static, like 1,000 chirping birds. Chidori. A lightning-charged figure materialized behind Itachi, crackling blue-white sparks in hand, the double Tomo Sharingan in his eyes spinning wildly with pure killing intent. Die, you bastard! Yet Itachi, facing away from the lethal blow, showed no change in expression. An instant later, he shifted slightly, much like Tenten against Temari, and Sasuke's Chidori struck empty air. Itachi snatched Sasuke's wrist and flung him into the forest, slamming him into a large tree. Before Sasuke could groan, Itachi appeared in front of him, one hand clutching his throat and lifting him off the ground, the other seizing Sasuke's lightning-cloaked fist and dislocating his wrist with a small twist. Sasuke, gagging from the choke, couldn't even scream, his face purpling from lack of air. But his eyes burned with undying hatred, glaring at Itachi as if trying to kill him through sheer will. Sasuke. Kurenai and Asuma tensed, about to rush in and save him. But Kisame's massive bandaged sword, same hata, swung out like a heavy club, driving them back. Let them have their brotherly reunion. Don't interfere. Kisame jeered. Sorry, but this road is closed. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances and nodded. Then they advanced in flawless tandem. Asuma brandished the flying swallow laced with wind release, lunging at Kisame, while Kurenai formed rapid seals, her body twisting and blurring like a mirage before disappearing. Her upper torso reappeared over Sasuke's head, thrusting a kunai toward Itachi in an illusion meant to force him to retreat. Don't get in my way, Kurenai-san. Itachi spared her a flat glance, and a single rotation of his three Tomo Sharingan unleashed a silent wave of Ien release chakra. Kurenai froze, wide-eyed, the illusions dissolving. Her true body emerged some distance away, completely paralyzed. Glancing down at Sasuke's futile struggles, Itachi spoke coldly. You're only at 2 Tomo Sharingan. Apparently your hatred for me isn't strong enough yet, my foolish little brother. Let me help you out. With that, the three Tomo and Itachi's eyes twisted into a black triangular pinwheel, the Mangekyo Sharingan, each used depleting it further. He planned to cast Tsukuyomi, forcing Sasuke yet again to relive the clan's massacre, amplifying his hatred. But a voice abruptly cut in. "Hey! Itachi Uchiha. What do you think you're doing to my Otudo?" Whoosh! Before Itachi could unleash the Mangekyo, the shrill whistle of something slicing the air and a wave of murderous intent forced him to let go of Sasuke. In a blink, he vanished. Not even an instant later, a white-hot laser tore through the spot where he'd just stood. That beam swept on toward Asuma and Kisame, who were still fighting. They both leapt into the air to dodge. Asuma landed on a tree branch, while Kisame, standing now on the river's surface, sheathed same hata and formed a simplified seal. Water style, water dragon bullet. A huge surge of water formed a dragon that crashed against the incoming laser beam. Although the dragon was sliced apart with ease, the watery mass successfully reduced the laser's power. Apparently sensing it wouldn't be able to finish them off, the laser's user ceased fueling it. Crunch. The caster crushed the swirling storm release sphere in his hand, and Izayoi strode over to Sasuke, who sat on the ground gasping for breath. "You okay?" I am fine," Sasuke croaked, eyes still locked on Itachi's figure standing atop the river. Rage flared again, and he shouted, "Izayoi, kill him for me." "That's tricky," Izayoi said thoughtfully. "But we can try, before they figure out my abilities." He turned to Itachi and Kisame, quickly gathering a basketball-sized mass of energy in his hands. "That's a Raise-non. But this is way bigger." Kisame exclaimed, startled. "And earlier I saw Storm release." "Itachi-san, do you know this brat? He seems real chummy with your brother. Have you met him before?" "His name is Izayoi, top of Sasuke's graduating class, a civilian orphan, I believe." Even as he said it, Itachi's calm facade showed a hint of surprise at Izayoi's power. "A civilian orphan?" Kisame muttered, glancing at same hata vibrating in his hand. "He's got chakra that's making my sword drool. That's no ordinary orphan. Probably one of the missing senju or something." "Itachi-san, let me have a little fun," Kisame requested, intrigued. "No," Itachi said coldly. "Your jutsu caused too much commotion, and our identities are already exposed. There's bound to be a ton of shinobi converging on us." Just then, both men's expressions tightened. The swirling energy Izayoi held had sprouted 3 small orbs inside it. Normally, pure chakra wouldn't alarm top-tier Kaga-level fighters so much. But the moment these mini orbs formed, they each took on a different color, one transparent white, wind, one yellow-brown, earth, and one orange-red, fire. Then one reversed its spin and rammed into the other 2, threatening to blow everything sky-high. Yet the swirling sphere didn't explode. Instead, it turned glassy clear, revealing a fist-sized white core inside. Anyone with sensory ability could feel the terrifying power lurking in that little white orb. Even high-ranking Kaga-level nin like Kisame and Itachi recognized the structure, though the shape was unfamiliar. Before Kisame could cry out, Izayoi on the bank hurled the translucent white globe at them. "Are you kidding me? A dust release you can throw?" Kisame yelled, dropping all pretense. He and Itachi each wasted no time fleeing, while Asuma and Kurenai likewise bolted into the forest. Meanwhile Izayoi, his eyes flicking in surprise at how large this new move had grown, quickly hoisted Sasuke over his shoulder and ran. Whoosh! When the glowing sphere splashed onto the river, the white orb within shattered like fragile glass, instantly saturating the bubble with brilliant white light. The sphere expanded rapidly as if in a silent explosion. The outer shell remained intact, so no energy leaked, but the sphere kept inflating. Realizing how dire it was, Itachi's face darkened, and he let a single tear of blood drip from his Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black, inextinguishable flames appeared and spread across the light bubble. Yet in the next moment, they were visibly consumed, disintegrated by an even greater power. "Itachi-san, cover me for 2 seconds, Kisame barked, weaving signs. Itachi channeled monstrous ocular power, forming an orange-red spectral arm and shield, a partial Susanoo, to intercept the bubble of light. The expansion at last slowed. Then Kisame roared. Water style, water shark bullet. A colossal water shark burst from the river, gulping down both Kisame and Itachi, diving deep underwater at breakneck speed. Boom. Nobody knew how far they'd swum before an ear-splitting blast reached them. From an aerial vantage, one would see a massive sphere of light on the river's surface, expanding like a lid over the area, yet with no shockwave or outward spread. It soon vanished as rapidly as it formed. Left behind was a smooth crater devoid of rubble or blast marks, soon to be filled by the flowing water. Konoha would doubtless gain a new lake. Chapter 88, Escape and Training. What a terrifying explosion. Once the colossal blast had subsided, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi returned to the scene of the battle. Perched on the branch of a tree, they gazed upon the massive crater before them. Even once the river water flowed in, it would take some time to fill. Their expressions quivered in awe. Asuma suddenly turned to Kurenai. "Hey, Kurenai, are you sure your student hasn't awakened a storm-release Kekkei Genkai, or a dust-release Kekkei Tota?" "Izayoi isn't one to lie, unless he just doesn't want to say," Kurenai replied, shaking her head. "I asked him about it during the Chunin exams. He said his storm release is formed by taking that large-scale Raise-Non of his, injecting 2 elemental natures into it, and using extremely high-speed rotation plus top-grade shape transformation to forcibly merge them. He can't simply convert his chakra into a true storm release nature yet." Hearing this, Asuma couldn't help marveling, such terrifying chakra control and ninjutsu talent. Genius doesn't even begin to cover it. Even the third Hokage in his prime wasn't on that level. Right. Kurenai's face showed both a wry smile and faint relief. "Once the 5th Hokage is in office, I might consider retiring. If we ever go on a mission that requires a Jonin sensei's leadership and it ends up being my students protecting me, that'd be too shameful." Ha ha ha. Asuma couldn't help laughing, but as he thought of his own 3 students, 1 lazy slacker, 1 vain bossy girl, and 1 glutton, his laughter faded. Kurenai, on the other hand, could step aside comfortably and live the carefree Jonin life, trusting her strong team to back her up. Asuma bit down on a cigarette, sighing over his own problems. Before long, Kakashi Hatake arrived, along with Might Guy and a group of Jonin, finally trailing in. As for their reactions to that enormous crater and its implications, Izayoi neither knew nor cared. After throwing that dust release-like energy sphere, Izayoi had whisked Sasuke back into the city. Along the way, he let Sasuke down, gently adjusting the boy's dislocated wrist. Looking at Sasuke's dark, sullen face, Izayoi teased, feeling frustrated. "Hate how weak you are." "Yeah." Sasuke gave a heavy nod. Although he hadn't been forced to relive the clan massacre via Tsukuyomi, he was consumed by the same hunger for power, seething at his helplessness. He'd finally confronted his sworn enemy, only to be utterly powerless. "Want to get stronger?" Izayoi asked, sounding every bit as seductive as Orochimaru. Sasuke nodded fiercely, eyes locked on Izayoi. Knowing precisely what that look meant, Izayoi smirked. "Using judgment or mazer light cannon alone won't kill that man. Even that move I used earlier, with full intel on my side, failed to finish Uchiha Itachi off." Seeing Izayoi's confident smile despite his words, Sasuke's eyes lit up. "Izayoi, you have a way to make me even stronger, enough to kill that man." "It's risky," Izayoi replied, gazing at Sasuke. "Afraid to die?" Sasuke froze, then bared a hate-filled grin. "Remember what I said before the Chunin exams? If it'll give me the strength to kill him, I'd hand my soul and my life over to the devil. The real me died 5 years ago, what's there to fear?" Staring intently at Izayoi, he added, "No matter what method, do it to me. If I die, that means I was only so strong. In that case, once you're strong enough someday, please kill him for me, for the Uchiha clan. I'm begging you." He prepared to prostrate himself, set on a tajiza. But a hand grabbed him before he could bow. "Don't be so grim." Izayoi patted Sasuke's shoulder, half joking. "I said there are risks, but we can reduce them. Besides, you're the first subordinate I've taken on. I can't have you dying that easily. Once you get your revenge, you'll still owe me a lifetime of servitude." "Once I kill him, my life is yours," Sasuke vowed. "I give you my word." "Deal. Prepare for hellish training." Izayoi waved dismissively, though the corner of his mouth curved in satisfaction. "My second subordinate, and perfect right-hand man, secured. Oniai-chan, the view here is gorgeous." The day after Izayoi moved into Sasuke's home, the Hyuga sisters dropped by to visit. Along the banks of the Naka River, Izayoi lounged in a beach chair, fishing with Hanabi. She lay in his lap, munching her favorite banana, eyes drifting to a waterfall glimmering like a silver river. Spotting a cave behind the falling water, Hanabi said excitedly, "Oniai-chan, look, the cave in that waterfall. Think there's treasure inside?" "Nope, just rubble." Izayoi chuckled. "I blasted the cave open during ninjutsu practice." "Amazing, you're awesome, Oniai-chan." Hanabi beamed in admiration. Izayoi, soaking in her praise, smiled contentedly. "Back then, I was about 7 or 8, your age now." But hearing that, Hanabi's face fell into a pout. "You were already that strong at 7 or 8, and taught my sister so many techniques. But you only taught me to climb trees and walk on water. You're playing favorites." Izayoi patted her cheek. "It's because you're still building a start. Consider yourself lucky, 2 years ago I awakened my physical healing ability. By then, your sister was 10. Wait till you turn 10, you'll outshine what Hinata was at 10 in every way. Every way. Hanabi's eyes sparkled. She glanced at her flat chest, tilting her head hopefully. Will I be that big, too? Izayoi fell silent. Rather than dash her hopes, he looked away, changing the subject. The fight's almost over. Your sister's about to win. Far off on the river, Hinata and Sasuke dueled fiercely, exchanging taijutsu on choppy waters. Lacking her massive chakra pool, Sasuke struggled to maintain full speed on the water's surface. With her Byakugan's 360 degrees insight, he couldn't land a blow. Meanwhile, Hinata kept spotting openings but never followed up with a finishing strike, using each moment to help train his chakra control. Only when his stamina or focus flagged did she unleash her gentle step twin lion fists and end the match in a single palm. Drained of chakra, Sasuke slipped under the water, then clambered ashore, soaked and gasping. Izayoi called over, take a rest, then it's on to the next step. Sasuke trudged back in silence, grabbed some food to recover, then stared at Izayoi impatiently. What's next? What's with you? Izayoi arched a brow. Hatred might fuel your drive to get stronger, but negative emotions can also make you reckless and extreme. I know you're hungry for power, but if it suddenly surges without the mindset to handle it, you're just a wild beast, right? I was going to teach you the Super Typhoon serial spheres, but on second thought, maybe not. It'd be hilarious if you killed yourself by accident. He retrieved a scroll from the pack beside his chair and tossed it to Sasuke. Spend the next half-month reading everything in there. Put all other training on hold, aside from chakra control, until you completely absorb it. Got it. Sasuke didn't snap or complain. He realized his mental state had gotten unstable and needed reflection. If any other adult had lectured him, he'd have brushed it off, but Izayoi's words he respected. They'd known each other for years, and Izayoi had always acted mature and courteous, with unwavering logic that impressed them all. Possibly that equanimity explained how he fused multiple elemental natures and tamed those novel powers. Seeing Sasuke's compliance, Izayoi smiled wryly and offered a bit of a treat. You won't be studying for nothing. The knowledge in that scroll is the start of an S-rank ultimate move. Sasuke's eyes shone as he clutched the scroll. Izayoi then produced another one, handing it to Hinata. Hinata, here's yours. Check it out whenever you have free time. Hinata managed, cheeks stuffed full of grilled meat as she devoured it with hamster-like pouches. She tucked the scroll into her kimono sash. Izayoi, seeing that adorable sight for the umpteenth time, couldn't resist snapping a photo with his camera, drawing a disdainful glance from Sasuke. Yes, came a mischievous chirp from a smaller figure popping up in front of the lens. Flash. The shot captured Hanabi holding a V sign. Ack, you brat, take that. Ow. Sorry, Oni-chan, ow. Well past sunset, the four of them packed up their things and left the Naka River. Izayoi and Sasuke walked Hinata and Hanabi to the city center before returning to the Uchiha district themselves. While on the move, Izayoi glanced at Sasuke. Tomorrow we're clearing out old buildings on the plot for my new house. I want you there to help. Try roping Choji in too, tell him I'll buy him yakiniku afterward. TCH, why me? Why not go yourself? Sasuke grumbled. Izayoi replied matter-of-factly, aren't you my underling now? This is exactly the sort of errand underlings are for. Sasuke fell silent, suddenly wishing he could time travel and throttle the version of himself that chose this Oni-Sanotodo arrangement. But a glance at the scroll reminded him how badly he wanted Izayoi's techniques. Fine, he would endure. A bit of sugar in the midst of the bitterness. Chapter 89 would release. Obtained. Human bullet tank. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style, wild water wave. Ninja art, Fong passing Fong. Late in the morning, a remarkable scene appeared in Konoha's main shopping district. A group of people were openly using 5-element ninjutsu techniques out in the street, something strictly forbidden under normal circumstances. But no patrol ninja came by to question or arrest them, because this was a demolition project that had already been approved. Centered on the remains of the old onsen, Hot Springs Inn, multiple buildings around it had been cordoned off. Led by Sasuke Uchiha, the rookies, Konoha's young shinobi, were in full swing, blasting those houses that Izayoi had purchased. Their goal, tear them down by force. A few days had passed since Itachi Uchiha's visit to the village. At that time, Sasuke had been assisting Izayoi with demolition. At first, only he and Choji Akimichi helped. But other passing rookies stumbled on the scene and spontaneously joined in. Money was irrelevant, the main appeal was a chance to demolish buildings out in the open, way more fun than practicing ninjutsu at the training grounds. One explosion after another shook the air, churning up clouds of smoke. But even after the group had expended nearly all their chakra, huffing and puffing, not a single structure was fully knocked down. Alright, guess I'll handle it. Izayoi, wearing a safety helmet as project supervisor, shook his head and stepped forward. He formed a small sphere of swirling chakra, about the size of a raisin, then infused it with water and lightning natures. This instantly formed a miniature storm release orb. He raised his arm and fired off a judgment beam. The battered house, already weakened, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Within fewer than 10 shots, Izayoi demolished every house inside the cordon. Afterward, Izayoi turned to a nearby work squad. All yours. Yes, sir. A dozen people in matching gear moved in at once to clear away the rubble. The rookies, who hadn't managed to contribute much, joined them, though progress remained slow. At this rate, it might take 10 days just to haul off all the broken stone and debris. So Izayoi pulled out a forbidden jutsu he'd learned long ago yet never had a chance to use. Making a few hand signs, he shouted. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A flurry of balloon burst sounds echoed, white smoke billowed everywhere. After a moment, the breeze revealed 200 Izayoi clones, immediately splitting up to work. 3 of them dashed toward the Naka River to fetch sealing scrolls. Seeing Izayoi summon so many clones, the rookies were taken aback. Izayoi, how'd you learn Naruto's jutsu? Shikamaru Nara narrowed his eyes. If I recall, that's a forbidden technique from the Scroll of Seals. He wasn't accusing Izayoi of stealing the scroll. In fact, Shikamaru didn't even know the Scroll of Seals had been stolen. Konoha's higher-ups had kept that quiet, since they'd long prepared separate scrolls for any forbidden jutsu, precisely in case the master copy got lost. As long as the separate jutsu scrolls remained safe, the next Hokage could replicate the main scroll whenever needed. The real damage was that those jutsu had leaked out of the village, meaning future enemies might use Konoha's own forbidden arts against it. Shikamaru was simply curious how a ninja of Izayoi's rank could have learned the multi-shadow clone technique. Even the Hyuga clan would have trouble acquiring a forbidden jutsu like that. Could Naruto have taught him? But Izayoi's reply made Shikamaru's mouth twitch. One of the shadow clones, busily carrying stones, glanced over at Shikamaru with a puzzled look. You need to learn it. I picked it up after watching it once. Isn't that all it takes? Then, as if he'd just recalled something, the clone added in an apologetic tone, oh, sorry. I forgot you guys don't have enough chakra to use it anyway, even if you did learn it. What a jerk. I can't stand it, die. Inuzuka Kiba, passing by, chucked a rock at the clone, dispersing it in a puff of white smoke. Arf. Arf. Akamaru barked in agreement. Encouraged by Kiba, the other rookies piled in for a brawl, but within moments the swarm of clones pinned them all, forcing them to surrender. You've all worked hard. Come have some fruit. Right then, a girl's cheerful voice called out. Hinata, Hanabi, Ino, and Sakura pushed along a cart full of fruit. Oniai-chan, have some water. With unwavering loyalty to her brother, Hanabi ran to Izayoi's real body first, handing him a bottle of water. Thanks, Hanabi. Izayoi smiled, ruffling her hair. But seeing the rookies abandon their demolition so quickly to snack and chat left him rubbing his temples in exasperation. Why do I always have these lazy, food-loving friends in every world? At least once they rested up and regained chakra, the rookies began using shadow clones themselves, finally getting serious. With Izayoi's 200 clones, the rookies' clones, plus a dozen-man work crew all pitching in, the enormous debris field was fully cleared in under 2 days, something that might otherwise have taken ages. Out of gratitude, Izayoi sprang for dinner 2 nights in a row, burning through nearly 1,000,000 ryo, about the payout of a basic S-rank mission. He felt the pinch in his wallet, but forging deeper camaraderie with his former classmates was worth it. After the demolition came the foundation work. Izayoi simply posted a mission at the Hokage building requesting a few Earth release specialists to help. Ninjutsu, at its core, was meant to make life easier. What would have taken days in his past life was done in half a morning. With the foundation laid, the rest was up to a professional construction team. Izayoi was finally free to relax. Strolling alone back to the Uchiha district, he suddenly paused, turning his head to glance down a wooded path. Was that my imagination, he murmured, resuming his pace. No sooner had he gone than a pale face emerged from the trunk of a large tree. Such a sight would have frightened any local kids out of going into the woods ever again. Watching Izayoi's retreating figure, the white Zetsu clone sighed, incredible sense for danger. So that kid is the Izayoi that Kisame and Itachi mentioned. Flight ninjutsu and dust release, he's basically another Inoki. Talk about Konoha's luck. Of all times, they get a genius like that. However, the white Zetsu clone didn't know that Izayoi had spotted him. Izayoi's eyes flickered blue for an instant, and he mused inwardly, so they snuck someone in after all. Figures, an incident this big. Of course they'd send clones to gather intel, and likely more than one. Gazing a moment longer in a certain direction, Izayoi gave a cold smirk. Yes, this mayfly jutsu is powerful, merging with the earth and trees, concealing chakra so the Tenseigan can't detect it if they don't poke their heads out. But as a transmigrator, I have more than one way to handle you. I'll let you enjoy a few days, then the tables will turn. Elsewhere, in a remote section of the Land of Waves, a large purple rectangular barrier loomed. Inside lay a dense forest echoing with the sounds of combat. Yamato, kidnapped by Izayoi's shadow clone, was in that forest using his wood release. Vines extended from his arm like a nest of serpents, aiming to bind a black-cloaked boy with white bandages covering his face from the nose down, leaving only a pair of red eyes visible. Unmoved by the vines, the boy merely watched them coil around him, then he dissolved into red powder. A moment later, Yamato felt a blow to his back, black, tadpole-like curse seals spread across him. He lost control of his body, and the cloaked boy reappeared in front, delivering a barrage of 8 trigrams 64 palms. Those strikes sealed Yamato's chakra flow, ending with a finishing vacuum palm. The battered Yamato spat blood, collapsed. The boy stared down at him for a few seconds, then turned to leave. Heal him. No sooner had he gone than a man's voice resounded through the trees. A masked girl in a black cloak appeared, knelt beside Yamato, and used medical palm technique to treat him. Urk. Who are you people? His bodily control sealed by that curse mark, his chakra locked by gentle fist, Yamato could only speak. Glancing up at the masked girl, he rasped, "If you're trying to torture me for intel, you're wasting your time. You might as well kill me now rather than draw it out." The girl remained silent. After performing some basic healing, she pried Yamato's mouth open and fed him a soldier pill, then stood and left. Before long, the cloaked boy returned, removed the sealing tags, and let Yamato free up his chakra points a bit. At this, Yamato felt numb. Day after day, the boy had tortured him at least a dozen times. Yamato once thought he'd surely died back in that subterranean battle under Konoha, caught by Izayoi's shockwave. Yet he woke to find himself trapped in a barrier, forced to be a training dummy for that boy. The boy began with only the 5 basic natures, gradually showing the Huga gentle fist, despite not having the Byakugan, then some mysterious red-eye dojutsu that supposedly counters the Byakugan. Then came a variety of sealing arts and advanced 5-element ninjutsu. In mere 5 days, Yamato had gone from being his equal to completely outclassed. Yet, oddly, they never killed him or interrogated him for secrets, nor did the mastermind behind the barrier. Every time Yamato was beaten, they healed him, gave him soldier pills. Very strange indeed. But he clung to that shred of hope, fighting the boy again and again, still searching for a chance to escape. As Ranmaru and Yamato began yet another round, Izayoi's shadow clone outside the barrier turned to Karen, who stepped forward. "Karen, you can head back now." "You don't need my help anymore," she asked, reluctant. "No, it's not that. I actually have good news," the clone explained. "Konoha's 5th Hokage is about to take office. My real body should come find you soon and recommend you to join Konoha. So head home and pack your things, wait there for him." "For real?" Karen's eyes lit up. She nodded fervently. "All right, I'll head back and get ready, then." "Thanks for all your effort," the clone said, inclining his head. "It was nothing. It's what I should do." Karen waved goodbye. "I'll be off. If you need anything, just say the word." "Got it. See you." Apparently, it was Karen's providence at work, or maybe it was just the payoff for relentless grinding. Less than 2 hours after she left, the clone and Ranmaru fought 3 more matches against Yamato, and at last Izayoi saw a purple-colored flash emerge from Yamato's body. At that instant, Izayoi felt a massive relief, as though a heavy burden was lifted. Finally. "The drop rate on this is insane, just because it's Mokuton," he muttered in exasperation. He knew it wasn't actually about Mokuton. Under the new system, the probability of loot from defeating an enemy is entirely different from the rate for killing them. In principle, killing an enemy yields better odds, while just defeating them can yield either something or nothing at all. Yamato had proven an uncooperative loot pinata. Now that Izayoi had the means to counter that dreaded mayfly technique, the disguised clone released the 4 violet flames barrier. Approaching Yamato, whose limbs were once again sealed and paralyzed, the clone said, "Are you going to kill me now?" Yamato braced for the worst. The clone placed a hand over his head. "You've done well. Now just sleep for a few years." With that cryptic remark, he cast a sealing jutsu to seal Yamato's consciousness. Izayoi took out a scroll, retrieved the stone coffin Karen had brought earlier, and sealed Yamato inside it with another fuin jutsu. Then he blasted out a cave in a nearby mountain, placed the coffin inside, and sealed the entrance. Finally, accompanied by his puppets, the clone returned to the mainland. After returning, the shadow clone vanished in a puff of white smoke, handing control of the puppets back to Izayoi's real body. Chapter 90, Tsunade back to the village. Ding. You have obtained the talent trait, bloodline limit, wood style, purple. Fuse or decompose. Fuse. Although the system's voice was utterly emotionless, at this moment it sounded like music to Izayoi's ears. Without a trace of hesitation, he fused the transnational trait he had just acquired. A second later, Izayoi's trait list showed a brand new entry, bloodline limit, wood style, purple. Next to wood style was a bracket with a plus, indicating it could be upgraded. Izayoi's store of points had already broken the 100,000 mark, so he could upgrade 10 purple traits to gold, or 1 gold trait to red. Although raising wood style would cost only 9,999 points, Izayoi still refrained. He considered it a waste. Danzo Shimura, Obito Uchiha, Yamato, and Black and White Zetsu had amply demonstrated that what truly mattered wasn't wood style itself, but the kind of extraordinary physique possessed by Senju Hashirama. Even half of the Ninetales chakra plus Naruto Uzumaki's wasn't quite enough to match his power. When someone like Hashirama developed the sage body to the max, any ninjutsu or bloodline limit in his hands would become spectacular. If Hashirama had mastered Dust Release, then that would be the top-tier skill. He'd validate that Dust Release, a bloodline expansion surpassing conventional bloodline limits, deserved its fearsome reputation. Without the massive yang release chakra of a sage body, wood style is merely a decent bloodline limit, capable of producing an ace ninja like Yamato, but not much more. Izayoi, who already wields the Tenseigan, doesn't really need wood style at all. But to push Sasuke Uchiha, his main cash crop, to grow faster, and to deal with Black Zetsu's Mayfly technique, Izayoi did need wood style. Now that he'd finally acquired it, he could handle that disgusting nuisance for good and rid Konoha of their infiltration. Wearing his colored contacts, Izayoi activated the Tenseigan and shifted his perspective to the villa in Sakura Street, taking control of a single puppet stationed there. He opened the safe, pulled out a red scroll, and unfurled it. A series of wood-style ninjutsu immediately caught his eye. This scroll was precisely the one Danzo had originally given Tenzo in the story, a prized possession of Danzo's. Of course, it did not include Hashirama's signature wood-style trio, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees, Wood Dragon Jutsu, and Wooden Golem Jutsu. Neither did it contain the ultimate sage art, Wood Release, true several thousand hands. Izayoi paid that no mind. Opening the scroll, he focused on the 3 basic wood-style jutsu. If Black Zetsu's impersonation technique, Mayfly technique, and Spore technique are the ultimate forms of clone/transformation, body flicker, and invisibility, then these wood-style transformations were simply the best standard 3/4 wood-style itself. Though they couldn't compare with Black Zetsu's 3 god-tier moves, they still far exceeded the usual transformation jutsu or shadow clone jutsu. Izayoi took only a quick look and instantly learned the 3 fundamental wood-style ninjutsu. Then he practiced 2 more practical wood-style jutsu before turning his attention away. Izayoi picked up his fishing rod and walked out into the villa's garden. There, Sasuke sat under the eaves quietly reading. "Sasuke," Izayoi asked, "want to come fishing with me?" Without looking up, Sasuke replied, "No. Go ask Hinata or Hanabi to keep you company." Then, raising his head slightly, he added, "I have a feeling they'll be reopening requests for C-rank and higher missions soon. So maybe I'll be heading out on missions. While I still have time, I want to read a bit more." He shook the book in his hand, glancing at Izayoi. "By the way, that S-rank jutsu you mentioned, was it a medical ninjutsu?" "It's sort of a supportive technique, halfway between healing and sealing," Izayoi mused, then waved cheerfully. "Anyway, I'm sure you'll like it. Good luck." Leaving Sasuke's house via body flicker, Izayoi didn't look for Hinata or Hanabi. He headed alone to the Naka River. Pulling a beach chair from a ceiling scroll, he prepared bait, cast the line with practiced ease, and settled down for an afternoon of fishing. When several minutes passed with no activity, he reached for more bait, tossing a handful into the river to attract fish to the float. He certainly looked like a professional angler. Yet no one realized that amid that handful of bait was a single white seed, drifting along with the current downstream. A dripping wet figure crawled up from the riverbank below, one of Izayoi's wood clones disguised by a wood transformation. It disappeared in a body flicker the moment it left the water. Next, it reappeared at the cliff above the Naka River. Hiding in a hollowed-out tree trunk, the wood clone pressed a hand to the ground, channeling its wood release chakra underground. It didn't sprout any roots on the surface, rather, through the roots below, it sent out threads of chakra in every direction, covering a radius of about 1 kilometer, connecting to the plant roots and flowing groundwater. Without resorting to Sage Mode Sensory or opening the Tenseigan, the wood clone's chakra soon picked up an unusual chakra signature underground. That foreign signature was attached to a certain root and had merged with it. No matter how advanced your perception or X-ray vision, it would look just like an ordinary tree root. But there's no such thing as a perfect jutsu. Like an elemental matchup, any technique can be countered. Wood style, born of combining water and earth natures, can restrain mayfly, which merges someone into the ground and plant life to zip around underground via living roots and water flow. Pinpointing the white Zetsu clone, the wood clone formed no hand seals, only whispered, wood style, smothering binding technique. In an instant, the tree root white Zetsu inhabited abruptly came alive, growing rapidly to envelop the intrusive chakra like a giant zongzi wrap, draining it before it could flee. At once, black tapple-like curse marks spread across the root, sealing the white Zetsu clone's consciousness. Damn it, we've been discovered. Right when that white Zetsu clone was sealed, all other white Zetsu clones scattered around Konoha, and indeed throughout the ninja world, felt a sudden mental flash. They realized at once which clone had been caught. In the next second, every white Zetsu clone in Konoha abandoned its post and fled. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, who'd been wandering the ninja world gathering intel in mayfly mode, poked his head above ground. The white Zetsu portion, dropping all its usual frivolity, said grimly, the mayfly technique's been broken. Our clone in Konoha was found and captured. Through their telepathic link, Black Zetsu, the black half, learned this immediately, making his dark face seem even gloomier. Mayfly merges with the earth and vegetation, eluding even top-tier sensory. Not even a barrier can hinder it. Even if discovered, with an instant reaction, not even powerful earth release can restrain it. So capturing a white Zetsu clone so silently wasn't just any ninjutsu. Could it have been some special technique or bloodline limit? I can't say, white Zetsu muttered, shaking his head. The clone was sealed on the spot and never got a chance to share information. Shall we send in more clones? Black Zetsu went quiet, lost in thought, and white Zetsu waited in silence. After a few moments, Black Zetsu gave a raspy, meaningful chuckle. No need. Maybe this is good news. Good news? How's that? White Zetsu asked, puzzled. We overlooked something crucial. Black Zetsu gazed skyward, wearing a sly smile. Hamura, that ungrateful brat, only took one branch of descendants with him. Another branch remained in the ninja world, ditching their original surname over the past 1,000 years. White Zetsu's eyes went wide. You mean, the Huga clan? That's one possibility. Black Zetsu offered his reasoning. Very few techniques can crack mayfly, and I've never witnessed it in all these centuries. I couldn't get close to those two unfilial sons back then, but if it's the Rinnegan plus that unknown dojutsu, they might see through mayfly. If so, that means our mysterious figure isn't from the moon at all, but rather someone in the Huga clan, someone who reawakened a lineage trait. Exactly. White Zetsu's eyes lit up. So should we investigate the Huga clan? Who's most likely to have awakened such an eye? Hayashi Huga. An all-encompassing dojutsu needs a massive chakra supply, Black Zetsu pointed out. So if someone in the Huga has unusually huge chakra, that'd be our best candidate. What if no one fits that description? Then it's possible that the side branch quietly sent their best youth to Konoha. We can keep an eye on those with white hair. Kakashi Hatake might fit. Before getting Obito's Sharingan, he had quite the chakra pool. It's not him. If he belonged to that line, a Sharingan transplant wouldn't pose any side effects even without Uchiha blood. Black Zetsu sounded sure. All right. White Zetsu nodded, frowning. But with mayfly compromised, our clones might not sneak back into Konoha. If mayfly won't work, we'll just use our impersonation technique. Black Zetsu smirked. Oh, right. White Zetsu's eyes glinted. We can disguise ourselves as Konoha ninja and slip inside. Heck, maybe pose as a Huga clan member. Even if we're exposed, we'll only lose another clone. So they acted at once, though Izayoi was none the wiser. If he had known their reaction, he would only admire how cunning the 1,000-year schemer was, yet still, he himself held the upper hand. Black Zetsu's logic hadn't fully escaped its narrow constraints. They could never guess that an outsider might perfectly replicate some awakened, Ōtsutsuki-level bloodline, nor that he wasn't even white-haired. Because he could also fly, neither Konoha's higher-ups nor the Zetsu clones would suspect him of being the Akatsuki leader or that mysterious figure. They assumed Izayoi must have learned a flight-type earth release, like lightweight rock technique. Indeed, Izayoi's background was squeaky clean. Even his massive chakra capacity could be chalked up to some distant Uzumaki or Senju ancestry, two lines that carry the Yang-type sage body gene, totally unrelated to Ine-released dojutsu or the Rinnegan. Cutting back to the Naka River. After sealing the white Zetsu clone, the wood clone used would release to bring that mummified package up from underground, then vanished again, looking for more hidden clones in Konoha. Izayoi, on the other hand, rose into the air, flew to the cliff, and approached the Zongzi-like bundle. To prevent surprises, he first transformed with a wood-style transformation into an ordinary middle-aged man, then undid the wooden wrappings. Inside lay the unconscious white Zetsu clone. Let's see if your head is empty or not, Izayoi murmured, placing a hand atop its head. Ninja art, mind-reading jutsu. The moment his released chakra infiltrated the Zetsu clone's mind, Izayoi's face fell. Sure enough, White Zetsu's brain was empty. In other words, no way for Izayoi to glean Mayfly or the impersonation jutsu from it. If he'd gotten both, combined with a self-sufficient wood clone capable of absorbing chakra, he alone could equal 100,000 White Zetsu. Still, Izayoi was prepared for this outcome. He had other plans. The greatest advantage of a transmigrator, knowledge of the plot. So he simply sealed the White Zetsu clone away again, dumped it deep in a sealed mountain cave, and dove into the river to catch some fish, just to brag a little to Sasuke when he got home. After all, a real fisherman never comes up empty-handed. Thus time advanced to August 22nd, Konoha year 60, half a month after the Konoha Crush. For all that time, Konoha Ninja had only 2 types of missions, D-rank inside the village, or intel gathering outside regarding Orochimaru and the Sound. Other than that, the mission system was halted. No outside commissions were accepted. Without a new Hokage in office, it stayed that way. With no missions to take, the village had a surplus of shinobi lazing around. Though morale was at rock bottom, it was at least calm enough to avoid panic. But on this day, Konoha suddenly bustled with excitement. Rumor had it that 2 legendary figures appeared at the village gates. One was none other than the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, Princess of the Land of Fire, the greatest medical ninja in the whole world, Lady Tsunade. Within minutes, chatter about Tsunade's return to become Hokage spread through Konoha, instantly reviving everyone's spirits. Chapter 91, Meeting Tsunade. August 25th. Early this morning, Hinata and Hanabi arrived at Sasuke Uchiha's home. Izayoi-kun, Sasuke-kun, today is the ceremony for the 5th Hokage's inauguration. I've brought some clothes for you both, see if they fit. Neither Hinata nor Hanabi wore their usual kimonos. Instead, they both had on long pants with a white collared shirt, a bold red fire character emblazoned across the back. Because the fit was just right, Hinata's ample curves stretched the material into 2 puffy rabbits at her chest, all but guaranteed to become a talking point and draw envious and resentful stares from other women on the street. Thanks. Living way out here is a bit inconvenient, Izayoi said as he took the clothes, slinging them over his shoulder while continuing to pinch Hanabi's cheeks. Hearing that, Sasuke raised an eyebrow, scanned Hinata and Izayoi, and then broke into a mischievous grin. Accepting his own outfit with a serious face, he remarked, "Thanks, sis-in-law." Sis-in-law. Hinata's cheeks instantly turned scarlet, flustered by the impact of that form of address. Deep down, though, her opinion of Sasuke skyrocketed. Recently she'd been secretly practicing the monster strength punches Izayoi taught her, thinking about trying them out on Sasuke in their next spar. But now, she reconsidered, maybe she'd let him off. Izayoi also shot Sasuke a look of surprise, unable to believe this normally stuck-up, second young master would utter such a thing. But the next moment, Izayoi caught a glimpse of Sasuke's mischievous expression. So Izayoi smiled. Just saying thanks isn't enough, so let me teach you a phrase of blessing. A phrase of blessing? Sasuke asked automatically. It's something you say for the New Year's holiday. But you can't say it in Japanese, here, I'll teach you. Izayoi cleared his throat, then faced an empty spot and spoke slowly in a different tongue. Happy New Year, big bro and sis-in-law. You're my grandpa, and I'm your grandson. Happy New Year, big bro, sis-in-law, you are my grandpa. I am your grandson, Sasuke repeated, accent rather comical. But catching a fleeting smirk on Izayoi's face, he instantly grew stern. You scumbag. You tricked me again. No, I wasn't. I saw that sidelong glance you gave, damn you. Oops, guess I got caught, said Izayoi in mock surprise. Oniai-chan, he tricked you first, so you basically gave yourself away, Hanabi helpfully pointed out. Izayoi retorted in all seriousness. Sasuke, how shameless. Lying is a terrible habit. I'll kill you. Realizing he'd been trolled yet again, Sasuke lunged forward to beat Izayoi. With a casual sidestep, Izayoi easily dodged and jabbed a fingertip at one of Sasuke's acupuncture points. Sasuke froze on the spot, shivering with numbing tingles radiating through his limbs, unable to move. You still need more training, Sasuke-kun, Izayoi teased, patting Sasuke's shoulder before heading inside to change clothes. Seeing Hinata and Hanabi stifling their giggles, Sasuke's face reddened. He, too, vanished into another room to get dressed. A few minutes later, 4 young people wearing white shirts emerged from the now less lonely Uchiha district, chatting lightheartedly as they headed toward downtown Konoha. They passed the site of Izayoi's future home, noticing that the new house was already taking shape. In a world of ninjutsu, plenty of obstacles could be solved with ninja techniques and the universal lubricant of money. Construction progressed at a pace far beyond anything imaginable in Izayoi's former life. The inauguration ceremony was held at the Hokage building. Even before they arrived, the streets below the building were thronged with people, shoulder to shoulder. Those who hadn't managed to secure a good vantage point simply jumped onto utility poles or clung to walls and rooftops. Izayoi and friends arrived late and ended up standing way in the back. "Oniai-chan, give me a piggyback ride," Hanabi tugged on his sleeve. "Sure." Izayoi gave a nod, squatting so Hanabi could climb onto his shoulders. Holding her ankles, Izayoi straightened up, letting his little sister-in-law see over the crowd at the Hokage building in the distance. It wasn't long before Tsunade emerged on the building's rooftop, wearing her tan-green coat edged in black and holding the Hokage's hat. "Lady Tsunade. She's gorgeous. I can't believe I'm finally seeing the legendary Princess Tsunade in person. Lady Tsunade's finally back. I'd never have become a ninja if she hadn't healed my leg. I'll follow her forever." The moment Tsunade appeared, the entire street erupted in cheers, so loud it seemed to shake the whole village, like frenzied fans meeting their idol. Men and women, clan heirs and ordinary folks alike were all consumed with excitement and adoration. This kind of reception was something Jiraiya and Orochimaru could never have matched. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze hadn't enjoyed such unbridled popularity at their own inaugurations. That was the illustrious name of Senju, recognized as the true lineage of Konoha. The first and second Hokage had brought peace to the ninja world and made Konoha so strong it could fight 4 adversaries simultaneously and still win. Their granddaughter Tsunade also happened to be one of the legendary Sannin, a renowned medical master. No one was better suited to be the 5th Hokage. Surely under her leadership, Konoha would become powerful once more, at least, that was the villagers' collective faith in the Senju clan. "She's so pretty." Eyeing Tsunade's golden hair fluttering in the breeze, and that stunning figure that certainly hadn't sagged, Hinata murmured in awe. "The books say Lady Hokage is about 52 years old, right? But she could pass for someone in her early 30s. How does she preserve herself so well?" Izayoi smiled. "See that diamond shape on her forehead?" At his prompt, Hinata and Hanabi activated their Byakugan to examine Tsunade's forehead seal. Even Sasuke grew curious enough to activate his Sharingan. Izayoi's next words caused all three to blink in surprise, Hinata and Hanabi in particular breaking into smiles. "That seal is called the In seal. It's the S-rank jutsu I plan to teach you. It's a technique that stores chakra, boosts your physical condition, and grants rapid healing plus anti-aging." "So it's for storing chakra, huh?" Sasuke murmured, excitement sparking in his eyes. Suddenly, all that study made perfect sense. So did Hinata, though her motivation focused more on staying youthful. Most girls care about beauty, and the more attractive they are, the more they yearn to preserve their youth. Hinata was no exception. Even 7-year-old Hanabi perked up, clutching Izayoi's hair and pouting. "Oniai-chan, I want to learn the In seal, too." "When you're older," Izayoi teased, half-threatening. "If you tried to learn it now, your body might end up stunted, maybe you'd never grow taller, or even if you do, you'd keep your current shape forever." Hanabi stared at her flat chest, then at Hinata's puffy rabbits, and frantically shook her head. "Nah, never mind then." Standing in a far corner, with villagers cheering wildly, no one overheard their conversation. And even if they had, Izayoi wouldn't care. He had a perfectly good explanation for either monstrous strength or the In seal. Just then, a loud, booming voice rang out across the street. "From this day forward, I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha." Tsunade had placed the Hokage hat on her head, formally announcing Konoha's new era. The cheers grew even more deafening, echoing through the sky. Konoha with a Hokage was a wholly different village from one without. In the days prior, before the council named Tsunade, although the village wasn't exactly lifeless, both ninja and civilians bore uncertainty in their eyes, fearful enemies might strike or war might resume at any moment. But with Tsunade now in charge, vitality instantly returned, and everyone's heart felt more secure. The next day, the Hokage building rebooted its mission system, and word quickly spread among outsiders, who flocked to Konoha in droves. Meanwhile, ninja who'd spent a long while idle finally had jobs again. "I'm heading out on a mission." At Sasuke's house, he'd just finished packing. Gazing at Izayoi, who lounged on the porch browsing an interior design book, Sasuke sneered, "If you're scared of living in the boonies by yourself, why not have Hinata stay here to keep you company? Or maybe sneak into the Huga clan so she can lull you to sleep." "Oh." Izayoi didn't even look up from his pages. "But if I get so freaked out I lose my mind, I might forget the In seal method. So when you're off on your mission, remember to pray daily that nothing happens to me. I wish you a long, healthy life." Sasuke ground out the words like a curse. After all, he hadn't forgotten Izayoi's whole ambition was to break free of mortal lifespans. Seeing Izayoi start to glance his way, Sasuke disappeared in a body flicker. At least he managed to depart on his own terms this time, his mood a tad lighter. Izayoi-kun. Moments after Sasuke left, Hinata's soft voice reached Izayoi's ears. She had appeared in front of him in a body flicker. Kurenai-sensei asked me to tell you, the Hokage wants to see us at once in her office. Hearing this, Izayoi's eyes flickered with insight. Considering the timing and the fact that Tsunade summoned them both, he guessed her reason instantly. Smiling, he said, Hinata, looks like you're about to get your wish. Eh. Hinata tilted her head in adorable confusion. Izayoi gave no further explanation, but tossed the book aside, then wrapped an arm around Hinata's waist, scooping her into a princess carry and lifting off into the air. Eek! First time ever flying in Izayoi's arms, Hinata yelped softly. Reflexively, she hugged his neck, gazing with shining eyes at the forest below and the city beyond. Izayoi-kun, the village looks so pretty from up here. Is it pretty? I've seen it so many times that it's not much. But. Izayoi trailed off, looking down at Hinata's curious face. He smiled. I never get tired of looking at. I could stare at my photo album of you for days. Vroom. The sudden, direct hit, sweet talk sent heat rushing to Hinata's cheeks, her mind whirling like a steam whistle, face emanating a faint misty flush. Though her shyness and immunity had improved a lot compared to the old days, she was once again reduced to trembling in embarrassment, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers in Izayoi's embrace. Yet, her lips curved upward in utter delight, unable to conceal the joy and sweetness in her heart. Izayoi momentarily regretted taking flight. If he had stayed on the ground, he might have quietly produced a wood clone to fetch the camera from a ceiling scroll and snap a photo of Hinata in this steam princess state. But the romance of this moment was forever etched in both their memories, something they would never forget. Outside the city center, Hinata asked Izayoi to land, and once he set her down, she patted her cheeks to calm herself. She then reached out and clasped his hand as they walked to the Hokage building together. Hand in hand was about as far as Hinata's shyness would allow in public. Linking arms would require leveling up her immunity a bit more. Arriving at the office, they let go of each other's hands and entered in the capacity of mere teammates. Izayoi rapped politely on the door. Knock, knock. Moments later, it swung open. A refined-looking woman with short black hair, wearing a grayish-black robe, stood there hugging a small pig. It was Shizune, Tsunade's personal assistant and aide. You must be Izayoi and Hinata, please come in. She smiled, stepping aside. I'm Shizune, Hokage-sama's secretary. She's been waiting for you. Nice to meet you, Izayoi greeted. Hinata likewise gave a polite bow. Inside, the first thing they noticed was Tsunade behind the desk, hands folded under her chin, quietly studying them. Hokage-sama. Izayoi and Hinata bowed. Yes. Tsunade nodded, her tone firm and businesslike. I called you here to meet the two best rookies from the Chunin exams. Your performances in the final stage were outstanding, winning both rounds, against the princess of our ally nation and a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, delivering a decisive blow to their arrogance. Well done. At the last part, Tsunade's expression broke into a smile, unreservedly praising them. But before Izayoi or Hinata could respond with humility, Tsunade's face returned to seriousness. I've gone through your files from the academy, plus your written exam scores in the Chunin exams, everything checks out. Therefore, she declared, I hereby, in my capacity as 5th Hokage, promote Izayoi and Hinata Hyuga from Genin to Chunin. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Izayoi and Hinata bowed once more, the latter unable to hide her joy.